Chapter 1 Awakening of Professions, 9-Star Profession. In the year 2356, the first spatial crack appeared in the Arctic ice sheet, where ice giants controlled the falling ice as snow from the sky, freezing everything for thousands of miles. Between March, 7 countries in the northern regions were frozen into ice territories, and countless humans were killed. In the latter half of the year 2356, the second spatial crack appeared in the Australian waters, where countless brutal fishermen carried sea beasts, causing massive waves. In just a month, over 1 million humans died under the tsunami. In the year 2357, the first alien shard collided with a blue star, merging with it. The alien tribe of spirits invaded the blue star, massacring humans and using human flesh for sacrifices, sending out world coordinates in the Milky Way to guide their subsequent tribe members to enter the blue star. That same year, the Eagle country launched 13 nuclear missiles in succession, destroying most of the spirit tribe. In the year 2358, a total of 17 spatial cracks and 7 alien shards merged with the blue star. Scientists globally found that nuclear explosions could accelerate the spread of spatial cracks, leading to the fusion of the alien world with the blue star. From then on, several major countries jointly issued a statement: nuclear weapons should be banned except when absolutely necessary. That same year, countless monsters and alien tribes invaded the human world, heralding the apocalypse. Foreign scientists discovered that due to spatial cracks and alien shards merging with the blue star, the volume of the blue star expanded by 2.5 times. In the year 2360, the first awakening crystal was discovered by humans, and the first 9-star awakener, Master of the Beasts, was born, leading humans to resist the aliens. Closing the book, Zheng Chen closed his eyes, his thoughts running wild. A year ago, he had crossed over from Earth to this parallel world. Originally thought to be just an ordinary parallel world, he later discovered the complexities of this world. Rejuvenation of aura, invasion of various races, outdoors, countless monsters and creatures lurked, competing with humans for survival areas and resources. And in farther regions, there were battlegrounds of alien races always seeking to exterminate the human race. Countless human heroes, soldiers, and powerful professionals stood guard at the alien battlegrounds, resisting the alien invasions. Hey, Chen, we're about to undergo professional awakening soon. What profession are you considering awakening? His close friend Chen Xiao came over, looking eager, asking with a gossipy expression. Me? Zheng Chen pondered for a moment and said, of course, it's going to be a mage. High attack, cool skills, and during major battles, I'll be protected by warriors and knights from the front, safer that way. Holy crap. Chen, you're thinking the same as me. I also want to awaken as a mage. Hehe. His friend's grin was sly but mixed with some worrying. I heard the success rate of professional awakening is only 10%. What if it fails? What's there to fear? Even if we're not professionals, can't we still find good jobs after graduating from a regular university? Zheng Cheng, a man almost reaching his 30s in his previous life, had achieved nothing and didn't even have a girlfriend. Moreover, he frequently stayed up reading with overseas teachers by kerosene lamp. His body was weak. After transmigrating, not only did his body regain health and youth, he now had the chance to become extraordinary. Even if the awakening fails, with just this young and healthy body, he would have gained a lot. Additionally, the difference between this world and his previous one was vast, allowing him to live quite comfortably with the experiences from his past life. At the very least, he could marry several wives first. Yes, in this world, polygamy was allowed. The reason was simple. In the face of monsters in the wilderness, dungeons, hidden realms, as well as in places like the Twin Realm Mountains, underground caves, demon realms, and other battlegrounds where humans and aliens fought, besides professionals, a large number of ordinary people were needed for logistical work. The mortality rate was extremely high, resulting in a significant gender imbalance. This fundamentally led to the practice of polygamy. However, there were limitations to this system. Professionals could marry multiple partners without a limit. Meanwhile, ordinary people were restricted to 2 spouses. This was why so many people were striving to become professionals. By the way, Cheng, did you break through the spiritual threshold test last week? If you broke through one, you had a high chance of awakening as a mage or similar profession. I did. Zhang Cheng casually replied, perhaps due to the transmigration, his spiritual power was stronger than before. Last week during the test, he had reached 1.9, shocking many people. In this world, awakening as a professional was determined by the values of Chan blood and the spiritual threshold. The higher the Chan blood values before awakening, the higher the chance of awakening as a melee professional. The higher the spiritual threshold before awakening, the higher the chance of awakening as a mage or spiritual professional. Therefore, the school classified students annually based on their Chan blood values and spiritual threshold to determine class placements. The higher the Chan blood values and spiritual threshold of the students, the higher their placement in the more advanced classes. According to the national standards for awakening of new professionals, individuals with values of 1 for Chan blood and spiritual threshold had a 1 in 10 chance of awakening as professionals. Values below 1 made awakening success less likely. For example, the first class had values of at least 2. On the other hand, his class, the fourth class, had values hovering around 1. Some even had values around 0.8, making them among the lowest in the whole school. Of course, this classification wasn't entirely accurate. Every year, a few individuals with values below 1 for Chan blood and spiritual threshold successfully awakened. Oh right, I remember it was 1.9. With that value, you could have been placed in the first class. My Chan blood values, I think, were 0.9. Chen Zhao muttered. It's a pity the time was too short, otherwise, you would have been placed in the top class. What about you? Zhang Cheng asked back. My Chan blood values are similar to yours, and my spiritual threshold is only 0.8. Chen Zi sighed. We don't have the luxury of the wealthy who can afford spiritual medicines, take medicinal baths, and have specialized martial arts teachers to raise their Chan blood values to 0.9. We are considered diligent to have reached 0.9. Zhang Cheng advised. Don't think too much about it. Every year there are individuals with values below 1 who successfully awaken. Who knows? Maybe both of us will have good luck and awaken successfully. That's true. Chen Zi chuckled. Cheng, no matter which one of us successfully awakens, let's not forget each other. Of course, if fortunate in wealth, do not. Just then, a commotion outside the door interrupted their conversation. Holy crap! Awaken successfully. It's the first class. What's happening? What's going on? The excited students from the fourth class were awakened by the noisy sounds outside and rushed out to join the commotion. Even Zhang Cheng subconsciously stuck his head out. What's happening? What's going on with the first class? Holy crap! So many people. Someone in the first class awakened as a 9-star professional. Wow. The entire classroom was now buzzing. A 9-star profession. It was the highest level of professional grade in the past 300 years. Once they grew, they'd be the cornerstone of the country, a pillar holding up the sky. In this world, professions were roughly divided into 3 categories. The first category was combat professions, possessing various combat abilities, like warriors, mages, archers, assassins, and more. The second category was support professions, roles that assisted in combat such as priests, formation mages, illusionists, pharmacists, and more. The third category was life professions, without any combat abilities, like enchanters, cooks, alchemists, and herbalists. And professions were classified into 9 grades. 1 star to 9 stars. 1 star being the weakest, and 9 stars being the strongest. The reason was simple. After upgrading, a 1-star professional could only gain 1 free attribute point. However, a 9-star professional could gain a total of 9 free attribute points after upgrading. This was the terrifying aspect of being a 9-star professional. A 9-star professional awakening in the first class had already awoken the entire school. The school leaders all hurried to the first class. The homeroom teacher, Gao Yang, at this moment opened the classroom door, still holding a crystal that shone like a star, and somewhat enviously said, "Students, quickly sit down. Your turn is coming up. If you follow the instructions, you might awaken as a 9-star professional too." But at this moment, the students were beyond his control. They were wildly discussing inside the classroom, with heads crowded by the windows. Holy crap! A 9-star professional. I wonder what profession it is. Does the professional encyclopedia mention it? I wish I could awaken as a 9-star professional too. Damn. Who knows? The first class is a group of monsters with Chan blood values and spiritual threshold exceeding 2. 9-star professionals like Dragon Knight, Undead Mage, Xiu Mountain Sword Immortal, Unrivaled Warlore. I wonder which one it is. The Awakening Crystal is in the second class now. I wonder if someone in the second class will awaken as a 9-star professional. Impossible. If someone awakens, it would be like our school hitting the jackpot. There's news. Leon Fen in the second class awakened as a 7-star professional, a demon swordsman. Demon swordsman. Combining demon and martial arts. So envious. Hey. Stop the nose. Our class's awakening crystal has arrived. I also want to awaken as a professional. Teacher Gao. What's the situation with the 9-star professional in the first class? Teacher Gao Yan shook his head with a smiling expression. The principal has blocked the news. We only know that it's a girl. Wow, a girl. Many students were surprised. I wonder who it is. A support professional or a mage? All right, students. Gao Yang spoke up. Students, the awakening crystal has arrived. Next, the teacher will call you according to the roster. End of chapter. Chapter 2. The Class Flower, Song Chaoyu, Failure, Wang Zikan, Wang Meng, Cao Xuan, Li Hai, Zhu Guanfeng, Sima Xiongnan, Zhang Xiaobing, Zhang Ping'an, Present. In response to Gao Yan's calling, a consecutive of 10 students walked up to the high platform. Zheng Cheng nodded and walked onto the stage. Gao Yang repeated again. Students, don't be nervous, come on. He stood behind Zheng Cheng. Among these 10 people, only Zheng Cheng had the highest mental threshold, reaching a whopping 1.9. This data even surpassed some of the rich second generation and job second generation in classes 1, 2, and 3, with a great chance of awakening successfully. Your mental threshold is as high as 1.9 points. If it wasn't near the end of the term, you might have even been assigned to class 1. Don't be nervous, meditate carefully. Zheng Cheng placed his hand on the awakening crystal. His mind went blank. Suddenly, he could clearly feel a warm stream gushing out from the professional crystal, rushing into his body. This is... On the high platform, the awakening crystal once again emitted a milky white light, landing on Zheng Cheng. Awakening successful. Zheng Cheng succeeded too. Ha. Cheng Zhe, I knew you could do it. Hearing the discussions around him, Zheng Cheng slowly opened his eyes. A milky white light mark appeared on his forehead, then quickly disappeared. While the other 9 students around him were filled with envy and helplessness, Gao Yan also joyfully said, Zheng Cheng, congratulations, your awakening was successful. Professional priest. Professional grade. 3-star. Priest. Zheng Cheng blinked his eyes. What the heck? How did I awaken as a priest? He wanted to awaken as a spellcaster. The kind of spellcaster who can wield the magic staff, create a sea of fire, and engulf enemies from 100 meters away with a fierce whine. How did he become a nursemaid? Even though they were both long-range professional roles based on mental attributes, how could a nursemaid compare to a spellcaster? TFFF. 3-star priest. Isn't that the most basic profession? Exactly. According to the professional encyclopedia, priests, warriors, archers, boxers, and soldiers are the most basic 3-star professions. A manly man turned into a nursemaid, it just feels awkward. You're dumb. Male nurses are popular now. I heard there's a milky scent there. Get lost. This nursemaid looks handsome, if teamed up with a girl. The students from another class were once again discussing, but their voices were small this time. They all understood that even the lowest 3-star profession would elevate their status and nobility compared to them in the future. Although it's only a 3-star evaluation, the profession of a priest is quite popular. It plays a crucial role in teams. Gao Yang encouraged from the side. No matter what, the awakening was successful. Whether it's leveling up by killing monsters, clearing dungeon instances, or exploring secret areas, they are all welcomed by professional teams. If you can find relevant job transfer books in the future, you can transfer to higher star guardian priests, healing priests, or even light priests. The light priest is a 7-star profession. It can even master resurrection spells, a miraculous skill. In the future on foreign battlefields, it would be a target protected by numerous professionals, very safe. Thank you, Teacher Gao. Zheng Cheng sighed and stepped down from the stage. He awakened as a 3-star priest, which could only be considered ordinary. If compare, he might just be slightly stronger than Zhang Ping'an, a 1-star pharmacist. As for the job transfer books mentioned by Teacher Gao, it's a joke. He was just an ordinary person. and the cost of a job transfer book was easily over $1 million. The idea of obtaining a high-star job transfer book was nothing but a pipe dream. However, looking at his classmates, especially Song Xiaoyu with red eyes, he immediately felt balanced. They were all just ordinary people. Despite the awakening ceremony continuing, Zheng Cheng had lost interest and went back to his seat. He, congrats Cheng Jie. Chenzi approached. Although the priest is a supporting role, it is indispensable in a team like mine. A male nurse who can heal girls, so envious. Get lost. By the way, Cheng Jie, quickly check what your novice skills are, and if there's a recover-type skill. Chenzi said, if there is a recover-type skill, we can recruit more people for our team. I am the mount, to draw the monster's aggro, and you're the nursemaid to heal me. Later, we'll recruit a few high-star girls as main attack professionals. Ha ha ha, wouldn't that be great? What about you? What's your novice skill? Zheng Cheng asked subconsciously. Earth Guardian, a protective skill, unfortunately not taunting, that would have made it easier for me to aggro the monsters. After becoming professionals, everyone would have their personal attribute panel. At the same time, they could absorb soul power, wear equipment, and enter dungeons. The 4 attributes were physique, strength, agility, and spirit. Each professional's initial attribute points would be randomly distributed among the 4 attributes according to their profession. It could be anywhere from 1 to 10 points. With each level up, they would gain different attribute points based on their professional star level. As for novice skills, every professional would grasp the first skill after awakening, which was also currently their only skill. There was no pattern to the awakening of novice skills. They would simply awaken a low-level skill of their current profession. For example, Chen Zhao's Earth Knight awake and the Earth Guardian. Other Earth Knights might awaken skills like provocation, passive increase in physique, or charging skills. As a priest, Zheng Cheng would most likely awaken low-level healing spells or low-level healing skills as a novice profession, as long as it wasn't a supportive profession like light magic or debuff magic. Name: Zheng Cheng. Profession: priest. Star level: 3 star. Level: LV0. Soul power: 0/100. Strength: 5. Physique: 4. Agility: 4. Spirit: 11. Equipment: none. Backpack: none. Skills: acute gastroenteritis instant burst technique LV1. Random dissection LV1. Acute gastroenteritis instant burst technique. What is this skill? Where's my healing spell? I awaken such a weird skill. And why do I have to novice skills? End of chapter. Chapter 4. The first appearance of a professional in history. What's wrong, Cheng Jie? Nothing. Zheng Cheng casually replied, but his gaze shifted towards his skills panel. Acute gastroenteritis outbreak technique. Random dissection technique. What kind of skills are these? And there are 2 of them. Zheng Cheng was puzzled. After years of studying, he had some understanding of the basic professions in this world. As one of the basic professions, priest mainly focused on skills like recovery arts, minor healing, light magic, and mending arts. What are these acute gastroenteritis outbreak technique and random dissection technique? Zheng Cheng felt confused. Acute gastroenteritis outbreak technique. It can't be as I imagined, right? Acute gastroenteritis outbreak technique, interior. Leave 1. Mutation skill that rapidly infects the target with bacteria, viruses, or parasites, causing acute gastroenteritis and making all symptoms erupt instantly. Random dissection technique external. Leave 1. Mutation skill that can be used on any corpse or target in a state of unconsciousness, paralysis, or semi-paralysis, successfully dissecting the target's body or a specific organ. Mutation skill? What kind of thing is this? Zheng Cheng was still puzzled. Whether it was from his teachers at school or the information he found online, he had never heard of mutation skills. This acute gastroenteritis outbreak technique seems to give people gastroenteritis in a short time. Isn't that just diarrhea? And the random dissection technique, is that really a priest skill and not a butcher's skill? It's divided into interior and exterior, to different skills. One for internal use, one for external. Zheng Cheng's expression became even more peculiar. Above these 2 special mutation skills, there were also 2 lists that resembled branches of a tree. These were the skill trees of professionals. Each professional had 1. Depending on the star level, the displayed skill grades and powers on the skill tree also varied. Once the corresponding level was reached, the corresponding skills could be unlocked. Could it be? This is the cheat I brought over from my transmigration. As a transmigrator, he of course knew what a cheat was. A few years ago, when he had just transmigrated, he had been looking for his own cheat. Features like sign-in systems, portable old men, pocket spaces, superintelligence, etc. Once he had a cheat, wouldn't he soar to great heights? Unfortunately, he didn't find anything, except that his memory had improved. His mental threshold had also increased from 0.8 to 1.9. Could it be that this skill mutation was his cheat? Skill mutation. Hey Chengzhe, what's wrong with you? Why aren't you saying anything? Chen Zi asked curiously. What's your novice skill? Do you have a healing skill? With a healing skill, we can try to hunt monsters in the wilderness. Zhun Cheng's expression was somewhat strange, but he still said, my novice skill is acute gastroenteritis outbreak technique. What kind of thing is that? Chen Zi was stunned. What kind of skill was this? How come he had never heard of it before? Zhun Cheng thought for a moment and showed his first professional skill to Chen Zi. As professionals, they could choose to display or hide their professional panel. In his two lads, Zhun Cheng intentionally only displayed the first acute gastroenteritis outbreak technique. As for the random dissection technique, he kept it hidden. Oh my god. It seemed that after seeing Zhun Cheng's novice skill, Chen Zi couldn't help but curse out loud, attracting the attention of several people in the vicinity. What's going on? What's going on? Chen Zi, what happened? You and Chengzhe are both professionals, really enviable. Fortune's command go. Don't forget. Chen Zhao's expression was also strange, as he glanced at the teacher on the platform and whispered, Chengzhi's novice skill is so awesome, it actually causes diarrhea. What the heck? A skill that causes diarrhea? How come I've never heard of it? Is it poisoning? A poison specifically for giving people diarrhea? Oh my god. That sounds awesome. Several buddies were excited as if they had discovered a new continent. At this moment, Geryon on the platform also noticed the commotion and tapped the table to silence the room. Dak there. Keep it down. Next group. Sai Shen, Yang Wenxi, Wan Fang, Wan Chakai. Under Gao Yan's call, another 10 figures stepped onto the platform. Don't be nervous. Let's begin. As soon as he finished speaking, the last 10 from class 4 all placed their hands on the awakening crystal. After about 10 seconds, the awakening crystal emitted a colorful light that landed on one of the students, a student with gray-white hair, fair complexion, and wearing suspenders. Oh my gosh, the professional crystal has reacted. Awakened. Sai Shen is also awakening to a profession. It's Sai Shen. I wonder how many stars his profession is. Geryong's face lit up again, nodding in satisfaction. Sai Shen, successful awakening. The others have failed to awaken. The profession is a poultry druid. Profession grade, 3 stars. Oh my gosh, a 3-star profession. Poultry druid. How come I've never heard of this profession? I only remember fierce bird druid and beast druid. Both are 6-star professionals. How come there's a poultry druid now? Poultry? Could he transform into a duckling or goose? Haha. Transform into a chick. The surrounding students were discussing fervently. Sai Shen's face also alternated between pale and green, but he bravely declared, what do you know? No matter how many stars, I am a professional. As for you guys, hehe. Although he didn't say much, it seemed like he had said everything. The other 9 people's faces also changed, and they quickly descended from the platform, especially the students from classes 1, 2, and 3 who had failed to awaken. Their faces turned even paler. After everyone descended from the platform, Gaoyang took a deep breath and said, students, don't be sad or give up. If you can't become a professional, there are other paths. Alright, the professional awakening is over. Everyone quickly returned to the classroom. And you? Gaoyang turned to the students from classes 1, 2, and 3 who had failed to awaken. In a stern voice, he said, even if the star level of a professional is low, it's not something ordinary people like you can discuss. You are all still students now, so maybe you don't care. But once you enter society, if you continue to be so reckless, society will teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents. With that said, he walked down from the platform without waiting for the students' reactions, heading to report to the principal about the awakening situation in class 4. Out of 50 students in class 4, only 4 awakened as professionals. This ratio could be considered satisfactory. Fortunately, There was a 5-star Earth Knight among them. As a main tank, the importance among professionals was self-evident. Gedion's words not only intimidated the students from classes 1, 2, and 3, but also left an uncomfortable feeling in the hearts of class 4 students. Just a few minutes ago, they had all been good friends, but now, their status was vastly different. Led by the class monitor, everyone quickly returned to their seats in the classroom. However, the entire classroom erupted in chaos shortly after, everyone talking loudly. Many students gathered around Chen Zi and Zheng Chang, expressing their excitement. Among the students in class 4, Chen Zi had the highest star level in his awakened profession. This was not the time to hold back. What were they waiting for? Dang. Just then, the classroom door was suddenly pushed open. A not-so-tall, arrogant-looking teenager, accompanied by 7 or 8 shadows, walked in. The students in class 4 instinctively looked over. Huh, it's Leon Fen from class 2. What is he doing here? Leon Fen, isn't he the professional who awakened as a 7-star swordsman? End of this chapter. Chapter 5. Letting you become my girlfriend is giving you face. Leon Fen strode confidently onto the platform, looking down on the students from class 4 as he spoke. I am Leon Fen. I'm sure everyone in class 4 knows me. This time, I have awakened into a 7-star magic swordsman. What is he going to do? Introduce himself. I know him. He was particularly arrogant in school, always getting into fights back in junior high school. Indeed, the 7-star magic swordsman. If he grows up, he'll definitely be a big shot. I heard his dad is also a professional, feeding him blood-boosting medicine like candy since he was young. They say during last week's test, his blood value was 2.5, and his mental threshold was 2.6. So damn envious. Seeing the fawning or jealous eyes below the stage, Leon Fen's expression became even more arrogant. This time, I've come to your class for 2 reasons. The first reason is, I heard someone in your class awakened as a 5-star professional. Earth Knight. Who is it? All the students in class 4 subconsciously looked in the direction of Chen Zi. At that moment, Chen Zi also stood up, frowning and asking, It's me. What's the matter? Leon Fen said, 5 stars are a bit low, but after all, MTs are very useful. I came here this time to invite you to join my team. What do you say? Wow. Before Leon Fen finished speaking, the students around started discussing eagerly. A 7-star professional personally inviting. Chen Zi has a lot of face. In every team, the mount is the most important. As long as the mount can hold the monsters, other main combat professionals can freely attack. Yes, every year there are many awakened main combat professionals, but there are only a few MTS. 7-star professional. If this were in the past, he would be a top student. Chen Zi hesitated. Why did you choose me? Very simple. In our 12th high school, you are the only mount. In a month, the high school professional assessment conference will be held in Chang'an City. By then, the higher your score and ranking, the more powerful universities will recruit you. The top 10 will be noticed by the Imperial Capital Professional University to further their studies there. My goal is to reach Leave 10 within a month, then enter the Imperial Capital Professional University. The surrounding students started discussing again. Leave 10. So envious. After a month, the professional joint exam, we ordinary people can only take the ordinary college entrance exam. To reach Leave 10 in 1 month, that's too difficult. Yes. For more than 300 years, most of the monsters in the wild have been killed. Only some small spatial fissures in deep mountain forests remain. Does Leon Fen want to go to dungeons? It's not possible. Dungeons are controlled by some major forces. Ordinary professionals who want to enter the dungeons have to pay tribute to those major forces, unless they find new spatial fissures or new dungeons. Proudly, Leon Fen said, So, join my team. Initially, each team can only have 5 people. Apart from me, there's also Yan Lai, a 6-star professional flame mage from class 3, Zhao Yiping, a 5-star dual swordsman, and Lin Jianyu, a 4-star crimson sacrificer. They are all elites in our school, and now, we are missing just one person. You. Chen Zi subconsciously asked, What about the 9-star professional in class 1? Her. Leon Fen's face changed slightly. Before he could answer, Lin Jianyu beside him spoke. Zizu was taken away by the principal. We can't contact her at all. Zizu? Yao Xiu. The faces of the students present all changed slightly. If their class 4's beauty was San Xiaoyu, The school's beauty was this Yao Xiu, ranking top in academics, exceptionally beautiful, almost the dream lover of all male students in 12 high school. Unexpectedly, now she had also awakened as a professional, and not just any professional, but the highest tier, a 9-star professional. Chen Zi hesitated for a moment and said, "I can join the team, but I have one condition." Leon Fen asked, "What condition?" "Bring my brother with me. He awakened as a priest." Chen Zi. Zheng Cheng looked at him in surprise. He didn't expect this kid to remember him until now. Well, Leon Fen was also surprised. Class 4 has a priest. What star level? Fang. The priest in class 4 is only 3 stars. Haha. The most basic priest profession. Only 3 attribute points for each level up. Very low. Fan. Never bring him. The surrounding students all started talking, their tones filled with jealousy. Leon Fen's expression changed slightly, shaking his head. Chen Zi, it's not possible. In a 5-person team, I can't bring a priest who's only 3 stars. Besides, we already have 1 healer in the team. Lin Jianyu, the Crimson Sacrificer. It's not worth it to have a 3-star priest. Then what? Chen Zi. Suddenly, Zheng Cheng spoke up. Don't act rashly. Following them is the best choice. Then, Cheng, what about you? Me. Suddenly, Zheng Cheng remembered his second mutated skill and said, I have my own way. Leon Fen continued. Chen Zi, go back and think it over. When you've made a decision, come find me. With that, he turned and walked off the platform. Under the gaze of dozens of eyes, he walked directly to Song Qiaoyu. Song Qiaoyu. His tone was somewhat regretful and somewhat malicious. I never expected that you didn't awaken as a professional. It's really a shame. Song Qiaoyu's face turned ugly, but she still gritted her teeth and said, What do you want to do? What do I want to do? Leon Fen chuckled. I confessed to you before, but you not only rejected me, you even called me a frog wanting to eat swan meat. And now, I've successfully awakened. What about you? Haha. He did pursue Song Qiaoyu before, but at that time Song Qiaoyu was pursued by many, some of whom were stronger than him. After being rejected by Song Qiaoyu back then, he didn't dare to even fart and just ran away. But now, all those rich young masters who awakened all failed. Only he succeeded in awakening as a professional, and a 7-star one at that. After years of resentment, it finally found an outlet. He couldn't wait to come to Song Qiaoyu now to prove himself. With Leon Fen's laughter, the students in class for all became angry. Even though they weren't professionals, they didn't want to lose face in front of their classmates. Several students, who secretly admired Song Qiaoyu, stood up immediately, glaring at Leon Fen. Leon Fen, what are you trying to do? Song Qiaoyu is just an ordinary person. You're already a professional. Don't think about bullying her. This is a school. Leon Fen, are you not afraid of the teachers? I'll go tell the teacher. Song Qiaoyu stood up, angry. Leon Fen, what exactly do you want? Leon Fen stepped forward, towering over Song Qiaoyu, and said, What do I want? Simple. A year ago, you rejected me, and even called me a frog wanting to eat swan meat. And now, I awakened successfully. What about you? Ha ha. Before, he did confess to Song Qiaoyu. At that time, many people pursued Song Qiaoyu, so more powerful than him. At that time, after Song Qiaoyu rejected him, he didn't dare to even fart and ran away. But now, all of those sons of nobles failed in awakening. Only he succeeded, as a professional, and a 7-star at that. With years of resentment finally released, he couldn't wait to come before Song Qiaoyu now to show off. With Leon Fen's laughter, the students of class 4 were all surprised. What is Leon Fen saying? Asking Song Qiaoyu to be a nun for a lifetime. Why does he have the right to restrict someone's freedom? Just move to another city. Move my butt. Now the wilderness is full of monsters. For ordinary people without the protection of city formations, going out is just offering themselves to the monsters. You're an idiot. She's a 7-star professional. So what if he's a 7-star professional? How can he control someone as he pleases? Just like drinking water. So what if he's a 7-star professional? The area outside the city is so dangerous. 7-star professionals have fallen before. Listening to the discussions around, Leon Fen smiled triumphantly. What about it? Song Qiaoyu, regret it now. When I graduate from university, I'll reluctantly take you as my concubine. Ha ha ha. Song Qiaoyu's face turned pale. She was just an ordinary girl. She had also dreamed of her Prince Charming, but absolutely not this guy in front of her who's ugly and not that tall. Even if he's a professional, it's not possible. You can give up on this idea. I will never be your girlfriend. What? Leon Fen immediately got angry, and by his ear came a whispering and clamoring sound again. He didn't even look at what he looks like, and he confessed to Song Xiaoyu, full of pockmarks, being with him. I'm afraid I'll have nightmares at night. Shut up, all of you. Leon Fen's face turned from blue to white, angry, and in a rage. He suddenly smacked the table hard. A booming sound. After becoming a professional, his strength surged, and one slat actually smashed a big hole in the tabletop. Don't eat. End of this chapter. Chapter 6. Leon Fen. Eat shit. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Leon Fen, blocking Song Xiaoyu. Leon Fen, this is my 4th class, not your 2nd class. Oh. Leon Fen sneered. You want to stand up for her? I remember last time during the practical training, you were the top in your class. Want to spar with me? Chen Zi furrowed his brows. We are all classmates. There's no need to make a big deal out of it. Classmates. Leon Fen pushed away Chen Zhao's arm, saying, since the moment we awakened our professions, we are no longer on the same path as them. Ordinary people, just ordinary people. And we professionals are naturally noble. Bastard. Chen Zi cursed, pushing Leon Fen away. I can't stand people like you who act pretentious, with a pig nose and a big onion, trying to act all high and mighty. You're asking for it. Leon Fen angrily shouted. The whispers and pointing around him only fueled his rage. Pointing at Chen Zi, he said, Chen Zi, dare to accept my challenge. We were all preparatory warriors in the past, and now we have all become professionals. According to the school rules, if we had any conflicts, we settle them through combat. So, will you accept? Afraid you won't. Chen Zi, also provoked, stepped forward, shouting angrily, Chen Zi, don't be impulsive. Zheng Cheng quickly held back Chen Zi, urging him not to act rashly. Chen, they are too much. Forget them. Before the showdown between Chen Zi and Leon Fen could start, several students eager for excitement began shouting. Someone threw a broomstick into the crowd, and fights erupted. Damn. A fight broke out. 2nd class, take on the 4th class. This is our 4th class territory. Brothers, attack. Several students from other classes quickly joined in. Taunting and cheering could be heard all around. Due to the monsters and foreign invasions, the society valued martial prowess. Starting from elementary school, the schools always taught close combat, physical martial arts, etc. Even though ordinary people couldn't become professionals, they could still train in combat and martial arts to become warriors. In the battlefield against foreigners, warriors were a significant force in the human defense lines. As a common school in Chang'an City, Longan City Middle School enrolled ordinary students from regular or orphaned families. Fights were quite common. Students like Leon Fen and Song Xiaoyu, with some status, were a rarity. In the chaos, Zheng Cheng seized the opportunity and grabbed a flower pot from behind. Seizing the chance, he tossed it, hitting Leon Fen's head with a loud bang. Ah, you! Damn it! Leon Fen roared. A sudden gust of wind burst from him, sending several students around flying. The previously chaotic fighting scene quickly quieted down. As a professional, you bastards! Leon Fen gritted his teeth, reaching out as a hazy longsword suddenly materialized in his hand. Chen Zi, accept my challenge. I accept it. Chen Zi shouted, breaking free from Zheng Cheng's grasp. Damn it! Seeing this scene, the surrounding crowd was stunned. Equipment? He just awakened. Where did he get the equipment from? No. It's not equipment, it's innate armor. Leon Fen has innate armor. Finished. Innate armor, only attainable by 7-star or higher professionals, granting extraordinary abilities in a few years, he could become a dominant figure. Innate armor, a rare bestowed power from the heavens, achievable by professionals of 7 stars or higher, inherently connected to the professional. It could be a weapon, helmet, staff, armor, etc. The innate armor had one defining feature: growth. It would grow alongside the professional's growth, perfectly complementing their abilities and skills. Equipped with innate armor, Leon Fen became more arrogant. Chen Zi, since you accepted my challenge, Don't blame me, you bunch of ordinary people. I spared you, and you dare refuse me. And you. Liang Pfeifen pointed at Chenzi again. I was ready to help you out, but turns out you are refusing to accept a toast, and must drink a forfeit. Get lost. A shout echoed, and a fierce gust of wind swept around, making the students retreat. Damn it, professional skill. Liang Pfeifen is furious. This is the difference between professionals and ordinary people. Soon, the classroom was cleared out, leaving a space between Liang Pfeifen and Chenzi. Chenzi gritted his teeth, stomped on the ground, a soul yellow light immediately enveloping his body. Afraid you won't make it. I can't team up with someone like you. Damn it. Wine blade slash. Liang Pfeifen shouted, rushing towards Chenzi. Before he reached him, a sharp gust of wind formed an intense wine blade that slashed at Chenzi. In a critical moment, Chenzi instinctively dodged, avoiding vital strikes. However, the wind blade hit his earth guard, exploding violently. The fine wind blades turned into a raging wind that knocked down the students from the 4th class. Chenzi. Jun Cheng immediately helped him up. Are you okay? I'm fine. Chenzi covered his chest, blood seeping through, his expression grim. This is a 7-star professional. With just basic skills, I am no match for him. You're not infatuated with Song Xiaoyu, are you? Fighting so hard for her. Chenzi embarrassedly replied, I can't let outsiders bully our classmate girls. Jun Cheng shook his head. You're fighting so hard for Song Xiaoyu, but she hasn't even glanced at you. Behind the crowd, Song Xiaoyu and a few girls stood, showing no interest in getting involved. You. Rescuing a beauty. Truly inspiring. Liang Pfeifen approached. Chenzi, are you impressed? If you are, just call me daddy. Haha. Quickly call out. Call out for big brother. It's your lucky day. Pfeifen is a 7-star professional. In 3 or 4 years, he might become a dominant player. Chenzi struggled to stand up. Kiss my ass. Jun Cheng held him back. Don't show off. Cheng. These guys are too much. Did you forget what I taught you before? The teacher is here. The teacher is here. Pfeifen. The teacher is coming. And the headmaster. Run, run. A shout came from outside. The fight between the 2nd and 4th class had drawn the attention of the school leaders. Liang Pfeifen's expression turned slightly, pointing at Jun Cheng and Chenzi. I was just exchanging pointers with Chenzi. He accepted my challenge. I'm not afraid even if the teacher comes. You too. Wait for me. Those professionals, right? We will have time for this in the future. Jun Cheng's eyes suddenly lit up, stepping forward, shouting, Do you dare accept my challenge? You? Liang Pfeifen sneered. Accept it? A mere 3-star priest, not worthy of drawing my sword. You accepted then? A strange mental wave immediately landed on Liang Pfeifen. Eat shit. Liang Pfeifen, what did you say? Liang Pfeifen's eyes widened, his face turning red. Jun Cheng shouted again. And all of you. Go eat shit. Damn it. This kid dared to insult us. Get him. GRR several 2nd class both shouted, and the crowd parted, as the leader, Gao Yan, hurried in. What's happening here? GRR. GRR GRR. Before he could finish his sentence, Liang Pfeifen and 2 other 2nd class boys suddenly bent over, holding their stomachs, their faces contorting in pain, resisting something. What's going on? PFF, what's that smell? Damn. It stinks. I am in pain. Pfeifen. PFF. Under dozens of watchful eyes, the 2 boys who were just fighting enthusiastically suddenly crouched down. Even without unbuttoning their pants, a foul smell permeated from their trousers. Ugh. Damn. They're shitting right here in the classroom. It stinks so bad. Open the windows. Ugh. Get out of here. At that moment, Liang Pfeifen also quickly pushed through the crowd and ran outside. Upon reaching the classroom door, he bumped into a middle-aged man wearing golden-rimmed glasses, the supervising headmaster of Longan City 12th Middle School. Are you Liang Pfeifen from 2nd class? You did something noteworthy this time. PFF. Before he could finish his sentence, a fecal-colored liquid sprayed from Liang Pfeifen's backside. Ooh. End of this chapter. Chapter 7. The terrifying acute gastroenteritis explosion technique. What the hell? What's going on? The director of teaching, his face darkened, strode into the 4th grade classroom. What are you doing, and why? Before he could finish speaking, another round of dry heaving ensued. All the students in the 4th grade classroom were huddled in a circle in the corner, some dry heaving and others having diarrhea. Their pants were stained with a yellow liquid, constantly bubbling. Gag. Oh God, it stinks. How did they get diarrhea? Quick, take them away. I can't stand it anymore. Gag. Is it Cheng? Oh my God. Gao Yan, enduring the foul smell, quickly shouted, Zhang Bin, Wang Zikan, quickly helped them to the medical room. With such severe diarrhea, they still came to our class looking for a fight, and they ended up pooping everywhere. What kind of grudge is that? With these words, the surrounding students couldn't help but suppress their laughter. The director of teaching, his face even more unpleasant, called Zhang Bin and Wang Zikan over reluctantly. Holding their noses, they each took a student and led them out of the classroom. Quickly, open the windows, clean up with water. Under Gao Yan's command, the classroom was soon cleared out. However, there still seemed to be a lingering stench in the air. The director of teaching's expression remained grim, thinking about Leon Fen who had just collapsed on him. It felt as uncomfortable as eating shit. Mr. Gao, about your class. With a sigh, the director of teaching said, hand over all the information of your awakened students to the school. In a month, they will participate in the joint professional examination. All right, director, you can rest assured. After the director of teaching left, Gabo waved his hand, signaling everyone to sit down. You guys really are fearless as new recruits. I already understand the ins and outs of the matter. Leon Fen from class 2 came looking for trouble, and you ended up fighting him. Chen Zi stood up defiantly. Mr. Gao, are we supposed to let him bully us? Of course not. I'm glad to see your unity. Gedong smiled. That means my teaching is somewhat effective. However, Leon Fen is a 7-star professional, to levels higher than you. I will report this matter to the school and let them handle it. You 4, Chen Zi, Saikon, as well as Zhang Ping'an and Zhang Cheng, 2 main combat professionals, to support professionals. You guys need to work hard to level up in this month, or improve your basic skills. In the joint professional examination in a month, I hope you all achieve good results. Don't worry, teacher, we will definitely work hard. Teacher, I will definitely enter a vocational university. Me too. Chen Zi and the others all made resolute promises, full of confidence. Zhang Cheng stood up. Mr. Gao, where should we level up? Most of the monsters around Chang'an City have already been killed. Only in the mountains far from the city. Ge Yang said, don't worry, the school will make arrangements. You will have a 10-day break first, waiting for the school's notification. Other students should continue attending classes as usual. Even if you are not professionals, you can still take the regular exams to contribute to the survival of our human race. After some encouragement, Gao Yan suddenly turned to look out the window. And you? He faced dozens of ordinary students from other classes who had come to watch. Do you know what you were doing just now? Mocking the new professional awakening students, whether out of jealousy or admiration, thinking that a few remarks wouldn't bother them. After all, they are classmates. But don't forget, they are also professionals. In the future, your status and social status will be worlds apart. Even Zhang Chen, in the future, his status will be above yours. Gedong's voice became more serious. If you encounter some narrow-minded professionals in the future, gossiping like this, are you not afraid of death? His words caused the faces of the dozens of students outside the window to change drastically. It dawned on them that the few people they had just mocked were no longer just their classmates. They were professionals. Teacher, sorry. We were impulsive. Zhang Ping'an, sorry. Zhang Cheng, sorry. Please don't take it to heart. Sorry. We'll leave. Apologizing, all the students ran away, truly afraid of being targeted by professionals. Gedong turned back to Zhang Cheng and the others. Remember, from now on, you are professionals. Pay attention to your status. Today is an exception. Just a group of ordinary students who have not been tested by society. Chen Zi quickly said, don't worry, Mr. Gao. We are not the kind of petty people. That's good. Wait here for a while. I have other matters to attend to. With that, he walked out again, leaving the teacher's room lively once more. 7 or 8 people crowded around Zhang Cheng's seat directly, excitedly asserting, Cheng, did you cause Leon Fen and them to have diarrhea? Chen Zi just said your novice skill makes people have diarrhea. And they all had such severe diarrhea. Oh my god, it's really Cheng, a skill that makes people have diarrhea. How awesome. Zhang Cheng straightforwardly said, it wasn't me. Don't talk nonsense, it wasn't me. At that moment, a few figures walked over, with the class flower, Song Xiaoyu, leading the way. Jun Cheng assessed her from head to toe and shook his head. No impressive figure, no prominent rear, just a slightly prettier face. What's there to admire? As Song Xiaoyu approached, all the guys who had been hanging around there moved aside. Song Xiaoyu spoke softly. Chen Zi, Jun Cheng, thank you for helping me. Chen Zi stood up hastily, starting to stutter in his speech. It's no problem. We are all in the 4th CL class. I won't let you be bullied by students from other classes. Jun Cheng shook his head. You're in trouble. You've fallen in love. After a few more exchanges, Song Xiaoyu and her girlfriends walked back. Excitedly, Chen Zi said to Jun Cheng, Bro Cheng, did you see that? Song Xiaoyu talked to me so much. Had he? Jun Cheng shook his head. Do you like her? No. Chen Zi quickly shook his head nervously. I helped her just because I couldn't stand Leon Fen. It has nothing to do with her. Really? No ties at all? Jun Cheng scornfully said. Then why not try pursuing her? The knight in shining armor saves the damsel in distress. Who knows what may happen? Thdh then. See, can I really do it? Chen Zi hesitated, his expression flustered. His eyes showed a mixture of joy and nervousness, unable to resist looking in Song Xiaoyu's direction. Oh no. Jun Cheng shook his head and ignored him, instead leaning on the table, pondering over his own skills. Just now, he had executed the acute gastroenteritis explosion technique 3 times in a row, which indeed brought him some pleasant surprises. Out of the 3 targets, 1 professional and 2 ordinary students, none could resist, all immediately succumbing to the acute gastroenteritis explosion technique and collapsing. However, there was a difference. The 2 ordinary students had almost no reaction time, directly exploding after being hit by the technique, and collapsing on the ground, diarrhea coming out. But Leon Fen held on for a good 4 to 5 seconds. He even managed to run out of the classroom before succumbing to the technique. It seems that the acute gastroenteritis explosion technique is not always guaranteed to be effective. Could it be related to the target's resistance? Jun Cheng speculated. The 2 students were just ordinary people, easily hit and hardly able to react, while Leon Fen is a professional, a 7-star magic swordsman, with his body half digitized, boasting decent resistance, which allowed him to delay the effect of the acute gastroenteritis explosion technique. The higher the level, resistance, attributes, the less effective my acute gastroenteritis explosion technique seems to be. Regardless, the acute gastroenteritis explosion technique did bring me some nice surprises. I wonder though, what effect the next skill, the random dissection technique, will have. Jun Cheng thought about leveling up. To level up, I have to go out and kill monsters, which the school can arrange for. Besides leveling up, there's another way to enhance my strength, improving the level of my skills. Each skill has proficiency levels. Every time a skill is used, it gains 1 point of proficiency. When each tier of proficiency is achieved, it will level up from Level 1 to Level 9. Moreover, I've heard that when each skill reaches Level 3, LV6, and Level 9, they will generate special effects, referred to as skill characteristics. I wonder what the characteristics of my acute gastroenteritis explosion technique will be. End of chapter. Chapter 8. Improving skill proficiency. I have a way. After school, Jun Cheng returned home alone. It was a small 2-bedroom apartment, about half an hour away from 12 High. In a parallel world, he was an orphan. His parents died in an accident when he was young, and he was adopted by an orphanage. A year ago, Jun Cheng crossed over and actively chose to leave the orphanage. Relying on his past experience, he spent over a year copywriting and doing some underground business, earning quite a bit of money. Finally, he rented a small room in the north of Chang'an City, finding a place to settle down. After washing his face and lying down on the bed, his phone rang. It was indeed Chen Zi. Cheng Jie, have you figured out how to improve your skill proficiency? I made an appointment with Tsai Kun. We are going to have a competition together. Do you want to join? Jun Cheng's tone was weird as he replied. Are you sure you want me to join? Chen Zi felt embarrassed and suggested, how about you come watch us practice? No. I have my own way. Jun Cheng straightforwardly refused him. By the way, where is Zhang Ping'an? He's also with us. His novice skill is called essence extraction from plants. He can extract essence from ordinary plants and after consumption, it can restore one's physical condition. After chatting with Chen Zi for a bit, Zheng Cheng hung up the phone. Improving skill proficiency. My skill effect is too terrifying. I don't think any professional would want to spar with me. Unless someone is willing to endure the sudden outbreak of acute gastroenteritis, but only someone with a scrambled brain would be willing to have diarrhea. Wait, no, I think there might be a way. Chen Zi tapped on the table and quickly figured something out. Early the next morning, Zheng Cheng took a bus to the central part of Chang'an City and arrived at the Professional Practitioners Guild. This place is the activity center for all professional practitioners in Chang'an City. It was officially established, but due to the participation of some powerful professionals and forces, it had become a semi-official and semi-private organization. Within the guild, any professional practitioner can undergo professional-level certification, trade materials and equipment, accept missions, and so on. Ordinary people, or other professional practitioners, nations, organizations, can also come here to publish missions. They may hire other professional practitioners to accomplish specific tasks in exchange for Huazia coins, gold coins, materials, items, etc. Surrounding the Professional Practitioners Guild were buildings such as the Lord's Mansion, the Professional Practitioners University, the Auction House, and major commercial associations. Following the arrows, Zheng Cheng passed through the main hall and arrived at another location. It was a white building with a bright red logo on the outside. Chang'an City Priest Guild. This guild managed all priests, healing druids, and other restorative professional practitioners in Chang'an City. The people coming and going here were even more numerous. Approaching a counter, a lady dressed in an OL uniform quickly came over. Young man, what can I help you with? I want to establish a professional practitioner profile. The professional lady's eyes lit up at the sight of such a young professional practitioner. Every year in August and September, it was the awakening period for professional practitioners in Xia country. These 2 months were also the busiest time for the Professional Practitioners Guild. She immediately opened her computer and asked, "Sir, you are a newly awakened professional practitioner, a high school senior, right?" "Yes." "Your profession is a priest." "How many stars?" "Priest, 3 stars. A 3-star priest. The most basic profession." "Yes." Zheng Cheng asked, "Is there a problem with establishing a profile?" "Of course not." The professional lady's attitude became more formal. "May I have your name?" "Zheng Cheng. Age 18. After a few minutes, the professional profile was set up. The professional lady handed over a crystalline card resembling an ID. "Mr. Zheng, this is your professional practitioner certificate. With this, you can accept missions, send messages, and more at the Professional Practitioners Guild." Zheng directly asked, "I want to rent a healing room at the Priest Guild. What procedures do I need to follow?" The professional lady replied with a smile, "You only need your professional proof and pay a certain rental fee." "How many days do you want to rent for?" "What's the minimum rental period?" 7 days. "Then I'll rent for 7 days. It's 1,000 yuan per day, or 1 silver coin. Are you sure you want to proceed?" 1 silver coin. Zheng expressed surprise at the high cost of renting a healing room at the Priest Guild. In the Professional Practitioners Guild, every support profession and life occupation could rent a room here to provide services to other combat professionals. Healing, refining, alchemy, demon refining, enchanting, etc. were all possible. Gold coins were the currency in which professional practitioners traded, condensed from the soul power of monsters killed in the wilderness or dungeons. They were highly precious and divided into copper, silver, and gold coins. 1 copper coin was equivalent to 100 yuan for ordinary people. 1 silver coin equaled 1,000 yuan, and 1 gold coin was worth 10,000 yuan. In the past year, he had spent quite a bit of money on schooling, renting a place, and living expenses. But in order to improve his skill proficiency, he had to choose to come here. After all, the people who frequented the Professional Practitioners Guild were mostly professionals or wealthy individuals. The professional lady seemed to understand Zheng Cheng's embarrassment and explained, "Mr. Zheng, 1,000 yuan per day for rental is really not expensive. As a priest, with rare quantity and restorative skills, some wealthy individuals are willing to enjoy the services of a priest. For 1 healing session, you can easily charge at least 2,000 yuan, which can fully offset your rental fee. Zheng Cheng's expression was strange. "Healing skills? Does causing diarrhea count? He laughed self-deprecatingly and nodded. All right, I'll rent for 7 days then. All right, I'll process it for you right away. The professional lady quickly entered some information into the computer, then took out a bunch of keys from the counter and handed them to Zheng Cheng. Mr. Zheng, hello, this is the healing room you rented, Section N. Number 58. Zheng Cheng twitched his lips. So, there are 58 priests here. End of chapter. Chapter 9. Healing skills. Is diarrhea considered? Following the road signs, Zheng Cheng quickly arrived at Zone A with a quick glance. He saw that there were temporary treatment rooms of various sizes here. The walls were made of transparent glass, through which faint shadows of people could be seen. On the electronic banner at the entrance, rows of electronic fonts were displayed. Senior Priest, Master of Healing Skills, specializes in trauma and muscle pain. Treatment fee of 2 silver coins per session. LV30 Priest in charge. Specializes in treating trauma, detoxification. Interested parties, please come in quickly. LV15 Miss Big Milk, specialized in massage, detoxification, treatment fee of 1 silver coin. Seeing this, a twitch appeared at the corner of Zheng Cheng's mouth. These were professionals. It seemed different from the rumors outside. As he walked further, he also noticed many situations. Most of the priests who rented temporary treatment rooms here were below Leave 30. As for priests above Leave 30, they were all recruited by large groups, powerful forces, or nations. They were engaged in wilderness clearing, dungeon raids, or resisting foreign invaders at the borders. Moreover, their main focus was on treating trauma, detoxification, and clearing blockages. The patients coming and going were primarily professionals. These professionals were mostly injured in the wilderness or dungeons and hesitated to take medicine. After returning to Chang'an City, they rushed to the Priests' Guild for treatment. In addition, there were a few ordinary people. Of course, all the ordinary people who came here were people of authority and power. They came here not only for treatment, but also with the intention of networking and currying favor. After all, even the most common professionals held a social status far exceeding that of the wealthy. Soon, Zheng Cheng arrived at temporary treatment room A58. Opening the door, he found that the interior was all white. The room contained a table, chairs, a computer, 2 stools, and a simple bed. A very ordinary treatment room. Looking back, he saw a signboard placed at the entrance of room A57, reading Little Deer's Healing Pavilion. On the electronic screen, there was a line of red characters. LV1 to Senior Priest, specialized in faint light therapy. Treatment fee of 10 copper coins, or equivalent paper currency. LV12 is considered a senior priest. Zheng Cheng felt somewhat strange. He placed his backpack on the table, pulled out a chair, and sat down. Turning on the computer, he began setting up his own electronic banner. At that moment, a small figure suddenly appeared at the door, peeking inside. Ignoring him, Zheng Cheng quickly set up his electronic screen. Ancestral Chinese medicine practitioner turned priest, specializing in constipation caused by various reasons, allowing you to relieve yourself. Setting up the electronic banner, he stood up and casually opened the door. Oh, the figure outside, who was peeking inside, nearly stumbled into Zheng Cheng's arms. Are you okay? Lowering his head, Zheng Cheng saw a petite beauty wearing a clean white priest's robe with golden floral patterns on her clothes. She had long, curly light golden hair and skin as smooth as a porcelain doll. Her face had soft eastern curves, but her pupils were a light blue, incredibly alluring. What caught Zheng Cheng's attention the most were her large bosoms. He almost couldn't see his own toes, let alone the figure's toes. The mixed-race beauty quickly stood upright, took 2 steps back cautiously, and stared at Zheng Cheng intently. Are you also a priest? Her voice was crisp, with a unique charm. Yes. A newly awakened priest profession. Is there something you need? The mixed-race beauty exclaimed. A newly awakened professional? How did you end up here? Could it be that you have awakened real healing skills? Zheng Cheng was speechless. What do you mean by real healing skills? Aren't all healing skills genuine? I warn you, I'm an old-timer here, so don't grab my business, understand? The mixed-race beauty widened her eyes and stated seriously. Listen, for every 2 clients I treat, you can treat 1. Got it? Otherwise, I'll. With that, the mixed-race beauty raised a tiny fist and stared viciously at Zheng Cheng. Jokingly, Zheng Cheng asked, otherwise, What will you do? I'll punch you. The mixed race beauty, revealing two small fangs, continued. I awakened a year earlier than you, but you're my senior. Be careful. HMPH. The mixed race beauty turned and headed back into her treatment room, shaking her head. Zhang Cheng chuckled. A feisty little priest, or rather, my senior. Although her face looks young, other aspects should be experienced. Putting this incident aside, Zhang first took a photo of his door sign. Then he returned to his chair, opened his phone, and accessed the Chang'an City First Hospital Proctology Exchange Group. This was a chat group Zhang Cheng had joined yesterday, along with more than 20 other groups with themes related to anal health, constipation, and bowel movements. These were all potential clients for Zhang Cheng. He quickly typed a message. Family, I finally found a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner who specializes in treating constipation, and she's a professional. After sending the message, he soon received responses. A professional? Really? Can professionals treat constipation? Is it true? Which professional can treat this stuff? It's true. Zhang Cheng promptly sent a photo. Look, this is a photo I just took at the Priests Guild in Chang'an City. Is this fake? Damn. Ancestral Chinese medicine practitioner turned priest, specialized in constipation, allowing you to relieve yourself. Brothers, I'll go try it out. I haven't gone in almost half a month. Medicine doesn't work. Satisfy. He left the first hospital group and opened another group. Cast a wide net, catch fish in the sea. If he could catch one, the news would spread rapidly throughout Chang'an City. By then, the gospel of constipation sufferers would surely reach every constipation sufferer, and he, too, would gain a vast amount of skill experience. Thinking about this, Zhang Cheng couldn't help but smile. He turned around, opened his backpack, and pulled out a white doctor's coat, hat, and mask. Since he had to pretend, he might as well do it properly. Meanwhile, in the neighboring Little Deer's healing pavilion, Miss Deer also opened a group chat. However, her chat group was an internal group of the temporary treatment room's management in the Priests Guild. Little Orange, at Deer, did you figure out what that handsome newcomer is here for? Little Deer, he's a newly transformed priest, and he does look quite handsome. Little Angel, a new male priest. Oh my goodness, this is our first male wet nurse. I wonder if his milk supply is sufficient. Little Orange, you're ridiculous. What does a male priest need milk supply for? It's enough that he's in good health. Goddess of Light, a new male priest who dares to open a clinic here. His star rating must be very high, could be 7 or 8 stars. His awakened beginner skills must have strong healing abilities. Goddess of Light, at Deer, go see what skills he is good at. Look at his door sign. Oh, the Goddess of Light was a big shot in their Priests Guild. Already at level 50, she had a 7-star rank as a Holy Light Priest. She held a lot of prestige within the entire Priests Guild. Deer obediently opened the door, ran to the neighboring room, and lifted her head. Her delicate face first froze, then filled with suspicion, shock, and a hint of incredulity. She shakily took a picture and sent it to the group. Let me see if this new handsome guy has a big milk supply. I'll go. Ancestral Chinese medicine? Treating constipation? What kind of treatment skills are promised? What the heck is this? End of chapter. Chapter 10. Treating constipation. What's with the Chang'aning you gave me? The pastors' union was bustling with voices. Qian Beifeng wiped his sweat as he squeezed towards the innermost part. Most of the people around were professionals, and he walked carefully. Outside, he was a well-known millionaire, with 2 factories and 4 or 5 houses. But here, he was just an ordinary person. Once you offended a professional here, getting beaten up would be considered light. A58. A58. We've arrived. Qian Beifeng's eye suddenly lit up as he walked quickly towards it. Is this the renowned Chinese doctor that everyone in the group mentioned? Why are there so few people around? He felt puzzled, but since he was already here, they shouldn't be deceiving him. He looked up. Traditional Chinese medicine passed down through generations, now pastor, specializing in constipation for various reasons, guarantees effective relief in no time. This is it. Those who can rent a treatment room at the pastors' union should be professionals. Maybe they have a dual profession. Qian Beifeng hesitated for a moment but still knocked on the door. Coming. A hoarse voice came from inside. Qian Beifeng adjusted his clothes, put on a smile, pushed the door open, and walked in. Doctor. Hello. Please have a seat. Just then, The nearby Meng Line clinic's door creaked open, and Meng Line came running over like a thief. This guy must have a secret. HMPH. A pastor who can't practice medicine. What kind of pastor is that? I'm Lime Meng, and I must expose your fake pastor identity. Inside the temporary treatment room, Zheng Chang, dressed in a white coat and wearing a mask, intentionally lowered his voice and said, "Please have a seat." Qian Beifeng sat cautiously, hesitated, and said, "Doctor, I came because of your sign, to treat constipation, right?" Zheng Cheng nodded, "Indeed." Finally feeling a bit relieved, Qian Beifeng lamented, "Doctor, I often socialize, eating rich foods almost every night. Half a year ago, a friend recommended me to a place run by a professional to eat. I don't know what I ate, but since then I've been constipated. At the worst times, I haven't been able to use the bathroom for over a month. I've felt the urge but can't go. You can't imagine how uncomfortable it is. I've seen many doctors in the past 6 months, Western and traditional Chinese. The medicine helped a bit at first, but now it doesn't work at all. Doctor, please save me. It's been almost half a month." Zheng Cheng waved his hand and said, "I understand the situation, so come with me." Huh. Qian Beifeng stood up dumbfounded. Where were they going? Shouldn't the traditional Chinese doctor first take his pulse? Zheng Cheng opened the door and led Qian Beifeng toward the innermost part of the union. Behind them, Meng Line quietly followed. Qian Beifeng nervously asked, "Doctor, where are we going?" "You'll see when we get there." After a few minutes, they arrived in a corner. The restroom. Qian Beifeng was puzzled. "Doctor, why are we here?" "Of course, it's to treat your constipation." Zheng Cheng smiled slightly, took out a green box from his coat pocket, and handed Qian Beifeng a few pills. Qian Beifeng looked baffled, clearly recognizing the green box in Zheng Cheng's hand. "Chang Yaning? Doctor, isn't Chang Yaning used to treat gastroenteritis?" "How?" Zheng Cheng replied. "Who said that?" "Here. It's for treating constipation." "What? Don't you believe me?" Startled, Qian Beifeng hurriedly shook his head. "How could I?" "I'll take it." Qian Beifeng reluctantly took the pills, grimacing, knowing they were safe. "Swallow them with tap water." "Oh, all right." Qian Beifeng walked in with a troubled expression, initially planning to hide the pills under his tongue. After taking the pills, Zheng Cheng checked and confirmed that Qian Beifeng had indeed swallowed them, nodding his head in approval. "Off you go." "How? Go where?" "To the restroom, for sure." Zheng Cheng waved impatiently, and Qian Beifeng went to the restroom with a mournful face. Censor expletive asterisk. "Once I'm out, I must complain to the pastors' union about you. A 58, I'll remember you." Qian Beifeng entered the restroom with a mournful expression, initially eagerly anticipating his visit. But now, unnoticed behind him, Zheng Cheng swiftly unleashed a sudden acute gastroenteritis technique, which immediately took effect. "Oh no, I'm really in bad luck this time, encountering an incompetent doctor. Gurgling asterisk. Suddenly, a muffled sound came from his stomach. Qian Beifeng was stunned, then delighted. This feeling, plop asterisk. He quickly pushed the restroom door open, squatting down. A rush of heat surged out like a flood. The entire restroom was immediately filled with a foul stench. Outside the restroom, Zheng Cheng quickly walked away. "Thank goodness I ran fast, or else." Bang. Just as he turned the corner, he collided with a figure. Acting on reflex, Zheng Cheng scooped up the soft body into his arms. "It's you again." Looking at the golden-haired beauty in his arms, Zheng Cheng asked in surprise, "Are you following me?" Meng Line struggled to break free, angrily saying, "Who's following you? I can't use the restroom." "Restroom?" Zheng Cheng looked puzzled, making way for her. "Please." "Humph." Meng Line huffed like a proud swan and walked towards the restroom. After a few steps, she suddenly stopped. Inside the restroom, both the male and female sections, several people ran out, covering their mouths. "DMN. It's so freaking stinky. Who's making stinky tofu and canned fish in the restroom? It's so smelly. I can't bear it. Move aside." Several people ran over shouting. Meng Line, also confused, said, "What's going on?" "This." Gag asterisk. She also caught a whiff of the smell, embarrassedly running back. "What did you do?" Meng Line asked incredulously, recalling the sign on Zheng Cheng's treatment room, specializing in constipation. And what about the fat guy who went in just now? Could it be pastors can treat constipation? Zheng Cheng couldn't help but laugh and cry. Poor thing, he also wishes to be a normal pastor, but to improve his skill proficiency, he could only resort to this method. Interested in trying? Meng Lime immediately bolted out in fright. Don't come near me, I'm good with my health. Help me. End of chapter. Chapter 11. Taking over the pastor union. The effect of the acute gastroenteritis burst technique is undoubtedly amazing. Moneybay Fen, who had been holding back for half a month, finally had a quick release. However, Zheng Cheng overlooked the most important thing. After waiting for 10 minutes without seeing him come out, Zheng Cheng remained calm. After 20 minutes, Zheng Cheng started to feel nervous. What if something happened? What should he do? It wasn't until half an hour later that the restroom door was slowly pushed open by a trembling figure. Help me. My legs are numb. Zheng Cheng forgot another thing. The public restrooms of the pastor union were squatting toilets. Poor Moneybay Feng not only had a quick release, but after squatting for half an hour, both of his legs were almost paralyzed. However, as he lay on the stretcher, he still held Zheng Cheng's hand tightly. Doctor, thank you. Really. Thank you so much. I haven't felt this good in a long time. Really. Deader than pearls. I'll come find you next time. This kind of enthusiasm drew discussions from the pastors and onlookers around. What happened to that fat guy? I heard he squatted for half an hour and almost became disabled. Damn. So powerful? What about the new pastor? I heard his new skill can give people diarrhea. Damn. There's such a bizarre skill. Even squatting for half an hour. It's terrifying. Even the gods can't stop it. Listening to the discussions around him, Zheng Cheng paid no attention and returned to his medical room. For this job, he followed the suggestion of the front desk and earned 2,000 yuan. Deducting the rent, he made a clean 1,000 yuan. This speed of making money was much faster than copying documents. Ding ding ding. At this moment, his phone also vibrated. Looking at it, it was indeed messages from the group, discussing Moneybay Feng's incident. Have you guys heard? The pastor union got a divine doctor specialized in treating constipation. An old constipation patient went there and ended up squatting for half an hour. Damn. Is it true? It's true. My wife's friend's sister's colleague's brother is a pastor, and he witnessed it today. So amazing. I also want to go see. Let's go together. I wonder if it will work for me. I had a craving a few days ago, ate a strange fruit, and still couldn't relieve myself. Wow. Daring to eat unknown fruits in the wild. I'm a pharmacist, tested the fruit and there's no poison. I must test the medicinal properties of that fruit. Damn. Professionals are so indulgent. Zheng Cheng turned off his phone and nodded slightly. As the people in the group said, in the world today, not only humans have awakened professional abilities, plants and animals all over the planet have also undergone mutations. To test which plants and animals are edible, one must personally try them out. Some people, driven by stimulation and cravings, have eaten many strange things. Most people would fall into a state of poisoning, hallucinations, diarrhea. Much like eating mushrooms, some people, after eating plants rich in fiber, couldn't relieve themselves no matter what. This situation was undoubtedly good news for Zheng Cheng. Afterwards, he opened the skill panel. Acute gastroenteritis burst technique, LV1 for 100s. Skill proficiency increased by 1 point. It's really great. Zheng Cheng happily closed the skill panel and sat down leisurely. A 10-day holiday. I wonder how much my skill proficiency will increase. And Chen Zi and the others. As expected, in the following half-day, there were a succession of patients coming to find Zheng Cheng, including males, females, and even professionals. After taking Zheng Cheng's carefully prepared gastroenteritis ching, he led them to the restroom. The acute gastroenteritis burst technique took immediate effect on this group of patients. On that day, the people from the pastor union were overwhelmed by the constipated patients. A sour and stinky smell permeated the entire temporary medical area of the pastor union. That day, Zheng Cheng's proficiency in the acute gastroenteritis burst technique increased to 27 points. The next day, when Zheng Cheng just arrived at the medical room, he saw a long line outside the door. The doctor is here. So young, he comes from a family of traditional Chinese medicine. Such a handsome young man, I should have worn a mask. Doctor, Help us. Yesterday, with only half a day, patients from far away couldn't make it in time. But today was different. With the promotion from many people in the group, especially Money Beifeng's testimony, many patients rushed over overnight. Watching these people, Zheng Cheng felt as if he saw his skill proficiency soaring. He immediately smiled and said, "Please, one by one." Guided by him, one patient after another received treatment. Soon, the public restroom of the temporary medical room was crowded with patients, leaving no space. Unable to accommodate them anymore, they flooded to other areas of the Pastor Union. Even the public restrooms of the neighboring Formationist Union and Pharmacist Union were invaded by them. The professionals coming and going watched the scene in confusion. What's going on? Why are there so many people? I heard the nearby Pastor Union got a divine doctor, attracting many patients. Divine doctor? What is he treating that attracts so many people? It seems to be for constipation. Damn. The second day of treatment attracted hundreds of people. Zheng Cheng's mental attribute was only 11 points. Each time, he could only release the acute gastroenteritis burst technique 10 times, leaving 1 point to ensure he wouldn't faint. As a last resort, he had people go next door to buy 10 bottles of clear medicines that could restore mental clarity. Under this continuous release of skills, his skill level quickly broke through Leave 1 and reached LV2. Already Leave 2. I'm about to break through to Leave 3. Let me see, it takes 500 points to reach Leave 3 from Leave 2. Does that mean I have to release the acute gastroenteritis burst technique 500 times? Zheng Cheng excitedly said. After reaching Leave 3, there's a chance for a special attribute to emerge. I wonder what the special attribute for the acute gastroenteritis burst technique LV3 will be. Hey handsome guy, are you here to train skill proficiency? Suddenly, a pretty girl from next door pushed open the door and walked in. Zheng Cheng casually replied, "Of course, why else would I be here?" Lu Mengmeng expressed some jealousy. "Your newbie skill is really bizarre. I bet you made a lot of money these days." Zheng Cheng wondered, "What's your plan?" With no surprise, the contract could be signed today. Stay tuned for the next chapter. End of this chapter. Chapter 12. The mysterious girl's request. Lu Mengmeng's expression changed slightly, and she heard the question, but she still straightened her chest and her eyes began to flicker. In a somewhat coquettish tone, she said, "Brother Zheng Chen, can you tell me how you managed to attract so many patients? I also want to learn." Looking at the young but pretending to be cunning Lu Mengmeng, Zheng Cheng didn't hesitate to put his arm around her waist. "You want to know? Then let's see what price you are willing to pay." You. Why are you not playing by the rules? What rules? Zheng Cheng said bluntly, "If you just coquettishly call me brother, I'll tell you everything, right?" Tinching Lu Mengmeng's cute face, Zheng Cheng smiled and said, "Little sister, it's dangerous outside. Go home quickly." With that, he turned and left, ignoring her. Lu Mengmeng's face turned red with anger as she glared at Zheng Cheng's back. "Damn it, I must find out your secret. If all these patients are coming to me for treatment, that would be great." For the past few days, she had been monitoring Zheng Cheng. She didn't believe what people were saying about his priest skills causing diarrhea. She knew at least a dozen priests, and each of them had similar abilities: healing, detoxifying, removing negative status effects, and so on. Where would a skill causing diarrhea come from? In Lu Mengmeng's opinion, Zheng Cheng's secret must be related to the medicine he gives to the patients. On the third day, the number of patients seeking treatment remained high. Unfortunately, due to the limit of his spiritual attributes, even with the help of clairvoyant potions, Zheng Cheng could only see about 100 patients a day. Nevertheless, he was earning a lot. After deducting the rent and the cost of potions, his daily income exceeded 100,000. However, by the fourth day, the number of patients gradually decreased. Over the next 3 days, fewer and fewer patients came for treatment. The entire priest guild gradually got used to Zheng Cheng's presence. A divine healer who could treat constipation. In the temporary treatment room, Zheng Cheng opened his skill panel, but his brow furrowed. Acute gastroenteritis instant outbreak LV2 for 199 500s. I'm so close to reaching Leave 3, but why are there no patients today? Today marked the 7th day since he rented the temporary treatment room. Tomorrow would be the last day of his lease. Unfortunately, on that day, there were only 4 or 5 customers who visited. This was far from the bustling days before. Opening the chat group, he found a lot of people chatting. Ever since visiting the divine healer, I feel so much better. Now I can eat and drink without worries. Me too. It's amazing. Truly a divine healer. After that day, I felt like I lost 30 pounds. Me too. Me too. After closing the chat group, Jun Cheng's expression turned somewhat grim. For 7 consecutive days, he had treated all the constipated patients in Chang'an City, and his proficiency was stuck at 499. Just one more, and he could raise his acute gastroenteritis instant outbreak skill to level 3. By then, there was a chance of awakening a special ability. Jun Cheng subconsciously looked towards the nearby direction. Should I let the priests here try it out? Take a lucky one randomly and let her experience the feeling of relief. I think Lu Menmen, this little girl, is perfect. Just as he was contemplating, the door of the treatment room was suddenly knocked on. At the same time, a pleasant female voice entered the room. Is anyone here? A girl? Jun Cheng's eyes lit up. Among the patients he had treated in recent days, most were girls. Later, he learned that due to different body structures, especially after pregnancy, the likelihood of constipation in women was much higher than in men. Coming, the glass door opened, and a tall, slender girl with long black hair down to her waist, big round eyes, and a rounded face entered the room. The girl's figure was slender and delicate, like a willow branch. Strangely, she was wearing a red and white tracksuit from head to toe. She also had a large mask covering most of her face, with only a pair of sparkling, big eyes exposed. For some reason, Jun Cheng, with just one glance, saw a hexagonal snowflake-like pupil in her eyes. He shook his head, quickly realizing, for girls, this kind of attire wasn't surprising. Girls were shy by nature, not to mention there might be some private reasons behind it. Jun Cheng greeted her with a sunny smile. Miss, do you need treatment? The girl with long black hair nodded slightly, glanced around the environment, hesitated for a moment, and said, Priest, can you provide treatment outside? Outside. Jun Cheng quickly understood what was going on. It could be the girl's shyness, other patients' presence, or her discomfort in that setting. Since you are here, you should know what kind of illnesses I specialize in. Are you the patient? The girl nodded nervously. Yes, it's me. I just awakened as a professional a week ago. Maybe it's because of my profession, I feel a bit uncomfortable in my stomach, but I understand. Jun Cheng shrugged. Where do you want to receive treatment? I booked a room at a hotel nearby. Is that okay with you? A hotel. Jun Cheng furrowed his brow, tapping his desk, contemplating. The girl added, in a few days, our school is organizing an outdoor adventure, and I'm really in a hurry. Quickly, she pulled out a shining gold coin from her pocket, placing it in front of Jun Cheng. As long as you can cure me, this gold coin. A gold coin. Jun Cheng was surprised, picking up the coin. It was a light golden color with intricate patterns engraved on it. There were no words on it, just patterns forming into a vague shape of a dragon. For a novice professional to possess such a coin, it seemed the girl came from a good background. Reluctantly, Jun Cheng said, well, in that case, let's go. Soon, Jun Cheng and the mysterious girl arrived at a hotel next to the Professionals Guild. After swallowing 6 doses of enteritis calm, Jun Cheng immediately used his acute gastroenteritis instant outbreak skill on her. The skill successfully activated, and his acute gastroenteritis instant outbreak skill smoothly upgraded to level 3. Suppressing his curiosity, Jun Cheng asked, did it work? The girl's eyes looked anxious, but she quickly calmed down. It seems to have worked. My stomach. After about 15 seconds, the girl suddenly clutched her stomach, looking at Jun Cheng for help. All right, I get it. Go ahead, Jun Cheng said, and stepped outside but didn't leave. Why leave when the payment was not collected yet? He then opened his personal attribute panel, intending to check the skill. He wondered what characteristics level 3 of acute gastroenteritis instant outbreak would have. Suddenly, his gaze shifted, looking in another direction. Will I deliberately attack professional Yao Xiu? Thank you for supporting me by subscribing. End of this chapter. Chapter 13. LV3 Special Ability. Anal Fissure. Yao Xiu. Jun Cheng looked surprised. Unexpectedly, the girl who came to him for treatment turned out to be Yao Xiu, the only newly awakened 9-star professional in their 12 middle school. I thought her figure looked familiar. Turns out it's her. A newly awakened 9-star professional. This is a presence that everyone in the country is paying attention to. Once she grows up, she will definitely be a cornerstone of the nation. She is a key figure in resisting the beast tide and foreign tribes. No wonder she wrapped herself up tightly. If others were to find out that Yao Xiu, the pride of heaven, a 9-star professional, came to treat such a stubborn illness, it would shock many people. But he didn't care. What about Yao Xiu? What about being a 9-star professional? It has nothing to do with him. She will be here soon. Wait for her in the lobby. Zhang Cheng suddenly realized. No wonder she, a newly awakened professional, has gold coins. I guess it must be a school reward for her. High-level professionals are really impressive. Yao Xiu is a big shot. She probably won't quibble about the medical fees. While walking downstairs, he checked the newly upgraded skills. Your skill acute gastrointestinal outbreak technique has been upgraded to LV3. Acute gastrointestinal outbreak technique LV3. Variant skill, instant, group 1 to 3 people. Infects the target with bacteria, viruses, parasites, causing acute gastroenteritis, and all symptoms to erupt instantly within a short period of time. You have activated the first feature of acute gastrointestinal outbreak technique. Feature 1. Random anal fissure. When releasing the acute gastrointestinal outbreak technique, there is a chance to cause the target to develop anal fissures, resulting in severe pain, bleeding, fainting, and other effects. Group effect. DEM. The LV3 acute gastrointestinal outbreak technique changed from a single target spell to a group spell. Minimum 1 target, maximum 3 targets, and the feature is anal fissure. Seeing this feature, even the calm Zhang Cheng couldn't help but curse inwardly. He had seen this thing on a video before. The pain of anal fissures can make an adult lie motionless on the ground, sweating profusely. And when anal fissures occur with diarrhea, it feels like passing glass shards. This kind of pain is unbearable for anyone. Most importantly, this pain is continuous. As long as you need to go to the bathroom, the pain persists. Inhumane. This LV3 feature is really terrifying. It's clearly an offensive skill, as long as. Suddenly, Zhang Cheng froze. He realized something. Wait, if the LV3 acute gastrointestinal outbreak techniques feature is anal fissure, does that mean I can't use regular people to practice skill proficiency anymore? Skill proficiency? Forget it. There are only a few hundred constipated patients in Chang'an City. It's not appropriate to rip them off any further. Let's think of another way. As long as. Just then, the elevator door opened, and 3 figures suddenly walked out. Zhang Cheng subconsciously glanced at them, 2 men and a woman, looking at him unscrupulously, up then down. Zhang Cheng glanced at the exposed woman's half-melon, subconsciously moved aside, making way. The leader suddenly looked at Zhang Cheng and said, "This kid was just with the target, grab him first." Zhang Cheng was confused. Before he could react, the gorgeous woman suddenly threw a seed-like thing at him with a gesture. Chi. 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 In a few seconds, this seed grew into a huge and intricate vine, binding him securely. Damn ... innocent disaster. Zhang Cheng cursed under his breath, struggling a bit, but found that he couldn't escape from the vine. Giggle. Little brother, stay with the sisters for a while. 3 men and 1 woman. Are they this thirsty? Zhang Cheng felt speechless. The 3 continued forward, and the vine minding Zhang Cheng slithered behind them like a snake. Soon, the 3 arrived at the door of the room Zhang Cheng had just come out of. Yao Xiu. Their target was actually Yao Xiu. When the 3 reached the door, one of them turned his hand, took out a constantly twisting black mist from his hand. Go, he whispered, and the black mist in his hand immediately exploded, turning into a dense and thick black mist that engulfed the room in front of them and the 2 surrounding rooms. Quick hand decisive, this item was requested by the steward from the elder and can block the surrounding space. The leader said, "We only have 5 minutes. Another man said, "Boss, give me a minute, that's enough. It's just a newly awakened girl. Big dog, don't underestimate her." The gorgeous woman chuckled. She is a 9-star professional, after all. Be careful. Where are the people around her? The left room is empty. The right room, bang. Before he could finish speaking, the door of the right room was suddenly pushed open. A middle-aged shirtless man cursed and walked out. What the hell is going on? Why is there black fog? Damn. Who are you? Behind him, there was a scream from a woman. The leader frowned and said, "Kill him." Roger. The big dog roared, and his body suddenly swelled, transforming into a tall werewolf, pouncing on the middle-aged professional. Damn. This is the professional guild. How dare you? The space is blocked. The middle-aged man also shouted and emitted a light, putting on a set of bronze armor and wielding a giant sword. The Wolf and the man immediately engaged in battle. Fallen ones. Damn it, you're the fallen ones. The middle-aged man shouted, but the Wolf men surrounding him were seasoned fighters. Just as he roared in anger, the Wolf's claws crossed over his greatsword and left a gash on him. Hehe, even in front of me, you dare to be distracted. Die for me. With one move successful, a torrent of attacks followed like a storm, immediately forcing the professional to retreat continuously. Fallen ones. Jun Cheng frowned. Unexpectedly, he had encountered the Fallen Ones. The so-called Fallen Ones are humans in the world who are colluded by aliens or other powerful beings and willingly act as their lackeys. They are also known as traitors. In their eyes, Blue Star has long entered the end of days, and they must join forces with more powerful alien forces to survive. In addition to these, there are some desperate individuals, social retaliators, or professionals who join them for money, power, resources, etc. This group of people is a wanted and besieged presence in the country. In the room, the half-naked woman started screaming. The gorgeous woman casually waved her hand, and a vine broke through the ground, piercing through her body immediately. So nosy, the leader acted as if he didn't see anything, and relaxedly knocked on the door of the room where Yao Xiu was. Miss Yao Xiu, we know you're inside. We are people of Daybreak. We specially invite Miss Yao Xiu to join us. End of this chapter. Chapter 14. Surrounding and killing Yao Xiu. The mysterious 9-star occupation. Several seconds later, there was no response in the room. The man in the lead furrowed his brow and said, "Did we receive incorrect information?" The woman shook her head and said, "How could that be? My child saw her enter with his own eyes." A vine-like tendril slithered onto her arm, continuously wriggling. HMPH. Regardless, let's catch her first. Theft. Theft. Immediately, several emerald vines burst through the door and rushed in. Inside the suite, there was no sign of anyone. In the bathroom, the sound of water could be heard. There. Swish. The vines shot out, just about to break through the bathroom, when a sudden intense explosion rang out. Doom. In the intense explosion shockwave, a large amount of icy breath gushed out, freezing all the vines in place. The man in charge's eyes lit up, saying, "An elemental ice attribute occupation. Damn it. Elemental occupation users are the most difficult to deal with, especially those with ice attributes. So what? The three of us are all above level 30. Dealing with a new awakening occupation user should be a piece of cake," the woman said with a dark tone, then waved her hand again, sending more vines toward the faint figure in the ice fog. The lead man took a deep breath, his figure suddenly transforming into a phantom, disappearing into thin air. Be careful. A 9-star ice attribute occupation user. Is it the extreme cold storm's envoy or the ice dragon's descendant? Doom. Another burst of ice fog exploded, and Yao Xiu's figure emerged from the mist. Wrapped in a large towel, her snowy white arms and legs shining brightly, with a slender goose-egg face measuring 3,000 green and delicate, her eyes surprisingly in the shape of snowflake hexagons, emitting an unknown luster. "Who are you? How dare you attack within the occupation guild? Aren't you afraid of being arrested?" A pleasant voice accompanied by a cold chill emanated from Yao Xiu. In the ice fog, the hidden man's voice sounded cold. "Who we are is not important. What's important is to capture you." Hehe. "Miss Yao Xiu, I am Twilight Ivy." The woman chuckled. "This trip is an invitation for Miss Yao Xiu to visit my Twilight. Awoo." Meanwhile, the pressuring wolfman laughed. "I am Twilight's Black Wolf. Obey and come back with me, or I will break your legs." HMPH. Yao Xiu coldly snorted. "Fallen ones, I will not go with you." "We'll see about that," a cold voice suddenly echoed from the ice fog. In an instant, a dark shadow appeared behind Yao Xiu and swiftly rushed towards her back. "Hey!" Yao Xiu shouted, and an extreme cold storm suddenly rushed out from her as she became the epicenter, heading in all directions. The shadow was instantly frozen in place. "Fallen ones, I will send you to the night guard." Witnessing Yao Xiu being entangled by vines, Jun Cheng, who was caught, shook his head. Yao Xiu's experience in facing enemies was still too little. If it were him, he wouldn't give them a chance to talk. "Young lady, your experience is still too little." Another chilling voice sounded, and the frozen shadow gradually dissipated. In its place, Another figure appeared above him. With a single grab, he lunged towards her neck. Doom. Outside the black mist, 3 figures rushed in panicked when several rooms were engulfed in darkness. 1 female and 2 males. The woman about 20 years old was tall and slender, her lips flaming red, enchanting. Captain, Yao Xiu's signal disappeared here. What do we do? Black fog. How can there be black fog here? Yao Xiu took a step forward, reaching out her hand, and a dense black fog energy surged towards her. She grabbed it in her hand. A few seconds later, her expression changed slightly. No good. This energy is the Dark Lord's ability. The Dark Lord, one of Twilight's 9 days. Captain, what should we do? The Dark Lord is intervening personally. Yao Xiu, it's not the real Dark Lord. Yao Xiu furrowed her brow. This is just a spatial tool that blocks the surrounding space. Yao Xiu is inside. Then what do we do? The chief ordered us to protect Yao Xiu. Unexpectedly, her abilities have awakened so quickly, and she sneaked here alone. Why the rush? Yao Xiu spoke. This is the Occupation Guild. All residents are occupation users. As long as Yao Xiu's life force remains stable, she's safe. To break the spatial tool, we must release an attack that exceeds its energy capacity in an instant. Or we wait till it disperses naturally. Captain, what should we do? Yao Xiu informed. Yao Xiu possesses a treasure bestowed by the chief. Only a fallen above level 50 can capture her in a short period. At least within 5 minutes, she'd be fine. We must find a way within 5 minutes to break through the black fog. Understood. Yes, Captain. Inside the black mist, the elusive figure descended from the sky, ready to capture Yao Xiu. However, at that moment, Yao Xiu's figure disappeared. The elusive figure missed its target. No good. Elemental transformation similar to a pyromancer tilde. The ice fog enveloped them, and Yao Xiu's figure appeared in another direction within the ice fog. Where are you going? Ivy shouted, hands raised, and more than 10 sturdy vines sprouted from the ground, surging towards Yao Xiu. Dodging under the relentless vine attacks, Yao Xiu quickly evaded. Unfortunately, the cramped terrain and the continuous attacks from the elusive figure left her vulnerable. In a moment of carelessness, her lower leg was entangled by a vine. Hehe. Ivy chuckled, hand gestures making the vine wind around Yao Xiu, covering her entirely. The elusive figure also revealed its true form, frowning and looking towards the other side. Ivy, how come it's not resolved yet? The wolfman struggled to catch his breath. This fellow is at least level 5 or higher, still a night occupation user. Give me 2 more minutes. Boom. Suddenly, the entangled Yao Xiu burst open. Another figure emerged from her shadow. Innate armor. No. It seems to be. Faintly, the figure that surfaced from Yao Xiu's body was only half the height of a person and rapidly shrinking. Within moments, it reduced to basketball size. Upon closer inspection, this figure was entirely frost white. Its delicate face and slender legs were remarkably similar to Yao Xiu. Clad in a white robe and holding a slender staff, the most striking feature was the nearly transparent wings growing on her back. What is that? An angel? Angels aren't that tiny, are they? A fairy? As they marveled, Yao Xiu, still with her eyes closed, suddenly opened them. The frost-white hexagonal pupils flicker, and the small fairy floating above her head raised the staff. Amidst incredulous gazes, a frost-white light beam shot from the fairy's staff, freezing Ivy and her vine solid. Ivy's shocked expression froze on her face. Lifelike. Phew. At that moment, the fairy hovering over Yao Xiu's head also transformed into light and disappeared. Ivy. The elusive figure growled, pounced towards Yao Xiu once more. Yao Xiu struggled, but after summoning the fairy, her energy was spent, and she had almost no strength left. Inadvertently, she was wounded by the elusive figure. Yao Xiu, if it weren't for Lord Dark's order to capture you personally, you'd have died at my hands long ago. Yao Xiu remained silent, her snowy white pupils stubborn, knowing a frost mist was heading towards her, obliterating her figure. This time, however, the released frost was reduced by about half compared to before. The elusive figure sneered. Just a new occupation user. I want to see how long you can hold on. Black Wolf. Deal with that person quickly. Capture Yao Xiu. Rest assured, boss, I'm on it. Black Wolf roared, mercilessly clawing at the unfamiliar occupation user. His continuous attacks made him confident that he could slay the opponent at once. However, a strange sound suddenly came from the wolfman's abdomen. In the midst of the fierce fight, his figure froze as he subconsciously clasped his stomach. Hold on. I need to. Faft. Before he could finish his sentence, his body violently expanded, his lower half tearing his clothes and spewing a large mass of viscous yellow and black fluid. The entire black fog space was immediately enveloped in a pungent odor. The nearest occupation user was immediately affected by the foul odor. Gasping heavily, he almost couldn't catch his breath and vomited on the spot. For a while, one person was crouched and one was on all fours, causing the others to look at each other in shock. He. A cold laughter rang out as John Cheng stepped out from the weakened vines. How could you all forget about me amidst this commotion? End of chapter. Chapter 15. The terrifying characteristic of anal fissure. Powerful, control. Who are you? The eerie figure reappeared, and his tone was very unpleasant. What have you done? What have I done? John Cheng smirked and said, Guess. His acute gastroenteritis burst skill, which had been upgraded to level 3, had transformed from a single target spell to an AoE spell. Every time it was released, it could target 3 individuals. At the moment Yao Xiu froze the vines, he had already broken free from the vine control spell. As soon as he cast the acute gastroenteritis burst skill, it hit the eerie figure and the black wolf. The eerie figure's level and strength were obviously higher than the black wolf's, as the latter had not been affected for so long. Sensing something, the eerie figure's face changed drastically and he roared, Black Wolf, finish him off. Still struggling, the Black Wolf said, Commander, I might have eaten something bad. I feel. At that moment, the middle-aged professional also realized the gravity of the situation. It was a life-or-death battle. What were they waiting for? Wiping his mouth, he held his breath, raised his giant sword, and swung it towards Zhang Cheng. Go to hell. Damn fallen one. Damn. The Black Wolf's face changed. He sprang away and narrowly avoided the attack. Clenching his muscles, he temporarily stopped the gush of liquid, but as he moved, more liquid burst out. Damn it. The middle-aged professional swung his sword again, this time cutting off the Black Wolf's right arm at the elbow. The Black Wolf screamed in pain and ran away. Commander, I can't hold it anymore. I feel. He couldn't contain it, and more yellow sticky liquid gushed out. The ground was covered in it. Even his legs were smeared with the disgusting fluid. Die. The middle-aged professional roared angrily and chased after him. Suddenly, Yao Xiu reached out towards the fleeing Black Wolf and shouted, Damn it, Black Wolf, move away quickly. The eerie figure nearby shouted loudly. Running as fast as he could, the Black Wolf reacted without hesitation and lunged forward. But it was too late. An ice and snow passage spread in front of the Black Wolf, freezing him in place. Normally, he could shatter the ice easily, but due to the abdominal pain and severed arm, his reflexes were significantly reduced. The middle-aged professional finally caught up and his sword struck the Black Wolf's neck without hindrance, decapitating him. The wolf-like man trembled violently and fell heavily to the ground, blood spurting out, and more yellow liquid oozing from below. Damn it! The eerie figure cursed, his previously calm face now fierce. Seeing the middle-aged professional kill the Black Wolf and approaching him, his eyes filled with resentment. This mission must not fail. The eerie figure suddenly looked towards Zhang Cheng. You damn kid! What have you done? He felt the sharp pain emanating from his abdomen, overpowering his strength. Zhang Cheng smirked and ran away. The boss was going to enlarge the target, and he was still at level 0. Defenseless. Being mistakenly harmed would be a disaster. Bastard! The eerie figure cursed again, took a deep breath, endured the pain in his abdomen, and turned towards Yao Xiu. This pain is nothing, as long as I can capture the master's target, Yao Xiu. The pain in his abdomen slowed his movements by 3 seconds. Even his attack looked strange. Yao Xiu's eyes lit up, feeling a connection to that sensation. With a wave of her hand, ice mist gathered around her, forming 3 half-meter-long ice blades that shot towards the eerie figure. Little girl, come with me. The eerie figure's strange voice came as his figure flickered in the air, revealing 3 different shadows. Easily dodging the ice blades, he lunged towards Yao Xiu. Suddenly, the eerie figure in midair screamed in pain. A large amount of liquid, mixed with blood, gushed from his lower body. Anal fissure. The eerie figure forcibly suppressed the acute gastroenteritis burst skill, delaying its effect by a few seconds. However, it triggered the skill's characteristic, anal fissure. His rectum had split open, causing excruciating pain that even a shadow assassin like him could not endure. He collapsed on the ground, with liquid and blood gushing out repeatedly, his body convulsing uncontrollably. Within seconds, he foamed at the mouth, losing consciousness. Yao Xiu and the middle-aged professional were stunned. Among the three fallen individuals, the shadow assassin, the eerie figure, was the strongest. But now, he had lost his ability to fight so quickly. Yao Xiu and the middle-aged professional looked at each other awkwardly. As the three fell, the surrounding fog dissipated rapidly. Three new figures emerged in the darkness, charging towards Zheng Cheng and the others. More people came. Damn fallen ones. The three of them were on high alert when they heard a surprised voice from the newcomers. Commander, the black mist is gone. So fast. Did they capture the target? Move in. Stop them. Ooh. Why does it stink in here? The three figures quickly appeared in front of Zheng Cheng and the others. Xiu. After this chapter, there will be minimal description of this specific skill. Readers who do not wish to see it can completely skip this chapter. End of this chapter. Chapter 16 Night Watchmen. The effect of random dissection technique. Yao Xiu, sister. Upon seeing the newcomer, Yao Xiu excitedly waved. The three of them covered their mouths and noses and walked over, asking in surprise, what happened here in the end? Wait a moment, shouting. Quickly clean up here. Okay, Captain. The young man called, shouting agreed, reaching out and creating a sudden gust of wind that blew away all the air in the corridor. It wasn't until then that everyone began to feel much better. Wang Ning, check on these people. Got it. Another team member agreed and went to check on the three individuals carefully. Yao Xiu said, Sister Yao Xiu, I've been targeted by the fallen organization. It's thanks to Senior Huanju and this priest here. Senior Huanju? Yao Xiu looked towards Huanju, who still seemed cautious. You are Night Watchman. Night Watchman. Huanju's eyes immediately lit up. So you are official people. I knew it. A newly awakened 9-star professional like you couldn't possibly lack official protection. Yao Xiu said. Huanju, right? Thank you for your help this time. The Night Watchmen reward those who contribute. You can follow us back to the Night Watchman branch later to collect your reward. Huanju grinned. Much obliged. Meanwhile, Zheng Cheng recalled rumors about the Night Watchmen, a group with mixed reputation. They were the official professional violent organization, Xia country, stationed in almost every city, wielding immense power. However, they clashed frequently with ordinary professionals, especially the professional guilds. The conflict arose from the Night Watchmen's belief that professionals should have the autonomy to make decisions. This led to discontent among some professional families towards the Night Watchmen. There's also, Yao Xiu suddenly said, did you handle these people? Interested in joining the Night Watchman? Join the Night Watchman? Huanju was momentarily surprised but then shook his head. No, I know my place, can't afford to climb that high in the Night Watchman hierarchy. Besides, these people weren't taken care of by me. For the specifics, this young man here might be more qualified to speak. That's when they realized there was another person present. Zheng Cheng. Yao Xiu was even more amazed, scrutinizing Zheng Cheng, and said, You just awakened as a professional student this year, right? Zheng Cheng nodded. Yes. Did you do all this? Zheng Cheng replied with a bitter smile. Yes, it was me. You. Yao Xiu's expression turned even more peculiar. Your profession is a pharmacist, or a poisoner. Used laxatives? No. Zheng Cheng awkwardly said. My profession is a priest. I use skills. Skills? Yao Xiu's expression became even more colorful. You mean, your novice skill allows you to control professionals? Zheng Cheng nodded helplessly. Although the control effect of this skill was exceptional and had a terrifying characteristic, it was too overwhelming for ordinary people. Talented. Unexpectedly, Yao Xiu patted Zheng Cheng's shoulder abruptly, exclaiming, Young man, would you be willing to join our Night Watchman? We need outstanding talents like you in the Night Watchman. What do you say? Little brother, consider it. Yao Xiu walked over in a casual manner, hugging Zheng Cheng. The Night Watchmen offer good benefits, especially for new professional students like you. And there are many beautiful women in our department. That Yao Xiu. Do you know her? She's a rising 9-star professional at 12th high school this year, also a member of our Night Watchmen. How about it? Pretty great. Right. As long as you join us, Night Watchman, sister here will help you win her over till the captain. Before Zheng Cheng could speak, the young man called Zhao came over helplessly. Don't you know, Captain, the quota for recommending people to the department this year has been filled. What? So soon? Captain, come here quickly. This fallen is still alive, Wang Ning shouted again not far away, prompting Zhao Yongxiao to hurry over. What's the situation? This fallen, he's Ghost Assassin Joker. A member of the Dawn organization, we have his information in the Night Watchman files. Dawn? Zhao Yongxiao's expression changed. What about the other two? We found out too. Wang Ning said. The woman frozen by Yao Xiu is also from the Dawn. A 5-star professional plant controller. Kingting. The other fallen killed is also from the Dawn. A 5-star professional werewolf warrior. Black Wolf. Among the three, Black Wolf is dead. Joker is unconscious. Kingting is frozen. We don't know if she's dead. In other words, one dead, one unconscious, one uncertain. Yes, send Joker and Kingting back to headquarters at the fastest speed. I want to interrogate them personally. Yes, Captain. While Zhao Yongxiao gave orders, Zheng Cheng arrived at the side of Black Wolf's body. A faint light was shimmering on Black Wolf's body. What's the situation? How did this body ... He was stunned, seeing an illusionary script flashing in his sight. Can dissect. Can dissect. What does this mean? Zheng Cheng muttered to himself, but soon he reacted and subconsciously opened his skill panel. Random dissection technique external. Leave 1. Mutation skill can be used on any corpse or targets who are in a state of unconsciousness, paralysis, or semi-paralysis. Upon success, the target's body or a certain organ can be dissected. Black Wolf was dead, now just a body. In other words, he could dissect Black Wolf's body. Glancing around, his eyes suddenly lit up. Not far from him, there was a sharp ice blade sticking out of the ground. It was the ice blade skill released by Yao Xiu just before. He took 2 steps forward, grabbing the ice blade in his hand. The ice blade ... could be considered a sharp weapon. Muttering to himself, he directly used the random dissection technique on Black Wolf's body. Skill activation successful. In an instant, an illusory surgical knife appeared on Black Wolf's body. With a fierce slash towards the ground, you have obtained an ingredient, werewolf heart. A heavy heart suddenly appeared in his hand, resembling a dragon fruit, bright as blood, with black lines on it, and sticky fresh blood flowing around it. Seeing this heart in his hand, Zheng Cheng's hand trembled subconsciously, about to throw it away. However, he was still caught by it. Damn! I managed to extract a heart. End of chapter. Chapter 17. Special item that can increase permanent attribute points. Item: Werewolf Heart. Quality: 5 stars. Effect: after consumption, can permanently increase 5 points of strength and 5 points of agility. Limited to 10 usages. There is also a very small chance that the consumer's bloodline will be transformed into a werewolf bloodline. Explanation: a normal werewolf heart containing the secret of werewolf strength. T.S. This ingredient is obtained through special skill dissection and is unique. Regular dissection methods cannot obtain this special ingredient. Regarding the issue with the werewolf heart pointed out by the reader, I made a slight adjustment here. Can this heart ... be eaten? Special ingredient: permanently increase 5 points of strength and 5 points of agility, with a chance to obtain a werewolf bloodline. Looking at the attributes of this heart, Zheng Cheng was astonished and almost speechless. As far as he knew, all professionals would obtain different free attribute points based on the star rating of their profession. After leveling up, 9-star professionals would receive 9 free attribute points. 1-star professionals would receive 1 free attribute point. This had become a rule. In addition to leveling up to obtain free attribute points, there were also other special natural treasures and treasures that, when consumed, could also provide corresponding free attribute points. There were also life professionals such as alchemists, chefs, and pharmacists. The pills, medical cuisine, medicinal soups, and so on that they produced also had the effect of increasing free attribute points. However, a werewolf heart with only 5-star quality that could permanently increase 5 points of strength and 5 points of agility attributes was a total of 10 points of attributes. This was something he had never heard of before. Especially this heart, which also had a chance of allowing the consumer to obtain a werewolf lineage. Could it be an item for bloodline transmutation? Among professionals, the value of bloodline transmutation items often ranged in tens of thousands of gold coins, or even millions of gold coins. Some rare bloodline transmutation items, such as angelic lineage, elven lineage, demon lineage, and so on, were priceless. Zheng Cheng's thoughts raced. This heart was dissected from a werewolf corpse. The key should be in my random dissection technique, mutation skill. Could it be that I can dissect items similar to the werewolf heart from professionals or even monster corpses? If that's the case, Zheng Cheng's eyes lit up, immediately wanting to experiment. Hey, student Zheng Cheng. Zheng Cheng subconsciously flipped his hand, storing the werewolf heart in his inventory. New professional students had 10 inventory slots to store different equipment and items. Every time they leveled up by 10 levels, they would gain 10 more slots. He didn't want anyone to know the secret of this heart. Yao Xiu suddenly walked over, her beautiful eyes staring firmly at Zheng Cheng. I remembered who you are. You're Zheng Cheng from Class 4, who had a conflict with Leon Fen from Class 2 when you awakened your profession a week ago. That incident caused quite a stir in the school. The teacher even mentioned you to me. Zheng Cheng thought to himself, that's right, it's me. By the way, what did the teacher say about me? A skill and profession used for humor. Which teacher? I'll go talk to him. Thanks. What? Yao Xiu's stunningly beautiful yet ice-cold face showed a faint smile. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I might have been taken away by the fallen ones. Zheng Cheng suddenly reached out his hand. Give it here. What? Yao Xiu looked down. Realizing she was still wearing only a towel, she wrapped around most of her body, revealing her flawless white figure. She subconsciously held on to the towel covering her body. Zheng Cheng was unfazed. My consultation fee. Are you trying to skip out on payment? Zheng Cheng raised an eyebrow. You are a 9-star professional, the future star. Here. Blushing, Yao Xiu quickly took out some coins and handed them to Zheng Cheng. Is there anything else? Can you keep this confidential from the other students? Of course, maintaining patient confidentiality is our duty as doctors. Zheng Cheng smiled then glanced in the direction of the night watchmen. What about them? I told them I had something to discuss with you. Zheng Cheng's expression became strange, renting a hotel room to discuss business. Yao Xiu blushed again and gritted her teeth. Regardless, don't spread it around when you leave, or else, I will. You will? Yao Xiu took a deep breath. I beg you. Zheng Cheng was taken aback, surprised that this proud girl would ask him for something regarding this matter. He nodded. Don't worry. I won't say a word. Thank you, Xiu. Suddenly, Zhao Yangsha called out from afar. They had managed to retrieve the vine from the eye sculpture. Not dead, but they were knocked out by the freezing. She approached him and said, You were attacked by the Dawn members. We must quickly return to headquarters to report this. Come with us. Yao Xiu nodded. Okay. Zhao Yangsha then said to Zheng Cheng, Student Zheng Cheng, I have high hopes for you. He patted his shoulder and handed over a business card. This is my card. Give me a call when you've made up your mind. Zheng Cheng smiled. Sure. The group swiftly left with the members of Dawn, carrying the body. Zheng Cheng also returned to the priest's guild. Today was the last day of the 7-day lease period, and the acute gastroenteritis burst spell had already risen to level 3. Coupled with a drastic decrease in the number of patients in that area, there was no longer a need to stay here. As he packed his things, the door was quietly opened, and a small head peeked in. Zheng Cheng casually said, Meng, come on in. In the past few days, besides improving his skills, he had also become acquainted with the neighboring young priest, Lu Meng, 5-star professional, healing priest. She possessed 2 skills, light healing and bright light. As a priest, she was undoubtedly unqualified, but as a nanny, she was very competent. Lu Meng asked in surprise, Why are you packing up? My lease is up. I'm getting ready to leave. Lu Meng widened her eyes. Where are you going? You're leaving. What am I going to do? During these days, Zheng Cheng had treated the patients in the healing area. Every day, there were at least hundreds of people in line here, and with such a large flow, he undoubtedly got a share. He also treated some minor injuries or issues at her station. The business over these 7 days was better than the previous month combined. A youthful, busty, large-breasted nanny, she was sure to have caught many people's attention. It was a good thing Lu Meng was a professional. Otherwise, she would have been the target of many. Zheng Cheng shrugged. I have my own business to take care of. You're not my wife. Lu Mengmeng blushed and walked over, hesitantly. Then, how about being your girlfriend? No. Zhun Cheng waved his hand to stop her. Your milk supply is too much. I can't handle it. You. Over the past few days, Zhun Cheng had gotten to know Lu Mengmeng's personality. She was fierce in speech, but had her guard up against anyone trying to take advantage of her. Moreover, Zhun Cheng suspected this girl might have an offensive skill. Otherwise, working alone daily without incident was nearly impossible. Lu Mengmeng was conflicted. HMPH. To despicable. How many people have begged this lady to be their girlfriend, yet you don't appreciate it? After finishing packing, Zhun Cheng turned around. Do you trust me that much? Aren't you afraid that I'm a midnight butcher who will trick you out and do this and that to you? Lu Mengmeng instinctively shrank her head. You won't do that. Ha ha ha. Zhun Cheng chuckled and raised his hand. You are the first priest friend I've made. If you want to find me in the future, come to the butchery. Butchery? End of the chapter. Chapter 18. The Night Watchman Shen Fen. Daybreak on the 9th. One day dies first, late at night, east of the city. Longnan City Night Watchman Base. Shen Fen, the deputy city guard of Chang'an City on the surface, but in reality the director of the Longnan City branch of the Night Watchman, was reviewing the information handed to him by his subordinates. Director, a total of 21 new professional students were attacked this week. Among them, 6 new professional students die, and the rest were all rescued. 11 of the fallen also die. 5 were caught with serious injuries, and the rest escaped. The fallen organizations involved in this incident are mainly Dawn, Ghostface, and Jialan Temple. 6 new professionals dead. Shen Nanfeng unconsciously clenched the information in his hand. He was well aware that every year, the new professional students killed before the entrance exam were the focus of attention of the fallen. Some of them awakened to very special professions, high-star professions, hidden professions, possessing unique skills, unique talents, or strong combat power. But without exception, these new professional students were all outstanding, which was why the fallen paid special attention to them. Either they were forced to join the fallen organization, which was relatively acceptable. Once they refused, they would be hunted down by the fallen. Every year, the Ministry of Education, the Night Watchmen, and even the military would dispatch professionals to protect these new professional students. However, it was impossible to guard against all threats. Every year, many new professional students died at the hands of the fallen. Where is Yao Xiu, the new 9-star civilian professional student from the 12th middle school? Zhao Xiu said. Director, Yao Xiu is fine. She was rescued by her classmates from her class. Classmates? Shen Nanfeng was puzzled. Aren't her classmates also new professional students? How could they save her? Zhao Xiu smiled and said, I learned on my way back that they are lovers. They probably wanted to meet secretly, so Yao Xiu managed to slip away from us quietly, but she unexpectedly encountered someone from Dawn. Moreover, Yao Xiu's little boyfriend should be remarkable too. How so? The fallen who attacked Yao Xiu were led by the ghost shadow assassin Gibeon from Dawn. The 3 of them are all professionals above leave 30. There was also a night class professional, who was trapped at the time. The ultimate goal was to kill the 3 fallens, including Gibeon. 1 dead, 2 seriously injured. Gideon and Qingtang, both were caught by us. Oh. Black Wolf is dead. Shen Nanfeng became interested. How did he die? It's not easy to kill a werewolf professional. Through our autopsy, we found that Black Wolf Yan Shang died at the hands of the night professional, beheaded with a sword. However, we discovered that Black Wolf Yan Shang suffered from severe acute gastroenteritis. He had diarrhea all over while fighting with the night professional. Diarrhea all over? Shen Nanfeng's face looked odd. Are you saying that Black Wolf was fighting while having diarrhea? Possibly. Zhao Xiu's face looked even stranger. But it is well known that whether it's a werewolf professional or a werewolf bloodline reincarnate, their constitution is very strong. Whether it is raw meat, steel, or even poison, their powerful gastric acid can corrode and digest it. We also have werewolf professionals and reincarnates among the Night Watchmen, but we have never heard of anyone suffering from acute gastroenteritis. There is one more thing. His heart is missing. We don't know where it went. The wound was smooth, as if it was cut off in an instant with a surgical blade. Unless someone used a method to give Black Wolf acute gastroenteritis in a very short time, causing him to uncontrollably have diarrhea during the fight and getting his head chopped off by the professional. And the heart? Is it another means controlled by the fallen? Shen Nanfeng asked strangely. You mean? Zhao Yangshao smiled and said, Yao Xiu's little boyfriend, Zheng Cheng. I had someone go to the 12th middle school to investigate him when I returned. His profession is a 3-star priest, but his novice skill is quite strange. What skill? A diarrhea-inducing skill. Acute gastroenteritis, Zhao Yangshao said, with a strange look. During the awakening of professional students, there was a conflict with another new professional student in his class. Suddenly, he had a bout of diarrhea, causing professional students to have diarrhea. Even leave 30 professionals can't handle it. Shen Nanfeng felt his scalp numb. He could also imagine that scene. A werewolf fighting fiercely but suddenly suffering from acute gastroenteritis, the kind of unstoppable diarrhea. Must be unbearable. He asked, anything else? Zhao Yangshao continued. There is also the ghost shadow assassin Gibeon. He was affected by this skill too, had diarrhea all over and even fainted. Through my interrogation and the traces left at the scene, after being affected by Zheng Cheng's skill, he experienced severe pain and passed out in an instant. I also investigated Zheng Cheng's recent activities and found that he had been treating patients in the priest guild for that aspect, so he must have been practicing the proficiency of his novice skills. The fact that Gibeon fainted from being in pain can only prove one thing. Shen Nanfeng knocked on the table. His novice skill has been elevated to level 3, awakening the skill's characteristics. Yes. Zhao Yangshao said. I speculate that Zheng Cheng's skill is somewhat like a dark priest. A dark priest? Shen Nanfeng said lightly. A dark priest skilled in controlling and weakening enemies sounds quite similar to your speculation. Causing diarrhea and even making professionals have diarrhea. This skill is more terrifying than the debuff of a dark priest. Zhao Yangshao chuckled and said, Director, even you feel this way, right? So, do you want to recruit him to join us? Exactly. Zhao Yangshao nodded quickly. His novice skill fits our criteria for recruiting Night Watchmen very well. Although his star rating is not high, the skill effect is very unique, a powerful control skill. Shen Nanfeng hesitated. Let's not rush it. In a few days, it will be the day when all new professional students in Chang'an City will undergo a unified trial. Let's observe this kid first. Alright. Zhao Yangshao frowned. There is one more thing. Dawn's plan against Yao Xiu was disrupted by Zheng Cheng. I am worried that Dawn will target Zheng Cheng. Shen Nanfeng shook his head. Hey, just a bunch of rats hiding in the gutter. What of Dawn? In the black day of Dawn, we have already found his hiding place. This time, I will make Dawn's black day die one day first. Have you found them? Zhao Yangshao's eyes lit up. Director, I request to join this operation. Alright, just wait. Wait until the other team leaders return. Then we will take action. Yes, Director. Inside a small apartment, Zheng Cheng held a kitchen knife, with hot oil still burning in the pot beside him. He looked at the dark red heart on the cutting board, raised the knife, but eventually threw it aside. He turned off the gas stove, picked up a bottle of chilled cola, tilted his head, and took a big sip. Forget it, they say it's a werewolf heart, but it's actually a human heart. Making me eat human flesh. He shook his head, abandoning the idea. The most important thing is that by consuming this heart, I might gain the werewolf bloodline. Although the probability is very low, I can't risk it. The werewolf bloodline reincarnation item is too ordinary for me. The value is not high. I can dissect special ingredients from professionals, as well as the corpses of other monsters and mutant poultry. End of this chapter. Chapter 19. The slaughterhouse for varietal meat chickens reared for 2.5 years. This is a large state-owned slaughterhouse located in the northern part of the city, established to support the frontline human forces and the meat consumption needs of the entire city of Chang'an. Every day, thousands of variant poultry and livestock are slaughtered. 300 years ago, there was a great change in the world, with cracks in space spreading and spiritual energy recovering. This resulted in countless wild creatures mutating, becoming larger, stronger, more bloodthirsty, and ferocious. Even the poultry and livestock that had been domesticated by humans for thousands of years underwent mutations. They became larger, with tastier meat, and contained more energy. Of course, they also became more ferocious. However, domesticated poultry and livestock were still just ordinary animals. Despite various methods used by humans, they were still tamed. One day, Zheng Cheng arrived at the personnel department of the slaughterhouse. Are you a newly awakened professional this year? Do you want to work at the slaughterhouse? The personnel manager lowered his head and scrutinized Jun Cheng curiously. Yes. Here are my ID and professional certificates. Jun Cheng handed over his documents to the personnel manager. I came here to see blood and train myself. I see. The personnel manager hesitated. The number of newly awakened professionals each year was not many, and some professionals would choose to train their courage before entering the wilderness or instances in other ways. Some professionals with power and influence even chose to fight real low-level monsters to train. This allowed them to gain experience in battling monsters and strengthen their courage. When it came to ordinary people turned professionals, they might choose to train their courage and see blood at the slaughterhouse. After all, compared to real monsters, the poultry and livestock at the slaughterhouse were safer. Seeing this, Jun Cheng took out an envelope and handed it over. Manager Yang, I appreciate your help. Manager Yang replied with dignity, rest assured. Jun Cheng, you professionals are the future of the country. As a government employee, I certainly support you. With that, he stamped the envelope with a file folder. All right, I will now arrange for you to work at the slaughterhouse. By the way, which workshop do you want to go to? The variant meat chickens, blood jade fat pigs, or savage bulls? Let's start with the variant meat chickens. I heard they are very aggressive. All right, no problem. Even if they are aggressive, as long as they are anesthetized, all you need to do is use the aloe long knife to slaughter them. Good. Soon, under Manager Yan's covert instructions, Jun Cheng arrived at the slaughter workshop for variant meat chickens and became a glorious butcher. The entire slaughter workshop for variant meat chickens had a conveyor belt where variants of meat chickens, half the size of a person with colorful feathers, were transported. Around the conveyor belt were tall butchers. The conveyor belt started moving, and a variant meat chicken half the size of a person was immediately brought to Jun Cheng's side. Variant meat chicken. Looking at the variant meat chicken in front of him, Jun Cheng took the aloe long knife next to him and made a swift cut. Random dissection technique. A surgical scalpel appeared in the air, drawing an arc and slicing through the variant meat chicken. Click. The variant meat chicken immediately split into pieces, turning into a pile of meat. Chicken legs, wings, head. Jun Cheng was puzzled. There was no system prompt. Could it be a failure? No. It's not a failure. It should be because the grade of the variant meat chicken is too low to disassemble anything valuable. Realizing this, Jun Cheng furrowed his brows. Would all his efforts go to waste? He glanced at his skill proficiency, noticing a slight increase. Including the dissection of a black wolf yesterday, he had now reached to 100ths. Forget it, even if I didn't disassemble anything valuable, it still contributes to increasing my proficiency. With that thought, he pushed the pair of chicken meat pieces into the nearby frame and brought another variant meat chicken. One slice. Skill successfully executed. You have obtained an ingredient, variant meat chicken's chicken heart. Oh, it's a success. He immediately looked down, holding a dark red chicken heart the size of a peach in his hand. Item, variant meat chicken's chicken heart. Quality, 1 star. Effect, permanently increases 1 point of constitution when consumed. Can be consumed up to 30 pieces. Description, variant meat chicken's chicken heart, raised for 2.5 years, tastes great. Permanently increases 1 point of constitution. Jun Cheng's eyes lit up. As expected, the secret to his random dissection technique lay here. Being able to dissect special ingredients that improve attributes. The variant meat chicken's chicken heart can be consumed up to 30 pieces, which means I can increase my constitution by 30 points. Hiss. Realizing this, his motivation surged. He placed the heart in the item box. Each type of item in the box can be stacked up to 99 pieces, so he didn't have to worry about running out of space in the box. He brought another variant meat chicken and made another cut. Failed. This time, he failed again. However, he didn't let it discourage him and continued dissecting. Skill successfully executed. You have obtained an ingredient, variant meat chicken's chicken heart. Another one. With the temptation of the variant meat chicken's chicken heart, Jun Cheng's dissection speed increased. Whenever he felt his energy depleting, he would quickly consume a bottle of clarity potion to replenish his energy. This was not the time to be frugal. As long as he could obtain a large number of variant meat chicken hearts, what was a little money spent? Soon, a day had passed. Jun Cheng had dissected over 100 variant meat chickens, all of high quality. Chicken legs, heads, wings, neatly categorized, with each piece of meat seemingly measured with a ruler. The workshop supervisor's eyes widened in awe. Inside Zheng Cheng's item box, there were a total of 35 variant meat chicken hearts. The success rate of dissecting the variant meat chicken was roughly around 30%. Dissecting these over 100 variant meat chickens had raised his random dissection technique level to leave 2. The workshop supervisor approached Zheng Cheng. "Little Zheng, your dissection speed is remarkable, and the quality is high. You're doing the work of 2 people alone. Truly impressive," Zheng Cheng explained. "After all, I am a professional with job-related attribute bonuses." Professionals, no wonder. The workshop supervisor's expression changed, impressed with a hint of respect. "By the way, Zheng Cheng, will you be coming tomorrow?" "Yes." Zheng Cheng nodded. "But could I switch to a different workshop tomorrow? I want to try other poultry at the workshop." "Sure. No problem," the workshop supervisor guaranteed. "With your abilities, you can work in any workshop you want." After a tiring day, Zheng Cheng finally returned home. Without resting, he took out a variant meat chicken heart and started boiling it in a pot. 10 minutes later, he fished out a fully cooked chicken heart. Should he eat it raw? Wasn't he afraid of parasites? Besides, he was not a savage wild person. "It's a good thing I dissected more chicken hearts. I wonder if cooking them affects their ability to increase constitution." Adding some soy sauce, vinegar, salt, sizzling hot oil, green peppers, and minced garlic, he created a bowl of spicy sauce. He coated the fully cooked variant meat chicken heart with the sauce and took a big bite. Tender and juicy, tangy and tasty. Not bad. He swallowed a large mouthful, feeling a burst of heat flowing through his body. "You have consumed the ingredient variant meat chicken heart, permanently increasing your constitution attribute by 1 point. Indeed it works." End of chapter. Chapter 20. Making up for shape with shape. Making up for waste with waste. Burp. On the bus, Zheng Cheng let out a satisfied burp, causing all the surrounding passengers to subconsciously look over. Some young ladies even covered their mouths and giggled. There was no way around it. In order to increase his attributes, last night he bravely ate 30 mutated chicken hearts. Boiled chicken hearts, fried chicken hearts, sautéed chicken hearts, roasted chicken hearts. In the morning, he ate several more chicken hearts. At this moment, his mouth was full of the taste of chicken meat. However, the benefits were obvious. His constitution attribute had skyrocketed by 30 points. Now, his 4-dimensional attributes had undergone a huge change. Strength, 5. Constitution, 34. Agility, 4. Spirit, 11. Just awakened as a new professional, his constitution attribute had reached a whopping 34 points. If news of this spread, who knows how many jaws would drop in shock. Soon, the bus stopped at the Slaughterhouse campus. Led by the workshop director, Zheng Cheng arrived at the slaughterhouse where he would work today. Blood Jade Fat Pig. This was a kind of livestock that had undergone mutation through spiritual revival. Each fat pig was as tall as a person, with white skin, thick fat, and large hoofs. An adult blood jade fat pig weighed over 2,000 catties. Some blood jade fat pigs, after careful feeding, could weigh over 10,000 catties. Even with the presence of anesthetics, dissecting a blood jade fat pig would require at least 3 butchers working together. "Zheng Cheng, these 2 are your assistants for today," the workshop director introduced. "It's not easy to slaughter a blood jade fat pig. You should learn first." "No need." Zheng Cheng glanced at them and then walked up to a huge white fat pig. The 2 workers behind started whispering to each other. "Is he the professional Jew head was talking about? He looks young. Similar to my nephew. Is he one of this year's new professionals? Trying to slaughter a blood jade fat pig alone? Is he kidding? We previously..." Click, click, click. While the 2 men were discussing, Zheng Cheng picked up a aloe machete from the side and started randomly chopping at the unconscious blood jade fat pig. Illusory surgical knife shadows appeared, and before the others could react, the massive body of the blood jade fat pig suddenly gushed with a large amount of crimson blood, flowing into the drain below. Pieces of flesh fell like scattered dominoes. The 2 butchers were immediately stunned. "Wow, so fast. How did he do that?" In just a few seconds, a few thousand catties of blood jade fat pig had been slaughtered like this. The workshop director on the side reacted immediately and hurriedly said, "Quick, go help categorize the meat." "All right, Director Jew. We'll go now." "Amazing. Young man, Are you a butcher? One of the butchers excitedly waved his hands. You slaughtered this fat pig with just one slash, much better than several butchers in our factory. Zhang Cheng was curious. Are there other professionals here? The workshop director quickly replied. Of course. There are 7 or 8 butchers, plus several chefs, all with skills related to slaughtering livestock. They can earn 5,000 to 6,000 a month, plus benefits like insurance and pension. The welfare is excellent. Young man, are you interested in joining our factory? Zhang Cheng responded directly. Not interested. I'm just here to train. Shaking his head. The head of the blood jade fat pig yielded no useful items. Next one. A few minutes later, the 2 butchers cleared the operating table, and another blood jade fat pig was pushed up. For consecutive blood jade fat pigs. When Zhang Cheng was dissecting the 4th pig, he received a hint from the divine path. Skill successfully executed. You obtained an ingredient. Blood jade fat pig waste. How'd it worked? Looking down, he held a crescent-shaped pig waste in his hands. A big blob. Sticky fresh blood kept dripping down. Item. Blood jade fat pig waste quality. 1-star effect. Permanently increases constitution by 1 point when consumed. Limited to 30 pieces. Explanation. Making up for shape with shape. Making up for waste with waste. Young man. You understand, right? Another one to increase constitution. Zhang Cheng frowned. His goal today was not the constitution attribute. He turned and said, Director Zhu, I want to buy this pig waste. How much? You want to buy? Director Zhu looked at what Zhang Cheng held in his hands. His smile changed and he said, Young man, I'm the workshop director, not in charge of sales. But don't worry, I'll talk to the counter and get you a reasonable price. Thank you. The mutated chicken hearts from yesterday were small, and not many people paid attention, so he could easily stash them in his item inventory. But this blood jade fat pig waste was too large, weighing at least 40 to 50 caddies. Moreover, pig waste was a relatively important ingredient. The factory staff would definitely notice if a few pieces were missing. Furthermore, there were several workers nearby watching. Director Zhu added, Young man, shall we continue? Zhang Cheng shook his head and said, Let's switch to another workshop. I want to try other poultry and livestock. Sure. Led by Director Zhu, Zhang Cheng moved to another slaughterhouse. Barbarian cattle. Muscular and robust barbarian cattle walked to and fro in the cattle pen, tossing their tails in agitation. The entire workshop was filled with a strong smell of blood. Director Zhu cautiously said, Young man, shall we switch workshops? The barbarian cattle here are very volatile. Even with anesthesia, they instinctively resist. Almost every year, some workers mishandle the situation and get kicked or, in some unfortunate cases, even killed by the barbarian cattle. Zhang Cheng responded, It's okay, I'll give it a try. Beef. Soon, a sedated barbarian cattle was wheeled out. Even in deep sleep, the tail of the barbarian cattle kept swaying. A random dissection technique was used, and the entire barbarian cattle immediately split into 4. Nothing. Undeterred, Zhang Cheng continued to the next one. It wasn't until he reached the 7th one that he saw results. Skill successfully executed. You obtained an ingredient. Barbarian cattle callies. Item. Barbarian cattle callies quality. 1-star effect. Consuming it permanently increases strength by 1 point. Limited to 20 pieces. It also has a slight detoxifying effect. Explanation. As you stare at the barbarian cattle stares back at you. Callies. Increasing strength. Limited to 20 pieces only. Zhang Cheng twitched subconsciously at the corner of his mouth as he looked at the large eye in his hand. Director Zhu, I'll take this callie too. Alright, no problem. Shall we go to the next workshop? Sure. Let's go. Director Zhu took charge. The next workshop is long-necked ducks. Led by Director Zhu, Zhang Cheng spent the whole day exploring different kinds of poultry and livestock in the slaughterhouse. He dissected about 7 to 8 species by his hands. Unfortunately, none of them were what Zhang Cheng was looking for. It wasn't until the last workshop in the afternoon that Zhang Cheng's eyes lit up. Oh, Director Zhu, can this animal also be bred? Sighed. Due to contract signing issues, the author didn't make it into the recommendation list this week. You'll have to wait until next week for updates. End of this chapter. Chapter 21. Medicinal Snake Gallant. I say snake call, you say medicine. In front of several people were giant constant temperature boxes, interwoven black and yellow giant pythons with sinister vertical pupils and sharp fangs at the corners of their mouths. Director Zhu explained, "These are Bo-6 snakes, trained by the beast master Yang Xiu, a new master of beast taming in the professional guild. They are very rare. Bo-6 snakes were originally one-star magical beasts, but after being trained by Master Yang Xiu and crossbred with other domesticated snakes, they bred these Bo-6 snakes that are large in size, but not very dangerous. However, for ordinary butchers, Bo-6 snakes are still very dangerous. Their blood contains potent toxins, and even ordinary people will fall into a coma upon smelling it. However, their meat is delicious and rich in spiritual energy, making them popular among the wealthy, and they fetch a high price. Usually, only professionals can afford to consume them." Zhun Cheng nodded and asked, "Who usually slaughters them?" "It's the few professional butchers in the factory," Director Zhu said, "but even they slaughter them rarely, fearing being poisoned by the snake venom." "I see." Zhun Cheng's eyes lit up. "Director Zhu, I want to try killing a Bo-6 snake again. What do you think?" Director Zhu was surprised. "Really? Thank you so much." "Zhun student, hurry. Release a Bo-6 snake." The workers in control quickly operated the machine and lured a Bo-6 snake out of the constant temperature box. With a controlled electronic stun gun aimed at the Bo-6 snake, Zhun Cheng noticed that the anesthetic used to tranquilize the Bo-6 snake was different from the ordinary anesthesia. The anesthetic for common poultry and livestock is a transparent liquid, but the anesthetic for Bo-6 snakes was pale green. Soon, the Bo-6 snake started swaying its head and quickly fell motionless on the ground. Zhun Cheng finally had the opportunity to fully examine the Bo-6 snake. It was about more than 10 meters long and as tall as 3 to 4 floors of a building. It also had a diameter of about 1 square meter, covered in black and yellow patterns, looking very ferocious. Wearing a gas mask, Zhun Cheng walked into the specialized slaughterhouse. With an aloe-long knife in hand, he did not hesitate to strike down. The illusory surgical knife shadows flashed once again, completely enveloping the Bo-6 snake. After a few moments, a large amount of fresh blood gushed out of the Bo-6 snake's body. Pieces of the Bo-6 snake's flesh and blood instantly scattered on the ground. In Zhun Cheng's hand, a dark green, goose egg-sized piece of flesh appeared. It felt chilly to the touch and very refreshing. Skill successfully activated. You obtained the ingredient, Bo-6 snake call. Item, Bo-6 snake call. Quality, 1 star. Effect, permanent increase of 1 point of spirit when consumed. Limit of 20 doses. Also, a permanent 1% increase in toxin resistance. Instructions, medicinal snake gallant. I say snake gall, you say medicine. Snake gall, medicine. Snake gall, snake gall, snake gall. Medicine, 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 medicine. Looking at the description of the Bo-6 snake gall, Zhun Cheng's mouth twitched involuntarily. However, this was what he wanted. A permanent increase in spirit. The more spirit he had, the more times he could use his skills. No need to drink a bottle of clarity potion every 10 skill uses. Besides, this Bo-6 snake call could also increase toxin resistance. Although only 1%, it was already impressive. Limit of 20 doses, that means 20 points of spirit and 20% toxin resistance. He raised his hand and said, "Director Zhu, I'll take this gall as well." Ah. Director Zhu looked a bit conflicted. It might be a bit difficult. Why? Is someone else also interested? It's from the Pharmacists Guild, Director Zhu explained. Items like hawk's gall and snake gall from our slaughterhouse are ordered by the Pharmacists Guild. They have a fixed monthly production, and they are our major customer. I'll pay more. No problem. For the rest of the afternoon, Zhun Cheng stayed in the Bo-6 snake workshop, slaughtering all the Bo-6 snakes. Unfortunately, there were only 30-odd Bo-6 snakes in the workshop. He spent the whole afternoon there, butchering all the Bo-6 snakes and only obtained 9 Bo-6 snake galls. Director Zhu, are there more Bo-6 snakes? Seeing the Bo-6 snake meat chunks scattered on the floor, Director Zhu was also stunned. Joking aside, these 30-odd Bo-6 snakes were their supply for the month. Zhun Cheng finished them all in an afternoon. A born butcher, he shook his head, discarded unrealistic thoughts, and said, "The supply of Bo-6 snakes each month is limited, but we can source some from other slaughterhouses. How soon can they come?" "Tomorrow afternoon." "Okay. Then I'll come back tomorrow." Back at home, Zhun Cheng steamed all 9 Bo-6 snake galls. While waiting, his phone suddenly beeped, notifying him of an invitation into a group by his class advisor, Yao Xiu. There were only 100 or so people in the chat group. Apart from 4 or 5 teachers, the rest were all awakening professionals from 12 high school this year. Of over 1,000 senior high school students at 12 high school, only 113 students awakened into professionals. Glancing through, he saw Chen Zi, Saikon, and Yao Xiu, among others. Principal Leon Fen. Students, first, congratulations on your successful awakening, becoming respected professionals. Over these days, through the continuous efforts of the school, we have finally secured a qualification for a trial dungeon. Here, let's give special recognition to student Yao Xiu. After some explanation, Zhang Cheng understood. After awakening successfully each year, newly awakened professionals have a month to familiarize themselves and practice their skills. Later, the school will organize students to venture into some low-level monster areas in the wild to hunt, level up. And this year, because of Yao Xiu's existence as a 9-star professional, the Chang'an City Vocational Education Department actually provided 12 high school with an opportunity for a trial dungeon. A dungeon, completely different from the wild. It is a small world inside, where monsters continually spawn and reset according to the rules of the world. Compared to the wild, the trials inside dungeons are undoubtedly safer and more convenient. At least, there's no need to trek through mountains and rivers to reach the wild and spend all your effort finding monsters. Principal Leon Fen. Give students 1 day to prepare. The day after tomorrow, all new professional students will gather in the school and be led by teachers to the trial dungeon for the trial. Principal Leon Fen. Before entering the trial dungeon, I hope students can form teams based on their professions, with 5 members per team, each with roles in attack, defense, support, healing, etc., to challenge the dungeon together. Principal Leon Fen. The dungeon difficulty is divided into normal, hard, nightmare, and hell levels, with different experiences and rewards for each level of challenge. Principal Leon Fen. I hope students will take it seriously and cherish this opportunity to challenge the dungeon. All restrictions on speaking are lifted. Seeking recommendations and votes. Goodbye. End of this chapter. Chapter 22. Trial Dungeons. Life-altering relationships. Just as the mute function was lifted, the entire chat group exploded. What the heck? Trial Dungeons? Is our school that amazing that we can access this? Are you stupid? Didn't you see that the principal credited it to Yao Xiu, a 9-star professional? Trial Dungeons. I wonder which one it is. Trial Dungeons. Each time can accommodate 5 people. Recruiting quickly. I, a 4-star professional beast tamer, have now trained to Wolf dogs, capable of reconnaissance and secondary attack missions. Me. I am a 3-star archer, with a triple shot skill. Anyone big shot willing to take me in? Darn it, I have a mundane profession. What should I do? At Yao Xiu, can you take me under your wing? Trash profession. Get lost. You think you are qualified to team up with Yao Xiu? Within the chat group, Leon Fen from the 2nd grade suddenly sent out a series of messages. Within the entire 12th middle school, only Yao Xiu and I belong to the high-tier professionals. Teaming up the 2 of us is the best choice. Furthermore, there might even be a chance to raid the Nightmare Dungeon. Ha ha ha. After Leon Fen's words, surprisingly no other professionals in the group objected. Several classmates who curried favor with Leon Fen also left messages. What Figa said is right. Within the entire 12th middle school, only Figa is worthy of teaming up with Yao Xiu. Exactly. You ordinary professionals can forget about it. At Yao Xiu, what do you think? A 7-star swordmaster plus 9-star professional, plus a 6-star flame mage from class 3, a 5-star dual-wielding rogue Zhao Yeping, and a 4-star crimson ritualist Lin Jianyu from class 4. This team is more than enough to be the strongest in the 12th middle school. Darn, such luxurious professions, this team can challenge the Hell Dungeon, right? Nonsense. Trial dungeons are only accessible to professionals below level 5. For over 300 years, only those legendary 9-star professionals have managed to conquer the Hell difficulty trial dungeons. True. I wonder which trial dungeon we will face this time. The Pale Wasteland, the Dark Forest, or the Labyrinthine Nest, the Skeleton Mine. I'm not sure. At Yao Xiu, have you seen my messages? At Yao Xiu, within the 12th middle school, Only the two of us are qualified to team up with you. Within the chat group, Leon Fen mentioned Yao Xiu several times, but Yao Xiu never replied. Inside a luxurious villa, Leon Fen stared at the chat box on his computer screen, unconsciously clenching his fist. Respond. What the heck? Yao Xiu, reply to me. So many classmates, within the entire 12th middle school. Only I am worthy of your partnership. Damn it. After waiting for several minutes and receiving no response from Yao Xiu, antagonistic remarks began appearing within the group. Where is she? Where's Yao Xiu? Why isn't she responding? Is she sleeping? It's only 8 o'clock. Who sleeps this early? Could it be rejection? Hehe. Leon Fen immediately got angry, but he managed to hold it in and swiftly typed in the group. Let's talk privately. Okay, I'm coming. Ignoring the confused and speculative classmates, Leon Fen quickly clicked on Yao Xiu's profile picture to add her as a friend. However, the message came back promptly. The request to add as a friend has been declined. Darn it. Online and still ignoring me. A blatant rebuttal. Leon Fen erupted in anger and smashed everything on his desk, including his computer and cups. Ding, ding, ding. Another message arrived on his phone. Yan Lai. Boss, has Yao Xiu agreed to join us? Leon Fen's mouth twitched as he typed, no. Yao Xiu said she wants to challenge the nightmare difficulty alone. Maybe in the next dungeon, she join us. Yan Lai, solo nightmare dungeon? Impressive. Boss, you're impressive too. To get Yao Xiu, that big shot. Leon Fen, hehe, of course. Do you not even know who I am? A 7-star professional swordmaster. Only I am qualified to team up with Yao Xiu. Yan Lai. So we are still short of one person. Who should we find? Leon Fen suddenly paused, as if something dawned on him. Darn, that Earth Knight Chenzi rejected us earlier, and there's the Jun Cheng from their class. Darn it. I won't let myself lose face in front of the entire school this time. New team member, don't worry. With our skills, who wouldn't want to join us? Yan Lai. True. But it's still best to recruit a main tank. Leon Fen. I know. As all the new professional students were frantically searching for teammates or teams, Jun Cheng also received a message from Chen Zi. Cheng, where have you been these past few days? How about we team up for the trial this time? Jun Cheng, inviting me to join the team. Aren't you afraid I'll drag you down? Chen Zi, afraid of what? Our team has me, a noob, John Ping'an, and you four. We need to find one more person. Jun Cheng, a noob. Who's that? Chen Zi. Saikun. That guy is always hanging out with me, kind of like a semi-mount. We need to recruit one more main frontline professional. Chen Zi, our goals are not that high, as long as we can pass the hard difficulty dungeons. After some consideration, Jun Cheng typed, since that's the case, alright, see you at school the day after tomorrow. Chen Zi. Okay. See you the day after tomorrow. After closing the chat window, Jun Cheng poured out the cooked peptide quan snake gall. Trial dungeons? Teaming up with Chen Zi. I wonder what dungeon it is. Hiss. This is bitter. As the peptide quan snake gall entered his mouth, Jun Cheng couldn't help but grimace. The gall was unbearably bitter. But, in pursuit of his 4-dimensional attributes, he swallowed it. 9 pieces of peptide quan snake gall consumed. Jun Cheng's mental attribute points immediately increased by 9, reaching 20 points. 20 mental attribute points, and the trial dungeon the day after tomorrow. On the other side, Chen Zi had also set down his phone, and beside him, Saikun promptly approached. Hey, Chen Zi, are you really going to bring Jun Cheng? He's only a 3-star priest, and his skill only gives people diarrhea. It's not a healing skill. Who knows if it'll work on the monsters in the dungeon? We were missing a main frontline professional. Bringing him along is not a good idea. Don't you think? Ping'an, who was beside them, also spoke up. Yeah, Chen Zi, I know you and Jun Cheng are close, but this is a trial dungeon. You guys don't understand. Chen Zi shook his head and said, I have a deep bond with Chen. Back in the beginning of high school, when we went swimming in Wei River, I almost drowned. It was Cheng who risked his life to save me. Since then, I have regarded him as my brother. Even if he is only a 3-star priest, I will still take him with me. If you guys are not willing, I won't force it. Saikun and Ping'an exchanged a look, shook their heads, and said, forget it. We've been cooperating well these past few days, not knowing who else to team up with if not you and him. Let's take him. Worst case, we'll suffer a little and attempt the regular trial dungeon. A regular trial dungeon, that experience point difference is massive. What's there to fear? Ha ha. With me, Chicken Bro, around, I fear no ghosts. Get lost. Call me Kun Bro. No problem. Chicken Bro. Asterisk asterisk readers, please support and vote for this work asterisk asterisk end of chapter 23. Attribute soar. The unwillingness of Song Xiaoyu. The next day, Zheng Cheng arrived at the slaughterhouse again. At this time, Chief Zhu had already brought in more than 50 Pusquanchu snakes. Brother Zheng, this is the quota for all Pusquanchu snakes in Chang'an City this month, Chief Zhu said, as he greeted Zheng Cheng. You don't know, as soon as other slaughterhouses heard that someone could dissect Pusquanchu snakes, they were so excited that they rushed in overnight. You see, Zheng Cheng's face turned slightly green. He had eaten too much snake bile last night. Nevertheless, he stretched his hands and said, "Let's start. Let's dissect now." Great. In the morning, Zheng Cheng spent the whole time dissecting Pusquanchu snakes. 54 Pusquanchu snakes provided him with a total of 16 Pusquanchu snake bile. At noon, he stayed in the slaughterhouse's canteen to eat. He asked the canteen chef to cook 11 Pusquanchu snake bile for him, and he then ate them nonchalantly. Pusquanchu snake bile permanently increased his spirit by 1 point and provided 1% poison resistance. He had eaten 9 yesterday, and today he had 11 more. In other words, he still had 5 Pusquanchu snake bile left. While cooking, he stood by the window. Although ordinary people couldn't check the specific attributes of items, they might encounter other professionals. After all, the slaughterhouse was a state-owned unit, and there were several professionals among the workers. Fortunately, during the half-hour cooking time, no other professionals came to the kitchen. After cooking the 11 Pusquanchu snake bile, he held a big bowl of bile, suppressing the bitterness, and ate it with abandon. The regular slaughterhouse workers around him all looked towards him in surprise. Is that snake bile? Eating bile for a meal? That's pretty impressive. Shh, I heard from Chief Zhu that this young man is a professional. Maybe that bile is a special item. That makes sense. I wonder what profession he is that he enjoys eating snake bile so much. Isn't snake bile a traditional Chinese medicine? Maybe it's a great supplement. It's possible ... After consuming the 11 bile, his spirit suddenly soared to 31 points. In preparation for the trial instance the next day, he didn't waste the latter half of today either. He picked up the aloe machete and entered the slaughter workshop of the fierce bull. After spending the afternoon there, he returned to the apartment satisfactorily. In his inventory, aside from the 5 Pusquanchu snake bile that he hadn't eaten, he had acquired 20 bull eyeballs and 30 blood jade pig kidneys. These were the limit of special ingredients he could consume. After cooking all these special ingredients, Zheng Cheng began feasting extravagantly. He kept eating until late at night. The next morning, he continued eating. After eating, he resumed exercising. He kept this routine until the designated school time, when he sprinted to the school. While running, he was nibbling on blood jade pig kidneys. Half an hour later, he finally arrived at the gates of No. 12 Middle School. He had consumed all 20 bull eyeballs and 30 blood jade pig kidneys. At this moment, his personal attributes also underwent a significant change. Name: Zheng Cheng. Profession: Priest. Stars: 3 stars. Level: LV0. Soul power: 0-100. Strength: 25. Constitution: 60 for agility. For spirit: 31. Resistance: 20% poison resistance. Equipment: none. Backpack: none. Skills: acute gastroenteritis. Burr. Skill leave 3. Random dissection. Skill leave 2. Although his level remained unchanged, his 4-dimensional attributes exceeded those of all new professionals, especially his constitution, which had reached a terrifying 64 points. The total attribute points were 124 points. Even a LV10 9-star professional couldn't compare to him with these data. In addition, due to the training at the slaughterhouse over the past few days, his random dissection skill had been raised to leave 2. Only a few more points were needed to advance to leave 3. By then, a new attribute would awaken. Over 100 new professionals had finished their preparations. There were also many ordinary students, teachers, and surrounding businesses observing them. These are the new professionals of No. 12 Middle School this year. It's so enviable, someone remarked. I wish I could awaken too. Hey, where's Yao Xiu? Haven't seen her. In the crowd, Almost everyone looked at them with envy and jealousy, especially the other students of No. 12 Middle School. 10 days ago, they were all starting on the same line. Since then, a vast gap had appeared between them. It would be irreparable throughout their lives. If only I were a professional, it would be so great. In the forefront of the crowd stood Song Xiaoyu, with a few girls enviously staring at them, with a hint of unwillingness in her eyes. I wonder if the mass of the dark church is real, capable of turning regular people into awakeners. Regardless of whether it's true or not, it's still a chance for me. I can't give up. Zheng Cheng ran over, quickly catching the attention of most people. After all, he was the only professional at the school who ran there. Cheng. In the crowd, Zichen waved at Zheng Cheng. Accompanying him were Cai Kun and Zhang Pinan. Here he is. Yan. Exercise by running. Hurry up, Cheng. We're waiting for you. The group got on the bus, and after the leading teacher, Gao Yangcheng, confirmed the head count, he said to the driver, "Driver, everyone's here. Let's go." "All right," the driver replied, and the bus quickly started heading out of the city. All instances were located in the wild, under the control of various powers. The trial instance that they had applied for at No. 12 Middle School was also managed in the same way. It was handled by the state and assigned to professionals from other national institutions on time, as needed. On the bus, Zheng Cheng and the others sat at the back, not bothering to look at the scenery outside. Zichen asked, "Cheng, where have you been these days? We haven't seen you around." "I've been training for skill proficiency," Zheng Cheng replied casually. "By the way, have you found the fifth person?" Cai Kun shook his head. "No, it's just the 4 of us from our class that have awakened. The students from other classes don't want to join us." Zhang Ping'an was also indignant. Someone even said, "We are useless professionals in class 4. Damn it, if they get injured in the future, don't expect me to save them." "What do we do now?" Zichen smiled bitterly. "There's nothing we can do. Only the 4 of us can go in and try. With a normal difficulty instance, I should be able to tank the monsters. You guys should focus on killing them then," he continued. Cai Kun boasted, "Don't worry, I'm a 3-star professional, so my attack isn't weak. Yuan Ping'an can focus on healing me." "Wait a minute. Cheng has a powerful control skill. I wonder if it will be effective against monsters," Zhang Ping'an interjected. "It depends on the instance we get this time. The simpler, the better. I wish I were a 9-star professional. So many people want to join us, and the school even arranges special transportation for us. No wonder we didn't see Yao Xiu," Zichen added. "By the way, Chen, there's something you need to be careful about." "What is it?" "Liang Pfeifen," Zichen said. "This guy came looking for you this morning, saying he wants to teach you a lesson. You weren't there at the time, you just left after some arguing." "Him?" Zheng Cheng smiled. "I really hope he does come." End of this chapter. Chapter 24. Trial Instances. Everyone enlists. The bus drove out of Chang'an City. Over the course of more than 300 years, countless professionals had expelled a large number of wild monsters and fierce beasts from the outskirts. They established towns and gathering points around the city, allowing ordinary people to venture out for their livelihoods. Only far away from the city or deep within the mountains and forests did large numbers of high-level monsters gather. But for both ordinary people and professionals, it was not safe to stray far from the city. The reason was simple. Even now, spatial rifts would occasionally appear in the wilderness. Through these rifts, a large number of monsters, fierce beasts, and even foreign tribes would enter the Blue Star, rampaging and slaughtering humans. Only within the city and its vicinity was safety guaranteed. Along the way, the newly awakened students from 12 High excitedly discussed, with many gazing out of the windows. After all, this was their first time leaving Chang'an City in over a decade. An hour later, they finally arrived at their destination, a town named Wei Town, situated next to the surging Wei River. The mountains and forests adjacent to the town were guarded by armed police officers. After inspecting the bus's documents and identities, they were waved through. Inside the bus, Chenzi looked at the soldiers outside the window and suddenly said, "Brother Cheng, after I graduate from university, I want to enlist." Zheng Cheng was not surprised at all. Living in this world, almost every man and professional would consider joining the military. Everyone enlists to resist the tide of beasts and foreign tribes fighting for humanity's survival. Even professionals, after reaching level 30, had to serve 2 years in places like the Turel Mountains, Earth Caverns, or Demon Realms. This was not just a requirement of the country, but also an obligation that every human being should fulfill. Otherwise, once the foreign tribes breached the defense lines, the entire human world would be wiped out. Yes, I'm in too. Count me in. Sai Kun and Zhang Ping'an also expressed their intentions one after another. My father died in the Turel Mountains. I want to avenge him. Although my father didn't go, my second uncle lost an eye in the Earth Caverns before leaving the service. My father sacrificed his life in the Turel Mountains. He wanted me to become a professional before he died. At that moment, all the students on the bus were discussing this matter. Gedong quickly stood up and said, "Classmates, you are still young. It's not too late to enlist after graduating from occupational university. Only by learning skills and leveling up in occupational university can you better resist the foreign tribes on the battlefield and protect our planet. Alright, we've arrived at the trial instance. Let's make the most of this rare opportunity." Encouraged by Gedong, the new professional students on the bus all got off one after another. Wow, is this the instance? So many people. Make way. Make way. Let me see. Following the crowd, Zheng Cheng also stepped off the bus. His eyes suddenly lit up. In front of him stood a deep purple whirlpool gate towering over to people in height. The gate spun slowly, emitting an inexplicable aura. This was the entrance to the instance. Instances were game mechanisms that emerge after the fusion of this world with other worlds. They would often randomly appear on certain maps. These instances had level restrictions, had no limit on entries. Professionals could enter them unlimited times as long as they were willing to spend time and effort. With the emergence of instances, villages, towns, and even cities would form around the instance entrance, born from the instances themselves. Wei Town was one such place. Gedong led the students towards the instance gate. Classmates, there are 3 instances around Wei Town. They are the LV-30 Wei Dragon Palace Ruins, the LV-10 Crimson Altar, and the trial instance we are about to challenge, the LV-5 Fire Rat Nest. Fire Rat Nest. Upon hearing the homeroom teacher's words, Zheng Cheng's heart suddenly stirred. No wonder. The principal had mentioned in the group chat that they should thank classmate Yao Xiu. This trial instance was clearly prepared for Yao Xiu. The reason was simple. Although he didn't know Yao Xiu's specific profession, it was evident from their previous battle with the Fallen that she was ice attributed professional. Ice, as a superior attribute to water, countered fire attributes. Their group from 12 High was merely there to train Yao Xiu and serve as her foil. In addition, after encountering the Night Watchmen last time, Zheng Cheng was almost certain that Yao Xiu had already joined the Night Watchmen. Hey, Chenzi. Suddenly, someone approached and said, "Our team is short of a tank. Would you like to join us?" Sai Kun cautiously glanced at them and said, "Dan, it's Class 1's Chen Zixiong. His awakened profession is a 6-star wind archer. His attack power is strong, only inferior to Yao Xiu and Leon Fen. As the only 5-star awakened tank professional Earth Knight in Class 1, Chenzi was undoubtedly a top pick for all teams. If you were willing to join another team, their success rate in clearing the instance would increase by at least 30%. Chenzi shook his head and said, "I have friends. Would you be willing to join us?" Chen Zixian sneered and said, "Dem? Only 3 stars. Are they even qualified to be led by me?" Chenzi, I'm inviting you out of courtesy. With you on board, we can definitely attempt nightmare difficulty. Chenzi took a deep breath and shook his head. Never mind, I'd prefer to stay with my friends. Damn it. Chen Zixian cursed inwardly, turned and left. Seeing this, the other teams also gave up on inviting Chenzi. Wow, Z brother. No, it should be Lord Z. You're truly my idol. Sai Kun immediately pounced on Chenzi, hugging his neck and laughing heartily. Chenzi, in return, pushed him down to the ground, saying, "I'm only doing this for Cheng. Now get lost." I know, ha ha ha." Zheng Cheng shook his head, patted Chenzi on the shoulder, and said, "Thanks, buddy. We're all brothers, no need for formalities." At that moment, a few more people walked over. Zheng Cheng's eyes slightly narrowed. Was it them? Yao Xiu and Leon Fen. Who are those people? Wow, that girl is so beautiful and cool. Are Yao Xiu and Leon Fen teaming up? I wonder. Zheng Cheng happened to know all the people who had just arrived. Yao Xiu, Leon Fen, and Zhao Xiu, Captain Zhao is advising you to join our team. So why don't you stop declining? Liang Fen approached with a forced smile. We will be colleagues soon. And who knows, we might even form a small team in the future. Give us some face. Yao Xiu coldly said, as I've said, I won't team up with you. Just then, Yao Xiu noticed Zhang Cheng as well. Her eyes, initially calm, suddenly emitted ripples. Request for recommendation till the end of this chapter. Chapter 25. The Invitation of the Night Watchers. The Secret of Variance Skills. At this moment, Liang Fen also noticed Zhang Cheng's figure, and his expression changed immediately. Damn, this kid is here too. Let me show him. Before he could finish his sentence, a figure flashed by his side and walked towards Zhang Cheng. Zizu, he was stunned. Yao Xiu. Why is she walking forward with such urgency? Where is she going? Towards Zhang Cheng. This kid finally came. Suddenly, the Zhao Xiu in front of him also smiled and said, walking towards Zhang Cheng, what's going on? Liang Fen was taken aback. Not only Yao Xiu, but even Zhao Xiu. His father was also a member of the Night Watchers, but just an ordinary member. It took a lot of effort to make himself a reserve member of the Night Watchers. And Yao Xiu, on the first day of awakening as a 9-star professional, was absorbed into the Night Watchers. He hurriedly caught up. Zhao, Captain Zhao, do you know him? Zhao Xiu turned to look at him, recalling the information he had investigated earlier, with a strange smile. Well, you could say we know each other. That kid is also someone I have my eye on. But he rejected my invitation. What? Liang Fen was surprised, remembering his father's words. Fan. Following Captain Zhao is a huge opportunity. You must do well. His father had given so many gifts and favors to get him into the Night Watchers as a reserve member. But as for Zhang Cheng, he was directly invited by a captain-level person. Night Watchers captains are all high-level professionals above Level 30. Each person has one direct recommendation quota per year. They can become official members of the Night Watchers without being a reserve member. The benefits of joining the Night Watchers are immense. And today, Zhao Xiu's recommendation is Yao Xiu, the position he had worked so hard to secure. This kid Zhang Cheng actually rejected it. When he saw Yao Xiu really walking up to Zhang Cheng, his eyes were filled with anger. Yao Xiu, she's here. Look, she's coming towards me. Nonsense, she's clearly coming towards me. Why is she not in a team? TCH. She doesn't want to join our team. Wow, she's so beautiful. She used to be the school flower. How did she become even more beautiful after becoming a professional? Where is she going? At the entrance of the instance dungeon, many new professional students were discussing eagerly, all eyes on Yao Xiu. At this time, Sai-kun was also excited. Holy cow, Ziyi. Look, Yao Xiu is coming to us. She must be looking for me. Get lost. Chen Zi said smugly. She's definitely looking for me. I'm the only 5-star mount in the school. Who else would she look for? Hehe, if Yao Xiu invites me to join, should I agree? Tam, Zi. Don't be lured by beauty. Several excited individuals were discussing, while Zhang Cheng was feeling a sense of caution. Sure enough, Yao Xiu walked up to him and stopped. Zhang Cheng, we meet again. Hello, is there something you need? Zhang Cheng smiled wryly. My secrets I promise to keep for you. You don't need to put me on the spot. Yao Xiu blushed, but gritted her teeth. I didn't come to find you for that. Then what is it? It was I who asked Zizu to bring you here, Zhao Xiu said, as he approached. I see great potential in you, Zhang Cheng. Today, I formally invite you to join our Night Watchers. What do you think? Zhang Cheng frowned. Joining the Night Watchers. What are the benefits? Once you join the Night Watchers, you will immediately receive the title of a professional, and the Night Watchers will cover all your future university expenses. You will also become a civil servant of Xia country, with the authority to investigate any criminal activities within the borders of Xia country. In addition, you will be provided with a separate residence, and even the lowest-ranking Night Watchers will receive a fixed salary of 100 gold coins per month. You will also receive bonuses after completing missions. Zhao Xiu listed all the benefits of joining the Night Watchers. So many benefits? Zhang Cheng asked. Zhao Xiu nodded. Of course. Zhang Cheng, in Xia country, the benefits of the Night Watchers are the best. Zhang Cheng smiled. Can I reject first? You. What? You're rejecting? Zhao Xiu was surprised. Why? Zhun Cheng said. I haven't thought it through yet. I'll tell you once I make up my mind. What the hell? What does haven't thought it through mean? Zhao Xiu immediately interrupted Zhun Cheng. Don't rush to reject it. If you earn enough merit by joining the Night Watchers, the benefits you can get will far exceed your imagination. Far exceed my imagination. Zhun Cheng suddenly remembered something and asked, I want to know. Are there people in the Night Watchers with skills similar to mine? Zhao Xiu's expression turned strange. The skill that gives people diarrhea. No. Zhun Cheng shook his head. It's some very special skills, ordinary professions, but with unique skills. Or, let's say, unique ... Ah, I see. Zhao Xiu's eyes lit up. Of course we have those. When we recruit members to the Night Watchers every year, we not only look at the star level of their profession, but also the rarity of their skills. For example, hidden professions and unique professions. Even the lowest-ranking 3-star professionals, we will absorb them. Professionals with special skills are also included in this category. Within the Night Watchers, there is also a department specifically established to study the uniqueness of these professionals and uncover their secrets. Zhao Xiu shook his head. Unfortunately, since the establishment of the Night Watchers until now, more than 100 years have passed, and nothing has been researched. I see, Zhun Cheng muttered. He wanted to know the secret of his skill. Is it a skill that only he possesses, belonging to variant skills? Or do other professionals also have this kind of variant ability? Seeing Zhun Cheng silent, Zhao Xiu added with more weight, there is another benefit to joining the Night Watchers. What benefit? You won't be forced into military service. If you don't want to, we won't force you to go to the foreign battlefield. Of course, until now no one among us Night Watchers has used this privilege. Zhao Xiu repeated. After all, for over 300 years, the foreign battlefield has determined the life and death of all Blue Star people. As professionals, whether ordinary professionals or Night Watchers and the military, we should go to the foreign battlefield to contribute to the survival of humanity. I'll consider it. End of this chapter. Chapter 26. Yao Xiu's joining. Liang Feifen's bet. Alright, classmates, get ready to enter the instance. Gedong called all the students over and ordered. The difficulty levels of the Fire Rat's Nest instance are normal, difficult, nightmare, and hell. In all teams, those below 6 stars can only choose normal difficulty. Don't try to show off. Teams with 2 professionals above 6 stars can choose difficult difficulty. 3 professionals above 6 stars can attempt the nightmare difficulty. Nobody should choose the hell difficulty, understood? Gedong's tone became extremely serious. Since the Fire Rat's Nest instance was created, no Level 5 or lower new professioner has ever cleared it. Even teams of new professioners from big cities, like the capital and coastal city, have never succeeded. You absolutely must not choose the hell difficulty. Understood. Understood. Gedong's words were directed at all the students, but his eyes were fixed on Yao Xiu. Among the over 100 new professioners in their school, only Yao Xiu was qualified to challenge the hell difficulty. Curry. Let's form teams and go in. Our team doesn't even have 1 6-star professioner. Let's just go with normal difficulty. We have Haojie with us. We can try the difficult difficulty. No thanks. I don't want to die inside. What are you afraid of? If things go wrong, we can quickly exit the battle and choose a safe location to exit the instance. Let's give it a try. The soul power given in difficult difficulty is 10 times that of normal. Several small groups quickly discussed and Chen Zi, Saikong, Zhang Ping'en and others gathered together. What should we do? We only have 4 people, can only go with normal difficulty, right? I actually want to try the difficult difficulty. What does Cheng Jie think? Let's ask him. Hehe, if Yao Xiu could join our team, I'd rather try the hell difficulty. Are you kidding? Didn't you hear the teacher say that no one has cleared the Fire Rat's Nest at the hell difficulty level till now? Even a 9-star professioner can't do it. While Chen Zi was speaking, his eyes suddenly brightened. Cheng Jie is back, and ... Yao Xiu? Everyone hurriedly went to welcome them. Cheng Jie, what were you discussing? It's been so long. Cheng Jie, which difficulty level should we choose? Normal or difficult? Zhun Cheng walked over with a strange expression on his face. Yao Xiu wants to join our team. What? Several people's voices suddenly rose a few decibels, attracting the attention of surrounding new professioners. What's going on? What happened? I heard it. Yao Xiu wants to join Zhun Cheng's team. Are you kidding? Zheng Cheng is just a 3-star priest, and Chen Zi is just a 3 to 5-star knight. Why? Damn. Zheng Cheng, this little white face. Why is Yao Xiu so superficial? Nearby, Leon Fen also heard the discussions and was infuriated. Just as he was about to step in, he suddenly saw Zhao Yongxiao behind a few people. Captain Zhao. Could it be that this is the Night Watcher's mission? Or is Captain Zhao trying to recruit Cheng Cheng? Damn it. Leon Fen gritted his teeth and stared fiercely at Zheng Cheng and the others. Fen Jie, didn't you say that Yao Xiu was going to challenge the instance alone? Why are you teaming up with Zheng Cheng and others now? Yan Lai asked curiously. The other team members, especially the newly joined Liu Xiu today, also asked in surprise. Yao Xiu is a 9-star professioner. How could she? Leon Fen snorted. So what if she's a 9-star? A woman who can be attracted by a little white face like Zheng Cheng. How strong can she be? Did you forget what's recorded in history? The rank of a profession doesn't necessarily represent the strength of the professioner. It's about the mindset. A strong person must have a strong mentality to climb, take risks, and challenge. Yao Xiu may be a 9-star professioner, but her mentality is that of an ordinary woman. She's even willing to be swayed by the appearance of lower-level professioners and be compelled by them. Leon Fen's tone changed again. Throughout history, there have been many who have attained the rank of 9 stars, but how many have become pillars of the country, stepping into legendary realms? Female legends are even rarer. So, what if she's a 9-star professioner? As long as we work together, dare to challenge, we might surpass her. Leon Fen's words made Yan Lai and others look at him with newfound respect. Lin Jianyu even chuckled. I didn't expect this side of you, Leon Fen, to have such thoughts. Leon Fen's eyes showed a hint of bitterness, and he thought of his father's teachings during these days, gritting his teeth. As long as we level up as quickly as possible and become strong, what woman can we get? Even if she's a 9-star strong, I still have a chance to surpass her. He said that, but Leon Fen was still very angry inside. After a moment's thought, he quickly came up with an idea. On the other side, Zheng Cheng was also helpless about Yao Xiu's joining. He was indeed tempted by the Night Watcher's recruitment. Leaving aside the benefits and all, his main goal was to explore the secrets of his own skills. Was it only him who had mutated skills, or did other professioners have them too? The Night Watcher, as an organization that gathered most of Xia country's elite professioners, was undoubtedly the best choice. Perhaps seeing the hesitation in his eyes, Zhao Yongxiao strongly recommended Yao Xiu to join this trial instance, and Yao Xiu willingly agreed. Zheng Cheng initially wanted to refuse, but when he thought of Yao Xiu's formidable strength and the sacrifices made by his good brothers Chen Zi, Saikon, Zhang Ping, and because of him, he reluctantly accepted the proposition. Soon, all the teams were ready and arrived at the entrance of the trial instance. With the captain's choice, beams of light flashed out from the whirlpool, sucking in each professioner one by one. Cheng Jie, what difficulty should we choose? Due to Yao Xiu's appearance, Chen Zi tactfully handed over the position of the captain. Saikun excitedly said, Chen Jie, with Yao Xiu with us, should we try the nightmare difficulty? Nightmare difficulty. Zhang Ping and S eyes were also very excited. With Yao Xiu joining, if they could challenge the nightmare difficulty, the sole power they would gain would be enough to raise them to LV3. Hey, Zheng Cheng. Suddenly, Leon Fen and his teammates walked over, with a cold tone. Want to compete? Compete? Compete in what? Zheng Cheng asked curiously. Just compete in clearing the instance. Leon Fen gritted his teeth. The difficulty of the instance, the time taken to clear it. Whoever loses, trespassed upon meeting the other in the future. Zheng Cheng shook his head. How about adding a wager? Leon Fen smiled. Do you really think you can be arrogant just because you have a 9-star professioner in your midst? All right, I'll compete. What are you all doing? Gedong walked over with a frown. At this time of great conflict, we humans, monsters, and different races are all fighting for survival. In your words, it has turned into a mere gambling game of whims. Leon Fen hurriedly said. Sorry, Teacher Gao, I just wanted. Teacher Gao, as you said. This is a time of great conflict. Fen Jie and I are just competing. Zheng Cheng said. Competing for resources, for life, for a stronghold, for who can survive. His 4-dimensional attributes were far above all the newbies now. What was there to fear in a Leave 5 hell-level difficulty instance? Ge Yang suddenly laughed. Zheng Cheng, you're right. In that case, let me be the notary for this wager. What do you say? Good. Liang Pfeifen secretly resented in his heart, gritted his teeth, took out an item from his inventory, saying, this item is called the Town Portal Scroll, which can set a return point in the Professioner Guild. As long as you are within the map marked by the Town Portal Scroll, using it will instantly take you back to the Professioner Guild. This scroll is priced at 1,000 gold coins. This is my bet. Requesting voting tickets tilde begging everyone not to collect the book, the latest chapters every day bit by bit, hoping to complete the 4 recommendations. End of this chapter. Chapter 27. Return Scroll to return to the city. Entering the instance. Return Scroll. It is a special item made by the Assistant Professionary Master in collaboration with the Alchemist. It is marked with the return location, covering the city, map, and so on. As long as it is used within the map marked on the return scroll, you can instantly return to the city marked. The return scroll, in Liang Pfeifen's hand, is produced by the profession, Union in Chang'an City. In other words, as long as the user is within the map around Chang'an City, they can instantly return to Chang'an City. For wilderness professionals, it is undoubtedly a very precious item. Rushing is secondary. The main thing is staying alive. We're betting. The one speaking is not Zheng Cheng, but Yao Xiu. Several people were all surprised and looked over, only to see Yao Xiu also flicked her hand and took out a pearl emitting a very strong icy breath. This is the magic core of the silver rank demonic beast, the frost python demon snake. It is our bet. Silver rank demonic beast. The magic core of a demonic beast. It's worth at least 1,000 gold coins. Wow, that's quite generous. Where did she get the magic core of the silver rank demonic beast from? Maybe it's a reward from the school or the official institution. That's right. She is a 9-star professional. Yang Lai and others widened their eyes, especially Yang Lai, who quickly shouted, Fan Jie, agree quickly. With this magic core, we can. Several people were excitedly discussing, but Liang Pfeifen's face was extremely ugly. He was betting with Zheng Cheng, not Yao Xiu. Unexpectedly, Yao Xiu stood up. For him, this was undoubtedly a blatant slap in the face. He looked angrily at Zheng Cheng and gritted his teeth. Zheng Cheng, is this your era of great contention, having a woman step up? He. Zheng Cheng chuckled. You can also find a woman tilde. He raised his eyebrows, causing Liang Pfeifen and the others to be angry. Although he didn't say it explicitly, everyone present knew what he meant. Is it not men, who will definitely have to yield to women? All right. Liang Pfeifen chuckled in anger, gritting his teeth. I agree. Teacher Gao Yang said, in this era of great contention, whether it's the country or the school, they encourage competition between students. Just like sardines, only through competition can the best individuals emerge. But, under no circumstances should leads be lost, understand? I will keep both of these items, and I will judge who wins and who loses. Good. Both sides agreed, and Liang Pfeifen sneered consecutively, leading Yang Lai, Zhao Yiping, and others towards the entrance of the instance. A flash of light, and the figures of the 5 disappeared immediately. Cheng Jie, let's go too. Okay. Zheng Cheng and the others also headed towards the entrance of the instance. Sai Kun said with a grim face, what should we do? Liang Pfeifen and the others will definitely choose nightmare difficulty. Are we really going to challenge the nightmare difficulty? Chen Zi frowned. What's there to fear? Isn't it just the nightmare difficulty? We have Yao Xiu. Sai Kun shrugged. With Yao Xiu alone, are we for just burdens? Damn it. Behind them, Zheng Cheng also said, thank you for this time. Yao Xiu was indifferent. It's okay. I also want to take this opportunity to get rid of Liang Pfeifen. After all, we're colleagues. I don't want to embarrass the captain and the others. A night keeper, right? Zheng Cheng asked. Why did you join the night keepers? Yao Xiu's eyes flashed. It's a secret. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the instance. Cheng Jie, choose the nightmare difficulty. We're ready. Chen Zi and the others gritted their teeth, with determined expressions. Cheng Jie, after we enter, if you and Zhang Ping'an feel that something's not right, quickly exit the instance. I can help Brother Zi and Yao Xiu with the formation. Zheng Cheng was at a loss, stretched out his hand to touch the vortex of the instance, and quickly received a message in his mind. Instance. Fire Rat Nest. Level. LV5 restricted to those below LV5 in their profession. Number of entrants. 5. Please choose difficulty. Normal, hard, nightmare, hell. Looking at the 4 difficulties, Jun Cheng decisively pressed on. Hell difficulty. Ding. Difficulty selection completed. Current instance, fire rat nest, limited to those below level 5 in their profession. Limited to a 5-person team. Instance difficulty, hell level. Entering. Mechanical sounding prompts echo in the minds of Jun Cheng and the 5 as their figures were enveloped in light. Chen Zi, Sai Kun, and John Ping'an were extremely excited, shocked, unbelieving, and a bit dazed. Damn, Chengzhe. Hell difficulty, ah. Just as the scream rang out, the figures of the 5 disappear, and outside the instance, Ge Yang's face also changed suddenly, and he hurried over. Friendly reminder, your level is higher than level 5, unable to enter the fire rat nest instance. Damn it, Ge Yang cursed. Hell difficulty. Who made him choose hell difficulty? Come out quickly. While you haven't encountered enemies yet, come out quickly, we're doomed. This is a sparsely vegetated wilderness area, with hundreds of undulating hills. The soil and broken stones on the ground are a dark red color, emitting a sulfurous smell. The surrounding area is also filled with heat waves. Below the hills, there are densely packed openings. Some of these openings are only 1 or 2 meters high, but some are more than 10 meters high, resembling gaping mouths. Inside the caves, there are winding passages, forming a huge maze. At the cave entrance, 5 gleams of light flickered in succession, revealing Jun Cheng and the others. Ah! Sai Kun was still screaming, and Chen Zi slapped him on the head. Stop shouting. We're in. Sai Kun stopped, looking around at the environment and the information in his mind, immediately lamenting, it's over. Chengzhe. Chengyi. This is hell level difficulty. Why did you choose this difficulty? Did you slip? Chen Zi also wondered. Chengzhe. This is hell level difficulty. Can we handle it with just Yao Xiu? Jun Cheng shook his head. Don't worry. Since I chose the hell level difficulty, I am sure of it. It's not just because of Yao Xiu. If it really doesn't work out, you guys can choose to exit the instance at this time. What are you saying, Chengzhe? Chen Zi immediately said. We are brothers, of course. We will accompany you through this. It's just the hell difficulty of the fire rat nest. What's there to be afraid of? If Chengji's control skills can have an effect on the monsters in the instance, we'll play it safe. Maybe we can succeed. Saying that, he tapped Sai Kun on the shoulder. Sai Kun also said through gritted teeth, that's right. I'm not afraid. While talking, he nervously looked around. John Ping'an's face was also grim, taking a deep breath. Then, let's see what monsters there are first. I'll create some plant essence for you first. If we encounter danger, we'll leave the instance. The last sentence also revealed his fear. Yao Xiu took a deep breath. Don't worry. If we really encounter danger, I will fight for you to have the time to leave the instance. Let's lure a monster out first to test its strength. End of this chapter. Chapter 28. Big Brother, go lure the monsters. Current dungeon, Fire Rat's Nest difficulty. Hell level difficulty dungeon description. This place was originally an abandoned small magic crystal mine. The rats gathered here have awakened a slight ability to control flames due to absorbing magic crystal energy year after year. They have made this place their nest, plundering and reproducing, causing great disaster to the surrounding humans. Main Quest 1. Clear the Fire Rat's Nest. Quest description. Eliminate or drive away all the fire rats in the nest. The more you eliminate, the richer the rewards. Main Quest 2. Rescue the Wandering Merchant. Quest description. Yesterday a wandering merchant was accidentally attacked by fire rats and is now hiding in a corner of the fire rat's nest. Find him and take him out of the fire rat's nest. In the minds of the 5 people, there appeared an introduction to the fire rat's nest and the 2 main quests to complete after entering the dungeon. Sai Shen cried with a funeral face, I'll go lure a monster to test its strength. You all get ready. No problem. As soon as the words fell, Sai Shen took 2 steps forward, suddenly yelled Ga, Ga, Ga. Scared me. Jun Cheng was startled by this strange yell, seeing Sai Shen's body suddenly change. His legs turned into claws, covered in black and yellow feathers. His arms turned into large wings. His body and head bent, turning into a more pointed, chicken head. In an instant, a large rooster, taller than a person, appeared in front of them. Not only Jun Cheng, even Yao Xiu widened her eyes, staring at the big rooster in front of them. Ha ha! Seeing Jun Cheng and Yao Xiu's reactions, Chen Zian Zhang Ping'an couldn't help but burst into laughter. Cheng, Yao Xiu, is this your first time seeing Saishen's skill? Ha ha, hey. The first time we saw his new skill, we were also shocked. Zhun Cheng had black lines all over his head. This was indeed the first time he had seen and heard of this ability to transform into a big rooster. And it was as tall as a person. What the hell is this? Who knows if the night watchman would recruit Saishen? Angry at the transformed big rooster, Saishen jumped up and scratched Chen Zi. His large wings also struck down. Making fun of me. Making you laugh. My profession is a poultry druid. Laughing is against the 3 rules. Ha ha. Chen Zi managed to hold back his laughter and said, all right. Bro rooster, go lure the monster. Call me god brother. Sai Kun stopped, grumbling as he walked towards the fire rat's nest. His speed was fast. Chen Zi approached, explaining, Cheng, although Bro Rooster's transformation skill may seem funny, his overall strength is quite strong. Oh, how so? Chen Zi explained, we conducted experiments and found that after Bro Rooster transforms, both his strength and speed are enhanced. Being as tall as a person, inheriting the abilities from a normal big rooster, fast speed, sharp claws, and a particularly sharp beak, capable of piercing through a 5mm steel plate. Not only can he lure monsters, but he's also almost like a main battle profession. And, after transforming into a big rooster, his poison resistance increases by 10%, exerting a natural suppression effect on some insect monsters. And the most important ability, you probably can't guess. Zhun Cheng's eyes turned as he remembered something. Yao Xiu couldn't resist and asked, what ability? Zhun Cheng gave the answer, he can fly. Chen Zi nodded quickly. Yes, after transforming into a big rooster, God Brother can indeed fly. We tested it. When God Brother flaps his wings vigorously, he can fly to a height of 40 to 50 meters, but it only lasts for about 10 seconds. But if he falls from a height, he can glide for over 10 minutes relying on his wings. Quite amazing. Zhun Cheng suddenly realized, no wonder Saishen was so eager to go to the nightmare dungeon earlier. After transforming into the big rooster, his overall strength could rival that of normal 5-star or even 6-star ordinary main battle professions. It's a pity that he can't equip gear. Otherwise, Saishen's profession would be really strong. By the way, Zhun Cheng suddenly said, have you ever thought about sitting on God Brother? It would be like becoming a cavalry. Oh, Chen Zian Zhang Ping'an looked at each other. How did they not think of that? Let's try it next time. After Bro Rooster transforms into a big rooster, his strength increases a lot. If I could ride on him, that would be a true knight. Ha ha. Cheng, you are awesome. God. Suddenly, another strange yell came from the cave in the distance. The voice was urgent, with a hint of panic. The monster is here. Get ready. Chen Zi shouted loudly. A light flashed in his hand, revealing a round shield on his left hand, and a giant sword on his right. Next to him, Zhang Ping'an flashed a large round barrel in his hand. He threw several types of herbs into it, chanting incantations. A green light shimmered, and plant essences floated out under his power. Yao Xiu's eyes flashed, her pupils turning into hexagram snowflakes, looking very mystical. Seeing this, Zhun Cheng also made a move, a long knife appearing in his hand out of thin air. Chen Zi asked in surprise, Cheng, why a knife? Where's your wand? The wand isn't suitable for me. The knife is good. Zhun Cheng shook his head and said, where have you all been these few days to have so much equipment? Chen Zi explained, not obtained through fighting, but through loans. Loans, yes. Chen Zi explained, for new professional players, those with up to 3 stars can only borrow 1,000 gold coins. For 2 6-star players can borrow 3,000 gold coins. 7-star players or higher can borrow at least 10,000 gold coins. Zhun Cheng twitched his mouth. Indeed, every world has its rich families. This knife of yours, oh, I bought it too. These past few days, I've been working as a doctor in the Priest's Guild, charging 2,000 per treatment. In 7 days, I've earned nearly 2 million yuan. Even though I spent a lot on purchasing clarity potions, I still have a lot left. Buying an attribute-less whiteboard long knife was still more than enough. Ga. Here it comes. From the entrance of the fire rat's nest, a big rooster, as tall as a person, ran out first. He spread his wings to speed up. His claws swiftly ran on the ground, moving extremely fast like a phantom. Soon after, a fire rat the size of a wild dog followed, growling and running towards the group. The giant rat had fiery red fur, sharp teeth and claws, blood-red pupils, looking very ferocious. Darn it! The big rooster, running and yelling, warned, "This rat can breathe fire. Run." The chicken feathers on its buttocks were already burned black. Squeak, squeak. The fire rat squealed, spitting out a fire rocket that scorched Sai Shen's butt again. Ga ga ga. Chapter 29. What the hell kind of profession is this? 1/kill. Outside the instance, Yao Xiu stood in front of the instance entrance. His expression was extremely vivid. Are you saying, Yao Xiu, Zheng Cheng, they chose hell difficulty? Get on, in front of the beautiful woman, appeared very awkward, whispered, "Why yes, I didn't stop them. Damn it." Yao Xiu quickly took out his phone and dialed a number. After a few seconds of ringing, the call was finally answered. Yao Xiu, why are you calling now? I'm in a meeting. Yao Xiu directly interrupted Chen Nanfeng's words and said, "Chief, does Art Bureau still have the space-breaking pearl?" Space-breaking pearl? What do you need that for? Yao Xiu and Zheng Cheng entered the hell difficulty fire rat nest instance. Bang. Wow. On the other end of the phone, there was the sound of a table being slammed. Vaguely, there were sounds of broken glass, others shouting, "Chief, Chief, are you alright?" and so on. A few seconds later, Shen Nanfeng's voice came through, sounding frustrated. Yao Xiu, what are you doing? It's not easy to pass a hell difficulty instance. Yao Xiu is only LVO. Although her skill proficiency is high, she shouldn't be challenging hell difficulty instances casually. I know, Yao Xiu said. That's why I asked you for the space-breaking pearl. Only by using the space-breaking pearl to break the spatial blockade do I have a chance to enter the instance. Space-breaking pearl. Shen Nanfeng gritted his teeth. I've already applied for it, but it will take at least an hour to get it to you. You better hope Yao Xiu can hold on for an hour. Yao Xiu took a deep breath. I understand. I will take responsibility for this. You're responsible. Shen Nanfeng sighed. By the way, who are the teammates that entered with Yao Xiu? I remember that 12 middle school awakened a 7-star class and 3 or 6-star classes. As long as they act together, maybe they can last for an hour. None of them are. Yao Xiu interrupted Shen Nanfeng. I just said, it's with Zheng Cheng and them. Who is Zheng Cheng? It's the young man who was attacked by the fallen organization along with Yao Xiu a few days ago. I was also trying to recruit him into our night watchmen. Attacked by the fallen organization with Yao Xiu. Shen Nanfeng seemed to remember something, surprised. That priest who gave people diarrhea. The 3-star priest. Yes, that's him. Shen Nanfeng whispered. Besides him, who else? Yao Xiu looked back at Gao Yang, asked a question, and his tone also turned strange. A 5-star Great Earth Knight, a 3-star avian druid, and a 3-star pharmacist. Dang. Another loud noise came from the phone. 5-star. 3-star. Yao Xiu. Yao Xiu how? Yao Xiu instinctively moved the phone away without hesitation. Stop shouting. Chief, quickly have the space-breaking pearl sent over. At the same time, I hope Yao Xiu and them can hold on for an hour. But I do believe in Zheng Cheng, that little guy. What can you trust in a 3-star priest? Shen Nanfeng roared. Even if his skills are a bit strange. So what? In our bureau, we're not. Wait. Shen Nanfeng's tone changed again. Avian druid, what the hell kind of profession is this? Yao Xiu scratched his head. I'm not sure either. Wait until you have someone bring the space-breaking pearl. I'll go in and see you. Shen Nanfeng was anxious. You better safely bring them out to me. Here it comes. I have 9 constitution. I'll go first. Chen Zi shouted, immediately picked up his shield and blocked in front of several people. Brother Ji, quickly go around from the side. Darn it. Sai Shen shouted. No time to ask Chen Zi to call him God brother now. In a panic, he almost turned around flying, but the fire rat, due to inertia, still came pouncing towards Chen Zi. Well done. Swish. Before he could finish his words, a snow-white ice blade suddenly shot towards the fire rat, tearing off a large piece of flesh. Not only that, the cold air carried by the ice blade also immobilized the fire rat in place. Its speed was reduced by at least half. Damn! Yao Xiu, Chen Zi shouted excitedly, pounced forward. Brothers, kill it quickly. With Yao Xiu's control skill, the fire rat was trapped in place, struggling hard. Dang! Chen Zhao's shield smashed down on the fire rat, causing it to squeak and scream. "Let me get back at you. Let me burn you." Sai Shen also returned, claws attacking and tearing meat off the fire rat. Even Zhang Ping'an, holding a long knife, approached quietly. "Brother Ji, aim for its eyes. Here I come." Sai Shen yelled strangely, clawing at the fire rat's eyes, plucking its whole eye out. Monsters in the wild or in instances all have weaknesses. If you attack their weak points, you will deal a lot of damage. Squeak. The fire rat screamed wretchedly, bloody all over, barely avoiding its brain almost being torn out. In a desperate struggle, it ignored Chen Zhao's attacks and continued to wildly claw and bite Sai Shen. "He's aggroed on me. Aggroed on me. Pull aggro." Chen Zi lifted the shield and smashed the fire rat's head. "What aggro? I haven't taunted yet. Can't hold aggro. Fly up quickly." Under Chen Zhao's command, Sai Shen quickly flapped his wings and let 3-2 for meters, dodging the fire rat's next attack. "Grandson, I'm here," Chen Zi roared, and the fire rat immediately pounced towards him again. "Darn it. It's attacking too fiercely. I can't hold it back. Quickly ... Whew." Just as he was shouting, Zhang Cheng walked up and slashed at the fire rat's neck. "Cheng! Run." "Oh gosh." Zhang Cheng slashed directly chopped off the fire rat's head. Blood gushed out, and the fire rat, the size of a wolfhound, turned into a corpse, twitched twice, and lay still. Several faint red glows shimmered out of the corpse, shooting towards the 5 people. Among them, Zhang Cheng received the most. Yao Xiu, Chen Zi, and Sai Shen received almost the same amount. Zhang Ping'an received the least glow. This was soul power. Whether in an instance or in the wilderness, after killing monsters, beasts, or even other races, you would gain soul power from the opponent's body. The higher level and strength of the target, the more soul power you would gain. Of course, if the opponent's strength and level were lower than yours, you wouldn't gain any soul power. To Zhang Chen, soul power was equivalent to experience. "Darn it." Chen Zi stared at the ground, wide-eyed. "Chen, when did you become so awesome?" End of chapter. Chapter 30. Chen Jie, when did you become so powerful? Cheng Jie, when did you become so powerful? Defeated fire rat with 1 strike. Zhang Cheng swung his knife and said, "How is that possible? You were already low on health when I defeated you with 1 strike." "Really?" Chen Zi was skeptical, but didn't dwell on it. "Cheng Jie is amazing." Defeated fire rat with 1 strike. Sai Shen also descended from the sky, his large figure leaning in. "I just checked, it gave me 5 points of soul power. What about you guys?" "I have 6 points, Zhang Ping'an said with a bitter face. "I only have 1 point. Yao Xiu walked over and said, "I also have 5 points. Zhang Cheng glanced at his personal panel. "You guys are about the same. Maybe because I delivered the final blow, I got 11 points. So, if we team up to kill around 20 more fire rats, we can level up." "Probably. Wait. Let's check the basic attributes of the fire rat that died first." "Alright." Chen Zi ran up and squatted down in front of the fire rat's corpse to inspect its attributes. In the wild, dungeons, and other places, players can check the attributes of monsters and creatures, including name, race, level, 4-dimensional attributes, skills, etc. Of course, the greater the level difference, the less data can be obtained. There are also some auxiliary skills that can provide specific information about the target. Once a monster or creature dies, all players can access their information. Soon, Chen Zi stood up and said, "I've sent the specific information of the fire rat to the team channel. Take a look. Name: fire rat. Race: fire rat. Level: Leave 3. Constitution: 8. Strength: 11. Agility: 15. Spirit: 4. Wow." Sai Shen exclaimed, "Both strength and agility have exceeded 10 points. High attack and defense. This fire rat is formidable." Chen Zi also shook his head. "It's only level 3, and its attributes far surpass ours. No wonder it's classified as a hell-level difficulty." Zhang Ping'an whispered, "Should we retreat? If even the small creatures are this powerful, what about the boss?" Looking at the fire rat's attributes, Zhang Cheng showed no reaction. "Is that it? No wonder he was able to defeat the fire rat with 1 strike. With his current total of 4-dimensional attributes, he could rival a level 10 9-star professional." Both the normal and held difficulties of the fire rat's nest dungeon presented no challenge to him. "Be careful." Yao Xiu suddenly spoke up, looking towards the distance. The others instinctively followed her gaze. They saw 7 or 8 huge fire rat heads poking out of the nest's entrance. Their noses carefully sniffed the air, seemingly identifying the smell of blood. Everyone subconsciously looked at the corpses in front of them. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The mixed sounds of rats echoed as the 7 or 8 fire rats rushed towards them. Damn, there are too many. Cheng Jie, retreat from the dungeon quickly. No, we're still in battle. Seeing the others hesitating to retreat, Zheng Cheng stepped forward and stood in front of them. Cheng Jie, facing the 7 or 8 fire rats, Zheng Cheng showed no fear. He reached out towards them and grabbed fiercely in their direction. Acute gastroenteritis outbreak art. 3 bizarre mental fluctuations immediately landed on the 3 fastest fire rats. Squeak, tilde almost instantly, the 3 fastest fire rats let out strange cries. Their bellies swelled abruptly, and a viscous liquid sprayed out, directly drenching the fire rats behind them. The feces of rodent creatures were originally granular, but under the effect of Zheng Cheng's acute gastroenteritis outbreak art, they became diarrhea immediately. 1 fire rat screamed in agony, leaping up with sticky liquid mixed with dark red blood. Its body that was originally running madly fell to the ground instantly, shaking violently, and was hit hard by the fire rats behind it. Anal fissure, bleeding condition, severe pain. This fire rat lost its combat ability immediately, and the other 2 fire rats were significantly weakened. Damn, Cheng Jie is amazing. Cheng Jie's skills are effective even on fire rats. Powerful control. We have a chance. Excitedly, the group watched as half of the fire rats were disabled by Zheng Cheng's acute gastroenteritis outbreak art. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, Yao Xiu behind them shot out 3 ice blades, injuring 3 more fire rats, while also freezing them. Kill! Zheng Cheng shouted and rushed towards the remaining fire rats. With a swift strike, he once again defeated one of the fire rats with a single blow. Wow, when did Cheng Jie become so powerful? Defeated again? Another one-hit kill. Are these fire rats so weak? The group discussed excitedly. Encouraged by Zheng Cheng, they also transformed into warriors, rushing to fight the remaining fire rats. Some used knives, some used claws to scratch. Thanks to Zheng Cheng's presence, they repelled the fire rats' counterattacks, allowing Chen Zi and the others to fight freely. Behind them, Yao Xiu shot out ice blades, tearing the fire rats' skins easily, severely injuring them while freezing their movements. Under Yao Xiu's ice blades, the flames spewed out by the fire rats posed no threat. In just a few minutes, they managed to eliminate all of these fire rats. Ha ha, we did it. We're still powerful. Ha ha tilde no doubt. With me. Basic Jie, those little rats. Oops, I'm God Jie. Zhang Ping'an shouted excitingly. The group also quickly checked their soul power. I have 21 points, almost leveling up. Zhang Ping'an exclaimed, and everyone immediately checked their soul power. I have 32 points. I have 35 points. I'm close to leveling up. Ha ha. By the way, Cheng Jie, how many points do you have? Zheng Cheng glanced at his personal panel and said, I'm about the same as you guys, 28 points. During the previous fight, he had been taking care of Chen Zi and the others and hadn't personally killed the fire rats, so he didn't receive much soul power. Yao Xiu, what about you? Yao Xiu's eyes sparkled. 59 points. Wow, so fast. With a few more fire rats, Yao Xiu will level up. This is what a 9-star professional looks like, so powerful. High risk, high reward. The soul power from a hell-level dungeon is quite substantial. It's a shame we didn't get any equipment drops. These creatures aren't humanoid, so they probably only drop materials, not equipment, right? That makes sense, the group excitedly discussed. At this moment, they no longer feared the hell-level dungeon. Instead, they were eager to explore it. The hell-level fire rat's nest dungeon seemed not so challenging after all. They couldn't understand what those previous professionals were so afraid of. Sai Shen raised his slender hand and said, Ha ha tilde shall we go in? I think I can take on a fire rat alone. Chen Zi exclaimed, let's go in. Of course, we must go in. With Cheng Jie and Yao Xiu, we can definitely pass this hell-level fire rat's nest. Then let's go. Zhang Ping'an handed out a piece of gross essence to each of them. Come, let's have some energy first before we move on. While the group moved towards the fire rat's nest, Zheng Cheng stayed behind. With a flash of his long knife, he slashed at the fire rat's corpse on the ground. Random dissection. End of the chapter. Chapter 31. selling roasted fire rats, 3 yuan each, 10 yuan for 3. Fire rat nest. Nightmare difficulty. Wine blade slash. Theft. Leon Fen's longsword shot out a wine blade, over half a meter long, instantly cutting a wound on a severely injured fire rat. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The fire rat angrily let out a strange cry and launched a counterattack, pouncing on Leon Fen. Its sharp fangs viciously bit into his arm. Damn. Quickly finish it off. Leon Fen screamed in agony, while Zhao Yiping beside him swung his sword and finally beheaded the fire rat. Damn. Leon Fen slumped to the ground, cursing under his breath. He was covered in blood. Especially the wound on his arm looked particularly miserable. There were 3 other fire rat corpses beside them. Fi. Do we continue? Yan Lai also walked over, his expression slightly grim. After the few of them entered the nightmare level difficulty, they only attracted and killed 1 fire rat. After that, suddenly 5 more fire rats appeared. The whole team immediately fell apart. Lin Jianyu couldn't hold on and directly exited the team, fleeing the dungeon. The remaining 4 struggled to resist and finally managed to kill these few fire rats. Of course, we continue. Leon Fen muttered, "We've come this far. There's no way we can retreat. Unfortunately, the monsters here are all fire element, so my skills aren't very effective." Yan Lai shook his head. "Otherwise, I would have roasted them all into barbecued rats long ago." Leon Fen took a deep breath, enduring the sharp pain in his arm, stood up gritting his teeth, saying, "Brothers, don't worry. Killing 1 fire rat gives each of us 5 to 8 points of soul power. If we kill at least a dozen more, we can level up. Just by leveling up, our attributes will increase by several points. Fight to grow stronger. Sooner or later, we will conquer this dungeon." The group exchanged glances, then nodded. "All right, let's give it another try. This time, be careful. Only lure in a maximum of 2 fire rats each time, otherwise we'll have to retreat. Let's level up first." Okay. Skill successfully cast. You obtained an ingredient, fire rat tail. Item, fire rat tail. Quality, 1 star. Effect, consuming it permanently increases agility by 1 point. Limited to 30 tails. Fire resistance increases permanently by 1%. Description, fire rat tail. Cooked, roasting yourself. 3 yuan per tail. 10 yuan for 3. Looking at the suddenly appearing roasted fire rat tail in his hand, Zheng Cheng's mouth twitched involuntarily. Roasted fire rat tail. Cooked, permanently increase agility by 1 point. Rat meat. In his past life, he had been to Lingnan province and at a friend's recommendation had also tried rat meat. Honestly, as long as you overcame the psychological discomfort, rat meat is still not tasty. However, seeing the special properties of the fire rat tail, he frowned and took a bite. Tastes not bad, a bit like spicy strips. A surge of heat rose. His agility attribute quickly increased by 1 point, reaching 5 points. Taking advantage of this, he dissected the other fire rat corpses. Unfortunately, not a single fire rat tail was obtained. Fire rats are LV3 monsters after all. The probability of obtaining special ingredients is significantly lower than common poultry and livestock. Yao Xiu curiously turned back and asked, "Zheng Cheng, what are you eating?" "Nothing." Zheng Cheng wiped his mouth and caught up with them. The ability to dissect special ingredients at random is his biggest secret, something he couldn't possibly tell others. Even if it's Chen Zi, Sai Shen, they wouldn't be told. Unless, when he becomes a true powerhouse, at least epic or legendary level, only then can he reveal it. The innocent man carries the burden. Gradually, the group approached the entrance of the fire rat nest. Zheng Cheng proactively moved to the front of the team. With his physique reaching 64 points, it was like he was wearing 3 sets of rogue armor. Regardless of how these fire rats scratched, they couldn't harm him in the slightest. The entrance of the fire rat nest was as tall as a person, with smooth walls surrounding it, presenting a dark red color. The dim fiery red light surprisingly made the cave very bright. Chen Zi asked in surprise, "Cheng Jie, we've been walking for so long, why haven't we seen any fire rats yet?" Sai Shen interjected on the side, "You talk too much. Squeak, squeak, squeak." Suddenly, a series of rat calls came from the distant cave. Just by listening to the sound, there were at least 10 rats. "Run, go out and lure the mobs." Chen Zi and the others were immediately anxious, but Zheng Cheng said, in a low voice, Don't panic. He surveyed the surroundings, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Go there. Zhang Cheng pointed in a direction, which was a large hole in the cave, with walls on both sides and a large concave middle. It looked like an upright dig pit. The entrance only allowed one person to pass through, a bit like a mining entrance blasted by a bomb. Get in. Quick, get in. The group's eyes brightened and they quickly ran in. I'll block the door. You guys kill the mobs behind me. Chen Zi just shouted when Zhang Cheng kicked him in. Stop talking nonsense. I'll block the door. Give me your shield. Chen Zi handed the shield to Zhang Cheng, worried. Chen Jie, don't show off. I'm the knight, with 9 points in physique. Zhang Cheng decisively said, I'll return it later. Squeak, squeak, squeak. At this moment, the 10 or so fire rats had already rushed over. Upon seeing Zhang Cheng and the others, their fiery red pupils immediately flashed with fierce light as they viciously charged. Zhang Cheng drove his shield into the ground, casting an acute gastroenteritis outbreak spell and threw it out. Squeak, squeak, squeak. 3 of the fastest fire rats immediately hit by the spell, screaming in pain as they fell to the ground. Oh damn. Zhang Cheng's eyes lit up. All 3 rats had ruptured. Seizing the opportunity, he picked up his long knife and made a straightforward slash, killing the first fire rat. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 ice blades shot out, freezing a large group of fire rats in place. Even so, fueled by the sight of blood, carcasses, and flesh, these rats became even more frenzied. However, Zhang Cheng stood at the entrance like a rock, not budging despite the waves crashing against him. Every slash he made could kill a fire rat, but these rats couldn't break through his defense at all. After about 10 seconds, another acute gastroenteritis outbreak spell landed in the group of rats. Once again, 3 fire rats screamed and fell to the ground, with viscous fluid splattering everywhere. The 3 ice blades followed, freezing the agitated rat group in place. Seizing the opportunity, he managed to severely injure one rat and pushed it into the entrance, letting Chen Zi and the others kill it. Ha ha. This is so satisfying. Chen Jie, you're amazing. So many fire rats can't break through your defense. Another one entered. Hurry and kill it. Cod, caw. Suddenly, the expressions of the group changed as they looked at the shield in Zhang Cheng's hand. With the rats' attacks, the whiteboard shield finally couldn't hold up, durability exhausted, and about to be damaged. Without the shield's blockade, Zhang Cheng alone couldn't stop so many fire rats. Squeak, squeak, squeak. And at that moment, another round of strange calls came from a distance. Another group of fire rats emerged from the cave. These rats were larger in size, with eyes like red gems, clearly elite monsters. Squeak, squeak, squeak. End of this chapter. Chapter 32. Are you competent or not? Let me treat you to roasted rat tails. With the addition of these elite monsters, Zhang Cheng was clearly struggling to keep up. After fiercely killing 2 elite fire rats, the round shield finally ran out of durability and shattered on the spot. Oops. At that moment, Yao Xiu behind him formed hand seals, and a snow-white light flashed on her body. A large mass of snow-white mist surged out, rushing to Zhang Cheng's side and forming a large ice wall, blocking the surrounding gaps. Seizing this opportunity, Zhang Cheng swung his sword down again. Squeak. The elite fire rat screamed and instantly died. Chen Jie. I leveled up. I leveled up too. I'm level 1, with 5 points of free attribute points. I have 3 points. I also have 3 points. Chen Zi and the others shouted excitedly, while Yao Xiu did not stop her actions. As a 9-star professional, the sole power she needed to level up was obviously higher than others. Zhang Cheng also felt a great pressure at the moment. He had already leveled up before killing the first elite fire rat. 3 free attribute points weren't a significant increase in his strength. What he needed was to reach level 10 and unlock the 2 skills derived from the unsealing skill book. Zhang Cheng shouted, quickly kill the fire rats. Deal with these first. Okay. After leveling up, Chen Zi and Sai Shen immediately allocated all their free attribute points to vitality. Their health and defense increased, crowding around Zhang Cheng to block the advancing fire rats. And behind them, Yao Xiu was the main attacker. As for Zhang Ping'an, he exerted all his strength to concentrate herbal essences from the herbs, handing them to Yao Xiu to restore her energy. Zhang Cheng chopped down, dismembering the fire rat into pieces. Another roasted rat tail appeared in his hand. Agility +1. His attack speed was getting faster and faster. 10 minutes later, Zheng Cheng, Chen Zi, Sai Shen, Zhang Ping'an, and the others leveled up again. Level 2. Yao Xiu also reached level 1 at this time. Her spirit surged significantly. I'm done. I've run out of the prepared herbs. At the back of the team, Zhang Ping'an said with a mournful face. He had prepared many herbs for this instance, but he didn't expect to enter a Hell-class instance and consume them all at once. Cheng Jie. Without herbal essence, we won't be able to hold on. Yes, Cheng Jie. Should we retreat? We've had 2 consecutive level ups. I'm already satisfied. Squeak. Zheng Cheng swung down his sword, killing the last elite fire rat. A random dissection technique dropped, and he harvested another roasted rat tail. Phew. Phew. All 5 of them were panting heavily, sweating profusely. In this siege, they had killed at least 50 fire rats and elite fire rats. Each person's physical and mental energy was severely depleted. Only Zheng Cheng remained relaxed at this moment. He looked at the disheveled group and said, "Wait here, I'll continue to investigate inside. Later, I will use the fire rat corpses to block the entrance. Do not come out under any circumstances. If you hear any movement of other fire rats outside, immediately withdraw, abandon the mission, and exit the instance. Understand?" Yao Xiu suddenly said, "I'll go with you." You? Zheng Cheng was puzzled. Your energy isn't. I just leveled up. I allocated all 9 free attribute points to spirit. I'm going with 9 free attribute points. So powerful. I only got 3 points when I leveled up. Chen Zi, Sai Shen, and others were extremely surprised. They had only seen the power of 9-star professionals in books and on television. It was their first real encounter with a 9-star professional, and it was unexpectedly terrifying. Yao Xiu added, "Don't worry, Zheng Cheng, I still have energy. How about you? Can you handle it?" "Can I handle it?" Zheng Cheng immediately got angry. How can a man say he can't handle it? He remembered the day he encountered the Dawn organization with Yao Xiu, and the snowman suddenly appeared from her body. Until today, Yao Xiu had not revealed that ability. "Let's go. I'll show you, this little girl, how powerful I am." Hehe. Yao Xiu sneered and walked out of the entrance. Zheng Cheng followed closely. After blocking all the fire rat corpses at the entrance, ensuring there were no issues, Zheng Cheng walked over. "Are you really going?" Yao Xiu looked skeptical. "You're a 3-star priest." "Of course, without a doubt. Even Chen Zi is a 5-star Earth Knight, and Sai Shen, though strange in profession, is still a 3-star professional." Yao Xiu frowned and asked, "They couldn't keep up. How come you can hold on until now?" Zheng Cheng smirked. "Me? I was born with divine power. Want to give it a try?" "Born with divine power?" Yao Xiu's eyes were full of disbelief. "There must be a secret on you. It's not related to me, but keep my secret, and I'll keep yours." Zheng Cheng scrutinized Yao Xiu, making her scalp tingle, and she subconsciously took a step back. "What are you going to do?" Didn't expect that a pretty girl like you would also have that." "Have what?" "Nothing. Shut up." Yao Xiu blushed immediately and snapped, "It's not that I have that. It's for Zuer." "Who's Zuer? What's it to you?" "Humph." Yao Xiu snorted arrogantly and turned to walk away. Zheng Cheng followed behind. According to the mission hint, there were over 100 fire rats in the nest. They had killed over 50, leaving about half. The remaining fire rats were likely hidden in the dark or gathered around the boss. As they walked, Zheng Cheng took out a roasted rat tail from his inventory and stuffed it into his mouth. Agility +1. After killing over 50 fire rats this time, he had dissected out 11 roasted rat tails. In other words, he could permanently increase his agility by 11 points. How about being a 9-star professional? How about having 9 free attribute points? Could they compare to him? Yao Xiu also noticed Zheng Cheng's actions and asked strangely, "What are you eating?" "Roasted rat tail." "One." Without hesitation, he took out another roasted rat tail and offered it to her. "Rat tail?" Yao Xiu subconsciously took a step back, shaking her head. "I'm not hungry." "You eat, but you asked for it." Zheng Cheng nonchalantly put his hand back, casually tossed it into his mouth. Another hot stick. In the dim cave, Chen Zi, Sai Shen, and Zhang Ping'an gathered again. "Zijie. Why is Cheng Jie so powerful? Yad. You're a 5-star knight, and God is a 3-star druid, yet you can't beat Cheng Jie. He's betting at the entrance alone, cutting the fire rats with each swing. Why is he so amazing?" Chen Zi was also puzzled. "How would I know? I'm his brother, not his father. It's my first time seeing Cheng Jie so powerful. Could it be related to Yao Xiu and that tall, beautiful lady who came with her? Who is she? I heard Cheng Jie say she seems to be from the Night Watcher. Oh my god. Night Watcher. No wonder. I heard that the professionals in the Night Watcher are all monsters. I've heard that too. End of this chapter. Chapter 33 Yao Xiu's ability. Squeak. Inside the fire rat's nest, Zheng Cheng and Yao Xiu once again encountered a group of elite fire rats. These elite fire rats were hidden in the darkness, and they suddenly pounced on the two as they passed by. Fortunately, Zheng Cheng reacted quickly and kicked the elite fire rat that was descending from above, sending it flying out. Squeak, squeak, squeak. At the same time, another group of elite fire rats rushed towards them in the din nest. I'll block them. You attack when you get a chance, Zheng Cheng ordered, picking up his long knife and charging forward. With a constitution of 64 points, these elite fire rats couldn't even break through his defense. Just like a tiger among sheep, with each strike, an elite fire rat was killed. Behind him, Yao Xiu's beautiful eyes shimmered as ice blades shot out one by one. Working together, they quickly slaughtered this wave of elite fire rats in less than 10 minutes. Let's continue forward, Zheng Cheng said. The temperature around us is getting higher. We're getting close to the boss. Suddenly, in the cave behind them, Sai Shen exclaimed, "Damn, my soul power has increased." Mine too. 1 point of soul power at a time. It's Cheng Jie and Yao Xiu. They're killing fire rats. We're still in a team. Cheng Jie and Yao Xiu's kills will also give us some soul power. Sobs. This is brotherhood. Squeak. In front of a large cave entrance, there were 7 or 8 fire rats standing about half the height of a human. Flames emitted from their tails. Upon spotting Zheng Cheng and Yao Xiu, they immediately charged towards them. Even before reaching them, a barrage of fire arrows shot towards them. Hiss. Yao Xiu quickly raised her hand, and a surge of cold air formed a huge ice wall in front of them, blocking all the flame arrows. Zheng Cheng asked curiously, Yao Xiu, what exactly is your beginner skill? Ice blades, ice walls, and that little ice and snowman from before. Yao Xiu hesitated for a moment and said, my basic skill is ice element manipulation, which allows me to form any form of attack using ice elements. Those ice blades, ice walls, they are not skills but forms of attacks. Zheng Cheng nodded, understanding why Yao Xiu had so many different attack methods. He had thought Yao Xiu had to beginner skills like he did. Taking advantage of the burning fire arrows, Zheng Cheng stepped forward and charged towards the fire rats. Having consumed 12 roasted fire rat tails in the fire rat nest, his agility attribute had reached 16 points. This attribute exceeded the agility points of the fire rats. Moving like a phantom, Zheng Cheng's figure appeared in front of the leading fire rat. Before it could react, his long knife had stabbed into its mouth and pierced through its skull from behind. Squeak. The fire rat screeched, shuddered all over. Blood gushed out, and it moved no more. In a flash, the attributes of this dead rat appeared before him. Name: Flame Rat Race, Fire Rat. Level: LV5. Constitution: 12. Strength: 14. Agility: 15. Spirit: 8. Flame Rat. Constitution and strength have increased, and even spirit. Has the power of the flame skill also increased? Unfortunately, my flame resistance is also 12%. Twisting his body, he evaded the attack of the second flame rat. At that moment, Yao Xiu's ice blade shot out and firmly struck the flame rat in the flank. Squeak. The flame rat cried out in pain. Being fire attribute creatures, Yao Xiu's ice blade was undoubtedly their natural enemy. With a swift slash, she beheaded the flame rat. Random dissection technique. Another roasted fire rat tail. Inhaling deeply, his agility attribute increased by +1 again. With Yao Xiu's assistance, the agility attribute of the fire rats was greatly reduced. While Yao Xiu did that, Zheng Cheng moved like a dragon among them, continuously slashing and killing. 3 roasted fire rat tails consumed, agility attribute +3. After killing these flame rats, his level immediately rose to LV4. Even Yao Xiu also reached LV3. A cave entrance about the height of a person appeared before them. Zheng Cheng took the lead and stepped in, followed closely by Yao Xiu. In front of them was a large square. The walls surrounding the square were smooth, characteristic of magic crystal mines. In the center of the square, A monster with the head of a rat and the body, the human, about the height of a person, was crouching, devouring a human body. A rat-headed humanoid. A humanoid species. Their gazes changed as they captured some information about this boss. Name. Race. Fire rat human. Level. LV10. Constitution. Strength. Agility. Spirit. 15. A series of question marks appeared in front of them. Apart from the spirit attribute of 15 points, all other attributes were marked with question marks. This meant that the level of this rat-human boss was at least 10 levels higher than theirs, certainly beyond their current level of detection. Squeak. The rat-human noticed the presence of intruders and lifted its rat head abruptly. Its thick beard was stained with blood and flesh. With a piercing scream, the surrounding fire rats that were previously known on human bodies rushed towards them. Yao Xiu, I'm ready. Before entering the cave, the two had already discussed their tactics. Yao Xiu extended her hands, and a snowy glow emanated from her snow-colored pupils. Simultaneously, a winged ice and snowman flew out from within her. Accompanied by gleeful laughter, a large amount of snowflakes and cold air enveloped the entire cave in an instant. It's kind of like natural armor, almost paradoxical. This is damn alive. Zheng Cheng's tone was a bit strange, but taking advantage of this opportunity, he charged towards the flame rats. The rat tribe were creatures of the fire attribute, and naturally feared or abhorred ice energy. Now, under the cover of the vast ice, their speed and flame magic abilities were greatly weakened. With a flash, Zheng Cheng rushed into the group of flame rats. Squeak. The lead flame rat let out a ferocious roar and lunged at Zheng Cheng with its sharp mouth wide open. However, due to the surrounding frost, the speed of this flame rat was significantly reduced. Slash. Zheng Cheng roared, and with a forceful movement, his blade sliced into the flame rat's mouth. The entire back of the flame rat's head was cleaved off. Snowball. Let's join forces. Don't underestimate that guy. Chirp chirp chirp. Snowball. The ice and snowman tilted its head in thought and then swung its mini wand. A large amount of icy mist gathered again and converged in midair to form dozens of long needles made entirely of ice. Go. Swish. Tilde whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, at least 100 ice needles shot towards the group of fire rats in the distance. Squeak. It is important to track the numbers during the new book period. Hope all readers can catch up with the latest chapter. End of this chapter. Chapter 30 for boss. Family members. Who understands? Ice needles fell from the sky, immediately enveloping these few flame rats within it. Under the attacks of Yao Xiu and the mysterious creatures she summoned, it was very easy to penetrate the fur of these flame rats, splattering clusters of fresh blood and minced meat. With the cold entering their bodies, the speed of these flame rats dropped sharply. Well done, Zheng Cheng praised as he leapt forward. Purely relying on agility and strength, he could crush these flame rats. Watching Zheng Cheng, who displayed power and majesty in the rat group, Yao Xiu almost couldn't believe her eyes. What's going on? A priest, wielding a big cleaver, rushing in and out of the monster group. Is this really a priest? It's more like a butcher. Squeak. Suddenly, the fire rat people in the distance, who were still watching the spectacle, made a move, as if knowing that after his henchmen were killed, he would be left alone to deal with Zheng Cheng and Yao Xiu. While his henchmen were still around, he unexpectedly pulled out a bone staff from his waist. A fiery red bone staff. Squeak squeak squeak. A strange cry came from the mouth of this fire rat person. The fiery red bone staff in his hand also emitted a red halo. In an instant, the three flame rats that were originally attacking Zheng Cheng went crazy. Their fur exploded, their pupils turned red, and bloody red blood surged around their sharp teeth. Faced with Zheng Cheng's attacks, they rushed forward without dodging. Zheng Cheng killed the first crazy flame rat with a single slash. However, the other two took the opportunity to charge at him. Damn. The boss is a mage. Zheng Cheng cursed inwardly. What's going on with these flame rats? Their speed suddenly increased. Bloodlust skill, berserk skill. Among all the bosses, long-range spellcaster bosses are the most troublesome. They heavily rely on their minions to trap players and then attack from behind, easily crushing the players. Even the entire player team. No wonder the flame rat nest, this hell-level difficulty dungeon, is so hard to pass. A long-range spellcaster boss is enough to take out half of a team. Swish. While he was retreating, Yao Xiu raised her hand again, and a sudden ice wall rose from the ground. The two charging flame rats immediately crashed into it heavily. Squeak squeak. Not far away, the fire rat person raised his staff again. 3 more flame rats let out strange cries, their bodies growing in size, their speed recovering. Like 3 electric cars, they rushed towards Zhengcheng. Doom. Almost simultaneously, light blue flames started burning on their bodies, casting a ghostly shadow. The fastest flame rat extended its sharp claws towards Zhengcheng's chest. Zhengcheng took a deep breath, grabbed the ice wall with one hand, leapt onto it, and plunged his sword straight into the flame rat's head. Squeak. The flame rat shrieked and died instantly. However, Zhengcheng's hand trembled, feeling like his brain had been pricked, staggering and almost falling to the ground. Zhengcheng, Yao Xiu exclaimed, while the snowmen around her waved their hands, causing a gust of snowstorm that knocked down the 2 approaching flame rats. I'm fine, Zhengcheng shouted. Don't come over. There's something fishy about these bluish flames. In the snowstorm, Zhengcheng chopped the flame rats to pieces, once again obtaining a flame rat tail. Agility +1. Until now, he had already eaten 16 flame rat tails. His agility attribute had reached 20 points. After all, this was a crystal mine. The snowstorm only lasted for a few breaths before dissipating. Zhengcheng's eyes, however, were fixed firmly on the fire rat people not far away. By his side, there were 2 larger flame rat guards. Shoot the leaders first, then subdue the thieves. He whispered to himself. Leveraging the height of the ice wall, he charged towards the fire rat people. With 20 points in agility, his speed surpassed these flame rats. He almost turned into a phantom, rushing more than 10 meters away in an instant. Squeak. The fire rat people noticed Zhengcheng's actions and immediately screeched, with the 2 guards charging towards him recklessly. However, he quickly retreated. Thanks to the inherent agility of the fire rat clan, their speed was quite fast. While retreating, he raised his hand again. The 2 charging flame rats swelled in size, with blue flames burning on their bodies again. Damn. Seeing this scene, Zhengcheng cursed inwardly. Am I flying a kite? He abruptly stopped, taking advantage of the approaching flame rats, and immediately raised his hand. Acute gastroenteritis instant outbreak technique. Puff. Puff puff. Squeak squeak squeak. Almost instantly, the flame rats rushing towards him, their bodies exploding with fur and burning bluish flames, had their behinds sprayed with a large group of black and red liquid. Dark red blood sprayed out like a fountain, splattering all over the ground. The 2 flame rats fell to the ground, convulsing violently. Their lower bodies were a mess, a sight too gruesome to bear. Zhengcheng looked strange. Why did these 2 flame rats react so intensely? I see. The fire rat people boss must have a skill like bloodlust, which accelerates the blood flow in their minions' bodies for increased speed and attack power. But with increased blood flow speed, it acts as a catalyst for my acute gastroenteritis instant outbreak technique. Anal fissure. Squeak. Just as the idea emerged, the fire rat person that was originally running wildly in the distance suddenly screamed in agony. His lower body also sprayed black and red liquid, his thin legs trembling violently. With every step he took, a pool of blood flowed out. His body bent over, resembling an elderly man. He leaned against the wall, glaring viciously at Zhengcheng. From Zhengcheng's perspective, he could even see tears in the fire rat person's eyes. Family members, who understands, I was happily enjoying hot pot and singing songs. Then suddenly the bandits raided our den. So unfair. Seeing that damned human approaching again, he hurriedly turned to flee. But as soon as he took a step, the excruciating pain in his lower body made him stagger and fall to the ground. Squeak, squeak, squeak. With the continuous gushing of viscous liquid, the tearing pain in his lower body surged like a tide wave, overwhelming him. His full body began to shake violently, unable to move his fingers. Squeak. He howled while looking up, only to find that the damn human had already reached him. A big knife was swung directly towards his head. Puff. The intense pain struck, causing the fire rat person to twitch again. Fly my kite. Let you fly my kite. Zhengcheng's blade struck the fire rat person's head repeatedly until he completely killed this boss. A dark black soul force immediately rushed out of his body, entering Zhengcheng's body. You killed the fire rat person's sacrificial preparations and gained 450 soul points. Your team defeated the final boss of the fire rat nest dungeon, completing main quest 1. Your team defeated the final boss of the Fire Rat Nest dungeon and will be teleported out of the dungeon in 30 minutes. Just to clarify, a reader mentioned plagiarism in the comments. This book is also mine, and it just uses similar skill settings. The rest of the plot and content are completely different. Can't your wizard cast fireball? And 9 can't? To those who talk about plagiarism, can you please read a few more chapters? End of this chapter. Chapter 35 Yao Xiu's profession. Dropped equipment. The boss is dead. Zheng Cheng muttered to himself, subconsciously glancing at his own level. LV for 658 1,000ths. After killing this boss, he gained a whopping 450 soul points, boosting him by more than half. With just over 300 more soul points, he could level up to LV5. The Fire Mouse Nest is a LV5 trial dungeon. Once your level surpasses LV5, you can no longer enter. Boom. Tough. Suddenly, there was an explosion in the distance. When he turned around, Yao Xiu was being chased by several flame mice. She retreated while shooting out ice blades and ice walls to block the approaching flame mice. In the air in front of her, the little ice and snow person also blushed, waving a miniature ice and snow wand, shooting ice needles at the flame mice. While Zheng Cheng was trying to get rid of the fire mice chasing the fire mouse boss, the flame mice all rushed towards Yao Xiu. Yao Xiu was tough, surrounded by so many flame mice, not making a sound. Hang on, I'm coming. Zheng Cheng slashed at the fire mouse boss. Random dissection skill. A thick fire mouse tail appeared in his hand. Some thick, about 10 centimeters long. Gosh, it's this long, Zheng Cheng exclaimed, immediately recognizing the attributes of this fire mouse tail. Skill cast successful. You have obtained ingredient. Fire Mouse King Tail. Item. Fire Mouse King Tail. Quality. 2 stars. Effect. Permanently increases agility by 2 points. Limited to consuming 20 tails. Explanation. Fire Mouse King Tail. Cooked. Slightly tastier than the ordinary fire mice. A 2-star ingredient. Increase agility by 2 points. Zheng Cheng's eyes lit up, immediately stuffing the roasted Fire Mouse King Tail into his mouth. Agility +2. He then abandoned the fire mouse boss's body and rushed in Yao Xiu's direction. With one kick, he knocked down a flame mouse. By now, his agility had reached 22 points, enough to crush this group of ordinary flame mice. He slashed but only cut off their claws, not killing them. Yao Xiu quickly noticed something was amiss. Zheng Cheng, what are you doing? I'm about to level up, and I won't be able to enter again once I surpass LV5, Zheng Cheng explained. I want to go in one more time. I see. Yao Xiu's eyes lit up, and she conjured a sharp ice blade with a wave of her hand. Slashing through the air, she ruthlessly pierced a flame mouse's neck. Working together, in less than 10 minutes, they cleared out the entire cave of flame mice. Phew. They sighed in relief and smiled at each other. Suddenly, Zheng Cheng asked, Yao Xiu, what is that thing above your head? Innate armor? Chi. Upon hearing Zheng Cheng's question, Yao Xiu hadn't answered yet, and the snow and ice person on her head glared at him angrily. Opening its small mouth, it spoke rapidly. This little thing understands me. Zheng Cheng became more interested, reaching out to pull it down. Yao Xiu quickly stopped him, explaining, Snow is not a thing. She is not. Snow isn't innate armor. She is my companion spirit. Companion spirit? What is that? As they conversed, Chen Zi and the others arrived in the cave. Zheng Cheng shouted, we're here. Inside a cave. Yao Xiu's mind moved, and the snow spirit flew back into her body, disappearing. Soon, Chen Zi and the others ran in. Wow! Cheng, you really killed the boss. Awesome. Jigage. Sai Shen also incited his wings and landed among the flame mouse corpses. Awesome. We leveled up to LV3. So awesome. Is this the boss? Looks really ugly. Any good equipment dropped? I found it. Sai Shen picked up something with his mouth and ran over. Quick. The boss dropped equipment. In the wild or in dungeons, killing monsters or beast-type bosses does not drop equipment. Only humanoid bosses or humanoid creatures have a chance to burst equipment after death. Burst equipment is essentially looting the weapons, armor, and items carried by bosses after killing them as spoils of war. For example, Sai Shen at this moment held a slightly red bone staff in his mouth. Name: Bloodthirsty Staff, Black Iron Grade. Durability: 98/100ths. Category: Weapon: Magic Staff. Equipment requirements: LV5, Strength 0 points, Constitution 8 points, Spirit 15 points, limited to use by magicians, wizards, sorcerers, priests, and clerics. Effect: Spirit plus 3, Attach skill, Bloodthirst technique active, consumes own spirit, can increase target strength by 10%, agility by 10%, while decreasing constitution, lasts for 60 seconds. Explanation: A staff passed down through generations of the Firemouse clan. Only the smartest members of the Firemouse clan qualify to wield it. Note: this equipment is unique. Only drop after clearing the Hell difficulty dungeon Firemouse Nest for the first time. Gosh, Sai Shen exclaimed. Black Iron grade equipment. End of chapter. Chapter 36. The equipment of wandering merchants is divided into white boar, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, perfect, epic, legendary, and the strongest mythological level. Among them, the white boar is the simplest and most common. Zhun Cheng's Lan Knife and Chen Zhao's Round Shield belong to this category. They can be purchased with common coins at an affordable price that ordinary people can also use. But once the equipment reaches the black iron level, it is no longer accessible to ordinary people. Equipment above the black iron level not only has equipment requirements, but also comes with attributes. Some individual equipment items even come with skills. For example, the bloodthirsty staff currently carried in Sai Shen's mouth. Chen Zi exclaimed, "Hey Cheng, this staff suits you perfectly." Sai Shen and Zhang Ping'an also chimed in. "Yeah, it does. I'm just a priest, I can't use equipment for now," Zhang Ping'an said. Yao Xiu added, "This staff isn't suitable for me, you guys can decide who should have it." Zhun Cheng didn't want it either. He desired sword-type equipment more, for a simple reason. To perform random dissection, he needed to wield a sword or weapon of that type. However, he couldn't think of any sword-type equipment suitable for priests. But considering the thoughts of the group, he could only keep the bloodthirsty staff, right? Yao Xiu suddenly said, "After defeating BSS, shouldn't we leave the instance? Why do we have half an hour left?" Zhun Cheng pondered for a moment and said, "I know, it's main quest 2. Main quest 2? Main quest 2, rescue the wandering merchant. Quest description: Yesterday, a wandering merchant was accidentally attacked by fire rats and is now hiding in a corner of the fire rat's nest. Find him and bring him out of the fire rat's nest. That wandering merchant. Hurry. Let's find him." They immediately began the search, with less than 10 minutes left in the half hour. Cheng, I found him. Sai Shen, in his giant public base form, suddenly shouted, and everyone rushed over to see a smaller cave in the southeast corner of the cave. Inside, it was smelly, and a figure was tied with ropes to a wooden stake. Tinching his nose, Zhun Cheng said, "Chen Zi, go rescue him. Maybe this will trigger a quest." "Really?" Chen Zhao's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly ran inside. "Ooh." Zhun Cheng looked strangely at Sai Shen at the door. "Why haven't you withdrawn your skill and resumed your form?" The giant public base swayed its big brain head and said, "No, I like it this way." Huh. Zhun Cheng was puzzled. Zhang Ping'an chuckled. "Chen, this guy burst his pants as soon as he transformed. Once he reverts to human form, stop talking about it." Sai Shen yelled strangely and pecked towards Zhang Ping'an. "Ha ha, all right, all right." Both of them started running around the square in circles. Suddenly, they heard Chen Zhao shout from inside the cave. "Damn, Chen, come in quickly. This wandering merchant isn't human." "Not human." Zhun Cheng was surprised. "Can't you just drag him out?" "Oh right." Chen Zi quickly emerged, with a thin figure following him. The figure had torn cloth wrapped around his lower body, was about 4 feet tall, thin, with sharp head and ears, and a greenish complexion. Triangular eyes with a cunning look. "Is that a goblin?" "No, not really. It looks more like a goblin merchant." "A goblin? I'm a wandering merchant of the goblin tribe. Not one of those base, shameless goblin bandits who only know how to plunder." The goblin corrected. "Dear humans, thank you for saving me." Zhun Cheng was surprised. "You can speak our language," the goblin merchant said. "Before entering your world, I underwent a small wisdom inheritance and quickly mastered the language of your planet. My name is Dud Gold Coin. To thank you for rescuing me, I can sell you some goods at cost. What do you think?" Dud Gold Coin chuckled and said, "Of course, I also accept bartering." "At cost?" "Bartering." They exchanged glances, and Yao Xiu whispered, Perhaps this is a special reward for clearing the hell-level fire rat's nest. Zheng Cheng nodded and assessed the value between killing the wandering merchant and the special reward, ultimately suppressing his urge to kill. What kind of goods do you have? Doug Gold Coin's eyes lit up. Health potions. I'm sure you human professionals need them. I also have a job transfer certificate. I have a job transfer certificate for the assassin class, a dream come true for all low-level assassins. Also, I have a beast egg from the Pale Valley, rumored to hatch a sub-dragon pet. And besides, I have a skill book waiting to be sold. Skill book. Everyone's expression slightly changed upon hearing the goblin merchant mention skill books. For professionals like them, the most important things weren't equipment or weapons, but skill books. The more skills they master and honed, the stronger their skills would become. Thus, their strength would also increase. Unfortunately, the skill books in this world were governed by the laws of the universe and were extremely rare. Besides the novice skills acquired upon awakening a profession and the associated skills tree, they could only learn appropriate skills through skill books. Each individual had only for empty skill slots. In other words, considering the 10 novice and profession skills trees, each professional could only master 15 skills. RTC Chapter 37. Trade. Believe it or not, I'll expose you. Skill book. Can we take a look? Zheng Cheng took the lead to speak. Among the group, he was the captain and had already gained everyone's approval. Even Yao Xiu tacitly agreed when he spoke. Doug Money grinned and touched the spatial ring. With a flash of light, 3 different items quickly appeared on the ground. Respected human professionals, these 3 items are the most precious goods from my journey. To thank you for saving our lives, these 3 items can be sold to you at cost price. The first item. Doug Money handed over a palm-sized item resembling a slate. Underground Assassin Class Change Certificate. This is a class change certificate I purchased from the Underground Sandworm clan. Low-level assassin class professionals simply need to drop their own blood on this certificate to start the Underground Assassin Class Change mission. After completing the mission, you can change into the Underground Assassin class. Class rating: 6 stars. After a successful class change, you can acquire skills such as Underground, Scent Control, and more. For low-level assassins, this is the most precious item. Hearing Doug Money's words, Chen Zi and the others were all excited. Wow, a 6-star class, assassin class, such a pity. I wonder if Sai Shen can use it. I'm a druid. What use do I have for a class change into an assassin? Doug Money continued in a tempting tone. So, what do you think, dear guests? This Underground Assassin Class Change Certificate only costs 10,000 gold coins. What? That's so expensive? I've heard that goblins are the best businessmen among the different races. It seems to be true. 10,000 gold coins are more than I could ever sell myself for. The group was amazed, and Zheng Cheng furrowed his brows, beginning to size up Doug Money. If they were to take him out now, wouldn't all 3 of these items that were brought out be theirs? As well as that spatial ring. Had usage requirements? No problem, they could sell it at the professional guild or auction house. There were surely alchemists and craftsmen who could unlock this thing. Feeling a chill down his neck and below him, Doug Money hastily withdrew the assassin class change certificate, licked his face, and smiled. My saviors, I was just joking with you. How could I sell you items you don't need? Ding ding ding. These 2 items are actually prepared for you. The first item, Aliao Beast Egg. Doug Money tapped on a beast egg at a height similar to his own, introducing excitedly. This is a treasure I obtained from the lizard people of the Pale Valley. The lizard people mount, the flame serpent lizard beast egg, possesses a trace of dragon bloodline, naturally has scales, and can master several low to mid-level magics. Once this flame serpent lizard hatches, it will be a very useful helper for beast tamers, summoners, knights, hunters, and more. Doug Money emphasized the words knights. Among the group, Chen Zhao's profession happened to be a knight. Chen Zhao's eyes lit up at first, but then he asked cautiously, how much? 1,000 gold coins. So cheap? The group was stunned. This was an Aliao beast egg. Once hatched, it would have an Aliao beast companion. In terms of overall strength, it would definitely surpass the 6-star underground assassin. Zheng Cheng sneered. Of course, it's cheap. This beast egg can't hatch at all. Hot. Everyone quickly looked at the beast egg. Name: Demon beast egg. Race: Flame serpent lizard. Attribute: Fire. Current status: Incubation period: Weak. Description. A series of question marks appeared in the item's description. Clearly something messed up by Doug. Chen Zi was furious and grabbed the little guy by the neck. You little rat dared to deceive me. Believe it or not, I'll kill you now and take your stuff. No, no, no. Doug hurriedly yelled, his thin body flailing in the air. 1,000 gold coins. 1,000 gold coins. You can buy it and gamble, can't you? In case it really hatches, you'll get a flame serpent lizard. A normal flame serpent lizard beast egg is worth at least 7,000 to 8,000 gold coins. Damn. Chen Zi shoved Doug to the ground. What use is this thing? Omelette? Why are you cursing at me, Zi brother? Sai Shen's large head leaned in. What the? Zheng Cheng furrowed his brows, glanced at the time remaining, which was less than a minute, and asked directly, what is the last item? Skill book. Doug quickly took out a skill scroll that looked like parchment and said, this skill is also suitable for you all. Ha, the group looked and once again were dumbfounded. All of them subconsciously looked at Chen Zi. What's going on today? 2 out of the 3 items are related to Chen Zi. Skill book. Taunt. Effect. Consumes mental power. Can cast on a target, forcing the target to attack oneself. Usage limitation. Limited to knights, shield warriors, monks, beast druids, etc. Oh, taunt. A standard skill for knights. Sai Shen exclaimed. I thought Zi brother would never awaken taunt as a newbie skill, but it turns out. Zhang Pingani added. Yes, with taunt, Zi brother can hold aggro, and we can be safer. Zheng Cheng asked. How much? Chen. We're brothers, why talk so much? You don't mind my low-class rating. Take me to the instance, and if you come across a skill you can use, I definitely have to buy it. Doug's eyes lit up and he immediately said, 2,000 gold coins. Get lost. Chen Zi immediately retorted, in our auction house, a taunt book costs at most 500 to 200 gold coins. You call this cost price? Doug shrank back, wearing a pitiful expression. Then how about 200 gold coins, you? Doug held his head high and yelled hoarsely. I ran this far, was caught by fire mouse. I have to make some profit. I'm a merchant. I have to pay taxes too. Woo woo woo. Zheng Cheng stopped Chen Zi, who was still angry. We don't have that much gold coins. This kid is definitely trying to. I can lend you some. Yao Xiu suddenly spoke up. Chen Zi and the others' eyes lit up. They were all broke, but Yao Xiu was different. A 9-star profession, and also a night watcher. She definitely had money. Zheng Cheng asked, where did you get so much money? Yao Xiu blinked and said, I am a 9-star professional. The Chang'an City Lord's mansion rewarded me with 10,000 gold coins, and I also have night watcher's allowances. Damn. They all secretly cursed. Full of envy. Even Zheng Cheng was tempted. Not to mention the City Lord's mansion's reward of 10,000 gold coins, but also the night watcher's benefits. Damn. Comparing to ordinary people, they were nothing compared to government officials. Your money. Forget it. Zheng Cheng said, you're a 9-star professional. Your expenses must be significant. Besides, I'm the one buying things for my brothers, not you. With that, he took out an item from his inventory and showed it to Doug. How much is this item worth? Doug glanced casually, but his eyes suddenly lighted up, instinctively saying, permanent attribute increase. Bloodline item? No. Why is there no rank restriction? End of this chapter. Chapter 38. Wolf Heart without rank restrictions. Zheng Cheng's heart stirred. It seems that this Wolf Heart prop still holds secrets he doesn't know about. Rank restrictions. What is it? The prop in his hand turned out to be a special ingredient that was dissected from a member of the Fallen Awakening organization, the Black Wolf, in the past. Wolf Heart. Prop. Wolf Heart. Quality. 5 stars. Effect. Permanently increases strength and agility by 5 points when consumed. Limit of 10 doses. There is an extremely small chance of transforming one's bloodline into a werewolf bloodline after consumption. Explanation. A normal Wolf Heart contains the secret of werewolf power. A reader pointed out an issue with the Wolf Heart, so some changes are made here. Changes made previously won't affect the reading. As the goblin merchant lunged forward, he directly retrieved the heart. Human professional. I'll take this heart. For a mere skillbook exchange, just a normal Wolf Heart, it's already me being generous. Zheng Cheng was indifferent. Not enough. What do you mean, not enough? Just a skillbook is not enough. I'll add this flame serpent lizard egg. Doug gritted his teeth. This is my limit. Just a normal Wolf Heart, I can acquire plenty anytime. Not enough, Jun Cheng said calmly, becoming a bit impatient in the last half-minute. But now it was Doug who was feeling the urgency. Doug's eyes spun rapidly, gritting his teeth. Lad, this rogue transfer certificate. We don't even have a rogue. Getting a transfer certificate for a rogue is useless. No deal, Jun Cheng said. We only have 20 seconds left to leave the instance. If you can't produce, I have. Doug gritted his teeth. I'll add one more thing. Perfect for that female professional. Female professional? The group's faces turned strange, finally realizing what the goblin meant. Female professional. Yao Xiu. Yao Xiu immediately became angry, a cold blizzard forming in front of her. The Tud didn't notice Yao Xiu's change. Feeling around his spatial ring, something else appeared in front of everyone. Giant ice fruit. Dang. Everyone cursed subconsciously, as what appeared before them was a massive fruit standing as tall as a person. It looked like a pear, but overall resembled a large transparent ice block. Emitting a faint mist, the surface bore faint and mysterious patterns. Doug quickly said, "This is the giant ice fruit that only grows in the ice giant territory. It's immensely beneficial for those with ice and snow elements, offering significant advantages. Exchange your Wolf heart, more than enough." Yao Xiu's eyes sparkled, the killing intent immediately disappearing as she carefully examined the giant ice fruit. Name: Giant ice fruit. Attribute: Special ingredient. Effect: when consumed, permanently enhances one's ice and snow element skills and attributes. Effectiveness determined by the individual's professional star rating. Explanation: a rare fruit from the territory of the ice giant, also a valuable treasure for other races. After reading, Yao Xiu stared at Jun Cheng without blinking. The implications were clear to everyone. Although the giant ice fruit was indeed quite large, she was confident she could consume it, even if it took her a week. Jun Cheng twitched his mouth, acknowledging that it was thanks to Yao Xiu's wide-ranging ice and snow damage and control that the hell-level instance was successfully cleared. Without her, it would have been much trickier to conquer for him. Chen Zi, Sai Shen, and Zhang Ping'an. I'll make the exchange, but I have a condition, Jun Cheng said. And Doug hastily exclaimed, "What condition? Time is running out." What does rank restriction mean? Rank restriction, Doug swiftly explained. Some low-level ingredients and props have no effect when consumed by higher-level professionals. Your Wolf Heart prop, which increases a total of 10 attributes without rank restrictions, will be effective even for higher-level professionals after consumption. Deal. Jun Cheng cut off Doug, and the two immediately completed the transaction. Doug the merchant was also a special professional, his goods protected by the power of the rules during trades. Other professionals would have to kill him completely if they wanted to snatch the items. Otherwise, even if they managed to steal, the items couldn't be used. The two quickly completed the trade. In Jun Cheng's inventory appeared the skill book, Flame Serpent Lizard Egg, and a huge giant ice fruit. After the trade, the figures of Jun Cheng, Yao Xiu, Chen Zi, Sai Shen, and Zhang Ping'an slowly disappeared. Ted, however, cradled the Wolf heart, his eyes filled with both heartache and excitement. My giant ice fruit. Damn, that was meant to be sold to the Snow Yaksha tribe. However, it's alright. This Wolf heart not only permanently boosts strength and agility by 5 points, but also holds the bloodline of a werewolf. Should I go to the Moonlit Werewolf territory? Or to the Wolf tribe in the Orc Empire? Sigh, this was a big loss. Maybe I should visit a few more places. As light flashed before his eyes, Jun Cheng appeared in a dark space. A mechanical voice resounded beside him. Professional Jun Cheng, you have completed the Hell-level challenge of the Fire Mouse Nest. Evaluation. SSS rank. Your personal challenge evaluation. SSS rank. Please choose one of the following 3 treasure chests as the reward for this Hell-level challenge. 3 nearly identical treasure chests appeared before him. After completing a dungeon challenge, each professional would receive an evaluation based on their output, healing, and other factors to determine the rewards. Jun Cheng pointed randomly at the first chest, that one. A golden light flashed, and a sheepskin scroll similar to the skill book appeared before him. A skill book. Jun Cheng's eyes brightened slightly. I wonder if learning the skill will cause any mutations. At the dungeon entrance, a military priest and 2 doctors were tending to some newcomers. Every year, there were always a few reckless professionals who chose challenges above their actual strength levels in the trial dungeons. Losing limbs or suffering injuries was considered lucky. Those who didn't exit in time might even lose their lives in the dungeons. Suddenly, the dungeon flashed, and four disheveled figures emerged. Look, it's Leon Fen and the others. They attempted the nightmare dungeon. I wonder if they succeeded. They probably did. All 5 of them, including Lin Jianyu who came out earlier, are safe. Surrounding comments could be heard, and Leon Fen's eyes darkened. Damn. We failed to conquer the nightmare dungeon this time because we didn't have a proper tank. Otherwise, we would have made it. Yeah. It was close. If only that boss didn't go berserk at the end. But compared to other classmates, we did quite well. At this moment, several teachers including Gao Yang noticed them. Leon Fen, are you all okay? Leon Fen, did you clear the dungeon? Leon Fen changed his expression and calmly said, mission accomplished. Although we didn't slay the final boss, the Fire Rat Warrior at the Nightmare difficulty, we managed to defeat 2 Fire Rat guards. Our completion rate for the Nightmare difficulty Fire Mouse Nest dungeon is 86%. Tomorrow, let's prepare again. We will definitely clear this Nightmare difficulty dungeon tomorrow. Our levels have also increased to Level 3. Oh right. Leon Fen looked around. What about Zhang Cheng and the others we made a bet with? None of them have come out. Could they have all perished inside? Friendship group. 320,600,550. Interested buddies can join till the end of this chapter. Chapter 39 Breakthrough Pearl. Rescue plan for Yao Xiu. Not passed. I thought I had passed. Not as good as Chen Zixiang and them. Even though they challenged the difficult level dungeon, they came out 7 or 8 minutes ago. Yad. First challenge a lower difficulty level to practice, then try to challenge the next difficulty level. What about Zhang Cheng and them? And Yao Xiu? It's been almost 2 hours and they haven't come out yet. Could they really have all died inside? Impossible. Yao Xiu is a 9-star professional, so what if she's 9-star? Every year, awakened 9-star professionals have died before. Yeah. A dead genius is nothing. Listening to the discussions of the surrounding classmates, Leon Fen's mouth twitched a bit. Yad. Why wasn't he like Chen Zixiang and them, practicing first in difficult dungeons and then going for nightmare level difficulty? In that case, they would definitely be able to pass the nightmare difficulty level dungeon. Damn it. Now the team members are all injured to varying degrees, and their spirits are severely depleted. They can only wait until tomorrow. Gao Yang said, this time, you finish the dungeon in 1 hour and 46 minutes, without killing the final boss. Strictly speaking, it cannot be considered a dungeon clearance. Leon Fen's face changed slightly, but he still said, we made a bet with Zhang Cheng beforehand. Now we have come out alive, and we have achieved an 86% completion rate in the nightmare difficulty dungeon. But what about them? They still haven't come out yet. Most likely they died inside. Teacher Gao, I hope you can give me the winnings of the bet. Gao Yang frowned. Leon Fen, we are all classmates. In the future, going to the foreign battlefield is relying on each other as comrades. Why bother? Just as he was saying this, an anxious figure suddenly shot over from the distance at a fast speed. Yao Xiu. At this moment, in her hand, she was holding an ancient-looking round ball, the size of an egg, with some cracks on it. Captain Zhao. Gao Yang's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly went to meet her. She had to personally retrieve the boundary-breaking pearl as her colleagues encountered some accidents halfway, and she was forced to retrieve it herself. Have they come out yet? Not yet. What about the other students? They have all come out. Yao Xiu took a deep breath, stepped in front of the entrance to the dungeon. Holding her breath, concentrating her mind, she began to communicate with the boundary-breaking pearl. The boundary-breaking pearl, a special item, with the ability to break through array seals, barriers between 2 worlds, space locks, and other effects. The boundary-breaking pearl in Yao Xiu's hand was just the lowest grade boundary-breaking pearl, capable of breaking the locks of dungeons, mysteries, allowing outsiders to enter the dungeons or mysteries. Of course, once the boundary-breaking pearl is used, it will cause irreversible damage to the dungeon, mystery, etc. In severe cases, it could even cause the dungeon or mystery to collapse and disappear directly. As for the origin of the boundary-breaking pearl, most people believe that it is a special item born when the rules of different worlds friction and merge during the fusion of many spatial rifts, small worlds, and blue stars. The strongest boundary-breaking pearls can even break through the world barriers, forming a fixed passage between the two worlds, allowing creatures from different worlds to directly enter each other's worlds. Who is that pretty lady? What is she doing? Shh. Keep your votes down. That's the captain of the Night Watch. She should be rescuing Yao Xiu, right? Isn't Flame Mouse Nest a level 5 dungeon? How is she rescuing? How would I know? Leon Fen's jealousy grew even stronger. The Night Watch team was willing to use such an item as the boundary-breaking pearl to save Yao Xiu and him. He had to struggle to escape from the nightmare difficulty dungeon, yet no one even asked him. It's truly infuriating. The boundary-breaking pearl in Zhao Yongxiao's hand began to emit a violent spatial fluctuation. Under her manipulation, it slowly floated in the air. Strange waves of energy spread from the cracks on the surface of the boundary-breaking pearl. Teacher Gao, evacuate the students around. At least move 1,000 meters away from the dungeon entrance. Yes, Captain Zhao. Gedeon quickly took action. With the help of the surrounding soldiers, they soon evacuated the students to a distance of 1,000 meters. Phew. Zhao Yongxiao took a deep breath. The light on the surface of the boundary-breaking pearl began to intensify, until the dungeon entrance also began to emit faint spatial fluctuations, and several figures slowly took shape in front of the dungeon entrance. Zhao Yongxiao was puzzled. Weren't all the students supposed to come out? How? Her eyes suddenly lit up. Among these figures, the most eye-catching one was a mature male monkey. Continuing with the term, everyone understands, hoping not to be blocked. How is this possible? Such a big mon? Squeak squeak. The light at the entrance of the dungeon finally dissipated completely, revealing Zheng Cheng and 5 others in front of Zhao Yongxiao. At the same time, Zheng Cheng and his companions also saw Zhao Yongxiao. Captain Zhao, what are you doing? The spatial fluctuations emitted by the boundary-breaking pearl made Zheng Cheng and the others feel uneasy. What was this thing? What did Captain Zhao want to do? Are you guys okay? We're fine, Zheng Cheng said strangely. By the way, Captain Zhao, what is this thing? He was pointing at the boundary-breaking pearl. Zhao Yongxiao hastily put away the boundary-breaking pearl, joking around. If she released the boundary-breaking pearl now, it would immediately cause a large number of spatial rifts within a radius of over 10 meters. By then, not just Zheng Cheng, Yao Xiu, and the others, even she herself would be instantly engulfed. In the distance, a group of friends were also shocked. Damn, is the Night Watch team so powerful? They managed to get Zheng Cheng and the others out so quickly. All 5 of them are out. Not even injured. What did the Night Watch team use? A group of people ran over. Leon Fen's expression became extremely ugly. All 5 of them came out unharmed and lively. How is that possible? Yan Lai also approached. Brother Fan, something seems off. How are all 5 of them fine? HMPH. Leon Fen snorted, speculating. I guess after entering the dungeon, he found a safe place to hide. Then he waited until the time was right to come out, trying to win the bet using this method. Is that so? Let's go ask and find out. Leon Fen ran towards Zheng Cheng and the others, but Yan Lai stopped in his tracks. Brother Lai, why aren't you going with Brother Fan? Zhao Yeping, Lin Jianyu, and 3 others also approached, inquiring curiously. Yan Lai shook his head. Leon Fen said that Yao Xiu and them are hiding inside the dungeon. How is that possible? The monsters in the hell difficulty dungeon are aggressive. Where would be a safe place? He may be foolish, but I'm not. Offending Yao Xiu, a 9-star professional, and that guy Zheng Cheng. He can play by himself in the future. I'm not going to accompany him. Zhao Yeping and the others exchanged glances, saying, I'll go with you. Brother Lai, I'll go with you too. This guy Leon Fen really thinks that high-level professionals can do whatever they want. Let him play by himself. We'll just watch the drama. Hehe. Brother Lai is wise. End of this chapter. Chapter 40. Mutant Male. A familiar figure. Zhao Yongxiao stuttered, asking, Are you talking about? You guys clearing the hell-level difficulty Fire Mouse Nest dungeon? Zheng Cheng nodded. Of course. Thanks to Yao Xiu. Without her guidance, we wouldn't have been able to clear it. Yao Xiu glared at Zheng Cheng, but thinking of the secret between them, she could only reluctantly nod. The Fire Mouse Nest is full of fire attribute monsters, which are weak against my attribute. And with everyone working together, Chen Zi, Sai Shen, and Zhang Ping'an all enthusiastically nodded their heads. So, as long as you guys are okay, I need to report to the bureau chief." She couldn't hold back anymore. Looking at the colorful Grand Chick Can asked, "This is?" Sai Shen blinked his big eyes and said, "That. Leader, I'm a druid. What's wrong? Druid's novice skill isn't the animal affinity until level 30 when you can transform into a hawk or black bear, wild wolf, and the like. I'm a poultry druid." Poultry druid? Zhao Yongxiao's expression became even more bewildered. Is there such a profession? How come I've never heard of it? Yao Xiu, Zhun Cheng, are you guys okay? Gedong finally ran over, followed by a group of students who gathered around, chattering. Wow, that's a huge one. Who is it? Sai Shen. Isn't he the poultry druid? Wow, can he really transform into a rooster? Impressive. Yao Xiu and the others are out. Could they have already cleared the hell difficulty dungeon? Check it out. Zhun Cheng said, Teacher Gao, we're fine. So, did you guys clear the hell level difficulty dungeon yet? More or less. What do you mean more or less? It should be considered a first clearance. Wow. Hearing Zhun Cheng's words, the surrounding students all gasped in shock. Hell level difficulty dungeon. Among over 100 new student professionals in the school, apart from them, none have gone beyond clearing the hard level dungeon. Unexpectedly, they directly cleared the hell level difficulty dungeon. What's your level? Zhun Cheng said. We're all at level 4. Only Yao Xiu is at level 3. Gedong nodded. Yao Xiu has a high star rating, and soul power requirement is already very high. What? Level 4 already? So fast? Even Leon Fen and them are only level 3. Zhun Cheng and them cleared the hell level difficulty dungeon, while Leon Fen failed the nightmare level difficulty dungeon. Zhun Cheng won the bet. I don't believe it. Just as Gedong was saying this, Leon Fen suddenly rushed over, looking crazed. How is that possible? 3 3-star ratings, 1 5-star rating, at most at a 9-star rating. How could they have passed the hell level difficulty? Chen Zi sneered. If you don't believe it, go check it yourself. Leon Fen gritted his teeth and went to the entrance of the dungeon. Here, he could check the top 10 clearance records of the dungeon. For the nightmare level difficulty dungeon, there was none. For the hell level difficulty dungeon, there was only one team. First place, Zhun Cheng, Yao Xiu, Chen Zi, Sai Shen, Zhang Ping'an. Duration, 1 hour, 52 minutes. How is this possible? How can this be possible? Leon Fen gritted his teeth. Could it be the difference between a 9-star profession and a 7-star profession? Zhao Yongxiao looked at Leon Fen, who seemed lost and shook his head. Let's go. Let's rest at the town's inn first. Let him be alone for a while. These days, you can train here. Don't waste this opportunity. The students followed suit and walked towards the nearby Wei town. Gedong also took out the bet he made with Leon Fen and the others, a recall scroll. Amidst their mutual excuses, Zhun Cheng ended up collecting it. The distance to the inn from the dungeon wasn't far, only about 10 minutes away. On the way back, Zhun Cheng and Chen Zi discussed the schedule for the next few days. The school allocated 10 days for this trial dungeon. Within these 10 days, they could train inside the LV5 Fire Mouse Nest and the Leave 10 Crimson Altar dungeons. They planned to spend the first 3 days to clear the Fire Mouse Nest and then attempt the Leave 10 Crimson Altar dungeon in the last few days. At the same time, they divided the spoils they obtained from the dungeons. Chen Zi got a taunt skill book, and the ice giant fruit was taken by Yao Xiu. As for the beast egg, no one wanted it. Chen Zi and Yao Xiu already had loot, so they hesitated to take it. Sai Shen and Zhang Ping'an insisted they didn't contribute anything and refused it. In the end, the beast egg fell into Zhang Cheng's pocket. Outside the town, Zhao Yongxiao bid farewell to Yao Xiu and Zhun Cheng and the others. Zhun Cheng, Yao Xiu is now Guardian of the Night. We Guardians of the Night also have a presence here, so we won't go to the inn with you. Chen Zi sarcastically said. Guardians of the Night have such good benefits, all expenses paid trips. Zhao Yongxiao chuckled. What do you think, little brother? Would you like to join our Guardians of the Night? Really? No way. Chen Zi immediately shut himself. Zhun Cheng also chuckled and said, well then, let's meet tomorrow. Zhao Yongxiao earnestly said, Zhun Cheng, please seriously consider joining the Guardians of the Night. Our Guardians of the Night really need talents like you. I understand. On the way back, Chen Zi wondered, Chen Jie, why don't you join the Guardians of the Night? The Guardians of the Night. Zheng Cheng's thoughts on the official concept were still from his past life, and in this life, it's not that he doesn't want to join the Guardians of the Night, but with so many secrets on him, perhaps only within the Guardians of the Night could he explore the secrets of his skills. Should he really go investigate within the Guardians of the Night? No. Zheng Cheng's eyes suddenly lit up. In the Fire Mouse Nest dungeon, he obtained a skill scroll when the dungeon ended. It happened to be a skill he could learn. I wonder if using the skill book to learn the skill might cause a mutation. Exactly, Cheng Jie. The Guardians of the Night have great benefits. No military service required. You can go to the otherworld battlefield whenever you want. Sai Shen, with his big head, also leaned in, scaring Chen Zi to quickly step back. Damn it, turn back to your original form. No one's around. Quickly. Is there no one around? Sai Shen scanned around and indeed found no one. He immediately flickered and emitted a burst of light. Instantly, he turned back into his original form. A handsome young man. Damn. Put on your clothes. People who don't know might think you're a pervert. TSK tilde am I such a handsome pervert? Sai Shen was extremely cocky. The group bantered and scolded each other, and soon arrived at Wei Town. Sai Shen took out a set of plain white cloth clothing from his backpack and put it on. Red Star Inn. A group of people were checking themselves in, when Chen Zi suddenly grabbed Zheng Cheng, looking mysterious. Cheng Jie. Do you know who I just saw? Who? Along the way, Zheng Cheng had been contemplating the mutation of skills and skill books, oblivious to the people around him. San Xiaoyu. Who? San Xiaoyu. Our class flower. I just saw her in town. Seemed like she was buying something with a few classmates. Her? Zheng Cheng was also puzzled. What is she doing here? End of this chapter. Chapter 41 Loot. New mutation skills. Several people opened their rooms and rested separately. Zheng Cheng, citing discomfort with his body, deliberately opened a large bedroom. Amidst the ambiguous glances from Chen Zi and the others, the four of them dispersed. After washing away the fatigue of the day, Zheng Cheng took out today's loot from the inventory. Bloodthirsty Staff, Flame Lizard Egg, and the last skill book. He picked up the Bloodthirsty Staff first. The greatest use of the Bloodthirsty Staff is the associated Bloodthirst skill. Zheng Cheng shook his head. Unfortunately, I'm not a beast tamer or summoner. Otherwise, summoning a bunch of minions to surround the enemy while I throw out Bloodthirst would be awesome. I can't just throw Bloodthirst on Chen Zi. I wonder what will happen if Jigo is affected by Bloodthirst. Thinking of the crazy Jigo with Bloodlust, Zheng Cheng's smile seemed somewhat strange. It's not suitable for me. I can't use the staff as a melee weapon. It would have been better if it were a sword or something. Zheng Cheng's movements suddenly stopped. Bloodthirst. He remembered the two fire rat rodents that went mad after being hit by bloodthirst and then suffered from acute gastrointestinal explosion. The two fire rats directly suffered from anal fissures and lost their ability to move instantly. The probability of anal fissure explosion was directly increased to 100%. Bloodthirst can accelerate blood flow in the body in exchange for explosive power. And my acute gastrointestinal explosion skill can cause the target to have explosive diarrhea in a short period of time, with a chance of causing anal fissures. When combined, does that mean the target will have a 100% chance of having anal fissures after being hit by acute gastrointestinal explosion? Damn. The scene was too vivid for Zheng Cheng to imagine. He excitedly put away the bloodthirsty staff. I'll try it out in the instance tomorrow. If it works, I'll be a real hitman. He then picked up the flame lizard egg and examined it carefully. He even pressed the eggshell against his body but felt nothing. A dead egg. Not very useful. Looks like I'll just go back and fry an egg. Or should I try random dissection? What can you dissect from one egg? True to his thoughts, he immediately took out the whiteboard long knife. Poor whiteboard long knife, which had just passed through the instance 3 times and was about to run out of durability. With a backhand slash, it struck the egg. A burst of light flashed, the egg cracked into pieces, and a red chunk of meat appeared in Zheng Cheng's hand. The whiteboard long knife directly shattered into pieces on the ground. After a day of hard fighting and dissecting the flame lizard egg yolk, it collapsed. Skill successfully executed. You have obtained an ingredient, flame lizard egg yolk. Ingredient, flame lizard egg yolk quality, 2 stars effect. Consuming it permanently increases mental strength by 3 points, fire resistance plus 1%, levitation ability plus 1%, limited to consuming 10. Description: the The flame lizard egg yolk is the most essential part of the egg. It really works. It also increases mental strength and fire resistance. Jun Cheng exclaimed. But what is levitation ability? Can it fly? Jun Cheng arrived at the 6th floor of the inn, looking down at the crowded people below, eager to try. Well, with so many people below, I'll try again later. He opened his mouth and sucked the yolk in. There was no fishy smell, but a warm sensation. After a few seconds, a surge of heat spread throughout his body. His mental attribute increased by 3 points again, reaching 34 points. Phew! He heaved a sigh of relief and then looked at the random reward he received after clearing the instance. A skill book. Skill book. Sacrificial fire effect. Consumes mental power to ignite a sacrificial fire on teammates, causing damage to anyone in contact with the sacrificial fire, inflicting damage to the spirit. Usage restriction. Mental strength 15. Limited to professions such as sacrificers, priests, clergy. Sacrificial fire. A skill used by the fire rat boss. Jun Cheng remembered the faint blue flames burning on him when attacking a fire rat. He was hit by the sacrificial fire while attacking, feeling like his brain was being pierced by needles. If his mental strength wasn't strong, he might have collapsed right there and then. I can just learn this sacrificial fire, but I wonder what effect it will have. With that in mind, he no longer hesitated and immediately chose to learn. The skill book of sacrificial fire, his hand turned into a white light and floated into Jun Cheng's forehead. In an instant, in his mind, a faint blue skill rune slowly appeared, taking shape gradually. On the side of the sacrificial fire skill rune, intertwined like two big trees, was a skill tree. At their bottom, two skill runes were flashing with an unknown light. Acute gastrointestinal explosion. Random dissection. The sacrificial fire skill rune began to take shape, and at that moment, the two skill trees suddenly emitted a faint light. The skill tree representing acute gastrointestinal explosion extended a branch that slowly wrapped around the sacrificial fire skill rune. Following the movement of the skill tree, the structure of the sacrificial fire skill rune underwent an eerie change. A mechanical-like prompt sounded in his mind. You have learned a new skill, sacrificial fire. Skill rune disorder. System adjustment. Adjustment successful. You have learned a new skill, phantom fire incineration technique. Damn, it mutated again. Jun Cheng took a deep breath as the sacrificial fire evolved into the phantom fire incineration technique. What kind of skill is this? He looked at the explanation of the phantom fire incineration technique. Phantom fire incineration technique internal. Leave 1. A mutated skill that consumes one's mental strength to trigger phantom fire within the target's body, spreading throughout the body and dealing massive damage to the target. The higher the target's mental fluctuations and emotional changes including anger, sadness, fear, etc., the higher the quality of the phantom fire triggered, and the higher the damage inflicted. The higher the target's mental fluctuations and emotional changes, the higher the damage caused. Anger, sadness, fear. Jun Cheng blinked and hesitated. Is this an offensive skill? Why do I feel like it's a bit mocking? In other words, the angrier the target, the more intense the emotions, the stronger this phantom fire will be. It seems I have to find a way to make the boss angry when I kill monsters. After learning this mutated skill, Jun Cheng's personal attributes underwent earth-shattering changes. Name: Jun Cheng. Profession: Priest. Star level: 3 stars level. Leave for soul power: 658 1000 strength, 25 constitution, 60 for agility, 20 to 16 fire rat tails plus fire rat king tail mental strength, 30 for resistance, poison resistance 20%, fire resistance 17%. Physical attributes: levitation ability 1%, equipment: bloodthirsty staff backpack, town portal scroll skills, acute gastrointestinal explosion. Leave 3, random dissection LV2, phantom fire incineration technique. Leave 1. Let's get some rest. Tomorrow, I'll buy a whiteboard weapon and visit the fire rat nest instance. I can still eat 14 fire rat tails. I wonder if there are any other special ingredients. End of this chapter. Chapter 42. Black Sun Church Mass. The next morning, several people had breakfast early and then went their separate ways. They agreed to meet at the instance at 10 o'clock. Jun Cheng left the hotel alone and headed to the branch of the professional guild in Whitetown. What? All the swords and weapons are sold out. Upon hearing the explanation from the receptionist at the branch weapons department, Jun Cheng immediately widened his eyes. The receptionist hesitated and said, "Yes, sir. A group of people bought out all the weapons at the Whitetown branch yesterday. Maybe you can try looking somewhere else. Who bought them? I'm sorry sir, we need to keep our customers' information confidential. Zhang Cheng discreetly handed over 100 yuan, and the receptionist immediately whispered. It seemed like a group of students, all quite young, that they are not professionals, just ordinary people. Yes, the receptionist nodded. Sir, never mind. I'll look somewhere else. Zhang Cheng left the professional guild, then turned towards the adjacent auction house. Similarly, the auction house had nothing available either. Even with the fastest speed, it would still take 3 days to deliver the goods. 3 days. Zhang Cheng was surprised. Why does it take so long? The Whitetown bridge collapsed. The auctioneer shrugged. There was heavy rain upstream yesterday, and in the afternoon, the water level suddenly rose, washing away the bridge. A group of fish monsters appeared in the river. The professional guild and the military have already offered a reward for professionals to clean them up. It will take at least 3 days to clear out the fish monsters completely, plus half a day for bridge repair. I see. Zhang Cheng furrowed his brows. The bridge was fine and they arrived yesterday morning. How did it collapse so quickly? And there are fish monsters in the river. These fish monsters were creatures that roamed in rivers, lakes, and seas. They were typically composed of fish, shrimp, turtles, frogs, and other aquatic creatures. Most of them were fish. Inland fish monsters range from level 5 to level 30. The larger the lake or river, the higher the level of the fish monsters. It was said that beside the sea, legendary fish monsters above level 90 had been seen. A single legendary fish monster landing in a coastal city could cause a terrifying disaster resulting in tens of thousands of deaths. They could cause tsunamis, bringing along waves of other fish monsters, making the situation even more terrifying than inland animal swarms. Without weapons in town, do I have to go to the military or find the night watchmen? Zhang Cheng followed the crowd towards the hotel. Along the way, he heard many discussing the blockade of Whitetown and the shortage of supplies. However, not many people seemed panicked. After all, Whitetown was not far from Chang'an City, just over an hour's drive. Zhang Cheng suddenly paused. In the distance, several figures emerged from the pharmacy, carrying bags of various sizes. Among them, Zhang Cheng happened to recognize one person, San Jiaoyu. Was she really in Whitetown? And who was with her? It didn't seem like students from the 12th middle school. After thinking for a moment, he called out, San Jiaoyu, San Jiaoyu. San Jiaoyu heard Zhang Cheng's voice and turned around to greet him, was pulled by the person in black beside her. Zhang Cheng, is something wrong? Are you being kidnapped? Zhang Cheng furrowed his brows, quickly catching up. Stop. Who are you? Zhang Cheng was a professional, and these people were ordinary civilians. He soon caught up with them, including San Jiaoyu. There were a total of 4 people, 2 men and 2 women, all quite young. The 2 boys had backpacks looking full. San Jiaoyu and the other middle-aged woman were carrying bags of various medicines. Zhang Cheng, San Jiaoyu looked anxious. Even before she could speak, the middle-aged woman by her side interrupted, smiling awkwardly. Excuse me, why are you blocking me? Who are you people? Why are you taking her? I am San Jiaoyu's aunt. We are here on a trip. What's going on? Aunt? Zhang Cheng sounded skeptical, observing the 4 people closely. They were all civilians, not professionals, and their clothing styles were different. However, his gaze shifted when he noticed that all 4 of them, including San Jiaoyu, had a black spherical badge hanging around their necks with special engravings on them. Zhang Cheng decided not to waste more time, and quickly used his acute gastrointestinal eruption technique on the 3 non-combatants. If there's nothing else, please excuse me. The middle-aged woman's face suddenly changed as she instinctively covered her stomach. The other 2 guys turned red and ran away. You keep an eye on her. People were passing by on the street as the 3 immediately dropped to the ground, vomiting. The middle-aged woman, with experience, managed to hide behind a wall near a trash bin. The 2 young men were less lucky, desperately looking for the nearest public restroom. However, they had collapsed after a few steps, holding their heads and screaming in pain with their backpacks. Zhang Cheng, San Jiaoyu couldn't find the words to express her shock. Zhang Cheng's skill was known to her. The day he awakened as a professional, Leon Fen from the 2nd class came looking for trouble and was immediately knocked down by Zhang Cheng's acute gastrointestinal eruption technique. It became a joke throughout the entire school and was still being discussed in private. Zheng Cheng pulled Song Jiayu up. Let's go. Teachers from the school are here. If there's any trouble. Song Jiayu blushed but hesitantly stopped him. Zheng Cheng, I can't go with you. What happened exactly? Who are those people? Zheng Cheng asked puzzled. Did you guys buy out all the weapons in White Town? And what about all these medicines today? Song Jiayu's face paled as she explained. Zheng Cheng, can I ask you for one thing? What is it? We're classmates after all. Song Jiayu hesitated for a moment before saying, It's like this. After my awakening failed, my mom fell ill, and in a panic, she was taken to participate in an organization called the Black Sun Church by our neighbors. They claim to have the ability to turn ordinary people into professionals. Soon, Zheng Cheng understood the situation. So, your mother also took you to the Black Sun Church. For the past 2 days, you've all been attending mass inside the Black Sun Church in White Town. They started buying weapons and medicines yesterday, saying they were going to hold a grand ritual, or perhaps a ceremony, to welcome a god. They are planning a worship ceremony in White Town. But who is the god they are welcoming? And where? Zheng Cheng's mind raced, and he quickly put the pieces together. Are the fish monsters in the White Town River related to this Black Sun Church? And what about the White Town Bridge? Are they offering the entire townspeople as sacrifices? Impossible. End of this chapter. Chapter 43. Join intelligence from the Black Sun Church. It's true. Song Jiayu tearfully said, I noticed something was off yesterday, but my mom was firmly convinced and even wanted to take me to see the god to make amends. It took a lot of effort to convince her. Yesterday that god arranged a mission for us. What mission? To set fire within the town of Wei, incite chaos, and attract military personnel. Military personnel. Zheng Cheng's face looked strange. What are they trying to do by attracting military personnel? I don't know either. Song Jiayu said, with a miserable look. My mom is still inside the Black Sun Church. They have many professionals and followers. Our mission as ordinary believers is to incite chaos in Wei Town, including those professionals. Zheng Cheng's expression finally became serious. By the way, when are they planning to take action? I don't know the exact time, but based on the food and medicine they prepared, it should be the day after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow. Why the day after tomorrow? I don't know. It seems like the god said something about waiting for the ascension of the godson. Godson? Zheng Cheng became even more puzzled. Blocking Wei River for 3 days, starting yesterday afternoon, until the day after tomorrow is exactly 3 days. Why do I feel like the goal of the Black Sun Church seems to be the students who came here from our school? Yao Xiu, Song Jiayu added. Zheng Cheng, from my observation, I think they want to use us to incite chaos in Wei Town, attract the military personnel, and then find that so-called godson. Time is too short. I can only deduce so much. I understand. Zheng Cheng already had some suspicions in his mind, and his next step was to prove it. Come with me. We'll inform the teacher first and then figure out other ways. Song Jiayu shook her head. I can't leave. If I leave, something will definitely happen to my mom. Our phones were taken away. We can't even report to the police, and we have no way to contact the outside. Luckily we ran into you. Zheng Cheng frowned. How about your safety? Song Jiayu shook her head. They still want to use us to attract the attention of the military. There won't be any danger in the short term. Take this opportunity to report to the police or inform the authorities about this. I understand. Zheng Cheng looked deeply into Song Jiayu's eyes. Unexpectedly, this little girl matured so much after experiencing so much. After waiting for a few more minutes, the 3 people who were still arguing finally calmed down. The middle-aged woman who had been cursing all along came to Song Jiayu's side and asked fiercely, Where's that kid? He left. That damn brat, Song Jiayu said. Aunt Chen, he's a professional. What do you want to do? Professional. Aunt Chen showed a hint of fear on her face, but still gritted her teeth. Let him be arrogant for one more night, the day after tomorrow. Then she grabbed Song Jiayu and said, Let's go. Hurry back. In a corner, Zheng Cheng took out his phone and pulled out a business card from his pocket. Zhao Yongxiao's business card. After a few seconds, the phone was answered. Hello. After a few seconds of silence, Zheng Cheng spoke. This is Zheng Cheng. Zheng Cheng, have you figured it out? I want to inquire about the Black Sun Church. Black Sun Church? Zhao Yongxiao was clearly surprised. Where are you? I'll send someone to pick you up. Such a big reaction. It seems that the night watchman must know about this Black Sun Church. I'm in the alley outside the auction house in Weih Town. Wait there. I'll send someone immediately. 10 minutes later, a military jeep stopped in front of Zhang Cheng, and to his surprise, Zhao Yongxiao was sitting inside. As soon as they met, Zhao Yongxiao asked without hesitation, "How do you know about the Black Sun Church?" "I just met a classmate who happens to be in the Black Sun Church." "Awakened student? How did you know?" "These fallen ones." Zhao Yongxiao sneered. "The organization of the fallen ones is best at seducing hearts. The method that can turn ordinary people into professionals is their usual trick. Especially for high school students who just failed to awaken, it's an irresistible lure. Unfortunately, they've all been deceived." Zhang Cheng asked, "Captain Zhao, is the Black Sun Church part of the organization of the fallen ones? To be precise, you've also met someone from the Black Sun Church." "I have." Zhang Cheng suddenly realized the 3 people who were arrested at the hotel. "Aren't they from the Dawn?" "That's right." Zhao Yongxiao nodded. The Black Sun Church is actually one of the 9 days of the Dawn, under the control of the Master of the Black Sun. They seduce people through various means, recruit ordinary people, professionals into the Black Sun Church, and then proceed with manipulation, deception, bribery, etc. Ordinary people are cheated of money and love. Professionals are deceived to be used for their own purposes, causing far-reaching harm. The attack on Yuan Yaoxiu the other day was done by the Master of the Black Sun. We also know the people from the Black Sun Church in Weih Town. Zhang Cheng asked, "So you mean you are in control of all the actions of the Black Sun Church?" "That's right." Zhao Yongxiao nodded. "Their goal this time is very clear. It's still." Zhang Cheng interjected, "Yao Xiu. Why is the Dawn, or the Master of the Black Sun, so fixated on Yao Xiu? Why a second attempt after a previous failure?" Zhao Yongxiao assessed Zhang Cheng for a moment, then said, "This is confidential information of our Night Watchman. If you want to know, join the Night Watchman." "That's right." Zhao Yongxiao nodded. "I don't know why you're so resistant to joining the Night Watchman. Professionals who are recruited into the organization by the Night Watchman will have their backgrounds thoroughly investigated. You are an orphan, with a clean background, and the Night Watchmen are a semi-official organization. Why wouldn't you join? The Night Watchmen are actually very free. You're a student, you don't have to come to work, just need to gather when the Night Watchmen need you to complete a mission. And the perks and benefits of the Night Watchmen are quite good, enough to sustain you for a lifetime. Most importantly, Zhao Yongxiao dropped a bombshell. In the Night Watchman organization, you can have many like-minded companions to grow together. Also, as long as you have enough merits, you can investigate any information, have seniors to teach you, and equipment and tools are in abundance. Zhang Cheng's eyes flickered. "Do you have skill books?" "Of course." Zhao Yongxiao was surprised. The Night Watchmen are an official organization. What skill book can't you buy? You're a priest, right? I remember the headquarters of the Night Watchmen still has a skill book for resurrection. Resurrection skill? Zhang Cheng widened his eyes. There's such a thing. I wonder what resurrection skill would evolve into. So, what do you think? Zhao Yongxiao asked. Are you considering it? Zhang Cheng took a deep breath. All right, it seems like I have no reason to refuse. A young person can be taught. Now can you tell me why the Master of the Black Sun is so fixated on Yao Xiu? Of course, Zhao Yongxiao said, in a deep voice, because the Master of the Black Sun is dying. What? End of this chapter. Chapter 44. The Reincarnator. Breakthrough Mission. Under the coercion of 3 people, Song Chaoyu returned to the secret base of the Black Sun Church in Weih Town, an abandoned chemical factory. Inside the base, members of the Black Sun Church wearing black robes and black sun medals around their necks were coming and going. Each person's expression was fervent, murmuring something under their breath. In the center of the square, there were individuals dressed in black sitting cross-legged, with eerie array patterns outlined on the ground. Their eyes were tightly shut, hands curved and joined together to form a pattern resembling a black sun. In the center of the array, there was a small altar. On top of the altar was a statue, depicting a voluptuous woman with seductive figure and eyes, adorned with numerous black patterns on her skin. Her hands were raised as if holding up a burning fireball, situated between her palms. Around the altar, several thick incense sticks were burning, enveloping the entire square. Murmurs echoed across the square. Lord of the Black Sun, please bestow us with your divine message. Lord of the Black Sun, bless me with the awakening of my profession. My lord, I am your faithful follower. I am willing to offer up everything for you. Watching the mysterious and terrifying square, Sun Xiaoyu twitched her nose. The cotton stuffed inside her allowed her to temporarily resist the influence of the incense. After handing over the purchased supplies to the clergy, Sun Xiaoyu quietly walked to the edge of the square and sat down. Mom. Beside her was a beautiful woman draped in a black robe. The woman had a trance-like gaze, murmuring softly under her breath. Upon hearing her daughter's words, she mechanically raised her head. Hurry and pray. The Lord of the Black Sun will bless you with the awakening of your profession. Mom. Sun Xiaoyu suppressed her tears. Her father had gone to the foreign battlefield over a decade ago. There had been no news for such a long time. No letters, no notice of death, not even a missing person record. It was evident that her father was intentionally avoiding them. Dependent on each other, Sun Xiaoyu's wish was to awaken her profession, become a professional, and then go to the foreign battlefield to find the heartless man for her mother. Questioning why he had always been indifferent to them. Suddenly, she had failed. Perhaps she would never set foot on the foreign battlefield in her lifetime. While comforting her mother, the middle-aged woman made her way to the deepest part of the base. Envoy. I have returned. A tall figure clad in black emerged from the darkness. Unlike the ordinary followers, this envoy had golden patterns embellished on his black sun metal. He resembled a flickering flame. Was there any incident during the mission? The middle-aged woman said. One of our followers who accompanied us met her classmate on the way. We wanted to take her away, but suddenly I had stomach issues, couldn't hold it. What did Sun Xiaoyu and her classmate say? I am not sure. Stomach issues. The man in black spoke strangely. All three of you had stomach issues. Why yes. Ha ha ha. The middle-aged man chuckled. Interesting. It seems like special professionals. You may leave. Yes, envoy. The tall man turned and went deeper into the base, soon arriving at a room where four others were seated. They all had golden patterned black sun medals on their chests. Mu Yao. What's the situation? The man addressed as Mu Yao spoke. Our follower encountered an interesting professional in White Town. This professional can give people stomach issues. An aged voice among the envoys said, I recall when Qing Vine and Black Wolf were captured, there was a professional who could give people stomach problems. So, it was him. No wonder. Being able to give people stomach issues. That skill is quite strange. I doubt anyone can endure it. Damn. Why does such a skill exist? Ha ha ha. A gentle laughter suddenly rang out, and one of the slender figures clad in black removed her hood, revealing a woman with sky-blue skin, resembling water ripples, giving people stomach issues. So what? This skill seems useless against me, right? The woman laughed. If our plans coincide with his skills in the future, hand him over to me. Till the Muyo's eyes lit up. I almost forgot about you, Shuling. With the help of our lord, you have already become a reincarnator. Enviable indeed. Shuling smiled. What is there to envy about? Once this mission is over, once our lord successfully obtains a body, all of you will also become reincarnators. Thank you, our lord. Black mist suddenly emanated from the five figures. Their faces changed, and they all knelt down on the ground. Greetings to our lord. The black mist condensed, revealing a delicate figure. Simultaneously, a sharp, bent hoarse voice emanated. My body is almost at its limit. Go, find me another sacrificial offering. Remember, it must be a virgin, understand? Yes, our lord. Inside the jeep, Zhao Yongshao was still explaining. The Lord of the Black Sun rose to fame over 100 years ago, shortly after the end of a major disaster, and the country was in need of rejuvenation. At that time, she awakened as a 7-star professional, being highly regarded by many. She continued to grow and eventually entered the otherworldly battlefield of the demon domain to resist the alien races. She spent over 50 years in the demon domain, nearly becoming the overall commander of the human defense line in the demon domain. Unfortunately, an accident caused her to be stranded in the demon domain, disappearing ever since. The country at that time believed she had sacrificed herself, holding a grand funeral in her honor. Who knew? Zhao Yongshao exclaimed. 36 years ago, she returned. Not only did she become a reincarnator, but she also joined the Dawn organization, engaging in activities that enticed professionals, disrupting the peace of the human world. Our night watchmen have been chasing her for over 30 years, having had several chances to kill her, but she always managed to escape. This time, we finally caught up with her thanks to insider information. Now, she is over 130 years old. Despite being a reincarnator, her lifespan is nearing its end. Therefore, she can only use the reincarnation secret technique to find a suitable body for a new life, to live a second existence. And Yao Xiu is the perfect reincarnation body targeted by the Lord of the Black Sun. This news stirred a storm in Zheng Cheng's heart. A reincarnator? A legendary breakthrough mission. Zheng Cheng's eyes flashed as he said, "You already knew the purpose of the Lord of the Black Sun. You used Yao Xiu as bait." End of this chapter. Chapter 45. You use Yao Xiu as bait. You use Yao Xiu as bait. As soon as the words fell, the inside of the jeep fell silent. Zhao Yongxiao did not argue, nor did he try to explain. Inside the entire compartment, only the sound of the engine could be faintly heard. Zheng Cheng's brows furrowed. Why didn't Zhao Yongxiao explain? And the Lord of the Black Day is actually a reincarnator. A reincarnator is someone who obtains reincarnation tools through various means and transforms their bloodline and physique into a different semi-alien race after using them. Completing the reincarnation mission is very difficult. Once reincarnated, the professionals will turn back into baby form, half human, half alien, with mysteries in the womb, unsteady steps, and fragility of infancy. At that time, even an ordinary person could easily overpower them. But once the reincarnator grows up, they do not need to reach adulthood. Just at the age of 5 or 6, they can awaken the innate abilities of the reincarnated race. Combined with the boost from professional skills, their combat power grows rapidly, enough to crush ordinary professionals. For reincarnators, the most important ability is to gain the innate talents of the corresponding race. As for the breakthrough mission, Zheng Cheng furrowed his brows, wondering what the difficulty of his breakthrough mission would be. After all, a priest with skill mutations was something he had never heard of before. Just as Zheng Cheng was pondering, the jeep suddenly stopped in front of the military camp. "We're here. Get off." Zhao Yongxiao opened the car door and walked out first. Zheng Cheng followed closely behind. In front of the military camp stood a young girl, Yao Xiu, Sister Yongxiao. Upon seeing Zhao Yongxiao, Yao Xiu ran over happily. Then, she pretended to have just noticed Zheng Cheng. "Ha, Zheng Cheng, how come you're here too?" Zheng Cheng shrugged. "In the future, we might be colleagues." Yao Xiu's eyes lit up. "Did you agree to join the Night Watchmen?" "Yes." Zheng Cheng nodded. "For some special reasons, I want to find answers from the Night Watchman." "Let's go." Zhao Yongxiao took the lead. "I'll take you to meet a few people." Guided by Zhao Yongxiao, the three of them walked towards a building inside the military camp. "I will report your decision to join the Night Watchmen to the director. After returning from White Town, I will take you to the office to handle other procedures." "No problem." Soon, the three entered a building. They followed the stairs and surprisingly arrived at the basement. A spacious underground area appeared before Zheng Cheng's eyes. All kinds of fitness equipment and entertainment facilities were available. On the side of the underground training ground, there was even a tall arena. The vast underground training ground only had 3 people. "This is our Night Watchman secret base," Zhao Yongxiao explained. "Only members above the rank of captain of the Night Watchmen have the qualifications to enter." With Zhao Yongxiao's voice, the 3 people also noticed them. 2 of them immediately walked towards them, while the last scruffy-looking man remained seated in front of a game console, playing the popular arcade game The King of Fighters from over 300 years ago. There was no response to the arrival of the group. "Yongxiao, you're finally back." A man with long fiery red hair opened his arms when he saw Zhao Yongxiao and lunged towards him. Zhao Yongxiao took a step back and grabbed the man, causing him to land face first on the ground. His handsome face hit the ground hard. "Ah, Yongxiao, you're still as ruthless." The man with red hair struggled to get up, saying, "Just a little more, and I would have been able to touch your hand till the get lost." Zhao Yongxiao said bluntly, "Little Red Riding Hood, if you dare to speak nonsense again, I'll neuter you." "Yongxiao, you're still as heartless, and don't call me Little Red Riding Hood. That nickname sounds awful." "Fine. Little Red Riding Hood." "Hate it." The man with red hair stood up coquettishly, sizing up Zheng Cheng, and asked curiously, "Who is this handsome guy?" "Zheng Cheng," Zhao Yongxiao explained. "He's a new recruit of mine." "New recruit?" The man with red hair was puzzled. Didn't you use up your recommendation quota for this year? Zheng Cheng was recruited by the director. Recruited. The man with red hair's expression suddenly changed. When I returned to the office this time, I heard that not only did Ninth High produce a 9-star professional genius, but also a genius with a skill that can give people diarrhea. Could it be him? Zheng Cheng's expression was strange. What is a genius with diarrhea-inducing skills? Zhao Xiu nodded in silence. Exactly. It's him. Oh my. The man with red hair exclaimed. Young man, you're quite something. We night watchmen need talents like you. I've seen many strange skills, but yours is the first that's so bizarre. Zhao Xiu interrupted him. This kid is Su Chi Chen. You can call him Little Reed Riding Hood. Don't be fooled by his second-rate appearance. He's a 7-star professional firewalker. LV69. Just like me, we are both captains of the Night Watchmen's Chang'an branch. LV69. Zheng Cheng's eyes flashed, surprised by the young man's level strength. Every professional, when leveling up, will activate a breakthrough mission at multiples of 9 levels, Leave 9, LV19, LV29, all the way to Leave 69, Leave 79, and so on, each with their corresponding breakthrough missions. Additionally, each professional's breakthrough mission at the same level is different. The higher the level, the more challenging the breakthrough mission, especially beyond LV69, the difficulty increases substantially. Many professionals get stuck at their current level because they can't pass the breakthrough mission, especially at the LV69 level. There are even more professionals stuck. Captain Su, Zheng Cheng greeted him, and Su Chi Cheng showed more interest. Interesting. I'd like to test your skills when there's a chance. Huh. Several people looked puzzled. Test what skill? The sudden acute gastritis outbreak technique. What kind of strange interest is this? All right. Zhao Xiu interrupted Su Chi Cheng, saying, and this here, Pujia provided by a reader, you can call him Captain Pu. He's our Night Watchman Chang'an branch's most reliable shield, and as for his profession, you'll find out later. When Zhao Xiu emphasized the word reliable, Zheng Cheng couldn't grasp the meaning. Who is he? And, director, the Night Watchman's director. Why is he here? End of this chapter. Chapter 46 Night Watch Team Captain. Priest Skills. Hearing Zheng Cheng's question, Zhao Xiu remained silent for a few seconds before speaking. This is the answer to the question you just asked me in the car. Yao Xiu is not the bait to lure out the Lord of Black Sun. We have made the most comprehensive plans to ensure Xiu's safety. For this, even our chief has appeared. And them. Zhao Xiu looked towards Su Chi Cheng, Pu Jia, and the 3 still playing games and said, they are the most elite captains of our Chang'an City Night Watch Division. All of them are members of the mysterious rank among the Night Watchmen. Several other captains are currently monitoring the Black Sun Church from the outskirts. In addition, we have mobilized more than 50 ordinary members hidden in White Town. It is for this operation, to wipe out the Black Sun Church completely. I see. Zheng Cheng suddenly realized, I misunderstood you. But, isn't Yao Xiu still bait? You. Zhao Xiu was frustrated. Why isn't this kid following the expected script? By the way, what does the mysterious rank member mean? Zhao Xiu explained. Heaven, Earth, and Yellow people. Members of the Night Watchmen are divided into 5 ranks based on strength and merits. The higher the rank, the higher the monthly benefits received, and the higher the position within the Night Watchmen. Some high-level skills books, equipment, props, etc. within the Night Watchmen, in addition to requiring merits, also require corresponding ranks. Like you and Yao Xiu, who are newly recruited members, belong to the lowest rank. Yao Xiu suddenly said, Zheng Cheng, I also know about this plan, so don't blame Yang Sha and the others. Zheng Cheng said, you also know that the Lord of Black Sun is a LV79 powerhouse, just a step away from reaching epic level. Yao Xiu smiled faintly. It's not about being hidden for 1,000 days, but guarding against thieves for 1,000 days. Even if I hide deeply, the Lord of Black Sun will still come looking for me. Why not take this opportunity to wipe them out? I trust Yang Sha and the others. Zheng Cheng, right. Have you played games before? Suddenly, a faint voice rang in Zheng Cheng's ear, and he instinctively turned around. He saw a humanoid clown puppet perched on a pillar, looking down at him from above. The puppet was mainly red and green, with a large head and small body, with a pale face and deep red eye sockets, looking extremely strange and terrifying. Zheng Cheng cautiously asked, What game are you talking about? The clown puppet replied. Any game will do. At this moment, the young man who was playing games in the distance walked over. The young man had a somewhat pale complexion, a bit handsome, but there was a strong smell of alcohol all over him. The clown puppet climbed down from the pillar and jumped onto the young man's shoulder. The so-called game is nothing more than positioning troops. The young man said, we already know the information about the Black Sun Church, but they know nothing. The Black Sun Church is just a small organization of fallen individuals. Even the Lord of Black Sun is just an aging old woman. Other than the Lord of Black Sun, no one else will come to help on the 9th day of dawn. We have absolute forces to deal with the Black Sun Church. How could we lose? The advantage is ours. After a few seconds of silence, Zhang Cheng suddenly asked, it seems that I have been too cautious. Who are you? Zhao Yongxia answered, you can call him Meng Fusheng, character provided by a book friend, also one of the captains of the Chang'an City Night Watch Division, and his profession is a puppeteer. Then, Zhao Yongxia whispered, stay away from him. Usually, this kid's mind turns quickly, but he likes to go crazy with alcohol. Once he goes crazy, even I can't control him. Zhang Cheng's mouth twitched as he nodded. I understand. What kind of people are in this night watch team? A female violent maniac, a seemingly gay little Red Riding Hood, a wretched muscular man, and now, there's an alcoholic puppeteer added to the mix. All right, you guys play by yourselves. Zhao Yongxiao shouted. I'll take him to see the chief. The rest stayed behind, while Zhao Yongxiao took Zhang Cheng to a room on the second floor or below ground. Chief, coming. Upon opening the door, a huge desk came into view. The wall behind it had been transformed into a bookshelf filled with all kinds of books. Sitting behind the desk was a middle-aged man with an imposing presence. This person was Shen Fen, the chief of the Chang'an City Night Watch branch. Zhao Yongxiao said, Chief, Zhang Cheng has agreed to join our night watch, and he also knows about the Black Sun Church. Shen Nanfeng was surprised. How did you find out? Zhang Cheng explained. I met my classmate in town. She was enchanted and joined the Black Sun Church. I see. Shen Nanfeng smiled. Zhang Cheng, since you have agreed to join the night watch, then we are a family now. You can also join this mission. Zhang Cheng was puzzled. Chief, I am just a low-level LV for newbie. How can I be involved in such a big task as eliminating the Black Sun Church? Don't worry. Shen Nanfeng shook his head. You won't be involved in fighting. Just focus on your current role. Accompany Yao Xiu to continue leveling up in dungeons. Everything will proceed as usual. The people of the Black Sun Church. It's best to have Yao Xiu reach level LV5 within 2 days. Once the Black Sun Church acts, and the Lord of Black Sun appears, you can then leave. Leave 5. Zhang Cheng was puzzled. Why leave 5? Shen Nanfeng tapped the table and, after a few moments of contemplation, he said, the Lord of Black Sun's reincarnated race is a soul-sucking succubus. This race has the innate ability to manipulate the souls of the living and communicate with them. Members of this race can extract their own soul and merge it into the body of another living being. It's like possessing. As long as the spiritual fluctuations of the two are similar, she can consume the other, occupy the body, and live a second life. If the Lord of Black Sun wants to possess, then Yao Xiu's level and strength cannot be too weak or too strong. If it's too weak, Yao Xiu's soul won't be able to withstand it and will perish directly. And if it's too strong, the resistance will be higher, and the Lord of Black Sun will need to consume more soul power. Therefore, Leave 5 is the best choice. The highest level should not exceed Leave 10 tilde. No wonder. Zhang Cheng suddenly realized. No wonder Song Chao Yu said the people of the Black Sun Church are preparing to act the day after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow, Shen Nanfeng said seriously, is that the specific time of their operation? My classmate told me, her mother was tricked into the Black Sun Church and she was also pulled in. I see, Shen Nanfeng said, regardless of when they will act, we must be prepared. In these 2 days, you will accompany Yao Xiu to do the dungeon together. Our people will protect her in the dark. Once the people of the Black Sun Church are active, it will be our chance. Zhang Cheng nodded. I understand. Shen Nanfeng smiled again. Under normal circumstances, new members of the Night Watch will start with some simple tasks. But this is indeed an unexpected situation, so we will let you join this operation. For this, we will also make additional contributions for you. Whatever you request, as long as we can do it, you can ask now. Really? Zhang Cheng's eyes flashed. I need priest skills. Also, I want to know information about special skills among the Night Watch members. Okay. End of this chapter. Chapter 47 Night Market for the Night Watchers. Resurrection Art. Zhao Xiu, along with Zheng Chen, left Chen Nanfeng's office and arrived at the reception hall. Zheng Chen, you are a priest. What kind of skills do you want? What do you mean? Zhao Xiu turned on the computer, and the projector turned on as well. A lot of data immediately appeared on the screen. After selecting the priest, multiple images appeared on the screen. The so-called priest relies on their own skills to heal teammates, increase buffs, and cast shields as a support profession. Among all support professions, it is considered a top-tier profession. Almost every well-formed team has its own priest. Zhao Xiu said, although your skills are quirky, your profession is a legitimate priest, but leaning towards dark priests, shadow priests, and other debuff-type priests. As you know, besides the 11 professional skills, all professionals can also learn for additional skills. This requires the use of skill books. Hearing Zhao Xiu say this, Zheng Chen nodded. However, he secretly thought, you ordinary people only have 11 professional skills. I have 22. 11 internal, 11 external, totaling 22. Adding for more, that's a total of 26. With that said, Zhao Xiu clicked a few times. Soon, several skill books appeared on the large screen. After 300 years of research, we have officially developed a set of additional skills tailored for different professions. For example, the healing system for priests. Looking at this information, Zheng Chen's eyes lit up. This is the advantage of joining the official organization. Resources and information are not lacking as long as you are willing to pay a certain price. Unlike solo adventurers who can only explore on their own, it would take at least a dozen years to gather this much information. Zhao Xiu clicked on a PPT, and several skills appeared on the screen, forming a pyramid shape. The first skill for healing priests usually consists of skills like minor healing, healing touch, and photosynthesis. As for additional skills, we recommend those that are similar or have enhancements for their professional skills. For example, Mana Spring can increase the speed of spiritual recovery for the priest. Clotting Spell can speed up target's blood coagulation, aiding in rapid recovery from wounds. Detoxification Spell can eliminate toxins, bacteria, and more for the target being healed. Following that are skills like Major Recovery, Strengthening Spell, Limb Regeneration, and more. These common skill books have moderate exchange values. Under normal circumstances, they can be exchanged for 100 merit points. Zhao Xiu smiled and said, of course, if you want to learn resurrection art, that's not impossible. What are the conditions? Zheng Chen subconsciously asked. Resurrection art, a powerful skill only learned by epic tier experts. It can resurrect a target that died within 10 minutes right on the spot. However, the target's lifespan must not have expired, or else it would be useless. Undoubtedly, it is the most powerful skill for priests, but he wondered, what would resurrection art evolve into after learning it? Zhao Xiu said, for tier members, 100,000 merit points. Zheng Chen's mouth twitched and he said, forget it. He didn't know how to become a tier member, but 100,000 merit points couldn't be easy to obtain. Zhao Xiu chuckled, kid, the resurrection art is in the capital headquarters, and who knows how many priests in the whole country are waiting to exchange for it. If you want it, you'll have to work hard for it. Zheng Chen shrugged and said, maybe I can discover it on my own. Then you'll have to work hard. Zhao Xiu said helplessly. She had encountered many arrogant newcomers, and Zheng Chen was no exception. Next is the enhancing side priest who focuses on strengthening teammates. Their skills include Radiant Shield, Aura Focus, Light of Healing, and those focusing on weakening enemies, casting debuffs on enemies, like the Dark Priests. Their skills are Grasping Hand, Crippling Spell, Dulling Spell. With Zhao Xiu's explanation, Zheng Chen gained a deeper understanding of the priest profession. A healing priest primarily focused on healing teammates. An enhancing priest primarily focused on strengthening teammates. There are also dark priests who focus on weakening and controlling enemies. His skills lean more towards dark priests, specifically shadow priests. Apart from dark priests, there are also shadow priests, abyss priests, and more. After pondering for a moment, Zheng Chen asked, Captain Zhao, do you have any recommendations? Zhao Xiu was already prepared. She tapped on the computer, and 3 parchment scroll skill books quickly appeared on the big screen. Hehe, I've already prepared these to entice you. These 3 skill books are all customized for you. They primarily focus on debuff control, and they're all available for redemption at our Chang'an City Night Watchers base, waiting for you to exchange. The first one, Deepening Pain Technique, exchangeable for 300 merit points. The large screen blinked, and soon the specific explanation of the Deepening Pain Technique appeared. Deepening Pain Technique, common skill, learnable at level 20, limited to priests, shamans, and other such professions. Instantly doubles a pain suffered by the target and intensifies external wounds. Deepening Pain Technique, Zhun Cheng's eyes sparkled as he considered it. The second one, Touch of the Vampire, exchangeable for 1000 merit points. Touch of the Vampire, common skill, learnable at level 30, limited to priests, shamans, clerics, warlocks, and other such professions. Can manipulate the target's blood, causing massive damage to the target. At the same time, can absorb the blood into oneself to restore a certain amount of spiritual energy. Touch of the Vampire. When the explanation of this skill came out, Zhun Cheng became more interested. If Touch of the Vampire were to evolve, it would surely be powerful. The third one, Mind Intimidation, exchangeable for 2500 merit points. Mind Intimidation, learnable at level 30, limited to priests, shamans, clerics, warlocks, and other such professions. Can release mental attacks against the target. The greater the mental gap, the stronger the power, the longer the duration. Can cause the target to enter a state of fear and shock, unable to attack or defend for a short period. Zhao Xiu stood up. These 3 skills are all very suitable for you, and are available for redemption by your current tier Night Watchers. The only thing lacking is merit. Merit. Zhun Cheng pondered before asking, how do I earn merit? It's simple, Zhao Xiu replied. Complete tasks assigned by the Night Watchers or achieve significant feats for the organization, which can contribute special items, among other things. These all can be exchanged for merit. Or, you can attend the night market organized by the Night Watchers once a month to exchange for the goods and skill books you need. Night market. That's right, Zhao Xiu said. The night market is a place where Night Watchers can freely exchange goods organized spontaneously by us, once a month. At the night market, anything can appear. Sometimes even Night Watchers from surrounding cities like Fengming City and Xianyang City come to participate. If you have good items that you don't need, you can exchange them with others at the night market. I see. End of this chapter. Chapter 48 Random Dissection LV3 Characteristics. Ah Cheng, where did you run off to? Couldn't find you anywhere. Not replying to messages. In front of the instance entrance, Chen Zi was calling out. Then suddenly he saw Yao Xiu getting off the car behind Zhun Cheng and immediately stopped talking. Hehe. Cheng, you're amazing. Turns out you went on a date with Goddess Yao. Zhun Cheng couldn't be bothered to explain and said, are you all ready? Of course. Sai Shen moved his body a bit and said, Chen, rest assured, we are all leave for now, we won't drag you down anymore. Zhang Ping'an also said, Cheng, when the instance ended yesterday, I got a random reward. A potion-making skill. I tried it out. The potion I made is very useful for us when fighting monsters. Oh. What skill? Zhun Cheng became interested and asked strangely. Chen Zi and Sai Shen had no reaction, indicating that they already knew. Among all the rewards, the job certificate and skill book were undoubtedly the most precious. Unexpectedly, in a Leave 5 Hell level instance, 2 skill books were obtained. Truly worthy of being pioneers in the instance. Zhang Ping'an took out a jade bottle from his inventory, poured out a black and yellow pill, and said, Attraction Pill. According to the potion instructions, this attraction pill can attract nearby creatures within a mile radius, saving us the trouble of finding monsters. Unfortunately, it's only effective against low-level monsters. Attraction Pill? Zhun Cheng's face looked odd. He seemed to have heard of this thing from a particularly famous martial arts novel in his past life. This attraction pill might be useful in the wild, but not in the instance. Let's not use it in the instance, or we'll attract all the monsters and we won't have anywhere to run. Ow. Why didn't I think of that? Get ready. Today, we will once again challenge the Hell level instance, aiming for all of us to reach Leave 5. Alright. The group formed a team, with Zhun Cheng as the captain as usual. The skill book provided by the Night Watchman is indeed good, but I'm only lead for now. It's too early for me to learn it. The most important thing today is to try out the effect of the virtual fire incineration technique. Outside the fire rat nest, the figures of Zhang Cheng and the others gradually appeared. There is only one main mission: to clear out the fire rats in the fire rat nest. Just as we guessed last time, Yao Xiu said. After clearing high-level instances, the rewards decrease and the mission difficulty also decreases. Yes, we can only speculate like this. Same as last time. Big Brother G, you go attract the monsters first, Zhang Cheng ordered, and Sai Shen immediately started calling out. Soon, a colorful large male G appeared in front of them. His ordinary clothes were torn apart again in no time. He moved forward with an indifferent attitude and charged straight into the fire rat nest. Chen Zi, you try attracting the monsters later. I want to try out my newly learned skill, Zhang Cheng said. Chen Zi was surprised. Cheng, you have a new skill too? Yes. Zhang Cheng nodded. Given by the instance yesterday. I'll give it a try. All right. Soon. The male G ran out frantically. Behind him, 3 fire rats appeared. However, it was much easier than last time. At least, no one's butt was on fire by the fire rats. Hehe. This way. Chen Zi immediately rushed up. His round shield's durability was completely used up during the last instance and it was already damaged. Now, he only had a long knife in his hand. Earth's protection. A khaki light rose from the ground, forming a khaki shield in front of him, blocking the fire rat that rushed up first. Chen Zi took a step back, but the Earth's protection had not disappeared yet, so he was pleasantly surprised. I can still hold on. He swung the knife again, slashing at the head of another fire rat. Hey! You thief! Taunting! Squeak squeak squeak! This fire rat immediately bit and tore at Chen Zi. Big Brother G flapped his wings, leading another fire rat to another side. Yao Xiu took the opportunity to raise her hand, releasing a large amount of cold mist that immediately froze the fire rat in its place. F***CK. The freezing effect is so strong, Big Brother G exclaimed, turning around and pecking and clawing at the frozen fire rat. Zhang Cheng also looked surprised. Ice crystal fruit. Yes. Yao Xiu nodded. Sky Sister said, not to consume all of the ice crystal fruit at once, otherwise it will cause hidden injuries. She had the organization's pharmacist divided into 10 parts for me to take 1 part each week. I see, Zhang Cheng nodded. Although Yao Xiu was only a 3-star night watchman, her status in the organization was probably higher than his. After all, one was a 9-star and the other was a 3-star. Anyone would know whom to focus on training. Cheng. I can't hold on much longer, Chen Zi shouted grimly. Although he had reached Level 4, facing 2 LV5 fire rats at once was still a huge challenge for him. Here I come, Zhang Cheng said, reaching out and the bloodthirsty staff appeared in his hand. Virtual fire incineration technique. Immediately, a newly mastered variant skill cast on one of the fire rats. An invisible flame suddenly ignited on the fire rat's body. Squeak squeak squeak. A piercing scream came from the fire rat's mouth. It convulsed all over. Although there were no visible injuries, the screams were unbearable. Its eyes widened and its body shivered violently, as if enduring intense pain. Tough. In just 3 seconds, the fire rat spurted out black-red blood, fell to the ground motionless. Only its limbs were still trembling slightly. Zhang Cheng stepped forward, and with a single slash, random dissection, skill cast successful. You obtained the ingredient, Fire Rat Tail. Item, Fire Rat Tail. Quality, 1 star. Effect, permanently increases agility by 1 point upon consumption. Limited to 30 tails. Fire resistance is permanently increased by 1%. Description, Fire Rat Tail. Grilled. Roast yourself, 3 yuan per tail. 10 yuan for 3 tails. In his hand appeared a roasted fire rat tail. Before he could put it in his mouth, a mechanical voice sounded again. Your random dissection skill has been upgraded to LV3. Random dissection skill also reached Level 3. I wonder what its characteristics are. While Yao Xiu was freezing the 3rd fire rat, he took a look at the skill list. Random dissection LV3. Variant skill can be cast on any corpse or target that is in a state of coma, paralysis, or semi-paralysis. Upon success, the target's body or a specific organ can be dissected. You have activated Random Dissection Feature 1. Feature 1. Biological DNA Collection. Each time you dissect a different creature, you can obtain the target creature's DNA. After dissecting the same creature multiple times, you can obtain the most complete DNA of the target creature. Classify it for comparison and research. What kind of skill is this? Why does random dissection have the feature of collecting biological DNA? Why would I collect their DNA? Zheng Cheng twitched his lips. He thought he would awaken a stronger feature, such as extracting the target's skills. If that were possible, this random dissection skill would be even more amazing. Unfortunately, collect biological DNA. He shook his head. It's better than nothing. The use of this feature can only be imagined when the skill is upgraded to Level 6 and Level 9 in the future, along with the birth of features 2 and 3. Perhaps there is a connection between these 3 features. Squeak. With the cry of the third fire rat, all the fire rats that rushed out first had died. Let's continue forward. The effect of virtual fire incineration technique on ordinary fire rats lasted about 3 seconds. What about stronger fire rats, fire rat guards, and the final boss fire rat human sacrifice? End of this chapter. Chapter 49. Hand the boss up for me to beat. Several people's levels have increased, especially with Zheng Cheng's presence. Their walking speed is extremely fast. Along the way, they encountered fire rats, and there was basically no pressure. Chen Zi, who is at level 4, allocated all 20 free attribute points he gained from leveling up to his constitution, directly raising it to 29 points. Sai Shen received 12 free attribute points, dividing them equally between strength and agility. He had already decided to follow the path of agility and attack. After all, with his swift speed and sharp teeth and claws, the higher his strength, the greater his attack power would be. As for Zhang Ping'an, his 12 free attribute points were divided between constitution and spirit. Being a life profession, the most crucial aspect is skill proficiency, with level not being the most important. He would eventually leave the team and study the ways of herbs on his own. From this, one can see the differences between high-star professions and low-star professions. As they progressed, Zheng Cheng also tested the virtuous fire-burning skill several times. For ordinary fire rats, the virtuous fire-burning skill burned for about 3 seconds. It could render the fire rats powerless within those 3 seconds, but could not kill them. However, the fire rats mocked by Chen Zi could burn for 5 seconds. After 5 seconds, they would be completely destroyed. Seeing this, Zheng Cheng began to strategize internally. Fire rats affected by mocking skills actually have their emotions manipulated, viewing Chen Zi as an enemy who killed their father and took their wives. The stronger the emotions, the faster the virtuous fire burns, and the greater the damage caused. Unfortunately, fire rats have weak constitutions. They were burnt to death after just 5 seconds. Let's try it on the boss later. The 5 of them quickly arrived at the location of the BOSS's lair. I want to test my new skill later. Chen Zi and Jij, you go down first to lure the monsters away. Yeah, Jixu, and I will control the boss. Control the boss. Chen Zi asked in confusion. What are you going to do, Cheng Jie? Zheng Cheng grinned and reply. Get it a taste of 10 torture methods. Ha ha. Cheng Jie is still amazing. Ping'an. Don't go in later. Just stay outside. Zhang Ping'an smiled bitterly. That's all I can do. After all, I'm just a life profession. Charge. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Sai Shen charged in first, causing a chaotic scene. Flapping his wings forcefully, he flew in the air about 3 to 4 meters high, attracting a bunch of fire rats towards him. Chen Zi also charged in, shouting, "Surrender, bandits," and was rushed by 4 or 5 fire rats. Seizing the opportunity, Zheng Cheng dashed into the nest. His goal was clear: to reach the fire rat human sacrifice deep inside the nest. In just a few seconds, Zheng Cheng arrived in front of the fire rat human sacrifice. The fire rat human sacrifice immediately screeched, and the 2 fire rat guards beside him bristled and charged towards him. Yao Xiu. Here. Hiss. A burst of cold mist descended from the sky and enveloped the 2 fire rats guards. Frozen in place, they were immobilized. Zheng Cheng took a step forward and appeared in front of the fire rat human sacrifice. It had just raised its staff, the bloodlust spell yet to be cast, when Zheng Cheng kicked it in the face. Clang! The fire rat human sacrifice screeched as it was knocked to the ground, blood gushing from its nose. Seizing the opportunity, Zheng Cheng struck the fire rat human sacrifice with his sandbag-sized fist mercilessly on its face. Clang! Screech! The fire rat human sacrifice howled in pain, its face covered in blood, even its front teeth knocked out. Hearing the agonizing cries of the fire rat human sacrifice, the fire rats that were previously chasing Sai Shan in the air all stopped and anxiously ran towards the direction of the fire rat human sacrifice. Seeing this, Yao Xiu extended her hands, and snow drifted out slowly. With a swift swing of her miniature staff, a blizzard emerged, instantly knocking down the fire rats. Controlled by Yao Xiu, a large amount of icy mist condensed towards the center and, in just a few seconds, formed a large ice platform. Zheng Cheng took out a bundle of ropes from his inventory, already prepared. In no time, he tied up the boss fire rat human sacrifice and leapt onto the ice platform. "Come over," Zheng Cheng shouted, and Sai Shen and Chen Zi quickly ran towards the ice platform. Unfortunately, with too many fire rats, Sai Shen managed to fly halfway up. Chen Zi was in trouble, surrounded by 7 or 8 fire rats, facing a dangerous situation. "Ha ha, I'm coming." Sai Shen let out a strange cry and forcefully pushed away to fire rats with a flap of his wings. Then, he grabbed Chen Zi by the back of his neck with both claws. With another flap of their wings, they lifted off into the air. "Damn. Chich, you're awesome. Don't move randomly, you damn heavy. Chich, fly higher, my butt is getting burned. Oh. Don't move, oh. Chich, I have a favor to ask." "What's the matter?" "Next time, I want to ride on you. I've already figured out our combination, and we'll call it the Great Earth Chicken Night, you son of a." With Sai Shen's effort, the two finally reached the ice platform. By this time, the ice platform had risen to 3 meters high. Additionally, on the side of the ice platform, an ice staff had extended out. The bound boss fire rat human sacrifice was suspended in the air. "Cheng Jie, what are you going to do?" Chen Zi was puzzled. Yao Xiu reached out her hands, and cold mist surged, producing 3 small arms, about 1 meter long and as thick as a forearm. Zheng Cheng handed these arms to Chen Zi and Sai Shen, instructing, Hit the boss with these." "Cock-a-doodle-doo," Sai Shen cried out. "Cheng Jie, I have wings. I can't hit." Clang. While speaking, Chen Zi had already struck the fire rat human sacrifice with the ice staff. Screech. The fire rat human immediately screamed. "Ha ha. Enjoyable," Chen Zi shouted. "I'll make you regret burning me. Burning my butt." Clang. Bang bang. Screech. The screams of the fire rat human sacrifice echoed. Below the ice platform, the fire rats were all screaming furiously. Screech. Screech. Their fur stood on end, their pupils red, and their mouths trembling violently. Led by the front few fire rats, they started tearing and gnawing at the ice platform. Some fire rats even rammed into the ice platform ferociously, attempting to knock it down. Dang. Screech. Chen Zhao's blow with the ice staff almost broke the bones of the fire rat human sacrifice. It howled, and the fire rats below the ice platform became even more frantic. Continued screams rang out as they piled up under the ice platform, trying to climb up. "That's enough," Zheng Cheng ordered, and Chen Zi immediately stopped his actions. By this time, the fire rats below the ice platform were all in a frenzy. With their fur standing on end, claws and fangs fully exposed, they continued to scratch and bite the ice platform. Some fire rats even stepped on their companions to try and ascend. Screech. At the same time, the bound fire rat sacrifice also had its fur standing on end, muscles bulging. Its originally weak body began to extend rapidly, transforming into a giant red fiery rat. Is this ... going berserk? End of this chapter. Chapter 50. Jizhe. Can this roasted rat be eaten? Several people looked at each other. Among all the beast bosses, most bosses, when pushed to the extremes by professionals, would unleash a few ultimate moves. Large-scale indiscriminate attacks, fleeing, splitting, summoning minions, and so on. Among them, the most common is undoubtedly berserk. Losing rationality, physical qualities, strength, speed greatly enhanced, just a frenzy against the professionals. Combat power directly multiplied several times. Squeak. This fire rat boss was no exception. After being insulted repeatedly by Chen Zi, Sai Shen, and others, it finally fell into a berserk state. The whole person transformed directly into a huge rat over 2 meters in length, struggling desperately. Cracked the ice rods binding it shattered directly, and the gigantic rat smashed into the group of fire rats underground. Several fire rats pounced, and instantly bit through the ropes. Damn! It's over. Several people were shocked, while the giant rat let out a strange cry and leapt on the bodies of its kind. Opening its big mouth, it lunged towards Chen Zi, who was closest. Damn! Chen Zhao's expression changed, but he still gritted his teeth and stood in front of the others. Earth Guardian. Just as he was about to activate the skill, he found that the skill rune representing Earth Guardian in his mind had no response at all. His face immediately changed. He was standing on an ice platform, not on the ground. Oh no. He panicked, but at that moment a figure stepped forward and pulled him back. Zheng Cheng, with an ice rod in his hand. He took advantage of the moment the giant rat lunged towards him, stabbing it like a spear. Tough. The force of the giant rat charge and Zheng Cheng's thrust intersected, and it immediately pierced the body of the giant rat. Squeak. It let out a mournful cry, and a large amount of blood spurted out. Zheng Cheng then kicked it, sending the giant rat flying into the cluster of rats on the ground. Squeak, squeak, squeak. This time, the giant rat finally fell into a state of extreme madness, tearing and biting at its nearby kind, forcing them to lunge towards Zheng Cheng and the others on the ice platform. Cheng. Thanks. On the high platform, Chen Zi sincerely thanked Zheng Cheng. Zheng Cheng waved his hand, saying, "Don't mention it, we're all brothers." Damn Cheng, that giant rat has gone mad, Sai Shen exclaimed. Seeing the blooded giant rat lunging again, followed by a dozen or so flame rats, Yao Xiu quickly cast down a large number of ice blades, sending the climbing flame rat sliding down the ice platform. A large amount of cold mist condensed as sharp ice blades took shape within, about to descend. At that moment, Zheng Cheng raised a bloodthirsty staff. A strange wave emanated from the staff and landed on the body of the giant rat on the ground. Doom. A silent roar suddenly sounded, and flames that were imperceptible to the naked eye erupted from the body of the giant rat. Squeak. The enraged giant rat didn't even react, falling to the ground immediately and letting out a piercing cry. Its claws desperately scratched at its body, trying to extinguish the flames, but to no avail, only leaving behind a desperate cry. Its fur was torn apart, blood and flesh constantly pouring out, looking extremely terrifying. What happened to this giant rat? The people on the ice platform looked at each other. How did the giant rat, which was attacking furiously just a moment ago, change like this? Gone mad. Among the people, only Zheng Cheng knew what was happening. Vicious fire incineration technique. Using one's own emotions and spirit as fuel to ignite intense emotional fluctuations, then burn. The stronger the spirit, the greater the emotional fluctuations, the stronger the resultant flames, and the longer they last. In Zheng Cheng's eyes, the giant rat was like a torch, burning brightly. Doom. Another dull roar, and all the fur on the giant rat's body suddenly burned off, revealing a body soaked in blood. What's going on? What happened? How did this rat turn into a roasted rat? Chen Zi and the others looked at each other, instinctively looking at Zheng Cheng. Did Cheng Zhe use a new skill? Zheng Cheng did not explain but said, "Let's deal with the other flame rats first." All right. Everyone agreed and began to take action. A large number of ice blades swept down, enveloping the dozen or so flame rats. Zheng Cheng leapt down, grabbed an ice blade, and stabbed it towards the flame rats. 10 seconds later, the giant rat finally stopped moving. The virtual fire around it slowly receded. The entire rat's body was burned bare, its fur completely charred. Even the body turned into a fragrant roasted rat. This. Sai Shen flapped his wings and flew to the giant rat, his eyes filled with shock. This turned into a roasted rat. Can it be eaten? Damn. If GJ wants to eat it, let him eat. We won't eat it. I was just joking, Sai Shen said, with a hint of bitterness, but for some reason, his throat moved. His mouth itched a bit, wanting to peck a few times. Suddenly, Yao Xiu asked, "We cleared the level again. What level did you guys reach?" LV6. I also reached Level 6. Zheng Cheng nodded, saying, "I did too. How about you?" I'm LV5. Yao Xiu sighed in relief. My leveling speed will slow down in the future, and I also need to supply Snow's spiritual power. Let's go. We have other missions. Zheng Cheng nodded, knowing she was referring to the Black Sun Church's affairs. Wait a moment, I'll check the effect of the new skill first. He walked up to the giant rat and carefully examined it. The whole body of the giant rat was burnt to a crisp, as cooked as it could be. Even its teeth were white and red, like gemstones. He picked up a nearby ice blade and slashed down on the rat. Random dissection. Zheng Cheng shook his head, this time not getting what he wanted from the dissection. However, he was not discouraged. In this trip to the Hell level dungeon, he had collected 14 roasted fire rat tails. That is, he had reached the maximum value for the special ingredient, Fire Rat Tail. His agility attribute increased by another 14 points. This time, although the rewards were not great, it was still better than nothing. Only Tsai Shan obtained a bloodlust, which when taken would send the user into a state of frenzy. It was restricted to users who had the current form of a rat, tiger, cat, or similar creature, but it was unknown whether it would work if he transformed into a chicken. Bloodthirsty chicken. As they left the dungeon, Zhao Yongxiao suddenly approached them, signaling with his eyes. After bidding farewell, Zhun Cheng and Yao Xiu were pulled into a jeep by Zhao Yongxiao. "Captain, what happened?" "Why the rush?" Zhao Yongxiao said. "Something happened. The 2 surveillance spies on the Black Sun Church haven't reported in for 2 hours. The chief predicted that they might be planning to launch their operation early. Why?" Zhao Yongxiao shook his head, saying, "Not sure. Maybe something has provoked them. But it's okay, we're fully prepared. Even if they don't move, we will." The entire White Town has set up a net, waiting for the Black Sun Church to plunge in. "Tonight, you'll stay at the Night Watchman base. Nowhere else." Well, *** recommended by a top player. Book title: Longevity White. Listening to the Tao in the Tao's temple for 30 years ****. Summary: Yi Cheng is reborn as a little white ape adopted by the Puryang Temple, unexpectedly gaining a sign-in system. Signing in once a day lasts for 100% gain in 1 day's lifespan, occasionally receiving other rewards. Yi Cheng is shocked. As long as he signs in every day, wouldn't he achieve immortality? One day, he accidentally overhears the Taoist Master Puryang talking, saying that he signed for a demon-fighting Tao fruit. As long as he listens to the Tao continuously for 30 years, he can activate the Tao fruit and start the path of demon fighting. End of the chapter. Chapter 51. Strongest professional in the alien battlefield. Captain Zhao, I have always had a question. Cheng asked his question on the jeep. Since the Night Watchmen already know that the Black Sun Church is going to take action and have mobilized a large number of members to guard here, why not just go directly to the Black Sun Church's headquarters and capture them directly? Do we have to wait for the Black Sun Church to act before we can take action? Yao Xiu's beautiful eyes also turned towards Zhao Yongxiao. Zhao Yongxiao shook his head and said, "I knew you would have these questions, and I also asked the chief about this. The reason why it is like this is actually related to the alien races reincarnated by the Lord of the Black Sun. Soul-sucking witches?" Cheng asked in surprise. This alien race appeared on the battlefield of the alien races over 150 years ago. Belonging to a mysterious side of the alien races, the human camps in several major alien battlefields did not capture any live specimens or samples. Is it because of their innate abilities? That's correct. Zhao Yongxiao explained. Soul-sucking witches, with human heads and ghost bodies with ghost wings, have the ability to suck souls. In addition, they can also possess professionals or ordinary people, indistinguishable from ordinary people, and ordinary means cannot reveal them. We have no idea what the current Lord of the Black Sun looks like or who they are possessing. Casual actions could easily tip them off, which is why the chief had to set up a bait. I see. The group quickly returned to the military camp. The entire camp was relaxed on the outside but tight on the inside, appearing as a normal military camp from the outside. Inside almost every barracks, there were several professionals hiding, waiting for the people of the Black Sun Church to arrive. Yao Xiu herself was directly taken to the underground second-floor base. Director Chen Nanfeng of the Night Watchmen. Cheng was also arranged to a barracks in the rear of the camp. Here, it was secluded and safe in the rear of the military camp. Cheng looked around the barracks, which was less than 100 square meters. Neatly equipped, the ground was clean, truly fitting for a soldier's dormitory. Finding a chair to sit down, Cheng began to relax. Halfway through, someone brought him lunch. Cheng, feeling bored, chatted with this new soldier for a long time. "Brother soldier, this is the gun recently developed by the military, right?" The soldier was wearing a gun on his waist that looked very much like a rifle. It was overall pure black, but the body of the gun was engraved with intricate dark golden patterns. Like small snakes coiled around the gun, it looked extremely mysterious. Yes, the soldier nodded. This is already the 13th generation of alchemy gun. The range is almost comparable to the conventional weapons before the Great Catastrophe. It is now equipped throughout the human world. Even soldiers on the alien battlefields are also provided. That's so amazing. Over 300 years ago, many worlds merged with Blue Star, affecting each other's rules, resulting in the failure of Blue Star's proudest hot weapons. However, it was not a complete failure. Some low-power explosives, like grenades and pistols, could still be used. For over 300 years, humans have been studying hard but still unable to develop new hot weapons. Then, over 250 years ago, an alchemist named Yang Yining came up with an idea. He started studying firearms with alchemy and gained strong support from the country. That year, the country gathered more than 100 alchemists, formation masters, blacksmiths, and other professionals to establish the first equipment factory. After 3 years of research mainly based on alchemy and enhanced with the formation, they finally developed a new era of firearms in the age of spiritual recovery. The power far exceeded that of the Great Catastrophe, but the range was short. However, even so, it received strong support from the country. Now, firearms produced by alchemy and formation have equipped the entire army. From ordinary firearms to hand grenades, mines, mortar, rocket launchers, and other weapons, all have been successfully redeveloped. There are even rumors that even the nuclear weapons, the human's proudest possession, could be reactivated through alchemy means. Human defense lines in over a dozen alien battlefields are hiding a large number of nuclear weapons. Once the defense line collapses, in order to stop the aliens from entering Blue Star, they will activate alchemical nuclear weapons and terrorize together with the enemies. The young soldier named Wang Dong was very talkative and enthusiastically boasted to Cheng Chen. In my opinion, since alchemical nuclear bombs can be used, we can completely transport these alchemical nuclear bombs to those damn alien bastards with transport planes. Dropping a nuclear bomb down will kill those damn turtles off. Isn't that great? Just like little bows and chubby kids. If I go to the alien battlefield, I guarantee blah, blah, blah. Wang Dong's spit flew everywhere, finally finding a younger kid in the camp who knows nothing, so of course, he had to show off. Cheng Cheng subconsciously pulled his chair back and kept chuckling with Wang Dong, who was very excited. Hey, Zheng Cheng, who do you think is the strongest professional on the alien battlefield? Wang Dong said excitedly. I say brother Zheng Cheng, I'm not sure who is the first among the professionals in our Zia country. But if you want to know who is the strongest professional on the alien battlefield, Brother Wang will have to chat with you. The Boundary Mountain. Undoubtedly the strongest professional is Lord Tang from Tang City. Do you know what his profession is? I'll scare you if I say it. Artillery Master. He can freely operate all hot weapons. One shot can kill hundreds of aliens. And he is now level 99 legendary peak professional. Rumor has it that his strongest skill is called a heavenly basic laser cannon. I also heard our old squad leader say that with one shot of the heavenly cannon, he directly killed a legendary strong alien. Geo2. The strongest professional is Lord Zheng Mingsen Zhang. With the same surname as you. His profession is undead mage. His speciality is the Sea of Corpses tactics. When there was a big battle between us and the Geo2 aliens, Lord Zheng Mingsen would command over 100,000 skeletons and zombies to stand in front of the aliens. It's rumored that under Lord Zheng, there are more than a dozen bone dragons. With Lord Zheng around, the human direction in the Geo2 world is as solid as a rock. Wang Dong took a big sip of water and said, and the demon domain, the human defense line was built by a few Western countries jointly. I'm not too sure about the specifics, but I heard that the strongest professional there seems to be a woman, called Malady. Her profession is Angel. Yes, it's really called Angel. She awakened as a professional only 3 years ago and has become the strongest on the demon domain battlefield. I heard that her novice skill was resurrection. You find it ridiculous, don't you, Angel? Resurrection? Cheng Cheng's face also looked strange. Angels are not creatures of legends and can become professionals. And resurrection, as an initial skill, can other support professions still be played? That's right, Wang Dong shrugged. But I heard her resurrection skill seems a bit strange. Strange? What's strange about it? I heard it from others. Wang Dong smirked. People revived by her seem to become genderless. Recom. Chapter 52 appears. Jia Yongxiao's profession. The sky was gradually darkening. Wang Dong had already left, his face showing excitement, as if not fully satisfied. Meanwhile, Zheng Cheng was looking outside through the window. The night was dark, the wind was high, The time for murder and arson. Suddenly, he faintly heard a commotion in the distance. There were also flickering lights in the distance. The military camp was relatively calm, but as more and more phones rang, the people in the camp couldn't sit still. Teams of soldiers, driven by military vehicles, headed towards the distance. Has it started? Zhang Cheng frowned. So soon? Deep beep beep. Suddenly, his phone rang, and when he opened it, it was a group chat with Chen Zi, Sai Shen, and a few others. Chen Zi. At Chengzhe. Where did you go? It seems like someone is setting fires outside. Damn, several streets are already burning. Sai Shen. We have the same situation here, but as we are not far from the professional union, we are still safe. Chen Zi. What's happening exactly? I think I saw soldiers. Chen Zi. Could it be the fallen ones? Watching the discussion in the group chat, Zhang Cheng typed, "You all stay in the hotel. Do not go out." Boom. As soon as he sent the message, a loud explosion was heard in the distance. Flames shot up into the sky, almost covering half of the sky. At that moment, the entire military camp erupted. Many people ran out, shocked, looking at the flames in the distance. That direction seems to be the magic crystal mine. Damn. It is the magic crystal mine. There's been an explosion there. Deep beep beep. Everyone, assemble quickly. Go support the magic crystal mine. Gather. Quick, gather. Soon. Almost half of the military camp's personnel had assembled. Military vehicles also came out of the garage. Several commanders made calls one after another and quickly drove out. In the darkness, several figures appeared beside Zhang Cheng. It was Zhao Xiu, Su Qicheng, and Pu Jio, among others. Behind them were a dozen or so elite members of the Chang'an City Night Watch. Damn, the magic crystal mine. The fallen ones dare to attack the magic crystal mine. Do they want to die? They are really bold. Although the magic crystal mine in White Town is just a secondary vein, it is connected to the main vein in the Qin Mountains. If the secondary vein is destroyed, it will also affect the main vein. Magic crystal is a type of vein born from the fusion of the other world and blue star. It contains pure energy, also known as spiritual energy, magic power, etc. Different countries and professionals have different names for it. Whether it is professionals constructing formations, studying magic crystal cannons, or releasing magic, they all need the blessing of magic crystals. Its status is equivalent to oil before the great catastrophes. I'll go take a look, Meng Fusheng suddenly said. Then his figure lightly floated up onto a military vehicle. I'll leave it to you here. The fallen ones dare to attack the mine. They will definitely send professionals of the deacon level. If we don't send someone now, it will likely affect the main vein. Be careful. Zhao Yangsha could only say, all right. Meng Fusheng replied, then left with the military vehicle. Soon, the entire military camp quieted down. Su Qicheng boredly played with his fingernails, muttering, I hate these fallen ones. They should hurry up and come, making us wait for so long. Little Red Riding Hood, shut up. Zhao Yangsha said coldly. Our strength has already been weakened quite a bit, in case we lose more members. Wait. There's movement. The most stable Pujia suddenly exclaimed, interrupting the argument. Suddenly, a thick fog surged out in the darkness, enveloping the entire military camp like a huge net. Step, step, step. A series of footsteps came out of the black fog. Upon closer look, one could see solemn and fanatical figures walking out, and ahead of these figures were several fallen ones draped in black robes. The leader was the messenger of the Black Sun Metal, the Wood Demon. Hehe, the Night Watch has really set up a trap here. The master really is foreseeing. So what? Another burly figure stepped forward. Just a few captains of the mysterious rank. Can they stop us? Kikiki, the water spirit laughed. Careful, earth monster. After all, these are squad captains' missions. Squad captains? Another person spoke, his voice like the friction of steel. Very unpleasant. It seems like my rank mission is to kill a Night Watch captain of the mysterious rank, and today I can complete this rank mission. He reached out, and a steel claw suddenly appeared in his hand. His body suddenly swelled, sharp spikes bursting out from within. In an instant, he transformed into a steel machine. Kill! This person shouted, and both the Wood Demon, Water Spirit, and Earth Monster also rushed forward. Behind them, a large number of fallen ones also charged in. Meanwhile, the Black Sun Church followers, who were bewitched, were sitting cross-legged, looking sullen and muttering something under their breaths. His eyes flashed as he quickly ordered, "I'll take care of the golden beast and earth monster. You settle water spirit and wood demon as quickly as possible. Then come help me." "Got it." Zhao Yongxia and Su Qicheng quickly agree. Among them, Pugia was the main tank, with the highest defense. If not for Meng Fusheng being reassigned, their chances in one-on-one matches would be much greater. Unfortunately, Zhao Yongxiao took a deep breath and asked softly, "Zhang Cheng, is your skill that can cause acute gastroenteritis a single target skill or an area of effect skill?" Zhang Cheng's eyes lit up, but he still whispered, "It's an area of effect skill, affecting up to 3 people at once." "Good," Zhao Yongxiao quickly said. "Follow me. Control whoever I rush towards." "Understood. Kill." Zhao Yongxiao also shouted, rushed forward, and extended his hand, emitting a golden light. A silver lawn spear appeared on her delicate hand. Almost simultaneously, an ethereal shadow of a young general holding a silver spear emerged from Zhao Yongxiao's body, majestic like a deity. The dragon battles in the wilderness, its blood tinged with mystery. Almost simultaneously, a cold and domineering voice resounded in the minds of the people present. Zhang Cheng's eyes widened. Only now did he realize that Zhao Yongxiao's profession was a 7-star soul. A 7-star soul profession. It can summon historical figures long gone in the river of history to attach to oneself. This allows the player to transform into ancient warriors and dominate all directions. The most potent aspect of this profession is that these historical warriors have been mythicized over thousands of years by countless people's offerings, transmissions, etc. For example, Guan Yu, who was revered as the god of war throughout history. Confucianists called him the emperor of Wenhan. Buddhists venerated him as the guardian Dainyaka via a guard and ancient Buddha Gishan. Taoists honored him as the great master of heaven or the Xiaonan heavenly god, etc. Once someone awakens to the profession of 7-star soul and can summon the soul of Guan Yu, they will instantly gain all the powers attributed to the mythical Guan Yu. A single cut through a mountain is just a normal attack. The historical warrior summoned by Zhao Yongxiao was Zhao Yun, Zhao Zilong. End of this chapter. Chapter 53. The Fall of the Ignorer of Acute Gastroenteritis Explosion Technique. A fallen opponent with the fastest speed rushed forward, hands crossed, and 2 sharp short swords appeared in his hands. A strong chill surged, and several sharp ice poison needles appeared on the short swords. Just as he was preparing to stab these poison needles towards Zhao Yongxiao, a sudden sharp pain hit his stomach, as if something wanted to burst out. He subconsciously clenched his buttocks, trying to force back the urge. But it was too late. In a showdown between masters, the key lies in a moment of exchange. In that instant he clenched. Zhao Yongxiao had already rushed to his front, his spear in hand simply pierced directly through his throat. Tough. His throat immediately burst open, rich blood spraying out, along with several pieces of shattered bones. Ow, Subconsciously, the fallen opponent covered his neck, trying to stop the blood flow, but it was futile. What burst out most was, after losing control of his nerves, his lower body immediately spewed out a large mass of feces and collapsed to the ground. In a flash, Zhao Yongxiao had already killed a fallen opponent with a single strike. Almost simultaneously, another fallen opponent also rushed to Zhao Yongxiao's side. The second fallen opponent wielded a long knife, watching as Zhao Yongxiao charged towards him, a crimson bloodthirsty light flashing in his eyes. "He, Night Watchman Zhao Yongxiao, I know you. As long as I kill you, my lord." Before he could finish his words, another sharp pain hit his abdomen again, another urge suddenly attacking him. He subconsciously tried to clench his legs, but immediately realized, not good. Letting the viscous feces from his stomach flow out, he violently raised his head trying to avoid Zhao Yongxiao's attack. However, it was too late. In that brief moment, Zhao Yongxiao had already found his opening. The long spear flashed again, piercing directly through the fallen opponent's chest. With a swing of his body, Zhao Yongxiao appeared behind him. The silver dragon spear in his hand was stained with blood. With a gentle swing, the mist of blood on the spear immediately scattered. The entire silver dragon spear, once again radiant and bright. With a thud, the fallen opponent's killer's body plummeted to the ground, with black and yellow feces continuously spurting out behind the skin. In just a few seconds, Zhao Yongxiao alone had slain 2 fallen opponents. The previously desolate space filled with black mist immediately emanated a strong stench of acid. "Du, Shulin, Quickly intercept that kid. The third charging wooden demon roared furiously, quickly contracting the sphincter muscle, retreating rapidly. At the same time, he stomped forcefully on the ground with one foot, piercing through the earth with numerous vine tendrils, surging out violently. Transforming into large hands, they enveloped Zhao Yongxiao's figure entirely. Simultaneously, as the sphincter muscle relaxed, a large volume of feces spewed out. In a battle against a formidable enemy, this control skill was simply too terrifying. "You little bastard, I will kill you." Feeling the cold sensation in his lower body, the wooden demon burned with anger. On the other side, Shulin giggled, wanting to go find Zhongcheng, who, a fierce flame suddenly surged in the darkness. The blazing flames burned, transforming into a figure that abruptly stood in front of Shulin. This despicable fallen one has actually transformed into that disgusting exotic species. Suqicheng. Shulin seemed to have touched a nerve, casually raising a large number of deep blue waves. "What do you understand? My lord has chosen the most perfect race for me to be reincarnated, as long as Shulin. Quickly eliminate that kid." On the other side, the wooden demon wailed again. In his moment of reckless action, Zhao Yongxiao broke through all the layers of vines blocking his path and once again reached him. 3 other fallen opponents were targeted next to him, evading while being cut down effortlessly by other night watchmen. Several night watchmen looked puzzled. Why were today's fallen opponents so weak? Doom. The earth suddenly exploded, and several completely mud-formed spikes violently pierced through Suqicheng's body. As the flames burst, Suqicheng's figure slowly dissipated, turning back into flames. The face of the clay monster appeared at the tip of the spikes, his voice deep. "I'll hold him off. You go kill that kid. Otherwise, all of us will fall here." "Clay monster?" Suqicheng frowned, subconsciously glancing in the direction of Pujia. Didn't Pujia say he could stop the 2 divine envoys of the Dark Sun Church? Then how? In that direction, the golden beast had already transformed into a steel giant covered in steel armor, engaged in a fierce battle with Pujia. Pujia, relying on his shield for defense, kept retreating without any resistance. With the clay monster's blockade, Shulin promptly bypassed Suqicheng and charged towards Zhongcheng. "Zhongcheng, be careful." Doom. His figure was pierced through by spikes from a distance, sparking his spirit to deal with the clay monster. "Hehe." Shulin laughed maliciously. "I'll personally drill into that kid's mouth, come out from all the holes in his body. Ha ha ha." Swish. Tough. Suddenly, a long spear carrying endless malice shot over from a distance, piercing through Shulin's body instantly. The long spear stabbed firmly into the ground, pinning Shulin's entire body on it. A large amount of viscous fluid gushed out from Shulin's wound. Zhao Yongxiao. When Shulin tried to cause trouble for Zhongcheng, she directly shot her own spear from her hand. The wooden demon was furious. "Zhao Yongxiao, how dare you be distracted? I'll tear you apart." Puff, puff, puff. Countless vines suddenly shot out, attacking Zhao Yongxiao, who was unarmed. Zhao Yongxiao reached out and a sparkling science sword appeared in his hand. With a swing of his hand, a bright light flashed, shattering all of the vines. "Zhongcheng, run." Zhao Yongxiao roared in anger, while the water spirit who had been pierced by his spear and thought to be dead, was actually slowly standing up. With a surge in her body, she directly pulled herself out of the spear. Seeing this, Zhongcheng threw out an acute gastroenteritis explosion technique and turned to run, trying to escape. The water spirit had completely changed her appearance at this moment. Her originally sky blue body was now dark green, and a large amount of viscous fluid poured out of her body. Her body began to swell, growing numerous pustules similar to tadpoles. Like a fat little fish, she swiftly ran towards Zhongcheng. "Die for me." Running while turning back, he threw an acute gastroenteritis explosion technique at her. Tough. A light sound. A large amount of viscous feces sprayed out behind the water spirit's body. However, she ignored it and continued charging towards Zhongcheng. Zhongcheng was puzzled, not affected by the acute gastroenteritis explosion technique. How is that possible? No. She was already prepared, or her body structure is special, allowing her to ignore the effects of the acute gastroenteritis explosion technique. Die for me. The water spirit behind him, frustrated by her inability to catch up with Zhongcheng, paid him no mind. Instead, she opened her mouth, and a long, slender and sticky tongue shot towards Zhongcheng. End of this chapter. Chapter 54. Bloodthirsty technique plus acute gastroenteritis outburst technique. The Tun attacked, but Zhang Cheng easily dodged by moving slightly to the side. Dang! The Tun hit the ground, creating a large hole instantly. Shui Ling was a bit surprised, wondering how this guy could move so fast. However, she didn't pay much attention to it. She was a powerful level 69 warrior, with top-notch physical and mental attributes and strength. Though her agility was the lowest, it was more than enough to crush a mere level 6 novice. Splat! Her massive figure suddenly rolled and lunged towards Zhang Cheng. Along the way, she encountered two Watchmen, who let their weapons cut into her body. A large amount of sticky fluid rolled around and transformed into several large hands, tightly grabbing the two Watchmen. Monster! Let go of me! The two Watchmen screamed in agony, struggling to break free. But Shui Ling, with an angry and swollen face, roared, "I'll swallow you! Swallow you all!" Roar! Splat! A large mouth split open from Shui Ling's body, instantly swallowing the two individuals. Splat! On the other side, Zhao Yangxiao's Kingyun sword flashed, cutting off several vines of the wooden demon. Stay away from that monster. Use long-range spells to blast her. Monster! Shui Ling roared again as her swollen body grew even larger. Sticky water flowed continuously, engulfing the blood on the ground and the two corpses, expanding her size further. I'll kill you, you damn woman. I'll tear off all your skin and wear it on myself. Amidst Shui Ling's howls, a night guard mage began chanting softly, forming a large flame in his hands. The flame struck fiercely at her. Doom! The flame scattered and enveloped a large part of her body. Amidst the sparks, 3 arrows suddenly shot from a nearby tall building, hitting Shui Ling's head steadily. Ah! My eyes! Shui Ling screamed in pain, her swollen body trembling violently. A shadow leapt down from the high building, holding a long bow, right next to Zhang Cheng. Newbie, go to the back. We'll handle this monster. All right. Zhang Cheng agreed and without hesitation ran towards a distance. Splat! Splat splat! Accompanied by a rush of wind, Shui Ling's swollen body began to swell and grow several thick, sturdy tentacles, like an octopus, crazily smashing down towards the crowd. Meanwhile, Zhang Cheng had already arrived at another battlefield. 3 night guards were fighting against 3 fallen ones. Despite the fallen ones' inferior strength, their bodies were covered in black patterns like spiderwebs, making them fearless and launching suicidal attacks against the guards. Seeing this, Zhang Cheng raised a reddish wand in his hand. Bloodthirsty technique. A strange wave suddenly fell among the fallen ones. After being affected by the bloodthirsty technique, the fallen ones, already fearless, became even more ferocious. Their canine teeth grew out, fiercely biting towards a night guard. Holy crap! The night guard, a boxer dressed in bare hands, was startled and quickly dodged, cursing, "Who the hell used the bloodthirsty technique? Was it you, kid?" Seizing this moment, Zhang Cheng raised his hand again. Acute gastroenteritis outburst technique. Gurgle. Splat. In an instant, the fallen one trying to bite felt an intense pain in his stomach. A large amount of manure spewed out uncontrollably. Even the fallen ones enhanced by the dark lower could not resist the combined effects of the bloodthirsty technique and acute gastroenteritis outburst technique, screaming in agony. Their bodies collapsed like overcooked lobsters, convulsing violently. The thick manure mixed with prominent red blood kept surging out. With each eruption, their bodies convulsed violently. 2 other fallen ones met a similar fate, slain by the night guards in their moment of vulnerability. Holy! The boxer night guard stood frozen. What on earth? How did a fine person like him, or a foul stench accompanied by a gust of night wind hit him, almost knocking him over? Damn it! The boxer cursed, but seeing the motionless fallen one, he promptly turned and left. At this moment, Zhang Cheng's figure had already moved to another location. This way, Zhang Cheng roamed throughout the military camp, using the astonishing effect of the acute gastroenteritis outburst technique to bring down one fallen one after another, either being killed by the night guards or succumbing to the effects of his techniques. Especially the deadly combination of bloodthirsty technique and acute gastroenteritis outburst technique left the fallen ones powerless, regardless of their profession or level. The entire camp was filled with a putrid stench as at least 7 to 8 fallen ones lay on the ground, wailing constantly. Even the golden beast entangled with Pujia fell victim to the acute gastroenteritis outburst technique. In a moment of distraction, it was knocked away by Pujia and slammed hard against a wall. Shui Ling, the golden beast, burst through the wall, roaring, "Kill that kid! Damn it! Finish off that kid. Ah! At this point, Shui Ling was also roaring in anger. Her body completely transformed into a large puddle of black sludge. Tentacles made entirely of sticky fluid wildly danced around, already entwining the archer night guard. Huge amounts of sticky fluid began to infiltrate his mouth, nose, and ears. Come out, you little demon. I'll kill you. Kill me? In the darkness, Zhang Cheng shrugged. Catch me first. With such a big target, who knows what occupation this foolish woman reincarnated into? His figure disappeared into the darkness again, moving towards the central battlefield. There, a group of people were still kneeling and praying, holding candles that cast eerie shadows. Zhang Cheng didn't know what they were up to, but he couldn't let them succeed. Splat! At that moment, the ground beneath his feet suddenly erupted. A wooden spike shot out and pierced straight towards his head. Wood Demon. End of this chapter. Chapter 55. Virtual fire burns the body. Demonic wood slayer. In a critical moment, Zhang Cheng deftly avoided this attack with a sudden iron bridge maneuver. The sharp wooden thorn pierced through Zhang Cheng's scalp, pulling out a few strands of hair. Damn it! Not far away, the wood demon cursed under his breath. He had finally taken the opportunity when Zhao Yongxiao was trapped, wanting to deal with this troublemaker first. Unfortunately, he was still evaded. Isn't this kid a shadow shepherd? How is his reaction speed so fast? Even faster than the average assassin. Theft. Suddenly, a figure burst out from the dense vines. With a shimmering Qingyan sword in hand, it swiftly pierced towards the wood demon's chest. Theft. The Qingyan sword pierced straight through the wood demon's chest. Where are you looking? Zhao Yongxiao coldly said, swiftly swinging her sword again, cutting off the wood demon's entire left arm. Ah! The wood demon cried out in pain, as numerous fine vines sprouted from the wound, attempting to connect. At the same time, a large number of vines burst out from his body, wildly surging in all directions. Zhao Yongxiao quickly dodged, but it was too late. At least 7 or 8 sharp vines pierced through her body, blood splattering. I will kill you! The wood demon roared, his body merging once again under the influence of the vines. Captain, run! Little Ding shouted from behind, several wine blades sweeping in to block the wood demon's vines. Zhao Yongxiao took the opportunity to hurl her Qingyan sword. Clang! The sharp sword pierced through the wood demon's neck. Cack! Tilde. A harsh friction sound echoed as Zhao Yongxiao's sword became stuck in the wood demon's neck. A hoarse voice came from the wood demon's throat. Ha ha! Cough, cough, cough. Physical attacks don't work on me. I will tear you into pieces. TFFT ... tilde accompanied by his hoarse roar. More sharp vines emerged from his body, transforming into sharp, wooden thorns and shooting towards Zhao Yongxiao. Captain, run! Covered in blood, Wang Ning also rushed over. Slapping the ground with both hands, a wall of earth suddenly rose up. However, the wooden thorns pierced through the wall, and some even circled around, aiming for Zhao Yongxiao. Captain, let me. Get lost. Zhao Yongxiao, with several blood holes in her body, angrily grabbed Wang Ning and threw him away. Yet this action also shattered her hope of escape. 3 wooden thorns had already reached in front of her. TFFT ... boom. At that moment, a muffled explosion resounded in her ears. Zhao Yongxiao, who had closed her eyes, subconsciously opened them. The 3 wooden thorns in front of her were violently trembling, as if they were held by an invisible hand. Meanwhile, the wood demon, covered in sharp vines and thorns, let out continuous screams. Invisible flames were burning fiercely on his body. The virtual fire burning technique. Originally confident, he had been continuously hindered by the night guards, Zhao Yongxiao, and others, especially with the presence of Zhang Cheng, almost single-handedly dismantling the fallen line of the Black Sun Church. His anger had escalated upon seeing Zhang Cheng still alive. Little did anyone know that this anger was the best fuel for Zhang Cheng. Under the burning of the illusory fire, the vines and thorns collapsed and turned to ashes at a visible speed. His body was in a miserable state, with large chunks of tree bark falling off and turning to ash. Yet he was powerless to stop it. Ah! Fire! Where's the fire? My body! Ah! Retreat! Retreat quickly! He screamed repeatedly, filled with fear, and turned to run. However, his emotions shifted from anger to fear, causing even greater emotional fluctuations. This emotional transition proved to be the perfect fuel for the virtual fire burning technique. Almost everyone could hear the intense burning sound in their ears. It was like a century-old dry tree being struck by lightning in a thunderstorm, burning into powder. Finally, after more than 10 seconds, the huge figure of the wood demon crashed heavily to the ground. His massive body was visibly burning rapidly, leaving only half of his body in just a short span of time. What's going on? The night guards surrounding the wood demon looked at each other in confusion, especially Yao Xiu. She subconsciously turned around and saw Jun Cheng panting heavily. He was still pointing his bloodthirsty staff towards the wood demon. Yao Xiu's mind raced, and she blurted out, "Jun Cheng, your new skill?" Jun Cheng had been testing new skills in the instance and hadn't intended to block Yao Xiu and the others. He nodded and said, "Yes, it's a new skill. It uses the target's mental fluctuations as fuel, and the greater the target's mental fluctuations, the stronger the fire's power." Hiss. Yao Xiu took a deep breath and exclaimed, "Using mental fluctuations as fuel? What kind of skill is this?" Jun Cheng sighed and said, "Zhao Captain, don't worry about that right now. Can you at least stop the bleeding on your body? With this much blood, it's enough to have your period for 10 years. Get lost." Yao Xiu said without reservation, "I am a soul-taker profession. The more blood I shed, the stronger my combat power." She reached out, and the silver dragon spear embedded in the ground suddenly leapt into the air and flew into her hand. Clap, clap, clap. Jun Cheng hurriedly applauded, saying, "Well done. Another one. Get lost." Yao Xiu struggled to get up, but she saw the ground in the distance starting to surge. Flames conjured by Su Chi Cheng were surging on the ground like maggots. Suddenly, spikes and fireballs continuously collided, creating large amounts of heat waves and shock waves. "Ja Captain, how come the strength of these fallen members of the Black Sun Church is so strong?" "You guys?" Jun Cheng asked puzzledly. Yao Xiu clenched her jaw and said, "They are all reincarnators. Or rather, half-reincarnator professionals. They merge a part of their bodies with other races, but they are not true reincarnators. And in pursuit of power, the fallen seek powerful and destructive skills, even changing their own bodies." Boom. Just then, the ground under the wood demon's corpse suddenly exploded. A figure hastily grabbed the wood demon's body and threw it into the distance. "Water spirit! Devour him!" "Wood demon! Damn it!" the water spirit exclaimed, opening its mouth without hesitation to swallow the half-body of the wood demon. "Night guards, daring to kill our divine messenger, I will swallow all of you." Doom. As the water spirit was roaring, a low rumbling sound came from her body. After swallowing the half-body of the wood demon, it suddenly burst open. Illusory flames surged out of her body, burning all over her in an instant. "Ah! Earth Golem, what did you feed me? Ah!" Jun Cheng opened his mouth wide in disbelief. Did he just swallow the virtual fire? And there was more to come. Swinging his bloodthirsty staff, another virtual fire burning technique was thrown towards the water spirit. Ah! End of this chapter. Chapter 56. I swallowed it all. Along with a tragic cry from the water spirit, a large mass of illusory flames began to flicker on her body. Her entire body seemed like a large snowball thrown into hot oil, instantly exploding. The sizzling sound of burning continued to ring out, and thick, foul-smelling smoke rose up in large quantities, enveloping half of the military camp. The illusory fire was not a physical fire. It burned using the spiritual fluctuations of living beings as fuel. Even though the water spirit's body was oozing with mucus at the moment and she could manipulate large amounts of water to pour on herself, she couldn't stop the burning of the illusory fire. The mucus that made up her body began to condense at a visible speed, then cracked and turned into powder. "You damn brat! I'll kill you! I'll kill you!" His bloated body started to frantically surge, and his tentacles flailed wildly. He viciously smashed several night guards clutched in his tentacles to the ground, crushing them into a pulp. At the same time, several large mouths grew on his body, swallowing down a few more night guards. Unfortunately, no matter how she struggled, she couldn't extinguish the illusory flames flickering on her body. Instead, they grew stronger and stronger. The eyes of everyone around became very strange because they didn't see any flames, but the water spirit's bloated figure continued to crumble. Jun Cheng also looked in amazement at the struggling viscous monster, pulling Yao Xiu back, and curiously asked, "Captain Zhao, what kind of creature has this fallen one reincarnated into?" "It's so difficult to kill," Yao Xiu said strangely. "It's a bit like a slime." "What kind of thing?" Jun Cheng widened his eyes. "Slimes are this powerful? This should be a special race living in the deep sea. This race is almost transparent all over, and they are highly toxic, able to control water flow. At the same time, their vitality is extremely tenacious, and they can also transform into the appearance of other creatures. It is rumored that the royal slime has the talent of fusion. They can swallow different creatures, assimilate them into themselves, thereby gaining all the abilities of the swallowed creatures. No wonder. Boom. Just as the water spirit was engulfed by a large amount of illusory fire, a sudden explosion sounded not far away from the clearing. The earth elemental. He actually proactively emerged from the ground. A large amount of soul surge, blocking Su Chi-cheng's figure. Su Chi-cheng also gasped for air and fell from midair. So annoying. This guy's defensive power is too strong. He can burrow underground, just like a little mouse. Zhao Xiu took a deep breath. His blooded wounds were gradually healing, holding the silver dragon spear forward. Let's join forces. I'll focus on attacking, and you assist me. And Zhongcheng, make sure you keep us safe and also lend a hand. I understand. The earth elemental coldly glanced at a few people, raised both hands high, chanted in his mouth, then fiercely slammed the ground. Doom. Doom. In an instant, the ground beneath their feet began to surge. Clumps of earth and rocks, under the elemental's power, rose up like a tsunami, surging towards Zhao Xiu and the rest. Vehicles, jeeps, military camp buildings that were originally on the ground also rose up in the air. Quick, get out of the way. Zhao Xiu's face changed as he pulled Zhongcheng up high. With one foot on the jeep on the ground, she leapt to a height of about 10 meters. Then she jumped and landed like a huge grasshopper in the earth and rock tsunami. Zhongcheng took the opportunity to hold on to Zhao Xiu tightly, shouting, "Jump that way. To the left, be careful on the right, ah." On the other hand, Su Chi-cheng suddenly unleashed a large amount of flames around his body. His figure also rose into the air. This guy can actually fly. Boom. Rumble. Rumble. The earth and rock tsunami finally came to a stop, leaving the entire military camp in chaos. Zhao Xiu landed on a flat roof and gritted his teeth. Until when do you want to keep holding on to me? Cough, cough. Zhongcheng dryly coughed and released Zhao Xiu, saying, "Captain Zhao, forgive me. I've had acrophobia since I was young. I tend to grab onto things at high places. Do you want to grab onto something again? Really? Get lost." "Captain Zhao, as a priest, I want to advise you on something." "Advise what?" "Wearing a chest binder will hinder your development. Do you sometimes feel short of breath?" Seeing Zhao Xiu's increasingly dangerous gaze, Zhongcheng wisely shut his mouth. "Humph, I'll deal with you later." Zhao Xiu jumped off the roof and chased towards the earth elemental. Zhongcheng, on the other hand, reached out and reminisced. Probably a sea cup. It would probably be bigger without the chest binder ... He looked up and saw the entire military camp in chaos. The fallen ones who were originally full of momentum were all retreating in disarray, especially the earth elemental, who caused the earth and rock tsunami that almost engulfed the entire camp, also turned and ran. On the other side, the massive figure of the water spirit lay collapsed on the ground, with the illusory flames still flickering on her body. Although she wasn't dead yet, she was extremely weak. As long as she remained angry, fearful, or wanted to escape, the illusory fire would never disappear. Unless her mental state could become as calm as an enlightened monk in an extremely short time. But for the fallen ones, this was simply impossible. The reason these fallen ones became what they are is because their personalities are either cruel and brutal, money-hungry, or fanatical. Their spiritual fluctuations are often intense, much like the villains in martial arts novels. Zhongcheng's illusory fire incineration technique was undoubtedly a natural enemy to them. Soon, the entire battlefield was only left with the golden beast entangled by Pugia. Dang! The two collided again, sparking a large amount of fire. The shield in Pugia's hand was already covered in cracks by now. However, the weapons growing on the golden beast's body remained sharp. He grinned. "Your profession should only be a 6-star shattered armor warrior. Every attack has a knockback effect and can shatter the weapons and equipment of professions. But unfortunately, facing me, who has already integrated weapons into my body, it has no effect at all. Die." Tough. Suddenly, a steel chain shot out from behind him, like a snake, unexpectedly piercing Pugia's abdomen through the gap in his shield. Pugia grunted but didn't retreat, and instead surged forward. Flames of deep red began to burn on his body. Sigh. It's so unlucky. I just wanted to drink some tea and listen to opera, but I bumped into a mission. It's too troublesome. My task is to entangle you. So, let's not use lethal force against each other and wait for others to determine the outcome," he muttered, abruptly shrinking his figure, then knocked the golden beast into the air with his shield. "Damn it! I'll kill you!" The golden beast roared, but a figure suddenly appeared at his side. A silver light burst like thunder in front of him. "Old Jia, stop procrastinating. It's just this guy left. Quickly finish him off." What? End of this chapter. Chapter 57. My lord, save me. So fast. Not only Pujia, but even Jinshu was stunned. Joking. The 5 elements divine envoys of the Black Sun Church are all at level 69. All of them are semi-transcendent professionals, especially the water spirit, who has already completed the transcendence and is just one step away from entering level 70 as a transcendent. For the mission of snatching the godchild for our lord this time, they all came out in full force. Among the 5 people, except for Huang, who attracted the Night Watchmen to the Moxen mine, the other 4 all concentrated on attacking the Night Watchman's base. Unexpectedly, they were defeated so quickly. Doom. Another large ball of flames fell from the sky. The scorching flames rolled and fiercely smashed on his body. Although his body had turned into steel, he could still feel the burning heat of the flames. Su Qicheng. 3 people besieged Jinshu alone. Damn it, he cursed inwardly, a few longswords on his back suddenly trembling, and then shot towards Zhao Yongxia and the others. Zhao Yongxia and Su Qicheng easily dodged, while Pujia used his shield to resist, shattering the swords that were shot at him. Seizing this opportunity, he turned and ran. Trying to run, Su Qicheng's flame surged forth, immediately chasing after him. "Stay here for me." A large group of fire shadows surged out of his hands again, smashing towards Jinshu. Covered in full steel armor, Jinshu rushed forward like a tank, indifferent to Zhao Yongxia and the others' attacks. Unfortunately, the ground of the military camp had become muddy due to the earth element's reasons, filled with pits and slopes that greatly restricted his speed. Zhao Yongxia also caught up from behind, blocking Jinshu in front. The 3 of them attacked together, and Jinshu fought back desperately. However, how could he alone match the strength of the 3 captains? Soon he was covered in blood from the fight. Finally, he couldn't hold on anymore, half kneeling on the ground and screaming in despair. "My lord, save me. My lord, tilde, woo woo, tilde, eerie wailing sound suddenly came from a distance. A large amount of black mist surged like a tsunami towards them. Zhao Yongxia and the others immediately became cautious. Their movements became faster. On the other hand, Jinshu's eyes showed excitement when this aura appeared, once again covered in armor, allowing Zhao Yongxia and the others to attack. Howling zealously, "The sky is dead. The black sun dominates. Rebuild the light. Our Lord descends. Our Lord descends. Our Lord descends. Our Lord descends." Low howl suddenly came from afar from the darkness. The 3's faces changed drastically as figures appeared in the black mist, rapidly approaching them. "Kill him quickly." Zhao Yongxia roared in anger, and her spear erupted into a thunderous cloud. Holding the long spear, she fiercely smashed it onto Jinshu's body. Dragon of the soaring sky. Doom. The thunderous cloud burst. The long spear in Zhao Yongxia's hand pierced through Jinshu's entire body. With a sudden lift, he was thrown far away. At this moment, Pujia also dropped his shield, reached out his hand, and a huge golf fan club, as tall as 2 people, appeared in his hand. A wave of blood gathered on the club, seeming to ignite a blood-red flame. In an instant, it turned into a blood-colored tiger, fiercely smashing onto Jinshu's body. Ah! Puff! A mouthful of dense blood, mixed with metal fragments, spurted from his mouth. Half of his body was sunken. Bleeding from 7 orifices, he looked hideous. "My lord, Black Sun Lord, will surely rule the world. You damn Night Watchman. Zzz. At the same time, a fiery red thread suddenly slashed through the sky, entwining around his neck. With a gentle twist, his head was cut off and shot into the sky. Phew! Not far away, Su Qicheng breathed a sigh of relief. The flames on his body immediately dissipated, and his spirits were significantly diminished. Even his eyes showed signs of fatigue. "I've exhausted too much mental energy. I'll leave the rest to you now. Be careful." Zhao Yongxia suddenly shouted, her figure flashing in front of Su Qicheng. With a quick movement, she appeared in front of Su Qicheng, and her spear thrust forward. Clang! A crisp sound rang out as Zhao Yongxiao's long spear was firmly caught in a delicate slender hand. The delicate hand was white as jade, the nails freshly manicured, with a light red base color and twinkling starlight, looking quite beautiful. As the black mist surged, a slender figure of a young woman slowly emerged from the black mist. The girl was not stunningly beautiful, but she exuded a captivating allure. Her oval face was cute and lovely, with seductive peach blossom eyes, lined with dark red eyeshadow, emitting a bewitching aura. She was wearing a blue and white JK outfit, revealing her long and slender white legs and arms. Under the contrast of the black mist, they appeared pure and alluring. Her beautiful black hair cascaded down like the night sky. Zhao Yongxiao's pupils contracted, gritting her teeth. The master of the Black Sun. At the same time, with a gesture behind her back, she signaled Su Qicheng and Pujia to swiftly retreat. He. The mistress of the Black Sun sweetly laughed. I know you, guardian Zhao Yongxiao, right? A professional soul, indeed the descendant of the pioneers. Did I scare you? The mistress of the Black Sun suddenly turned to face Su Qicheng, startling him. Ooh! A strange undulating sound suddenly came, and the mistress of the Black Sun opened her small mouth and gently sucked. Su Qicheng's figure just swayed slightly because of the mental strain from killing Jinshou, and then he fell heavily to the ground. In the void, a phantom figure exactly like Su Qicheng slowly rose, and was devoured by the mistress of the Black Sun. Su Qicheng! Zhao Yongxia angrily shouted, shooting her long spear. He. The mistress of the Black Sun laughed again, easily evading it. Yongxiao, quick, run. A loud roar exploded, and Pujia charged forward like a raging bull. The huge Volfang club in his hand burned with a blood-red flame, covering all the positions where the mistress of the Black Sun dodged. Doom! The ground exploded, the mistress of the Black Sun agilely leapt up, and the earth was blown up into a big hole by Pujia. Take Red City's body and go. The succubus's talent can absorb souls, but there will be no problem for a short time. As long as we kill her, Red City's soul will be able to be retrieved. Hearing Pujia's roar, Zhao Yongxiao did not hesitate to grab Su Qicheng's body and rush towards the distance. The succubus's talent. The voice of the mistress of the Black Sun came again. At this moment, she seemed to sprout a pair of giant diamond-shaped wings behind her, enveloping her entire body. Impressive. Guardian, you have even discovered this secret. It's a pity. Ooh. Another light sigh came. Pujia's figure shook, but he still stood his ground. He stabilized his figure, enduring the severe pain in his mind, roared, and a blood-red light flooded from his body. Burn. Doom. Accompanied by a muffled explosion, Pujia's figure was shrouded in a scorching blood-red flame. At the same time, all his equipment, including his underwear, was burned down. A bronze-skinned man, with bulging muscles all over his body, especially his lower body was like a sledgehammer, appeared in front of the mistress of the Black Sun. Sigh. It's so troublesome. I really don't want to fight. Don't force me. Okay. End of this chapter. Chapter 58. Giant with a club versus Sailor Suit Loliot. This is so troublesome. I really don't want to fight. Please don't force me. A deep voice echoed as Pujio stood bare-chested in front of a JK girl. The JK girl's head barely reached the giant's thigh. The Dark Lord covered her mouth and giggled, her peach blossom eyes sizing up Pujia, amazed. TSK. Not bad at all. If it were in the past, I would have loved to spar with you for hundreds of rounds. But now, I have more important things to do. Before the Dark Lord could finish speaking, Pujio grabbed the blood-red club and fiercely smashed it towards the Dark Lord's head. Doom. Smoke and debris filled the air as a huge pit appeared beneath the Dark Lord's feet. The JK girl had already disappeared. Pujia's pupils slightly contracted as she saw the petite figure of the Dark Lord standing at the tip of the club in Pujia's hand. A breeze lifted the girl's skirt corner. Truly a wild bull of a man. Roar. Pujia roared again, swinging the club frantically towards the Dark Lord. The club shadows covered a radius of over 10 meters, but the Dark Lord's figure danced effortlessly, evading Pujia's attacks like a cat toying with a mouse. Dig guy. I have other matters to attend to. Please don't get in my way. The Dark Lord flickered and suddenly appeared far away. But Pujia followed suit. Do you really want to die? In that case. She reached out, and a black claw-like mark slowly took shape in the air. Doom. Dark clouds surged, forming a giant claw in the sky that grabbed Pujia. The blood-red flames clashed against the dark cloud, but the darkness tore through the flames, leaving a deep claw mark on Pujia's chest. 3 gashes, flesh and blood spilled, as Pujia clenched her teeth, gripping the club with one hand, glaring at the Dark Lord. "Old hag, you strike quite fiercely." Pujia's words fell, but the Dark Lord's eyes flashed with anger. "Old hag? Did she just call herself that? Damn it, I'm an 18-year-old beauty. I'll kill you," she shouted, a black claw imprint appearing in front of her, reaching for Pujia. Swoosh! Suddenly, a brilliant silver light shot from afar. Doom! The claw imprint shattered. Yao Xiu, I thought I told you to retreat." Pujia tensed, frowned, and subconsciously held the club in front of her as Yao Xiu fixed his gaze on the Dark Lord, declaring, "We Zhao family members never abandon our comrades to flee alone. Don't worry, I've already arranged for Suqi Cheng. Now let's join forces and take down the Dark Lord." After securing Suqi Cheng, Yao Xiu, disregarding his own injuries, continued to pursue the Dark Lord. The spear thrust dispersed the shadow, and the Dark Lord's figure kept retreating. The Dark Lord's face twisted in anger, sharp cries erupting. "Descendants of the Firstborn, do you think I dare not kill you?" Yao Xiu coldly threw his spear. "Then go ahead and kill me. Do you want to die?" But the Dark Lord's figure suddenly trembled. "Damn it, this body is too weak. It can handle normal actions, but will collapse when using power." With a rapid change of heart, she released a black figure that shot towards the distance. "You useless thing, get over here." The earth trembled as a clay golem rushed towards Yao Xiu and Pujia. The ground transformed into a giant armor wrapping around the golem, crashing into Pujia. "There's also the water spirit." Pujia glanced towards the nearby water spirit, her expression tightening. The water spirit had turned into a pile of mud. The illusory flames still flickered but were weakening, at risk of extinguishing. Once extinguished, it would signify one thing: the water spirit's death. "Useless," she scorned. "I expended so much effort for your successful reincarnation, only for you to die here. Truly infuriating." The Dark Lord's hand reached out. Black threads like string surged towards the shadows. "My darlings, devour them." With eerie vibrations, the ordinary people outside the camp fell to the ground. All of them smiled before losing consciousness. Finally, black shadows twisted out of their bodies, their souls. Compared to the smiles on their faces, their souls were filled with fear, anger, struggle, confusion, and rage, transforming into monstrous creatures, hellish beasts born from ordinary souls. Cock-a-doodle-doo tilde men. Attack. The Dark Lord laughed. "Night Watchmen, these soul beasts are condensed from ordinary human souls. Killing them will cause the humans to die immediately. If you can't bear to act, then prepare to be devoured by the soul beasts." Cackling, she turned into a black light and charged into the underground chamber of the military camp, where the awaited God's envoy, Yao Xiu, resided. End of this chapter. Chapter 59. Blessings and misfortunes. Where do they come from? Can the souls of the fallen be invoked for power? Don't even think about running away. Yao Xiu shouted darkly, just as she was about to catch up, but she was blocked by a punch from the earth monster. Damn it! She swiftly retreated, simultaneously gathering energy with her spear, then fiercely threw it towards the direction the Lord of the Dark Sun had left. Puff! The spear tore through the air, emitting a piercing friction sound. In almost an instant, it shot in front of the Lord of the Dark Sun. The Lord of the Dark Sun abruptly turned around, seizing the spear coldly, and said, "The natural armor of the Zhao family, hehe. Since the Zhao family takes pride in dying on the battlefield, then die today." Ow! Suddenly, a series of desperate cries echoed. Hundreds of different shaped soul beasts had completely crawled out from within the group of people, viciously charging towards Yao Xiu and Pujia. As for Yao Xiu herself, she turned around and dashed into the underground passage. "Damn it!" Yao Xiu cursed under her breath, drawing a treasured sword and cutting off the earth monster's fist in a backhand strike. "Captain, we're here to help you." "Captain, we've arrived. Kill them." The few remaining night watchmen also rushed over, but Yao Xiu shouted, "These soul beasts are ordinary people manipulated by enchantments. Control them as much as you can." "Why?" Just as Zhaoding was about to cast a spell, Yao Xiu interrupted him. Yao Xiu explained, "These soul beasts are formed from the souls of commoners. Once dispersed, these commoner souls will immediately dissipate, 100% chance of death." "What should we do, Captain?" "Find a way to control them, or awaken them. If it's not possible, Choose to kill them, understood. Doom. On the other side, Pugia collided with the earth monster again. This time, he was constantly retreating in a sorry state. Having already been seriously injured from battling the Lord of the Dark Sun, his wounds worsened from the direct confrontation with the earth monster. Zhao Xiu sprang into action. Let's join forces and take down the earth monster first. There are chiefs at Shixu's location. Nothing will happen. You guys handle this group of soul beasts. Several Night Watchmen members had grim expressions, doing their best to dodge the attacks of the soul beasts. Unable to dodge, they could only counterattack when necessary. But these soul beasts did not evade normal attacks and continued to pounce on the Night Watchmen, tearing and biting. This left the Night Watchmen shaken, with pounding headaches, being forced to continually retreat. Although elemental attacks like fire, lightning, and gale could harm the soul beasts, Zhao Xiu had orders. The Night Watchmen could only restrict themselves, dodging as much as possible. However, some were pushed to their limits and, disregarding Zhao Xiu's orders, daringly attacked and defeated the soul beasts. These people are followers of the evil gods. Their minds have been twisted. Even if we save them, it's useless. Kill them all. Eliminate this group of soul beasts. Captain Zhao, I'm here to help you too. At this moment, Zheng Cheng finally arrived at the battlefield. Tugia, Zhao Xiu, the earth monster, and the golden beast were all powerful beings at level 69. What use could a mere level 6 rookie careerist have? Not to mention the almost epic tier Lord of the Dark Sun just a step away. Thus, he had been on the peripheries, offering support. Doom. The ground suddenly shook violently as Zheng Cheng swiftly dodged. Ambush. Zheng Cheng muttered, quickly using an explosive gastric storm skill on the earth monster. GRR. The earth monster paused abruptly but managed to control itself. It worked. Zheng Cheng's eyes lit up. He drew a bloodthirsty magic staff and cast another bloodthirst spell. Roar. The earth monster let out a furious roar, its eyes turning manic as it left itself wide open, swinging a ferocious punch at Pugia. Spewing a mouthful of blood, Pugia shouted, "Bloodthirst! Damn it! Who buffed the enemy?" Puff. Before he could finish his words, the earth monster paused again. Its legs trembled violently, but did not hold up. With a shudder, a large clump of household manure gushed out. Along with it, came a dense spurt of blood. The excruciating pain from the torn rectum made the earth monster scream in agony. Its bulky figure stood frozen in place, not daring to move a muscle. Its legs trembled uncontrollably, gasping for air, trying to endure the intense pain below. Tugia blinked in disbelief and shouted, "You know how to combo skills, you little brat." Zheng Cheng said, "Old Gia, who did you just call a bastard?" I am a bastard." Tugia burst into laughter, spewing out another mouthful of blood. Grabbing a Volfang club, he fiercely smashed it down on the earth monster's head. Zhao Xiu swiftly lunged forward, her sword transforming into a lightning bolt, aiming for the earth monster's throat. "Damn you, brat, I'll kill you," the earth monster bellowed, as the surrounding earth surged towards it, blocking Zhao Xiu's thrust. But Tugia's Volfang club sent the monster flying. Die. Tugia relentlessly pursued with the Volfang club, hesitating no more as he struck down. Zhao Xiu breathed a sigh of relief, but her eyes remained extremely vigilant. "Zheng Cheng, do you have a way to save these commoners?" Zhao Xiu looked grim, saying, "After all, they are pitiful people manipulated by the Lord of the Dark Sun. Save them as much as possible." Zheng Cheng asked, puzzled, "How can we save them?" "It's simple. Kill the Lord of the Dark Sun," Zhao Xiu replied. "Once the Lord of the Dark Sun is killed, her gifted powers will dissipate, and these soul beasts controlled by her can return to their own bodies. So you go ahead and kill her." Zhao Xiu glanced at him and said, "There's another method. Find a way to awaken them." "Awaken them? What does that mean?" Zhao Xiu explained. "These soul beasts are formed from the souls of commoners. Even though they are not truly dead, their bodies had a strong attraction to their souls. As long as we find a way to awaken their bodies, it will naturally absorb their souls back. Of course, once the souls controlled by the Lord of the Dark Sun return to their bodies, there may be some residual effects." "What kind of residual effects?" "Turning into idiots. Or maybe mental illnesses. That's all." Just then, a massive surge of soul power suddenly rushed from afar, directly into Zheng Cheng's body. "What's going on?" Zhao Xiu was taken aback, reaching out to grab the silver dragon spear in the distance, which transformed into a flash of light in her hand. Zhang Cheng looked somewhat strange, questioning, "I seem to have leveled up." He checked his level and, indeed, reached level 9 12,450 10,000ths. Despite having full soul power, he couldn't level up due to the existence of the breakthrough mission. Once he completes the mission, he will reach level 10 and immediately learn new skills. Directly to level 9. The water spirit has passed away. Zhao Yongxiao sighed in relief, saying, "I thought something happened." Zhang Cheng was even more surprised. Yes, the water spirit is a fallen being and a careerist. She should have died under my virtual ignition art. But how could killing a careerist cause a drop in soul power? If that's the case, wouldn't the whole world be thrown into chaos? Zhao Yongxiao gave him a sidelong glance, saying, "The water spirit is indeed a careerist, but she also has another identity." Zhang Cheng hesitated. "A reincarnator?" Zhao Yongxiao nodded. "Exactly. Any careerist who reincarnates using bloodline artifacts into a half-alien bloodline is considered half-alien," Zhao Yongxiao explained. "Killing such careerists allows the gain of soul power." "I see." Zhang Cheng suddenly realized, "The water spirit at level 69 died at my hands, and it directly raised me to level 9. What about the breakthrough mission?" Zhao Yongxiao asked. "What does your breakthrough mission entail?" Zhang Cheng replied, "The breakthrough mission, Light of Life." End of this chapter. Chapter 60 Breakthrough Mission, Light of Life. Breakthrough Mission, Light of Life. Mission description. As a priest, your mission is to save lives, spread light, be the spokesperson of the holy light God in the world, comfort the suffering masses, and be the light in people's hearts. Mission requirements. You need to rely on your skills and abilities to save lives minimum of 10 people. During treatment, you can choose the deity you believe in. After completing the mission, you can become a true professional and gain professional skills. Depending on the deity you believe in, the professional skills acquired will also vary. Indeed, it is the Light of Life. Zhao Yongxiao nodded, saying, "Almost every priest's first breakthrough mission is the Light of Life, allowing you to treat patients and save lives, to understand the essence of being a priest." Zhang Cheng asked puzzledly, "Why do you need to choose a deity to believe in? What difference does it make?" "It is for future career preparations," Zhao Yongxiao explained briefly. "If you want to transfer to become a healing priest in the future, you should choose a deity of life or a deity of light. If you want to transfer to occupations like dark priests, then choose deities of darkness, shadows, or chaos." Zhang Cheng hesitated, then asked, "What if I don't want to transfer?" "Heh." Zhao Yongxiao sneered. "I am reminding you that these so-called deities are actually traps. Priests are inherently divine occupations. Although there have been myth-level powerhouses born in Blue Star for over 300 years, none have become gods. When priests choose their beliefs during breakthrough missions, these deities they choose are actually deities from other realms. Although true otherworldly gods are very far from our Blue Star, they are influenced by the Tower of Faith. In the early days, we didn't understand this, and priests controlled by otherworldly deities betrayed us at critical moments, causing us great losses. Of course, besides priests, holy knights, priests, and other professionals also have similar weaknesses to varying degrees. Unless a true deity appears on our Blue Star." Zhang Cheng exclaimed, "Does that mean all priests are agents of otherworldly deities?" "Of course not," Zhao Yongxiao explained. "After centuries of research, we finally discovered some clues. Priests only need to choose to believe in the holy light during their initial breakthrough missions to gain universal priest skills and avoid the scrutiny of otherworldly deities. The holy light represents life, represents light. It is the purest energy and element. It is not just a single deity." "I see," Zhang Cheng suddenly realized, but still a bit puzzled. Saving lives, he remembered the hundreds of constipated patients he treated at the priest guild. He wondered if those people counted. Do constipated patients count?" Zhao Yongxiao glared at him and said, "What do you think?" "Definitely not. The so-called saving lives means treating those on the brink of death or severely injured. Normal novice priest skills come with healing effects. Whether it's minor light healing or healing touch, they simply need to go to the hospital for 3 to 5 days after receiving the breakthrough mission, and they can always complete the mission. Your novice skill." Zhao Yongxiao paused, not knowing how to explain further. "Figure it out yourself. I have to go support La Jia." With that, Zhao Yongxiao rushed towards the Earth Monster. The Earth Monster, suffering from acute gastroenteritis, had no choice but to endure the pain as Zhao Xiu joined in. His failure to kill or capture the earth monster was inevitable. Meanwhile, Zheng Cheng was left alone surveying the chaos of the military camp. Wandering soul beasts were everywhere, and the night watchmen were trying to capture and control them. The ground was destroyed, reduced to ruins without a complete patch. Saving lives, light of life, what should I do? Cause diarrhea, or should I dissect people? Zheng Cheng pondered. A shadow suddenly lunged towards him. It was a strange creature as dark as a vicious dog. A deep mist rose, dizziness ensued, and vortexes appeared before his eyes. Soul beasts. These soul beasts were formed by the condensation of civilian souls. Any of their attacks could harm the soul. Zheng Cheng quickly dodged, but the creature pursued him tirelessly. A woohoo woohoo. The evil dog-like soul beast violently attacked, as if it had found its mortal enemy. In a moment of carelessness, Zheng Cheng was caught up by the soul beast. Damn it! He kicked the soul beast, but it felt like kicking air as ripples appeared on its body, making his attack pass through it. The creature then viciously bit his thigh. Crap! Feeling the cold sensation on his leg, he no longer hesitated and used a mental fire incineration technique on the soul beast. Damn cultist, die! Zzz. In an instant, as if pouring cool water into hot oil, the soul beast's body exploded, trembling uncontrollably. The illusory flames burned the beast, reducing it to ashes within seconds. Mental fire, fueled by spiritual fluctuations and emotions. Human spirit and emotion are essentially the soul. It was like pouring a bucket of gasoline directly into a fire pit. In a trance, Zheng Cheng seemed to see the figure of a middle-aged woman with weathered features smiling faintly at him. Then, she disappeared without a trace. Soul beasts, cultists, before death, sudden enlightenment. Zheng Cheng trembled, recalling something. Had he just extinguished a soul? He looked across the battlefield, where hundreds of soul beasts still ravaged. Some night watchmen controlled them using various techniques, while others engaged the beasts in combat. More helplessly resorted to using different means to defeat them. Fire, thunder, wine, ice. Elemental powers that could affect the soul. A chill suddenly appeared in Zheng Cheng's heart, as if ethereal snowflakes were falling in the void. Instinctively, he reached out and caught a snowflake. Is this the passing of life? His gaze sharpened, his mind forming his own thoughts. With a flash, instead of retreating, he dashed towards the direction with the most soul beasts. It was where the ordinary people were unconscious. Cultists deserved to die, but before they perished, what if their remains were of use? Zheng Cheng, Zhao Xiu, who was restraining the earth monster, noticed Zheng Cheng's actions and shouted, "What are you doing? Come back!" Ignoring Zhao Xiu, Zheng Cheng ran quickly, taking advantage of the terrain. With his agility peaking at 36 points, the soul beasts couldn't catch up to him. "Everyone, I have found a way to deal with these soul beasts. Please, my colleagues, buy me some time." Zheng Cheng shouted, eliciting responses from other night watchmen. "Good lad, what can you do? Priest, I'll clear the way for you. Stop them. Give the newbie a chance. Ha ha ha, soul beasts. So what? I've increased my mental points to 100. Bring it on." End of this chapter. Chapter 61. Acute gastroenteritis instant outbreak technique. Wake up. My patience. Underground base. A petite figure of a black-haired, straight-haired J.K. Lolita suddenly appeared. The Lord of Black Sun. Is that new 9-star professional hiding here? A phantom meatwing suddenly appeared behind her, gently supporting her figure as she moved forward. For mysterious tier night guards and a group of regular members of appear in the ordinary military camp. More than half of Chang'an City's combat power is gathered here. I don't believe there will be anyone else. As her figure advanced, the entire underground base was incredibly peaceful, with no one in sight. Gym, entertainment room, fight arena, weapon arsenal. With the advance of the Lord of Black Sun, the panorama of the underground base loomed large, probably appearing before her eyes. At the entrance of the second floor, her figure stopped. Something's fishy. Is it a trap? With that, she started having a retreat in her mind. I can hold on for another year or two. No need to take risks here. However, new 9-star professionals, whether from a large family background or with powerful support behind them. Only Yao Xiu, with the night guard substation of Chang'an City backing her up, as long as I hum. At this moment, a faint buzzing sound came from the underground first floor where she was. In the air of the entire base, there were also faint ripples appearing. The Lord of Black Sun's face changed drastically, and she immediately retreated. In the empty base, a rapidly flashing black figure appeared, rushing towards the entrance. However, it was already too late. Strange patterns and runes began to appear on the entire base floor, walls, and even the ceiling. Combined together, they condense into a large array. DRIZZLE. At the entrance of the underground base, the figure of the Lord of Black Sun crashed against the air. A large amount of thunder and lightning suddenly flashed out and all struck her figure. Thunder Sealing Demon Array. The Lord of Black Sun exclaimed, "Shen Nanfeng, how dare you? How dare you move the town defense array of Chang'an City here?" At the end of the first floor, two figures slowly appeared. The leader was Shen Nanfeng holding the formation plate, and behind him was the one Yao Xiu had been thinking about, the Lord of Black Sun. Shen Nanfeng indifferently said, "You're mistaken. What I set up is not the real Thunder Sealing Demon Array, but the 5 Thunder Spirit Locking Array that connects to it. But to deal with you, the 5 Thunder Spirit Locking Array is enough." Damn it, the Lord of Black Sun cursed, a broken formation. "Do you really think you can trap me? And you, the strongest battle power of a formation caster is inside your formation tower. Since you came alone here, as long as I kill you, I can break this 5 Thunder Spirit Locking Array. Go to hell." The Lord of Black Sun yelled, her whole body trembling, and a huge black figure immediately attached to her. Resembling a strange bird, with sharp wings and claws, almost turning into a phantom, it rushed toward Shen Nanfeng. DRIZZLE. Just as the black figure approached, midway through, a dense lightning struck all over the Lord of Black Sun's body. The black mist surged, but was immediately crushed by the lightning. But the Lord of Black Sun's figure had already avoided this lightning. Shen Nanfeng held the formation plate in his left hand and vigorously swung his right hand on it, like playing a harp. Inside the array, a dense lightning immediately surged, blocking in front of the Lord of Black Sun. "Xiu, you must remember, when facing a fallen one, don't have any thoughts of mercy. Otherwise, if you are killed in return, it will be you who dies." "I understand." Yao Xiu nodded lightly, but her eyes were somewhat puzzled. "This Lord of Black Sun? Why does she seem familiar?" Zheng Cheng's figure appeared at the entrance of the military camp. Ordinary people were either sitting or lying down, all prostrated on the ground. Each person's face revealed a smile, whether calm, content, joyful, or ecstatic. For the first person, a middle-aged woman who seemed familiar, her soul had already turned into ashes. Placing her body flat, Zheng Cheng closed her eyes. "Auntie, don't blame me, who made you bite me. Blame the Lord of Black Sun who turned you into this ghostly figure." He looked to the person next to Auntie, a man in a suit, a middle-aged man with a fat belly, his face piled with fat, with black chicken skin on his neck, and his hands, wearing several rings like a nouveau rich. "You, a wealthy man, why play with cults? Shouldn't you know better? Played yourself into this situation, didn't you?" Zheng Cheng reached out to check his breath, his eyes shining. Not dead yet? Looks like your soul beast is still alive, in that case." He drew out the bloodthirsty staff and cast the acute gastroenteritis instant outbreak technique, along with 2 people next to him. This is how Zheng Cheng completed the promotion mission. As Zhao Yongxiao said, to awaken the civilians controlled by the Lord of Black Sun, one just needed to somehow shock their physical bodies awake. By doing so, their bodies would automatically absorb the soul, and then awaken. The price paid was just spiritual damage. Lightly, it could be nausea and unconsciousness for a few days. A heavier case might just turn into a fool. It's still better than losing their lives. Kulu. By now, Zheng Cheng's acute gastroenteritis instant outbreak technique had reached Level 3, which was a lethal weapon for ordinary people. The middle-aged fat man and the 2 next to him were hit, and there was a muffled sound in their stomachs. Pew-pew. At the same time, several stenches came. Fortunately, Zheng Cheng had already moved away, otherwise, he would have been affected too. Acute gastroenteritis. It's possible for sleeping people to hold in their urine. Some could even hold it in for a whole night, for 10 hours or more. But the urge to defecate. No one could hold that in, right? As the saying goes, one can hold urine for miles, but diarrhea makes it hard to even take a step. Tough. Finally, the middle-aged fat man still asleep let out a miserable cry, and a big mass of foul-smelling manure sprayed out. He opened his dead fish eyes and woke up. Phew. On the ruins of the army camp, in the distance, A wild boar soul beast that was madly charging at the night guards was suddenly pulled back by an inexplicable force. In a moment of negligence, it found its way into his figure. In addition, there was an evil soul beast and a wildcat soul beast, also pulled back. In an instant, 3 civilians, who had their souls sucked away by the Lord of Black Sun and turned into soul beasts, immediately woke up. They frantically excreted on the ground. 2 of them had a dazed look, rolling their eyes, saliva dripping from their mouths. Unconsciously, they were screaming and rolling on the ground. The other person shouted, stood up and looked around the messy surroundings, quickly got up to find a place. Damn. My stomach hurts. Unfortunately, despite running a few steps, he couldn't hold back anymore, squatted down, and pulled down his pants. Seeing this scene, Zheng Cheng's eyes suddenly lit up. It really works. 2 idiots, 1 normal. Then, without caring about this person, he swung the bloodthirsty staff again, and the acute gastroenteritis instant outbreak technique struck again. End of this chapter. Chapter 62 LV10. New professional skills. Goo. Puff. Puff puff. Soon, Zheng Cheng's figure moved among more than 100 ordinary people, casting the acute gastroenteritis outbreak technique one after another. The soul beasts were still alive. Those who were not defeated by the night watchmen quickly woke up. Want to sleep? Get up from me. As for the ordinary people who were defeated by the soul beasts, their bodies had long lost their breath. The acute gastroenteritis outbreak technique was cast upon them, but there was no reaction at all. The dead, they cannot. A large number of people became idiots due to the damage caused by the soul beasts. Even when they were being sprayed, they just lay on the ground. Their souls were damaged, and they could only be idiots for the rest of their lives, unless there were higher-level auxiliary professionals willing to come forward to treat them. As for those who woke up normally, their first reaction was to clutch their stomachs and search for a place to hide. Unfortunately, as ordinary people, they couldn't withstand the power of the LV3 acute gastroenteritis outbreak spell, and within a few seconds, they began spewing out. For a moment, the entire camp outside was filled with white buttocks and the sound of weak cries. Damn it! Ziding and Wan Ning also ran out. Following them were several other Night Watchman members. They were engaging in a fierce battle with the soul beasts, but to their surprise, the group of soul beasts disappeared in a few swift movements. Zheng Cheng, how did you do that? Damn it! So stinky. Let's get out of here. You're truly talented, newcomer. Several night watchmen were deeply shocked, but none of them dared to approach. The elder brother stepping on the ground full of farmer's dung. At this moment, Yao Xiu, who had dealt with the earth monster, ran over with a sword dripping with fresh blood. Zheng Cheng, is this your doing? She was deeply shocked. As a novice priest who had completed the breakthrough mission, she had seen quite a lot, but using the acute gastroenteritis outbreak technique to save a dying person was something she had never encountered before. Thanks to Zheng Cheng, without him, they would only have one last resort if they couldn't control the soul beasts for a long time to defeat the soul beasts. Unfortunately, once the soul beasts were defeated, it meant killing someone. For them, the night watchmen, it was undoubtedly a difficult choice. Zheng Cheng held his breath and moved to a safe place, saying helplessly, I had no choice. To complete the breakthrough mission, I had to try this method. Yao Xiu said, that's go. With the completion of the breakthrough mission, you should have leveled up. At Level 10, you can learn a new skill. I hope your new skill won't be as strange as before. Of course. Zheng Cheng's eyes lit up. He had completed the breakthrough mission when he awakened the 10th person. His level naturally rose to Level 10. However, at that time, he had been busy treating the ordinary people and hadn't checked his new skills. Also, after reaching Level 10, it wasn't just one new skill he could learn. As Yao Xiu had said, it was two. What about the Earth monster? It was captured. We should be able to extract some secrets about the Dawn organization from him. Just then, a large black cloud above the camp suddenly began to dissipate, like the ebbing tide. In just a few seconds, it disappeared without a trace. The lights and flames from Wei Town in the distance were exposed before their eyes. Yao Xiu exclaimed, the black mist is dispersing. The Lord of the Black Sun is dead. Director, you did it. Really? Zheng Cheng was also surprised. The Lord of the Black Sun had died so easily. Yao Xiu explained, the Director and the Lord of the Black Sun are both powerful at level 7-9, just one step away from epic status. That the Director is a formation master and had set up a killing formation in the underground base in advance. He even brought a formation plate from the protection formation of Chang'an City, with full preparations, not to mention just a Lord of the Black Sun. Even if there were two more breakouts, the director would have managed to hold on. That's intense. Zheng Cheng was astonished. He knew about the profession of a formation master. A normal formation master could only be considered a support profession. In the initial stage, they could only learn auxiliary formations and set up large formations in fixed locations to assist other professionals. Once they advanced to a higher level, a formation master could learn attacking formations. By utilizing the power of the formation plate, as well as magic crystal stones and special items, they could quickly set up various attack formations. Some accomplished formation masters could merge multiple formations together to construct a tower of formations unique to themselves. Similar to the magic towers of wizards and mages, a formation master within their own formation tower could be considered invincible among their peers. Likewise, being a formation master was an extremely resource and money-intensive profession. Only some large families, powerful factions, or even countries had the resources to cultivate an excellent formation master. Zhao Yongxiao ordered, "The Lord of the Black Sun is dead, and the Black Mist barrier has been lifted. Call for medical assistance immediately to treat these civilians. Also, go support Meng Fesheng at the Magic Crystal Mine." "Yes, Captain." The night watchman agreed and immediately went into action. Some headed towards the Magic Crystal Mine, while others stayed at the camp. In the distance, squads of soldiers also returned. The chaos in Wei town had been caused by ordinary followers of the Lord of the Black Sun and was soon quelled. They captured many people and brought them back to the camp. When they saw the ruins of the camp, everyone was dumbfounded, especially the more than 100 people at the entrance. They almost doubted their own eyes. The whole camp immediately became lively. Meanwhile, Zheng Cheng went to an unnoticed place, opened his personal skill list, and saw two intertwined skill trees resembling a coiled snake in front of him. The two skill icons on the penultimate row were flashing brightly. The first skill icon somewhat resembled a pot. "You have learned a new skill. Central Radar Life Monitoring Technique, Internal." Central Radar Life Monitoring Technique. Zheng Cheng twitched his mouth slightly. The name of this mutated skill was so cumbersome. Central Radar Life Monitoring Technique, Internal. Leave 1. Mutated skill. Consumes mental energy. Using oneself as the center, can check the presence of any life form within a certain distance. Current monitoring range. Centered on oneself, within a radius of 100 meters. Monitoring methods include but are not limited to heart rate, breathing, blood pressure, pulse, body temperature, brain waves, spiritual fluctuations, breath fluctuations, etc., and can form a simple life map in the mind. At the same time, it can monitor individual life targets, providing information on their current physical condition, life status, basic attributes, etc. This mutated skill. Zheng Cheng's eyes slightly brightened. It's quite useful. It's like having a supersized radar for monitoring. No life form can escape my surveillance. Heart rate, breathing, blood pressure, pulse, body temperature, brain waves, spiritual fluctuations, breath fluctuations. These life signs, even undead creatures have soul fire fluctuations, can also be monitored. And a single life target? Isn't this like a universal reconnaissance skill? Even better than reconnaissance skills. Zheng Cheng nodded in satisfaction. Activating the Central Radar Life Monitoring Technique, a simple current map appeared in his mind. He could see the camp, the sky, and even a 3D image of the underground. In addition, green and yellow dots appeared on the map. Green represents teammates, the night watchmen, and yellow represents neutral units, which are the soldiers. With this mutated skill, whether in the wilderness or in a dungeon, he could preemptively identify hidden enemies. What an amazing skill! Another amazing skill. If internal skills are so miraculous, I wonder about external skills. Thinking so, he looked at the second mutated skill icon. This external mutated skill icon was end of chapter. Chapter 63. Skills in Masturbation. 1050 points in Spirit Attribute. This surgical variant skill icon is unexpectedly in the shape of a dagger. You have learned a new skill. Tetanus Blade. Tetanus Blade external. Leave 1. Variant skill requires equipping a weapon knife, sword, axe, dagger, spear, bow and arrow, etc. for use. Whenever your physical attacks cause damage to the opponent, there is a chance 10% of infecting the opponent with tetanus bacteria. After the target is infected with tetanus bacteria, they may experience muscle spasms, severe convulsions, as well as symptoms such as overall weakness, dizziness, headache, increased reflexes, hallucinations, speech and motor confusion. What the hell kind of skill is this? Looking at this so-called tetanus blade skill, Jun Cheng was almost speechless. Brother, I'm a priest. Why are you giving me a physical attack skill like tetanus blade? Am I supposed to duel monsters with a knife? Jun Cheng felt like crying without tears and could only close the skill list. Unlucky, out of the 2 skills learned at Level 10, one is a support skill, and the other is purely a physical attack skill. Not even one healing skill. If we encounter a healing task similar to Light of Life in the next breakthrough mission, what should we do? It seems that we can only try to obtain healing skills through healing skill books. While looking at the chaos in the military camp, Jun Cheng prepared to meet up with Chen Zi and the others at the inn. He was not yet an official member of the Night Watch, so there wasn't much for him to do here. Zhao Yongxiao was heavily injured at the moment, but compared to Pu Jia and Suqi Chang, her condition was relatively good. At this moment, she was dragging her exhausted body, cleaning up the battlefield, right? San Xiaoyu. Jun Cheng suddenly remembered this classmate. The Black Sun Church has been wiped out, even their leader, the Lord of the Black Sun, died at the hands of the Night Watch. I'm sure she and her mother have been rescued by now. It's a pity that her phone was taken by the Black Sun Church's people, otherwise... Hot. Jun Cheng's eyes suddenly lit up. In the chaotic camp, there were several corpses lying on the side of the messy ground. One of the corpses looked familiar. This is... He hurried over and saw that the corpse was dressed in a blue and white JK uniform, with a slender waist and a pained expression on her pretty face. Song Xiaoyu, did she come to the military camp too? Is she dead? Just now, there were more than 100 Black Sun Church followers in front of the military camp. When he used the acute gastroenteritis burst skill to awaken them, he did not approach to check. He just used a skill from afar and quickly retreated, not knowing that Song Xiaoyu would be here. Suddenly, a groan sounded, and it was coming from the ground where Song Xiaoyu lay. She opened her eyes with difficulty, a black light flashing across them. Huh? Not dead. Jun Cheng was surprised and quickly went over to help her up. Song Xiaoyu, are you okay? I'm fine. She suddenly clutched her head, groaning in pain. She subconsciously grabbed Jun Cheng's hands, trembling violently all over, clenching her silver teeth, her face filled with agony. It hurts, my head hurts so much. Jun Cheng, please, help me. She's here, Jun Cheng was puzzled. He half carried her in his arms and comforted her by holding her head. Don't be afraid, Song Xiaoyu. The Lord of the Black Sun has been killed. You and your mother will definitely be okay. I am fine. After a few seconds, Song Xiaoyu, who had been struggling, finally calmed down. She suddenly whispered, Yang, can you do me a favor? What favor? Jun Cheng tactfully let go of Song Xiaoyu. Although he and Song Xiaoyu were classmates, himself had pursued her before. But what did that have to do with his current self? Help me find a priest, I'm injured. Okay. He helped Song Xiaoyu to lie down on a huge rock and rest. You rest first, I'll go and come back. Jun Cheng turned and headed towards the interior of the military camp. For this mission, almost all the members of the Night Watch in the city of Chang'an had come out, and there must be a priest among them. Just need to. Thinking, he opened the central radar life monitoring art, wanting to quickly locate the priest. Soon, a transparent 3D current map appeared before Jun Cheng's eyes. There were neutral units everywhere in yellow, as well as a few green Night Watch members, and one red hostile unit. Jun Cheng subconsciously rubbed his eyes. Was he seeing things? No. The central radar life monitoring art directly formed images in his mind, so why would his eyes deceive him? Calm down, don't panic. The red dot represents a hostile unit, and the only hostile units in the military camp right now are people from the Black Sun Church. But except for the Earth Elemental, all the Black Sun Church's few god servants are dead. Even their leader, the Lord of the Black Sun, is dead. He focused his mind on the red dot. Soon, he found the source of this red dot. Behind him, Song Xiaoyu. Jun Cheng's eyes widened suddenly. He took a deep breath, making sure his posture, gait, and even his breathing didn't change at all. The Song Xiaoyu behind him was not the real Song Xiaoyu. She was a member of the Black Sun Church. With hostility, with a thought, he focused on the red dot again. Data appeared in front of him one after another. Current target, human female, carbon-based life form current status, possessed, extremely weak name. Song Xiaoyu gender, female height, 165 centimeters weight. For 5 kg measurements, 86, 60, 88 constitution. For strength, 3 agility, 3 spirit, 1050 measurements of 86, 60, 88. Jun Cheng's eyes suddenly lit up. This girl looks so slender. I didn't expect her body to be so good. Slap. Jun Cheng wanted to smack himself. What time is it? And he's still concerned about a girl's figure. What the heck is this attribute anyway? The constitution, strength, and agility are just normal for a girl. But the spirit attribute, why the hell is it at 1050 points? Over 1,000 points. Damn. Even when a 9-star professional reaches level 100 and enters the realm of mythology, they only have 900 points of free attribute points. Where did she get over 1,000 points of spirit attribute? With so many attributes, plus the explanation of her current condition by the central radar life monitoring art. Possessed, extremely weak. Song Xiaoyu has been possessed by the Lord of the Black Sun. He remembered the explanation Zhao Yongxiao had given about the Black Sun Lord's transmutation race, the succubus talent, among which there was a category of possession. In other words, the current Song Xiaoyu is actually the Lord of the Black Sun. The Black Sun Lord that Director Shen killed should be her original form. And the current Song Xiaoyu is like her remaining soul, or an escape technique. Jun Cheng's eyes suddenly lit up, and 3 figures approached not far away. Zhao Yongxiao, Yao Xiu, and Shen Nanfeng. Captain. Jun Cheng pretended to greet Zhao Yongxiao and quickly walked towards her. One of my classmates is injured. Can you have a priest come to treat her? At the same time, he frantically signaled her. Zhao Yongxiao asked, your classmate? Who is it? Aren't you? When Zhang Cheng was about to approach Zhao Yongxiao, he suddenly pounced forward. At the same time, he raised his hand. The bloodthirsty staff suddenly grabbed. A strange mental fluctuation fell on the Song Xiaoyu behind him. Shadowfire Assault. Chapter 64. The True Lord of the Black Sun. Jun Cheng. You. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Zhao Yongxiao was still in confusion when he saw Jun Cheng already pouncing towards him. At the same time, behind him, a girl's figure suddenly leapt up violently, screaming miserably. On her body, invisible and twisted flames were burning crazily. Shen Nanfeng took a step forward, lightly touching the formation plate with his right hand. Strands of formation patterns surged out from the plate, quickly forming a simple defensive formation. It's the Lord of the Black Sun. She's not dead yet. Jun Cheng also gasped for breath, as if there was a mad dog chasing him from behind. The Lord of the Black Sun. Zhao Yongxiao exclaimed in surprise. Jun Cheng, how did you find out? Find out. Jun Cheng's eyes lit up. I have a new skill, and it just happened that I discovered her true identity. A new skill? Zhao Yongxiao became interested. What skill? Central radar life monitoring technique. Jun Cheng said. A monitoring and probing skill that also has map functionality. Zhao Yongxiao was puzzled. She had never heard of this skill before. Central radar life monitoring technique. What kind of skill is that? Jun Cheng explained. With this skill, I can detect specific attributes of targets and create a map. Everything within 100 meters radius of me is under my surveillance. The most important ability is to distinguish between friend and foe. The Lord of the Black Sun was discovered like this. The reason Jun Cheng mentioned Central Radar Life Monitoring Technique instead of the Tetanus Blade was simple. The Tetanus Blade's name suggested charging into battle. How could Central Radar Life Monitoring Technique be safe? You all, step back. Shen Nanfeng frowned, took a step forward, and stood in front of the others. He raised the formation plate in his hand, emitting a bright light. The light turned into formations, suppressing the figure of the Lord of the Black Sun. Ah! The Lord of the Black Sun suddenly roared, sprouting black flesh wings on her back, transforming from a pretty high school girl into a seductive queen. But similarly, the ethereal flames burning on her body grew even more intense. Her beautiful face was full of resentment and murderous intent. You damn brat! I will kill you! I'll kill you! She roared, flapping her wings aggressively towards the group. But Shen Nanfeng pointed the formation plate, creating layer after layer of formations that completely blocked her figure. Simultaneously, large clusters of flames inexplicably appeared within the formation, sealing off all her dodging space. Ah, brat. What have you done? The Lord of the Black Sun evaded the flames' attacks. In the battle against Shen Nanfan, she used a secret technique to break through the formation blockade. She thought she had escaped death, but she didn't expect this kid. What kind of ability did he have? He could burn the spirit, even affect the soul. Already heavily injured, her soul was crumbling under the burning flames. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Another burst of flames came, and the Lord of the Black Sun dodged again. But the killing intent in her eyes grew stronger. Damn it, I can't delay any longer. With too many distractions, if it continues, there's no chance of the soul waking up. At that time, both form and spirit will be destroyed. That's a true downfall. The Lord of the Black Sun shouted, a red dot suddenly appearing on her forehead and splitting at a visible speed. Shadow Soul Splitting Grand Technique. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. A muffled friction sound suddenly came from the void. A black shadow ripped from the body of the Lord of the Black Sun, or rather, Song Xiu. It was the illusory figure of an old woman, hunched back, elderly, but with wolf-like eyes glaring at the group. You damn brat. I remember you. I'll definitely not spare you when I come back again. Before she finished speaking, an illusory flame suddenly spread from Song Xiu's body, fiercely engulfing the old woman figure. The virtual fire incineration technique. It burned the Lord of the Black Sun, not Song Xiu. Ah! The Lord of the Black Sun screamed miserably, swiftly rushing to the edge of the formation. She spat out, a black light shooting through the barrier immediately. Her figure swiftly flew off into the distance. After all, the formation Shen Nanfang had set up hastily was not of high quality. Damn it! What ability is this? Fire. Flames that can burn the soul. Ah! Don't let her escape. Shen Nanfang's eyes lit up as he took off, activation of formation patterns appearing on his clothes. He soared into the air towards the direction where the Lord of the Black Sun was fleeing. Yang Xiao, I'll leave this to you here. Got it. Zhao Yangxiao agreed, heading towards Song Xiu. Zhun Cheng and Yao Xiu followed closely behind. Halfway there, Yao Xiu asked, Zhun Cheng, are you alright? I'm fine. How about you? I'm fine too. Director Shen is very powerful. The Lord of the Black Sun has no resistance at all. That's good. The three quickly approached Song Xiu. Although the soul of the Lord of the Black Sun had left her body, nobody could guarantee Song Xiu's safety, so they were very cautious. Zhao Yangxiao led, with Zhun Cheng and Yao Xiu following closely behind. A white body appeared in front of Zhun Cheng, causing him to instinctively pause. The next second, Yao Xiu's cold face appeared before him, her eyes glaring fiercely at him. I didn't see anything when her clothes were burned. Zhun Cheng quickly turned his head. I didn't see anything at all. Zhao Yangxiao took out a simple attribute robe from her item slot and covered Song Xiu with it, reaching out to feel her pulse. She's not dead yet. Strange. Zhun Cheng also leaned in to take a look. At that moment, Song Xiu had collapsed on the ground, her pretty face furrowed, black lines forming between her eyebrows. She was breathing quickly, sweat dripping from her nose. It seemed as if she was enduring a nightmare, trying to suppress the fear within the dream. Yao Xiu cautioned, Yangxiao, be careful, it might be a trap set by the Lord of the Black Sun. I had a feeling the Lord of the Black Sun looked familiar before. I didn't expect it was our schoolmate, Song Xiu. Zhao Yangxiao nodded. The soul-devouring female demon can possess mortals, and Song Xiu should have been manipulated by her, right? Zhun Cheng's new skill can distinguish friend from foe, so try to see if the current Song Xiu is really herself, or if the Lord of the Black Sun has a hidden hand. Got it. Zhun Cheng immediately activated the central radar life monitoring technique. An eerie fluctuation spread within 100 meters radius centered on him. Yellow light spots, representing neutral units. This is the real Song Xiu, not the remnant soul of the Lord of the Black Sun. Huh. Zhun Cheng suddenly stared in astonishment at Song Xiu. End of this chapter. Chapter 65. The Fall of the Black Sun. Great opportunity. At this moment, in the central radar life monitoring technique in Zhun Cheng's mind, the light representing Song Xiu is yellow, a neutral unit, not an enemy. However, when his spirit came into contact with the yellow dot, a series of information appeared in front of him. Current target, human female, carbon-based life form. Current status, unconscious, extremely weak. Name, Song Xiu. Gender, Female. Occupation. Soul-sucking witch. Height. 165 centimeters. Weight. For 5 kg. Measurements. 86, 60, 88. Constitution. For strength. 3. Agility. 3. Spirit. 9. Her condition changed from possession to unconsciousness. Her mental attribute points dropped from a terrifying 1050 to 9. Most importantly, in Song Qiaoyu's information, there appeared a section titled Occupation. Soul-sucking witch. Zhun Cheng vividly remembered that half a month ago, at the awakening ceremony, Song Qiaoyu had failed to awaken. And now, she actually gained an occupational attribute panel. What in the world is going on? What's happening? Zhao Yongxia asked. Did you discover something unexpected? Zhun Cheng hesitated for a moment before saying, I detected. It seems like Song Qiaoyu has become an occupational worker. What? Zhao Yongxia and Yao Xiu's faces changed drastically, especially Yao Xiu, who subconsciously said, didn't she fail to awaken half a month ago? How? All eyes turned to Zhao Yongxia. Among the four present, Zhao Yongxia had the highest level and was from the Night Watchmen, so he probably knew more than the others. Zhao Yongxia's eyes flickered as he hesitated, saying, I seem to have heard about events like Song Qiaoyu's from my elder relatives. 300 years ago, during the merging of many otherworldly beings with our blue star, a mysterious object called the Inheritance Crystal appeared. After ordinary people fused with this object, they could become occupational workers. Zhao Yongxia carefully observed Song Qiaoyu again. During the first wave of occupational workers in the Great Disaster period, besides a few who awakened on their own, most of the occupational workers awakened through this method. But that was only during the Great Disaster period 300 years ago. There are no longer any supplies of the inheritance crystals nowadays. The reason why your classmate Song Qiaoyu could become an occupational worker might have some connection to the Lord of the Black Sun. Suddenly, Zhun Cheng stopped in his tracks. An inexplicable soul force emerged within him. He exclaimed, I obtained soul power. It seems the Lord of the Black Sun is truly dead this time. The Lord of the Black Sun was killed by the Night Watchman Shen Fan. He also contributed and gained a fair bit of soul power. Leveled up. Not quite yet, Zhao Yongxia said. Let's observe her for now and wait for the director to arrive. All right. Soon, Shen Nanfang's figure flew in from a distance. The array plate in his hand seemed even more profound. Director. Zhao Yongxia went to meet him and quickly explained the current situation. What? Shen Nanfang was also surprised. Are you saying that an ordinary person possessed by the Lord of the Black Sun has gained the Lord's occupation instead? Soul-sucking witch. But isn't that an alien race? When did it become an occupation? Zhao Yongxia smiled wryly. I'm also not sure. I suspect it has something to do with the inheritance crystals from the Great Disaster period 300 years ago. Director, you would want to use the heart inquiry technique. Shen Nanfang nodded. In a few days, there will be 4 Night Watchman colleagues from Jincheng coming to Chang'an City for official duties. Among them happens to be a spiritual adept, so let him perform the heart inquiry technique for Song Qiaoyu. Zhao Yongxia looked bemused. Another group of 4. Why do Jincheng folks always go out on missions in groups of 4? Aren't the usual tasks at other Night Watchman branches done by 3 people? I know about this. Shen Nanfang shrugged. It's rumored that people from Jincheng are very hospitable. Every time they meet new people, they ask if they've eaten, what they've eaten. And it's different people asking each time. Breakfast, lunch, dinner, plus late night snacks, exactly for meals. So their teams consist of 4 people every time they are on a mission. I heard that if they can't gather 4 people, they'd rather not go. Such a custom. Zhun Cheng's mouth twitched. Really? Simple. Zhun Cheng, you did well just now. Shen Nanfang looked at Zhun Cheng and nodded. Your skill was able to continuously track the main soul of the Lord of the Black Sun, allowing me to pursue her. Otherwise, if the main soul of the Lord of the Black Sun had escaped, we would have been in big trouble. Zhun Cheng was surprised. Isn't she close to death anyway? Even if she ran, it would only be a year or 2 at most. A year or 2. Shen Nanfang shook his head. Some strong-willed individuals, once they found out they can't prolong their lives, no one knows what kind of crazy things they might do. Either they complete epic-level breakthrough missions and become epic powerhouses, or they're leds and upon exhausting their lifespan, right? Shen Nanfang continued. It's already late. Let's stop here for today. Go back and rest. You did a good job this time. Your merits will be recorded by someone specialized. What reward do you want? Jun Cheng promptly replied, a healing type skill book. Most of the skills I currently possess are debuffs and attack types. I'm worried that the next breakthrough mission for priests might involve healing tasks. Breakthrough mission. Shen Nanfeng nodded. The early breakthrough missions for the priest profession indeed focus on healing. By the way, I remember that your initial skill caused diarrhea. How did you complete the breakthrough mission? Zhao Yongxiao's expression was odd as he said, Director, I know about this. Well, it's like this. Soon, Shen Nanfeng couldn't help but laugh and cry. I've lived for so many years, and this is the first time I've seen someone complete a breakthrough mission in this manner. You really are. After pondering for a while, he could only say, talented. Heh. Thank you for the praise. Jun Cheng chuckled. I really had no other way. That's why I want to learn a few healing skills from you, Director. In accordance with the changes of the consuming blaze technique, there would definitely be variations when he learned healing skills. But it shouldn't be too far-fetched. The sacrificial fire was considered an attacking skill. The consuming blaze technique, after the variation, was also an altered attack skill. If he learned healing skills, it might also transform into a healing skill after the variation. Shen Nanfeng said, your situation reminds me of a new night watchman recruit in the imperial capital this year. Her skills are just as strange as yours, and she's a little girl too. Jun Cheng's eyes lit up. Strange skills. What kind of skills? Could it be a variant skill too? Shen Nanfeng chuckled. Do you want to know? Just wait until you pass the entrance exam to the Imperial Capital Professional University and go see for yourself. Zhao Yongxia also added, by the way, Zheng Cheng, Jixu, in half a month, it will be time for the new occupational entrance exam. Which university do you want to apply to? End of this chapter. Chapter 66. Sai Shen. I have for dads which vocational university to choose. Jun Cheng returned to the inn, pondering about university matters all the way. Yao Jixu's goal was clear, to attend the capital vocational university. What about himself? Where should he go? According to Shen Nanfeng, the Capital Night Watch headquarters had also recruited a new person with a peculiar skill this year, who was a girl. Rumor had it that she had been extensively trained by specialists. Should he go to the Capital Vocational University to meet this new Night Watch recruit? Or should he go elsewhere? Moreover, the capital was a transit station connecting several major battlefields of different races. Professionals who wanted to go to these battlefields had to pass through the capital and use the dual-world teleportation array. The capital was a place all professionals must visit. Besides, there was something else tonight that troubled him greatly. The attribute of the Lord of the Dark Day. When possessing Song Qiaoyu, her spirit reached an astonishing 1050 points. It was common knowledge that even 9-star professionals could only gain a total of 900 points of free attributes after entering the mythical realm. How could he, an 8-star reincarnator, have so many spirit attribute points? Was it because he was a reincarnator? Did having a different grace lineage empower one to break through occupational restrictions? Or was there another aspect at play? Let's take a break and not rush. I'll ask the captain and bureau chief next time. Chengji, you're back. Even before reaching the inn, two figures emerged at the entrance. As expected, it was Chen Zi and Sai Shen. Chen Zi asked, you haven't slept yet? With things so chaotic outside, and you not returning, how can we sleep? Yeah. What's happening outside? Chengji. Sai Shen added, the teacher strictly ordered us to stay in the inn and not go out. We sneaked out. Ping'an is giving us coverage. The entire school, you, Yao Jixu, and Liang Feifen are all missing. Liang Feifen? Jun Cheng was puzzled. He's gone too. Yes. Jun Cheng furrowed his brows, quickly realizing something. After all, Liang Feifen was also a reservist night watch member, an official position. If he wasn't seen at the camp, it was likely that he was with other night watch members stationed in town maintaining order. Or maybe he followed Meng Fesheng and went to the crystal mine. Let's go back. Upon returning to the inn, he reported to teacher Gao Yang and then went back to his room. Along the way, Chen Zi, Sai Shen, and Zhang Ping'an kept asking questions. Jun Cheng could only say, some fallen had been discovered in Wei town. The town might not be peaceful these days. Stay in the inn and don't go anywhere. Fallen. Chen Zi exclaimed, how did those guys come here? They just don't give up. How's the situation now? Is it resolved? Yes. Zhang Cheng nodded. Most of it is resolved, but I fear there might still be hidden individuals lurking around. How is that possible? Chen Zi scoffed. The Lord of the Dark Day is no deity. How could ordinary people awaken as professionals? Hearing Chen Zhao's remarks, Zhang Cheng's mind suddenly stirred. Enabling ordinary people to awaken as professionals, becoming professionals. It seemed like there was indeed someone who accomplished this. Song Qiaoyu. If his classmates were to learn about Song Qiaoyu's opportunity, how shocked would they be? Could it be that there was some secret behind Song Qiaoyu awakening as a professional? Zhang Cheng took a deep breath, suppressing these unrealistic fantasies. All results would be revealed once the spiritual master from Jin Cheng arrived. A 6-star professional specializing in spiritual mysteries, their abilities centered around hypnosis, illusion, and mind reading. To discern a person's true identity, the spiritual master only needed to employ the mind inquiry secret technique, directly seeking answers from their subconscious. No one could escape. By the way, Zhang Cheng suddenly asked, the college entrance exam is in half a month. What universities do you all want to apply to? University? Chen Zi answered first, to military vocational school. Chen Jie. Didn't I tell you before that I'm determined to apply to a military school? There was a reminder in Zhang Cheng's mind. Chen Zhao's father seemed to be a soldier. Unfortunately, he sacrificed his life on the battlefield while serving in the foreign race war. Hence, Chen Zi had always aspired to become a soldier to fulfill his father's wish. Which military school? Chen Zi hesitated. Although my professional rank is only 5 stars, I am a tank mount, so all schools are in need of me. Either the Army Engineering Vocational University, the Chang'an Guardian Military School, or perhaps the Capital Defense Vocational University may provide an opportunity. I wouldn't consider the Coastal Navy Vocational Military School. After all, my professional skills are only effective while on the ground. And you, Ji Zhe. Chen Zi turned to Cai Shen. Hasn't your mom already arranged everything for you? My mom. Cai Shen chuckled. Yes, my mom wants me to attend Rongcheng Vocational University. She graduated from there. Then your dad. My dad. Cai Shen shrugged. My dad is just one of my mom's husbands. He doesn't have much say. However, after I awakened as a professional, my dad's status rose significantly. Even my 3 uncles all respect him. Chen Zi punched Cai Shen lightly. Rongcheng. Damn. Rongcheng has a lot of beautiful women, and they are easy to conquer, all belonging to the Lolita type. You are indeed lucky. TFFT, what's so fun about those young girls? I prefer mature ones. Cai Shen's mother was a professional, a beast tamer employed by the Professional Association. Cai Shen's father was his mother's 4th husband. The first 3 husbands were still alive, and the whole family of 10 or so lived happily together. Cai Shen had 7 to 8 siblings. Unfortunately, even now, he was the only one who awakened as a professional. Polyandry. Such a situation was normal and common in the current world. Chen Zi and Cai Shen chatted casually, but there was a strange expression on Zhang Cheng's face. One of her husbands. Polyandry? This. Cai Shen, you said you have 3 more uncles? Yes. Cai Shen helplessly replied. I used to call them dad when I was young, but when I grew up, I changed it. My mom gets along with them fine, but in the future, I'll definitely have 4 wives. HMPH. Zhang Ping'an chimed in. I envy you guys, being combat professionals. I have a life occupation and can only stay in Chang'an City. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, the door of the room was knocked. When opened, it turned out to be Gao Yang and the homeroom teacher of Class 2. Teacher Yang. Gao Yang asked first. Zhang Chen, you reported to me earlier that you joined the Night Watch. Today you should be participating in the Night Watch mission, right? Zhang Cheng nodded. Yes. Teacher Gao Yang, what happened? It's like this. Zhang Cheng. Before Gao Yang could finish, Teacher Yang from class to hurriedly asked, did you see Liang Pfeifen during the mission? He hasn't been in touch for a whole night. End of chapter. Chapter 67. Liang Pfeifen. My choice is indeed correct. North of Weih Town, Mojing Mine. Flames soared into the sky, with dozens of figures fighting in the mine. Flames raged around, quickly condensing into a figure in the mine. The lower body human, upper body a sheep's head. One of the 5-element god summoners of the Black Sun Church, Fire Sheep. Doom. He waved his hand, and a large group of flames turned into fire sheep with horns, fiercely charging towards the ground. Crackle. Crackle. Intense friction sounds could be heard, as Meng Fusheng held out his hands, with 10 pale blue threads connecting to an illusory and constantly flickering figure. The figure was wearing a green robe, black cloth shoes, gray hair, and a large red nose. Around his waist hung a large red gourd. The puppet controlled by Meng Fusheng at the moment was unexpectedly a character from the King of Fighters game series, Zhen Yuansei. As the flames swept over, Zhen Yuansei's illusion opened its mouth wide, spewing flames filled with a strong alcohol scent that immediately dissipated the flames. At the same time, he flicked his hand and shot 3 mahjong tiles towards the fire sheet. Tough. The mahjong tiles pierced through the fire sheet, causing no damage but taking away a large group of flames. Puppeteer. The fire sheep's figure flashed and rushed towards the entrance of the cave. You puppeteers are so troublesome, can't be killed. Some lunatics even turn themselves into puppets. Stop him. A shout rang out, and 2 fallen individuals hidden in the mine rushed out. Meng Fusheng strode out, waving his right hand, and the pale blue thread surged towards the 2, negligently merging into their bodies. In an instant, the 2 became motionless. With another wave of his hand, the 2 of them turned around and attacked the fire sheet together. Meng Fusheng sneered, "Turn myself into a puppet? I'm not crazy. There are so many beautiful girls waiting for me. How can I bear to change tilde as for you? Your body seems to be a semi-transcendent, just like Su Chi Chang, a professional flame walker. The fusion of your alien lineage is unclear, but it doesn't matter. I'll catch you and transform you into a flesh puppet. You're looking for death." The fire sheep immediately became furious, reaching out and grabbing a large crimson steel fork. Just as he was about to attack, 3 pale blue puppeteer threads unexpectedly emerged from the surrounding walls. Tough. The 3 puppeteer threads instantly rushed into the fire sheep's body, causing him to freeze for a second. Seizing this opportunity, Meng Fusheng controlled Zhen Yuansei to roll on the ground and quickly rushed to the fire sheep. Drawing the gourd from his waist, he took a large gulp of strong alcohol. Then, he fiercely sprayed towards the fire sheep in succession. Ultimate move Flaming Cannon. Boom 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 boom. Blazing flames burst out, immediately enveloping the fire sheep's body entirely. As the flames swept over, the fire sheep's body crashed into the wall in a sorry state. However, the illusion of Zhen Yuansei slowly dissipated and disappeared. Despicable. As a night watcher, you also know how to ambush. He reached out, and scorching flames gushed out from his body, forcing the 2 controlled puppets of Meng Fusheng to retreat. As long as I catch you. Meng Fusheng coldly sneered, tapping his hands in the air as if playing a harp. In the void, another figure slowly appeared, standing at 1.5 meters tall, dressed in a white practice suit with a top hat on his head, and hands wielding claws shimmering with cold light. King of Fighters, Sai Baojian. The fire sheep cruelly smiled but suddenly paused as a black thread entwined around his eyebrows disappeared. His body instantly relaxed. What's happening? How did my master's gaze disappear? His pupils shook vigorously, followed by disbelief, and ultimately turned into wild joy. A large group of flames erupted from his entire body, covering him entirely. Then, he turned and ran. Meng Fusheng, who was about to control Sai Baojian to attack the fire sheep, also hesitated for a moment. What's going on? Why did he run? A trap? Regardless, chase after him. He immediately pursued, tapping his hands in the air, causing Sai Baojian's slender figure to shoot out like a monkey. Flying sky-rending slash. Tough. The claws ripped through the air, and Sai Baojian's petite figure caught up to the fire sheep, tearing off a large chunk of flames from him. Damn it, the fire sheep cursed. Don't follow me, I won't fight anymore. Go away. Meng Fusheng's face turned even more eerie, and he became more cautious in his actions. Beep beep beep. At this moment, the walkie-talkie around his waist suddenly rang. Fusheng, the Lord of the Black Sun, is dead. How about over there? Meng Fusheng's eyes lit up. Dead. The Lord of the Black Sun is dead. That's why this kid, the fire sheep, wants to run. Without any hesitation, he also chased after him. Everyone, the Lord of the Black Sun is dead. Stop these fallen individuals. The Lord of the Black Sun is dead. The Lord of the Black Sun is dead. Meng Fusheng's voice echoed throughout the entire mine. The Night Watcher camp was extremely excited, while the fallen people from the Black Sun Church seemed lost. Kill. Kill all these fallen individuals. Ha ha. The Lord of the Black Sun is dead. Brothers, charge. The Lord is dead. How is that possible? It must be a fake. It must be. Blow up this place for the lore. Kill. Shouts echoed from the mine. The Night Watchers and the fallen individuals fought each other, but as time passed, the fallen individuals clearly couldn't hold on and kept retreating. Some even turned and ran away, disregarding their comrades. The Lord of the Black Sun is dead. At the entrance of the mine, Leon Fen was also assisting the Night Watchers in defense. After hearing Meng Fusheng's shout, he was also shocked. The Lord of the Black Sun is one of the Awakening Nine. The Night Watchers are strong indeed. My choice is indeed correct. As long as I follow the footsteps of the Night Watchers closely, work hard to level up, earn merits, I can also become a powerful professional who slays the Lord of the Black Sun. Excitedly, he drew out his innate weapon and besieged the fallen individuals rushing out of the mine. Suddenly, a fiery red figure rushed out, and without hesitation, Leon Fen swung his sword down. Wine blade slash. Tough. Flames swept over, immediately sending Leon Fen flying over 10 meters. His head hit the ground, knocking him unconscious. The fire sheep looked back, his eyes filled with bitterness, a flash of ruthlessness passing through. You want to keep me here? Die. He pressed his hands to the ground, activating the alchemical bomb buried deep in the mine. Flames of the earth. Explode for me. Doom. Rumble rumble ... Instantly, a violent explosion rocked the entire Mojing mine. More than half of the mountain began to collapse, and both Night Watchers and Black Sun Church members in the mine were engulfed. Captain, damn it, kill him. Everyone is still inside. Damn it. The Night Watchers guarding the entrance immediately, berserk, rushing towards the fire sheep without regard for their lives. However, the fire sheep transformed into a flaming figure and soared into the sky. Haha. I'm free. Get lost. Doom. Inside the mine, Meng Fusheng raised his hands to the sky, with a large number of puppeteer threads surging out, supporting a huge steel puppet that withstood the falling boulders. Several Night Watchers nearby were using various means to support the collapsing mine. Damn it, the Black Sun Church actually set up bombs in the mine. Hold on, don't give up. Where's Chalet? He's an Earth Mage. Support that pillar in the passage. Captain, I'm here. A Night Watcher clad in a yellowish-brown robe was immediately dug out, reciting a spell, and his wand emitted a bright light. Soon, the surroundings of the passage were covered by walls of earthy yellow, bracing the cracking passage. Meng Fusheng could finally breathe a sigh of relief, check the surroundings for any surviving comrades, reinforce the passage and send out a signal for help to the outside world. Yes. The remaining Night Watchers immediately sprung into action. Suddenly, the earth nearby cracked open, and a mysterious light slowly emanated from underground. Captain, the light was soon discovered by the Night Watchers here, who cautiously approached. A few breaths later, cries of amazement resounded. Captain, look, this is a copy entrance. It's not a copy entrance. Meng Fusheng hurried over, his eyes also filled with astonishment. It's a secret realm. Under the Mojing crystal vein, there's actually a new secret realm. End of this chapter. Chapter 68, The First Day of Dawn. The Night Watchman perished. Outside Weihai Town, the figure of Fire Goat descended from the sky and took human form. His eyes were filled with excitement and disbelief. My lord, has he really fallen? Am I free now? Where are Water Spirit and Wood Spirit? No news at all. Could it be something happened to all of them? Does this mean that I am the only one left in the Dark Sun Church? This. He took a sharp breath, his eyes constantly flickering. The headquarters of the Dark Sun Church, there must be many things hidden there. Now it belongs to me alone. As long as, buzz, a strange buzzing sound suddenly rang out, and a pitch-black vortex appeared behind him. Before Fire Goat could react, a giant skeletal hand emerged from the vortex and grabbed him. The next moment, his figure appeared in a huge palace filled with endless ghostly shadows. The palace had flying corners and arches, carved with dragons and phoenixes, exuding an ancient vibe. But upon closer inspection, the carved dragons were evil dragons, and the painted phoenixes were the 9 nether phoenixes. Flickering ghostly green fires floated around, casting an eerie atmosphere over the entire palace. With the thump Fire Goat's figure was slammed to the ground. Several large characters were engraved on the plaque in the center of the Grand Hall of the Ghost Sun. He suddenly looked up, and upon seeing the plaque, he immediately knelt down in shock. Lord of the Ghost Sun, the first day of dawn. Ghost Sun, Fire Goat, Where is your master? A hoarse voice echoed throughout the grand hall. Fire Goat trembled as he said, Lord Ghost Son, it seems like my master has fallen. After a long pause, the voice of Ghost Son finally came through. Dead. Really dead? Yes. I think so. My master's spiritual mark on me has dissipated. Should that be considered a fall? He. Ghost Son sneered, with a chilly tone. Dead. She really got off easy. She borrowed a strand of the 9 nether soul smoke from me, ensuring her true spirit would not die, to be reborn and resolve the mystery within, to grasp the foundation of her past life. The price she paid was leaving behind her soul after reincarnation. Ghost Son's voice resonated throughout the grand hall. As long as she could retain a trace of her soul, she could be reborn and rebuild. But now that she's dead, I didn't obtain her soul. Tell me, where is my 9 nether soul smoke? Where is my soul fragment? Fire Goat knelt on the ground, trembling violently. Lord Ghost Son, I don't know. Mercy. Have mercy. Useless. A figure of an old man faintly emerged in the grand hall. His eyes were sharp, his figure thin, and his pupils flashed with a faint green light. With a wave of his hand, a large black flag appeared. In a blink, countless evil spirits rushed out, immediately enveloping Fire Goat within them. With no fragment of the Dark Sun, you will be the one to settle the score. Gruesome tearing and ghostly howls continuously emanated from the flag of a myriad ghosts. Lord Ghost Son, have mercy. I am willing to serve as your ghost slave. My master left behind the Dark Sun Church. The Dark Sun Church still has many people, many followers. Ghost Son pondered for a moment, and suddenly, the myriad ghosts ceased their movement. The Dark Sun Church, the crazy woman of the Dark Sun, may be weak in strength, but her skill in bewitching hearts is quite something. The legacy of the Dark Sun Church, that item, do you know where it is? The item. Fire Goat's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, I know. Ghost Son made a decisive move. I shall spare your life and graciously allow you to become my ghost slave. Help me control the legacy of the Dark Sun Church. Yes. Lord Ghost Son, Master, there is one more thing, he instructed. Investigate the true cause of the Dark Sun's death. Ghost Son gritted his teeth. My 9 nether soul smoke does not dissipate so easily. The Dark Sun must have left behind some remnants. Find it. Got it? Yes. Yes. I understand. ... After seeing off a few people, Zheng Cheng lay on the bed, unable to sleep. After thinking for a while, he took out his phone and sent a message to Yao Xiu. Yao Xiu had been staying at the night watchman base and should know where Leon Fen was. Although Leon Fen had a bad temper and had offended him before, they were classmates after all, and he didn't want Leon Fen to be captured by the Fallen. Soon, Yao Xiu replied, Leon Fen, he went to support the magic crystal mine with Captain Meng just now. Yao Xiu typed, why are you asking about this? Just now, Teacher Guy and Teacher Yang came to me asking. They are also very worried about Leon Fen. Don't worry, Captain Meng is very strong. Leon Fen will be fine. That's good. You haven't slept yet? No. How about you? I'm still in a meeting, discussing the cleanup of Weihai Town in the next few days. Yao Xiu added, for the next 3 days, Weihai Town will be under military control, and no one is allowed to go out without permission. It's that serious. Yes, even though the master of the Dark Sun has been killed, there are still many fallen from the Dark Sun Church wandering outside. The Night Watchman's next mission is to eliminate these fallen hiding in Weihai Town. Be careful then. Are you concerned about me? Somewhat. After all, you're so pretty. You're in my heart. Maybe you'll be even more charming in a few years. In my heart. What? Sorry, I'm not ready for a relationship at the moment. I want to gain experience on the battlefield of different races before thinking about that. I didn't say I wanted to pursue you. Don't be presumptuous. Who's being presumptuous? Yao Xiu sent a tooth-gritting gif, saying, tell me, who do you like? Song Xiaoyu? No one like that. What type of girl do you like then? Zheng Cheng got excited and quickly typed, amazing figure, intellect, understanding, and long legs. I saw a doctor before. He said I had a bad stomach, could only eat soft food. Minutes went by without Yao Xiu replying. He thought she was upset with him. Shrugging, he plugged in his phone to charge and was about to go to sleep. But then his phone rang again, and when he looked at it, his eyes lit up. It was a photo, seemingly taken covertly. Zhao Xiao. At the moment, Zhao Xiao seemed to be in a meeting, holding a baton and pointing at the electronic screen behind him. His eyes were sharp, his demeanor was elevated, and his slender figure was clad in an office lady outfit, a white shirt, black shorts, revealing nearly transparent black stockings. His lips were lightly touched with lipstick, his features were picturesque, adding to his dignified and seductive aura. His chest was slightly raised, revealing a round silhouette. "Is the one you like Yao Xiu, sister? Is there anyone else? Get lost." After a while, Yao Xiu sent another message. "Yao Xiu, sister likes a powerful individual who can stand alone against millions of foreign races, not someone like you. For example, the great Tang Cheng who can kill tens of thousands of foreign races with one shot. Or Sun Mingsen, the great director who can control thousands of undead creatures. You, go sleep." Zhang Cheng then typed, "What about you? What type of guy do you like?" After a few minutes, Yao Xiu finally typed again. "First, he must be a man I like. Second, he must be at the same level as me but can beat me. Haha." Zhang Cheng threw away his phone and changed his position. "At the same level and can beat me? Come on, big sister. You're a 9-star ice and snow elemental elf artisan. The only ones who can beat you would be other newly awakened 9-star professionals. But in the entire Chang'an city, or even the entire Qinzhou province, there's probably not even one this year who awakened as a 9-star professional. Go to sleep." Suddenly, he remembered something, picked up his phone again and typed, "Are you thinking about starting a harem? Like Goddess Sai, marrying for men at once? Get lost." Yao Xiu immediately sent back a message with a series of bloody knives behind it. Damn it, next time, she get a sudden acute gastroenteritis outbreak spell from him. Let her know who's stronger. Another message came through, still from Yao Xiu. "I'll tell you something. Captain Su Chi-cheng, Captain Su, he's dead." What? End of this chapter. Chapter 69. Morning. The new skill of the soul-sucking witch. 3 days later. Military control was lifted. The entire White Town resumed its bustling atmosphere from before. During these 3 days, gunshots and fighting sounds could be heard almost every day in White Town. By the third day, the gunshots had become much sparser. In the latter half of the third day, there were none at all. Students who had stayed in the inn for 3 days rushed out like they were on vacation, enjoying themselves freely. The teachers were also happy with this. However, they had only stipulated 1 day. The trial instances had already ended, and the professional examination was about to begin. They needed to quickly bring the students back to Chang'an City for preparation. Declining the invitations from Chen Zi and Sai Shen, Zhang Cheng deliberately changed into a black tracksuit, bought a bouquet of lilac from the flower shop, and arrived at the Night Watchman base. The base and military camp had already been destroyed in the battle 3 days ago, but a temporary base was quickly set up. People were coming and going, and the area was bustling with activity. At the entrance, Yao Xiu waved when she saw Zhang Cheng and he quickly walked over. "Let me take you in. The crisis is not over yet, and you are not an official member of the Night Watchmen, so you can't go in." "Okay." Led by Yao Xiu, Zhang Cheng entered the temporary Night Watchman base. "Captain Su, how did he sacrifice?" Speaking of this, Yao Xiu's emotions were somewhat subdued. "I heard from Sister Yao Xiu that after Captain Su used his strongest skill to kill the golden beast, his soul was absorbed by the Lord of the Dark Days. At that time, if we could kill the Lord of the Dark Days quickly, we could have saved Captain Su." Yao Xiu shook her head. "Unfortunately, the Lord of the Dark Days at that time absorbed Captain Su's soul directly to break through the formation blockade of Director Shan Feng. Even if we had killed the Lord of the Dark Days, Captain Su wouldn't have survived." Sigh. Zhang Cheng also sighed deeply. He was not very familiar with Captain Su Chi-cheng, having met him only twice. In his mind, Captain Su Chi-cheng was like a reliable person. Even though he seemed like a gay, he was enthusiastic and had even invited Zhang Cheng to go shopping. What he didn't expect was that he'd die at the hands of the fallen. Soon, the two arrived at the temporary mortuary. There were at least a dozen ice coffins lined up. One of them was Captain Su Chi-cheng. Inside the ice coffin, Captain Su Chi-cheng had an expressionless face, pale complexion, as if he was sleeping. Zhang Cheng placed the lily in front of the ice coffin, bowed in silence for the ritual. After a few moments, Zhang Cheng raised his head. "Does Captain Su have any family left?" "Captain Su's parents have passed away long ago. There seems to be a brother." "A brother, yes, Also a professional. I heard from Sister Yao Xiu that his brother became a commanding officer on the battlefield of a different race. No marriage. Yao Xiu shook her head. No, he has always been saying he wants to pursue Sister Yao Xiu, but didn't expect. After things here are settled, we will bring Captain Zhu's body back to Chang'an City to be buried in Martyrs Cemetery. Phew. Zhun Cheng felt uncomfortable here. Taking a deep breath. Let's go. Okay. The two walked out of the mortuary, and after a while, Zhun Cheng asked, what about the other captains? Captain Pu Jio was seriously injured, but under the treatment of the night watchman priest, he has recovered a lot. Captain Meng Fesheng was rescued yesterday, as well as many other colleagues. Rescued? Zhun Cheng asked strangely. What do you mean, Captain Meng? 3 days ago, he went to support the magic crystal mine. One of the 5 elemental god envoys of the dark cult, Fire Sheep, collapsed the magic crystal mine, trapping several colleagues inside. Only rescued yesterday, but it seems like they found something in the magic crystal vein. Since yesterday, that place has been sealed off, and I'm not too sure about the specific situation. I see. By the way, what about Song Chaoyu? Zhun Cheng asked again. How is she doing? Has she woken up? She woke up. Yao Xiu's expression was somewhat strange. For senior night watchmen from Jincheng arrived and are conducting a series of examinations for her. So soon? Yes, the results should be available today. Can I go see Captain Pu Jia? You can. He's still resting. Meanwhile, inside the temporary base, Zhao Yangshao was receiving the arrival of her night watchman who had just arrived in White Town from Jincheng branch. As for Director Shen Fen, he had already returned to Chang'an City. After all, he was one of the main personnel responsible for maintaining the defense formation in Chang'an City and couldn't leave easily. Captain Yangshao, long time no see. A young night watchman with glasses quickly walked up and pretended to grab Zhao Yangshao. Zhao Yangshao helplessly reached out and shook lightly before forcefully pushing apart. Captain Zhao Fen, this time I'll have to trouble you. Jia Feng adjusted his glasses and said, Captain Yangshao, you trust us to get the job done, right? By the way, one area, one custom. What do people in Chang'an need for lunch? Zhao Yangshao's mouth twitched. It's buffet. Buffet? Zhao Feng said. Is there clear broth noodles? Rice soup pan steamed buns are also fine. Get out. Zhao Yangshao gritted his teeth. Hurry and get to work. All right. Under Zhao Yangshao's lead, the group quickly arrived at a heavily guarded ward. Inside the ward, a pale-faced girl was lying down. She wore a patient gown, had black, smooth hair, and her eyes were timid like a little deer. Captain Zhao, can I leave now? Just as the group entered, Song Chaoyu quickly sat up and asked. Zhao Yangshao said, Miss Xiaoyu, have you understood what I told you before? Yes. Song Chaoyu nodded vigorously. You mean, I was possessed by the Lord of the Dark Days before, and for some reason, I gained her profession. At that moment, Song Chaoyu's eyes brightened like moonlight. Her voice couldn't contain her excitement. A professional. That was a status countless ordinary people yearned for. Unexpectedly, after her awakening failed, she had gained this opportunity. 8-star professional. Soul-sucking witch. Zhao Yangshao said, Okay. Now show everyone your attribute panel. There mustn't be any hidden details. I understand. Song Chaoyu took a deep breath, then chose to display her personal attribute panel. Soon, a light blue attribute panel appeared in front of the 5 people. It was Song Chaoyu's personal attributes. Name: Song Chaoyu. Profession: Soul-sucking witch. Star level: 8 stars. Level: LV0. Soul power: 0/100. Constitution: 4. Strength: 3. Agility: 3. Spirit: 9. Equipment: none. Backpack: none. Skills: Soul absorption LV1. Soul absorption, a unique skill of the soul-sucking witch profession. You can gain extra soul power by absorbing the souls of creatures. At the same time, by absorbing the souls of living beings, you can obtain the most vivid memory scenes of the being. This ... Looking at Song Chaoyu's personal attribute panel, Zhao Feng was amazed. An 8-star professional, and this skill, Captain Zhao, you really gave us a surprise. This profession, soul-sucking witch, isn't even recorded in the professional encyclopedia. Exactly. That's why we asked you to come and define it. If everything is normal, it's good. But if she has any tricks from the Lord of the Dark Days or the Dawn organization, then... She didn't say it explicitly, but the expressions of everyone present, especially Song Chaoyu, who was being scrutinized, changed slightly. I understand. Zhao Feng nodded and instructed Leon Fen. Captain, it's up to you next. Don't worry, Captain. A mere LVO professional can't hide anything from my heart inquiry. End of this chapter. Chapter 70. You are not Song Dynasty reign. You are the Lord of the Black Sun. Captain Pugio, are you okay? Inside the simple ward, Zheng Cheng walked in carrying freshly bought fruits. Tugia quickly sat up, threw away his phone, and smiled warmly. Oh, how can this be courteous? You came to see me. Why buy something? By the way, do you have cigarettes? Didn't buy. Saying that, Zheng Cheng quietly passed a box of Huazi. Yao Xiu remained calm as usual, as if she hadn't seen anything. Tugia quickly hid under the covers, giving a thumbs up. A young man can be taught. Indeed, a promising young man chosen by Yao Xiu. Zheng Cheng brought two chairs and both he and Yao Xiu sat down. Captain Pugio, just call me Lao Jia. Tugia laughed heartily. Once you enter the night watch team, we are all family. Don't be fooled by Yao Xiu's usually cold demeanor. She cares about you all more than anyone. Zheng Cheng asked. So, Lao Jia, what kind of person do you think Captain Yao Xiu is? Tugia immediately said, no matter what the situation, Yao Xiu is a trustworthy partner. She has only been at the Chang'an City Night Watch branch for less than a year, but the entire branch, from top to bottom, trusts her greatly. Even the chief values her highly. Out of over 100 Night Watch members in the entire branch, at least 70 to 80 like Yao Xiu. The remaining ones with ill intentions just lack the courage. Honestly, if I weren't getting old with children in elementary school, I might pursue her too. Zheng Cheng asked, what about Captain Su Chi-cheng? Chi-cheng. Pugio paused, his eyes dimmed, and his tone saddened. The uncertainties of life. Never thought Chi-cheng would end up like this. Despite his nagging tendencies, he is still a reliable partner, the Lord of the Black Sun, the Black Sun Church, and Daybreak. I can already imagine that when Qing Feng returns, he will definitely not let the Daybreak organization off the hook. Qing Feng. Zheng Cheng was puzzled. Who is he? Oh, you came in early and missed that. Pugio explained. Su Qingfen, Su Chi-cheng's brother, and a member of our Chang'an City Night Watch team. But he went to the foreign battleground to Realms Mountain as a supervising officer half a year ago, and will be back in a month or two. When the time comes, Pugio shook his head and fell silent. Supervising officer? Zheng Cheng blinked, wondering what kind of position that was. Lao Jia. What does a supervising officer do? Oh, it's just a supervising officer, Pugio explained, a special position in charge of overseeing soldiers and professionals fighting on foreign battlegrounds. When encountering deserters, spies, or traitors, they can execute them without reporting upwards. Every Night Watch branch has the responsibility to appoint a supervising officer, rotating annually, and it's Qing Feng's turn this year. Other than him, there are two other members at the profound rank level. Before he left, he was already a level 69 formidable expert, and it's unknown if he's completed the level-breaking mission in this year. Level 69. Just a step away from reaching level 70. Given time, it's just a step away from becoming an epic-class professional, similar to the Lord of the Black Sun, right? Pugio nodded. Qing Feng was once the top expert in our Chang'an City Night Watch team branch. Even the chief couldn't match him once stepping out of the battle tower. I remember a year ago, when Yao Xiu just arrived at the branch, she sparred with Qing Feng once. In less than 30 moves, Yao Xiu was defeated, and that was Qing Feng holding back. That's strong. Hearing Pugio's description, Zheng Cheng also became curious to meet Su Qingfen in person. Yao Xiu's profession might be only a 7-star will soul, but by possessing and being deified by historical military commanders, she gained all their combat experience. To be defeated by such a powerful individual, Su Qingfeng's strength must be remarkable. After chatting for a while longer, Zheng Cheng and Yao Xiu bid farewell and left the ward. As they walked out, Yao Xiu suddenly asked, should we go see Yao Xiu and Song Dynasty reign? After all, you're considered her lifesaver. In Zheng Cheng's mind, the image of a beautiful body emitting light in the darkness flickered. Well, let's go take a look. Don't worry, I'm just interested in her profession as an 8-star soul-devouring enchantress. Why are your eyes shining? Do they? Perhaps you're dazzled. They're shining even more now, like a pervert. You can insult my character, but never my taste. First, wipe the drool off your mouth. In the temporary base. Inside the simple ward, Song Dynasty Rain sat nervously on a chair. In front of her sat a tall figure with chestnut-colored pupils, a high-nose bridge, and slightly curled long hair. A beautiful mixed-race girl, Leon Yanon. Jin City Night Watch Team Branch, a 6-star professional, a spiritual psychic. Leon Yanon said softly, "Student Song Dynasty Rain. Don't be nervous later, relax your body. As long as you don't resist, there won't be any harm to your body, and no pain in your heart. I'll try." Song Dynasty Rain took a deep breath, forced herself to calm down, then calmly said, "Senior, I'm ready. Then let's begin." As soon as the words fell, a pink light suddenly flashed from Leon Yanon's eyes. Her pupils also revealed traces of pink, shrinking slowly and spinning like two whirlpools. Almost simultaneously, Song Dynasty Rain's entire being, spirit, consciousness, even soul, were drawn into these two whirlpools. In an instant, she found herself in a black vortex. Though conscious, her body felt trapped in quicksand. No matter how she struggled, she couldn't break free or refuse. A gentle yet unquestionable voice emerged from the depths of her heart. "What is your name?" "I am Song Dynasty Rain." "Who are you?" "I am a new student at Chang'an City No. 12 High School. How old are you this year?" "I am 18 years old." "You lied." "I'm not lying." "No. You are lying. You are not Song Dynasty Rain. You are the Lord of the Black Sun." Doom. In Song Dynasty Rain's mind, an enchanting soul-devouring enchantress with black wings and pupils emerged, laughing devilishly, casting a ghostly shadow. The pitch-black pupils almost dominated her entire vision. Song Dynasty Rain began to struggle, suppressed moans and screams escaping her lips. Leon Yanon's voice came again. "Look, we have discovered your true identity. You are the Lord of the Black Sun. The Black Sun within the 9 days of daybreak. Establisher of the Black Sun Church, the alluring mastermind of thousands of believers. Speak your purpose. What is your hidden agenda within this naive soul? Speak, and I will leave, allowing you to rest peacefully. Dark aura suddenly manifested from Song Dynasty Rain's mind, enveloping her and pulling her slowly towards the abyss. Just as her figure was about to be swallowed by the abyss, a glow suddenly shone from the depths of Song Dynasty Rain's heart. It was a humanoid figure, and a pulsating illusionary flame. Song Dynasty Rain abruptly woke up. "No, I am not the Lord of the Black Sun. I am Song Dynasty Rain." End of this chapter. Chapter 71. Secret Realm News. She must join the Night's Watch. Inside the temporary sick room, Leon Yining was panting heavily, her eyes rapidly shifting as she regained her composure. On the other side, Song Qiaoyu looked even more exhausted. She was sprawled on the couch, drenched in sweat. Strands of hair stuck to her forehead, eyes tightly shut, sweat beads on her nose bridge. Her cherry lips trembled slightly, as if having a nightmare. Leon Yining took a deep breath and stood up, opening the door. Yao Xiu, waiting outside, hurried over and asked, "How is she?" Leon Yining nodded. "No problem. This little girl passed my heart interrogation on her own. I didn't detect any signs of possession." "That's great. However," Leon Yining interrupted Yao Xiu, "I sense some fragmented memories not belong to her deep in her soul. They are few and chaotic, not affecting her personally. I speculate it may be related to her occupation and initial skills, absorbing the soul, thereby gaining the most profound memories of the other party. You need to pay attention to this aspect. Absorbing the soul, gaining the most profound memories." Yao Xiu repeated, his eyes flashing. Could it be the remaining memories of the Lord of the Black Sun? "What? Never mind," Yao Xiu said. "Thanks, Yining. After this is over, I'll treat you." Leon Yining interrupted Yao Xiu and said, "I also know about Qi Cheng's matter. Don't worry. We will take care of ourselves. As for you, don't overwork." Jia Feng also approached, saying, "Yao Xiu, we'll say goodbye for now. We still have a mission. If anything comes up, contact by phone. We will be in Qinzhou province for a month, ready to contact at any time." "All right. Goodbye." After seeing them off, Yao Xiu returned to the temporary hospital. Yao Xiu's sister, Yao Jixu and Zheng Cheng greeted her, and Zheng Cheng nodded. "You also came. Come in." Yao Xiu laid the two inside and instructed, I'll make a call first. You sit here for a while. Okay. Yang Xiao sister. Yang Xiao went to the office and called Director Shen Nanfeng. Hello, Director. The review is done. It's Song Xiaoyu. That's great. However, what's the matter? According to Yining, there are residual memories of the Lord of the Black Sun in Song Xiaoyu's mind. Yang Xiao said, I'm worried that if we let her go, something unexpected might happen. Unexpected? Shen Nanfeng asked. Puzzled, you mean? Although the Lord of the Black Sun has fallen, the Black Sun Church she established still exists, with many followers remaining in the shadows. If we let Song Xiaoyu go, in case she's found by other Black Sun Church members. Your concern makes sense. After a moment of silence, Shen Nanfeng said, leave this matter to you, but make sure to guide her well. Don't make her feel coerced by us. Understand? Yang Xiao furrowed his brow, but nodded. I understand, Director. Also, should we explore the secret realm that Dream Floating Life discovered? Shen Nanfeng said. Yes, the secret of the secret realm won't be hidden for long. Since it was discovered by us, the Night's Watch should be the ones to conquer it. Although it's a low-level secret realm, if we succeed, it can produce many spirit items. Got it? Yang Xiao added. The members will be temporarily Yao Xiu, Zhang Cheng, and Liang Feifan. 7 more to go. Let Song Xiaoyu go too. Song Xiaoyu? Yang Xiao was surprised. She's only LVO, and that's in Leave 10 Secret Realm. If the secret realm transitions from renewal to self-disappearance takes 10 days, and it's only been 3 days. Even accounting for the conquest time, we have enough time. Give Song Xiaoyu 3 days to level up. After 3 days, no matter how many levels she reaches, we'll conquer that newborn secret realm together. Shen Nanfeng's voice was steady and firm. I'll send 5 more new occupation practitioners from headquarters to you. We're short of 1. You can pick 1 from the new occupation practitioners in Whitetown to become our reserve member. After a few seconds of contemplation, Yang Xiao nodded. Understood. Whitetown is under your charge. Shen Nanfeng said. Pujia is idling again. Go and tell him to come back today. Yes, Director. Yang Xiao was puzzled. What happened? There's movement in the caverns. The city lore is preparing to go down with people. We'll go too. Yang Xiao was surprised. What's happening in the caverns? Not sure. We'll check first. Shen Nanfeng instructed. If anything comes up, contact me after my return. Yes, Director. After ending the call, Yang Xiao came out. Yang Xiao sister. Captain. Yang Xiao nodded and said. Zhang Cheng, Yao Xiu. What's your relationship with Song Xiaoyu? Song Xiaoyu? Yao Xiu subconsciously looked at Zhang Cheng. Song Xiaoyu and Zhang Cheng are classmates. They should have a good relationship. Zhang Cheng awkwardly said. Well, it's okay. After all, we're classmates. All right, I have a favor to ask. What is it? Let her join the Night's Watch. In the simple sick room, Song Xiaoyu slowly opened her eyes, seeing the white ceiling. What? What happened to me? She got up and found no restraints on her. Just a bit dizzy. I'm fine. Could it be that I passed the hard interrogation test? From now on, I'll be a true practitioner. Song Xiaoyu was already very intelligent and excelled in school. With these experiences in mind, she quickly understood what was happening. I was possessed by the Lord of the Black Sun, but the Lord of the Black Sun was killed by the Night's Watch. And I, for some reason, inherited the occupation of the Lord of the Black Sun, soul-absorbing Banshee. This occupation's name doesn't sound like a good person. I wonder how the Night's Watch will handle me. Asterisk click asterisk. Just as she was thinking, the door was opened. Yang Xiao, Yao Xiu, and Zhang Cheng entered the room in a line. Zhang Cheng, Song Xiaoyu blinked, then called out. Zhang Cheng awkwardly nodded. You're awake. Yang Xiao glanced at the two and said first, Congratulations, Song Xiaoyu, you successfully passed the hard interrogation test. From today, you will be a true practitioner, serving the country, protecting the people. As a practitioner, I know. Song Xiaoyu quickly stood up. However, Yang Xiao continued, due to the rarity and unexpectedness of gaining an occupation, for a considerable period in the future, you may lose some freedom. What? What does that mean? Like you're to classmates. Join the Night's Watch. I'll join. End of the chapter. Chapter 72. The treasure that all professionals dream of. Yang Xiao was stunned for a moment. Song Xiaoyu's straightforwardness took her by surprise. She subconsciously glanced at Zheng Cheng. Immediately, she realized, under normal circumstances, except for those from big families or professionals who have been brought into the fold by powerful forces in advance, especially new professionals, upon hearing the recruiting by the night watchman, the first reaction is usually to agree. Civil servants of the country, generous treatment, bright future, plus experienced companions to guide you, allowing you to avoid many years of detours. Many people are eager to join, especially for ordinary professionals without background or connections. Zhao Yongxiao glanced at Zheng Cheng, who also looked helpless. What am I doing wrong? You are a smart girl, Zhao Yongxiao said. The issue of your identity, the night watchman will take care of it for you, so don't worry. But from today on, until your identity is fully confirmed, you cannot go anywhere. Understand? The identity issue mentioned by Zhao Yongxiao is about why there was no awakening profession on the day of awakening. Instead, the profession was awakened half a month later, which is crucial for both Song Chaoyu and other classmates. If others were to find out that Song Chaoyu inherited the profession of the Dark Lore, it would surely cause a sensation. Song Chaoyu hesitated. Then, can I take the professional union exam? Zhao Yongxiao decisively said, you can only take the professional university exam in Chang'an City. Well, Song Chaoyu asked cautiously again, can I go to the foreign war zone? You can, Zhao Yongxiao said, but you must be accompanied by night watchman number 1 level higher than you and you cannot act recklessly. I understand. Good. Now I will arrange the next mission for you. Another mission. Before Zhao Yongxiao finished speaking, Zheng Cheng instinctively asked, don't worry, this mission will bring great benefits to all of you. Zhao Yongxiao said. What benefits? Captain Meng Feshang recently discovered a new secret realm while supporting the crystal mine. Your mission is to explore this new secret realm. A new secret realm, Zheng Cheng exclaimed. What is that? Zhao Yongxiao paused for a moment, but upon seeing the puzzled expressions of Zheng Cheng and Song Chaoyu, she responded. These 3 children are from ordinary families. They are unaware of the secrets about professionals. In normal circumstances, only after you enter the professional university can you be exposed to knowledge about secret realms. But since you have the opportunity now, let me tell you in advance. Follow me. With that, she led the 3 to the office. Turning on the computer, she searched for a few minutes and quickly opened a video. Zhao Yongxiao introduced on the side. The so-called secret realm should be referred to as Fortune's secret realm. Along with Zhao Yongxiao's narration, various animations quickly appeared on the projector. These were different from the entrance to existing instances, varying in size, color, and shape. They were originally small worlds or micro-worlds attached to the main material world, which collided with the main material world for unknown reasons. As a result, they merged with it, randomly opening areas in the main material world. They vary in size and rules. Small secret realms may be as small as a room, but super large secret realms can cover an area almost the size of a large country. As Zhao Yongxiao explained, different secret world scenes also appeared on the screen. There were deserts, dense forests, deep seas, a wide variety of species and rich biodiversity. These videos were precious footage taken by predecessors, professionals. These small worlds are highly unstable and can collapse at any time. But within them, there are numerous monsters, treasures, conditions, natural and unearthly treasures, and different world rules. Suddenly, Yao Xiu raised her hand. Captain Yongxiao, how is a secret realm different from an instance? Zhao Yongxiao paused the video, thought for a moment, and said, although they are somewhat similar, they are fundamentally different. Instances are created as game mechanisms after the fusion of this world with others, based on the rules of different worlds and influenced by celestial laws. Instances tend to randomly appear on a map somewhere. These instances have no limit on the number of entries and professionals can enter as many times as they want. There is no restriction. They simply need to spend time and effort to get the equipment or materials they want. With instances spawning, villages, towns, and even cities are formed around the instance entrance. It is born from instances. For example, Wei Town, where we are now, is like this. The prosperity of Wei Town is due to the 3 different level instance entrances surrounding it. Compared to instances, secret realms are rarer and fundamentally different. As Zhao Yongxiao walked and spoke, she said, first, the number of professionals entering the instance is restricted. Only a specific number of professionals can enter at one time. For example, the maximum number of people allowed in the Fire Mouse Den instance in Wei Town is 5. Similarly, secret realms also restrict the number of people. However, secret realms also have a sequence requirement. After the first group enters, others cannot enter and can only wait outside. They must wait for the previous team to finish or wait for that team to be wiped out before the next team can come in. Of course, instances and secret realms have level restrictions. After taking a sip of water, Zhao Xiu continued, "Secondly, there is no limit on the number of entries into an instance. Professionals can enter as many times as they want. However, secret realms disappear once a professional completes the main task inside. This means that secret realms are consumable small worlds with a single use, so whenever news of a secret realm emerges, it will immediately trigger excitement among surrounding professionals. Almost all professionals want to enter and gain benefits. Thirdly, the instance entrance is permanent. Only in the case of a natural disaster or turmoil affecting a large area will the instance entrance disappear or collapse. On the other hand, the existence time of secret realm entrances varies based on the difficulty. The most basic secret realms only exist for 10 days. Once the 10 days are up, the entrance will disappear. And if a professional in the secret realm fails to complete the main task and for various reasons cannot come out, they will be lost forever in the secret realm. A normal secret realm for newcomers, regardless of whether professionals conquer it, will disappear within 10 days. Whereas nightmare or even hell difficulty secret realms will exist for several months or even years, waiting for powerful individuals to conquer them. Zhun Cheng interjected, "So, according to Captain Yang Xiao's explanation, secret realms also have different difficulty levels?" "Of course," Zhao Yangxiao said. "In addition, secret realms are divided into different types based on their attributes. In each type of secret realm, special treasures and celestial treasures are produced. These treasures and celestial treasures are things that cannot be produced or are extremely difficult to obtain in the outside world or instances. They are the treasures that all professionals dream of." Zhun Cheng couldn't help but ask, "What are these things that are so valuable?" Zhao Yangxiao smiled. "The simplest treasures. Do immortal herbs, special foods that permanently increase a professional's four-dimensional attributes, count?" End of chapter. Chapter 73. For major secret realms, only one slot. Permanently increase the four-dimensional attributes of professionals with spiritual grass and fruits, special foods. Zhun Cheng twitched his mouth. Is there also this thing? If this is considered a treasure, what does he count as? A wholesaler of treasures? Song Chaoyu sat quietly on the side, but couldn't help but ask, permanently increase the four-dimensional attributes of professionals? How is this possible? The books say that professionals can only obtain their four-dimensional attributes after operating, or changing professions, or reincarnating. Zhao Yangxiao nodded and said, "You are right, but that's just one aspect. For professionals who want to increase their four-dimensional attributes, they need to take some special natural treasures and earth treasures. And most of these special natural treasures and earth treasures are produced in secret realms. Spiritual grass, spiritual herbs, special foods, demon beast inner cores, etc. So after entering the secret realm, any monsters or medicinal corpses that are killed must be taken out to be dissected by pharmacists, alchemists, and other professionals. Their corpses, flesh, inner cores, etc. may be used to refine pills or potions that permanently increase the four-dimensional attributes." Zhun Cheng's eyes lit up. He recalled the spiritual attributes of the Lord of the Black Sun, a total of 1050 points. These additional attributes of hers definitely came from an opportune secret realm. Then he thought again. The monsters, creature corpses, flesh, and inner cores in these opportune secret realms could be used to refine special pills and potions. So, can the special foods he dissected using random dissection skills be used to refine these pills? He must try it out. Pills that permanently increase four-dimensional attributes. Song Chaoyu said again. They must be very expensive. Of course, Zhao Yangxiao shrugged. And these spiritual herbs, and special foods all have rank restrictions. For example, the opportune secret realm you are about to enter has a maximum requirement of not exceeding level 10. So the spiritual herbs, and special foods produced there can only be used by professionals of level 10 or below. Even if they are refined into pills or potions, they can only be used by professionals below level 30 at most. Higher level professionals, even if they take them, won't be effective. I see, Jun Cheng suddenly remembered. In the Fire Rat's Nest held difficulty instance, why did the wandering goblin merchant dug gold coins get so excited after seeing his werewolf heart? No rank restrictions. The special foods he dissected using the mutation skill could be consumed by professionals of any level. If others found out, the Night Watch could handle it, at most increasing their own protection. But once the Fallen or the alien races behind them find out. Yao Xiu, who had been silent all along, suddenly asked, Sister Yao Xiu, you mentioned that this secret realm is divided into different realms according to different attributes. What does that mean? Yao Xiu glanced at her and nodded, saying, it means exactly what it sounds like. In each secret realm world, different secret realms are divided according to different attributes and rules. For over 300 years, we Blue Star people have conquered countless secret realms. The worlds and rules in them are different, but they can generally be divided into 4 categories. The first category, exploration type. This type of opportune secret realm is the simplest. After entering, we only need to follow the mission prompts to find specific items or characters, or explore dangerous areas to complete the mission. In these realms, there will be some special spiritual herbs in hidden dangerous areas. There will also be special creatures, killing them and bringing out their corpses. Yao Xiu continued to operate the computer, and soon similar secret realms appeared one after another. The second type, slaughter type. This type of opportune secret realm is slightly more difficult than the exploration type. Its main missions mostly involve exterminating monsters, demons, or a boss-level monster or demon at a certain location. The rewards in this type of opportune realm are the greatest. Especially the flesh and blood of these monsters have a high probability of refining pills that permanently increase the 4-dimensional attributes or had other effects. Some major forces pharmacists, alchemists, are willing to pay a high price for them. The fourth type, game type. Game type. Jun Cheng and the others were all stunned. What kind of thing is a game type? Yao Xiu didn't answer directly, but opened another video. In the so-called game type secret realms, professionals often engage in various games after entering. These games are derived from various existing games to create special realms. For example, Battle Royale Secret Realm. Battle Royale Secret Realm, right? Yao Xiu nodded. The Battle Royale Secret Realm often has a high number of participants, mostly around 100, and professionals will be randomly teleported to a fixed map to engage in slaughter. And as time passes, the maps will generate different toxic zones, toxic mist, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, knife mountains, forcing professionals to move towards the center of the map to fight until only one person is left, or one team. The Battle Royale Secret Realm is undoubtedly the most brutal for professionals, but the rewards are also very rich. Yao Xiu continued. So, does it sound similar to that chicken dinner game from a few hundred years ago? Seeing everyone nod, she continued. The danger and rewards in game-type secret realms are proportional. Besides the Battle Royale Secret Realm, there are also Octopus Game Realm, Werewolf Game Realm, MOBA Battle Realm, King Game Realm. Listening to Yao Xiu's explanation, everyone's faces looked grim. Once these games were transformed into secret realms, the difficulty and death rate could be imagined. Song Chaoyu cleared her throat and asked, so, how about rule-based secret realms? Yao Xiu sighed, turned off the computer, and said, rule-based secret realms are the most difficult type of secret realm so far. In these secret realms, the rules of nature and physics will change. Some attempts will not work in these realms at all. For example, Yao Xiu's tone suddenly changed. Six Senses Deprivation Secret Realm. In this secret realm, your vision, hearing, smell, taste, touch, and even psychic scanning all fail. And your main mission is to find a certain item. Think about it. Can an ordinary person with disabilities, like blindness, deafness, and muteness find a specific stone without any clues? As Yao Xiu recounted, everyone's faces became more and more grim. Therefore, among the 4 major secret realms, only the exploration type is the simplest, followed by the slaughter type. As for the game type and rule type, try to avoid them if possible. Otherwise, no one knows what games or rules will appear after entering. The 3 looked at each other, and Jun Cheng asked the last question. Captain Yao Xiu, what kind of secret realm are we going to conquer this time? Don't worry, it's just a regular exploration type secret realm. with a limit of 10 people entering. Zhao Xiu smiled and said, 3 days later, the Bureau will bring in 5 newly recruited reserve members from the Night Watch this year, along with you 3. Leon Fen, and 1 more slot. Do you have any recommendations? Leon Fen, Song Qiaoyu was surprised. He's joined too. Zhun Cheng was puzzled. There's only 1 slot. End of this chapter. Chapter 74. Sai Shen's Opportunity. Professional Family. Zhao Xiu nodded and said, there is only 1 spot left, including Song Qiaoyu. The Bureau only recruited 9 new people this year, and all your schoolmates are in Wei Town, so I'd like to ask for your opinion. For the final spot, who should it go to? The 3 looked at each other, none speaking. This spot represented a substantial gain to whoever received it. According to Captain Yang Xiao, this expedition was just a typical exploration adventure, but the rewards were generous. If they could recommend a student they trusted, wouldn't that be the best? Yao Xiu spoke first. I'm not close with anyone, so I won't make a recommendation. Song Qiaoyu opened her mouth but then closed it. Her identity was too special, unexpectedly gaining the status of a professional. At this moment, she was under the surveillance of the Night Watchmen. It would be best not to attract attention in such a situation. The 3 women's eyes turned to Zhun Cheng. Zhun Cheng asked strangely, why are you all looking at me? Zhao Xiu said, I'm not familiar with your school's situation, so I have to rely on you. Yao Xiu said, none of my friends has awakened as professionals, so it'll be up to you. Song Qiaoyu whispered, I'll give up this opportunity to. Zhun Cheng shrugged. Then, Chen Zi, he is an Earth Knight, with strong defense, useful in any situation. Yao Xiu and Song Qiaoyu looked back at Zhao Xiu. Earth Knight. I remember him. Zhao Xiu hesitated, then shook his head slowly. Under normal circumstances, whether in dungeons or adventures, it's always good to have a mount. But this adventure is more of an exploration dungeon and requires going into dangerous areas where high agility is more suitable. And among the 5 transferred this time, there's already a mount-type professional. Any other suggestions? Zhun Cheng's mouth twitched unconsciously. Sai Shen. Can he? Sai Shen. Zhao Xiu pondered, then said suddenly, isn't he that guy who awakened as a poultry druid? You still remember him, of course. Zhao Xiu continued, his profession has research value, but unfortunately, his star level is too low. Otherwise, we would have recruited him long ago. His current level has already reached Level 6, with a focus on agility and strength attributes, both exceeding 10 points, and he can fly. Zhao Xiu's eyes lit up, but he can only fly about 7 to 8 meters, and not for long. He's the one. Zhao Xiu decisively said, whether in the wilderness, dungeons, or expeditions, there will be special maps with high mountains and giant trees. For such maps, the mount position seems somewhat redundant. While there aren't many mount professionals, they do exist. Among the 5 professionals transferred this time, one of them is a mount professional, but I haven't seen anyone who can fly under Level 60. Zhao Xiu marveled. Your friend is truly talented. Zhun Cheng shrugged. Then it's him. I'll inform him later. Hold on. Zhao Xiu opened a drawer and took something out, handing it to Zhun Cheng. Zhun Cheng, this is a reward for you after discussing with the chief. Reward? Zhun Cheng's eyes brightened. It was a ring. Black in color, it seemed ordinary but faintly shimmered with a strange luster. Zhao Xiu nodded and said, for your contributions in the Black Sun Church crisis, including assisting in defeating the 4 Dark Messengers and the Black Sun Lord, as well as saving ordinary people, you've done great deeds. Upon discussion with our captains and the chief, we all agreed to give you an extra reward. This is a space ring personally crafted by the Night Watchman's alchemist Masteru, with dimensions of 10 meters in length, 10 meters in width, and roughly 10 meters high, a spacious volume of 1,000 cubic meters. Space ring. Zhun Cheng's eyes shone brighter, promptly taking the ring. Touch it with your spiritual power to try and open it. Zhao Xiu instructed, this is just a regular space ring, so you must guard it well and not lose it. In case someone else picks it up, you'll lose all your belongings. Zhun Cheng tried, and, as his spiritual power touched it, a vast open space appeared before him, like a massive sphere surrounded by empty space. Can anyone pick it up? Zhun Cheng asked, without a blood contract. Zhao Xiu chuckled. What are you thinking? Items that can form a blood contract contain spiritual energy, and at the very least are innate weapons or artifact-grade items. A regular space ring like this doesn't possess the ability for a blood contract. That's why you must protect it. Oh. Zheng Cheng suddenly exclaimed. What's this? In a corner of the space ring, he found 5 boxes. Zhao Yongxiao explained. These are the expedition equipment prepared for you. Each person gets a box. It includes a bottle of healing pills, a bottle of reviving pills, 3 healing seals, 3 communication seals, as well as some lighting tools, food, etc., for you to distribute among the other 4. All right, I understand. Zheng Cheng suddenly realized. Exploration expeditions, space ring. Are you asking me to use this ring to bring out the bodies of monsters and creatures from the expedition? Zhao Yongxiao smiled. Indeed, you're a clever one. Just as I thought. You, rest assured. After this expedition, this space ring will be yours. All right, I can only reluctantly accept it. Zhao Yongxiao added. This space ring doesn't use your merit points. After this expedition ends, the merit points calculation will come down. By then, you can use the merit points to exchange for the healing type skills you want. Understood. Zheng Cheng nodded, realizing it was almost time to participate in the joint professional examination. By the way, there's something I need to tell you. Zhao Yongxiao suddenly became very serious. 3 days later, the 5 professionals newly transferred to the bureau will gather here. These 5 professionals have special identities. You can cooperate with them after entering the expedition, but the spoils of war must not be easily handed over to them. What's yours is yours. No robbing, but don't get robbed by others. Why is that? Zheng Cheng asked curiously. Aren't they all night watchmen? How come? Zhao Yongxiao shook his head. Although they are all night watchmen, they come from professional families. Professional families? The 3 were confused. Were there professional families too? Zhao Yongxiao explained. Indeed, so-called professional families are those with generations of family members who have been professionals for 3 or even 4 generations. These families are powerful, spanning multiple factions, and the professionals within the families are talented, almost monopolizing the majority of the country's resources. Therefore, this group tends to be somewhat arrogant. They act domineeringly, and you have to be careful with them. Of course, when these professional family members resist foreign enemies, they undoubtedly exert considerable effort and hold high positions domestically. Almost every department in the country has members from professional families, including us night watchmen. They prioritize family interests over national interests, often acting on their own terms. For example, in this recent Black Sun Church mission, the professional family members in the bureau used other missions as an excuse and refused to come and besiege the Black Sun Lord. Otherwise, our losses wouldn't be as high. Professional family members? Zheng Cheng suddenly thought. Captain Yongxiao, are you also from a professional family? Chapter 75. The second 9-star rookie professional in the school. Zheng Cheng clearly remembers that when besieging the Lord of Black Sun, the Lord of Black Sun once said this sentence. Zhao Yongxiao is from the imperial family Zhao in the capital, the descendant of pioneers. Yes, I also come from a professional family, Zhao Yongxiao said unabashedly. However, our family is somewhat different from ordinary families, so it cannot be generalized. Zheng Cheng continued. Descendant of pioneers? Zhao Yongxiao shook his head, not wanting to explain further. The descendants of pioneers are not something you can access right now. Wait until you reach level 69 or graduate from a higher vocational university. The 3 nodded slightly, and Song Chao Yu asked softly. Then, Captain Yongxiao, how should we get along with these 5 professional families? Very simple. Cooperation while also having competition. Zhao Yongxiao said. Our rules with professional families are based on labor needs. Whether it's a dungeon or a secret realm, after you enter, you have to rely on your own strength to fight for it. Things you obtain, treasures you find, belong to you, and vice versa. If collaboration is necessary, it will also be based on labor needs. The more contributions one makes, the better the rewards. Zheng Cheng suddenly said. The 5 professional players who are here now, which families in Chang'an City do they belong to? Do we have any information about them? Zhao Yongxiao looked deeply at Zheng Cheng and said, the 5 newcomers who have come this time are from 3 families in Chang'an City. 2 from the Li family, 2 from the Bai family, 1 from the Qin family. These 5 are all high-ranking professional players, with the lowest being 7-star rated. And this young master from the Qin family, like Zizu, is also a 9-star professional player. What? The group exclaimed in surprise. Even Yao Xiu's eyes were slightly stirred. A 9-star professional player. Same as themselves, they were unsure about what profession it was. However, Zhang Cheng asked, how many 9-star professional players are there among this year's newcomers in Chang'an City? Zhao Yongxiao smiled and said, 3. Zizu, this young master from the Qin family, and one who comes from the military. In addition to the 3 9-star professional players, there are also 5 8-star professional players in Chang'an City this year. If we count Song Chaoyu, that makes it 6. Among these 5 people, one is an 8-star professional player who will command Zhongyu 3 days later. Zhao Yongxiao waved his hand and said, I have sent their detailed information to your inbox. You can check it out in advance. Understood. Well, everyone go back and rest. 3 days later, come here for the meeting. Yes. Song Chaoyu, stay behind. Okay. Zhang Cheng and Yao Xiu left, and Song Chaoyu obediently stayed behind. Song Chaoyu, you have another task, Zhao Yongxiao instructed. Starting tomorrow, you will enter the fire rat nest to level up. Upgrade as many levels as you can. Am I going alone? Song Chaoyu hesitated and asked, can I find other classmates to go with me? Yes. Zhao Yongxiao said, but there will be people assigned by me to accompany you. Understand? I got it, Captain. Also, if someone asks about your profession, say, it's a hidden profession. Zhao Yongxiao explained. The awakening of a hidden profession has a leg, and the awakening of a professional crystal is just one aspect. There are other stimuli, understand? I got it, Song Chaoyu said softly. By the way, what about my mother? Her memories were stuck at the time of the Black Sun Church Mass. At the time, she was brought into a room by the invocation of blessings in the name of God. She only saw a dark figure rushing towards her. Then she knew nothing. When she woke up, she was already at the night watchman base. She couldn't remember clearly what happened in between. Zhao Yongxiao sighed and said, your mother is still in the hospital. After this is over, I will take you to see her. Song Chaoyu's eyes lit up. Is my mother really okay? She's fine, thanks to Zhang Cheng this time. Otherwise, your mother might have been buried with the Lord of Black Sun. Zhao Yongxiao's eyes were strange. You should thank Zhang Cheng. If it weren't for him. I understand. Song Chaoyu hurriedly said, by the way, Captain, there has always been a flashing place in my mind, as if it's a residual memory of the Lord of Black Sun. It's a secret base located in Mount Qin, where many resources of the Black Sun Church are stored. There are many things, but the most memorable one seems to be a damaged world wonder. World wonder. Zhao Yongxiao stood up suddenly, surprised. The secret base of the Black Sun Church has a world wonder. Song Chaoyu hesitated but nodded earnestly. I can't remember the other resources clearly, but that world wonder is really there. That memory is very deep. Zhao Yongxiao immediately said, if it is really a world wonder, then you will have made a great contribution, Song Chaoyu. At that moment, the way he addressed her had changed. Where is the address? I'll send someone to investigate it right away. Zhao Yongxiao gritted his teeth and said, unfortunately, Pujia is being transferred, and there's only Mengfa Sheng. It's under a place called Shigu Mountain. Write down the exact address or draw a map, and I'll have someone bring it over. Got it, Captain. After Song Chaoyu left, Zhao Yongxiao muttered to himself, the secret base of the Lord of Black Sun. I wonder if it's dangerous. It seems I have to rely on their strength. Outside the base, Zhang Cheng and Yao Xiu were chatting when Song Chaoyu suddenly followed them out. Zhang Cheng, what's up? I have something to tell you. Song Chaoyu looked at Yao Xiu, and Zhang Cheng also turned to her. Yao Xiu stood dumbfounded in place, not leaving, looking like a light bulb. You guys should know that I can keep a secret. Song Chaoyu's eyes slightly moved, and she said, thank you this time. If it weren't for you, I would have died for sure. Zhang Cheng casually said, it's no big deal. After all, we are classmates. Classmates. Song Chaoyu bit her silver teeth and said, do you remember what you said to me before? What did I say? Song Chaoyu looked at Zhang Cheng blankly but quickly realized, it was my mistake, but I still want to thank you. When the Lord of Black Sun possessed me, I have some memories. Especially when she left my body. In the future, we will still be teammates, right? Of course. Zhang Cheng nodded. I'll leave now. See you in 3 days. Okay. Goodbye. Goodbye. Song Chaoyu glanced at Zhang Cheng, turned and left, but Yao Xiu suddenly followed. What did you say to her before? Zhang Cheng rolled his eyes and said, how would I know? She's now an 8-star soul-sucking demon. The only profession. I'm just a lowly 3-star priest. Hehe, don't laugh. I get chills all over when you laugh. Ya Zizu said. Zhang Cheng, you have to work hard. Zhang Cheng was puzzled. Work hard for what? Walking the Great Tao alone is really lonely. I want familiar people to accompany me. Zhang Cheng looked at Ya Zizu up and down. Young lady, you seem to have a touch of early adolescent syndrome. Get lost. End of this chapter. Chapter 76. The Family Occupationist. 100 Battles Knife Emperor. Late at night, Zhang Cheng returned to the hotel. Chen Zi, Sai Shen, and Zhang Ping'an were called to the room by Zhang Cheng. After some explanations, the three of them were stunned. Damn, Song Chaoyu awakened the hidden profession? Is it true or not? Damn. Chengzhe, are you saying I can join the Night Watchmen? Is it true or not? Chengzhe, it doesn't concern me, right? The reactions of the three were different. Chen Zi was surprised. Sai Shen was excited, and Zhang Ping'an was resigned. Zhang Cheng said, don't rush, let's take it one by one. I just found out about Song Chaoyu. With the help of the Night Watchman, she did indeed awaken a hidden profession, and she is an 8-star soul-sucking witch, and she has already joined the Night Watchmen. I see, Chen Zi muttered, an 8-star profession, just 1 star away from Yazhixu. Zhang Cheng couldn't help but say, brother, don't worry, as long as you are sincere. Sincere about what? Chen Zi shrugged, I don't like her, I'm just surprised by her hidden profession. My goal is to join the military academy, become a soldier, defend the country. Matters of love and such are not part of my plan. Really? More valuable than pearls. That's good then, Zhang Cheng said. This girl Song Chaoyu is a bit clever. Ordinary people cannot hold her down, especially now that she has awakened an 8-star hidden profession. Her ambitions will only grow higher. I see. By the way, Chengzhe, what's the deal with joining the Night Watchmen that you mentioned? Sai Shen eagerly asked on the side. Zhang Cheng explained again. The Night Watchmen have found an adventure-type secret realm and organized 9 people to explore it. They are short of 1 person, so I recommended you. Chen Zi, it's not that I don't recommend you, but your occupational attributes are not suitable for exploring secret realms. It's okay, Chen Zi said. My goal is to get into the military academy. If I join the Night Watchmen, I won't be able to go to the academy. Go ahead. I'll cheer you on. All right, tomorrow I will tell Teacher Gao. Sai Shen, you stay with me, and we will take you to the Night Watchman base for a report. Okay. Zhang Cheng then looked at Ping'an. Zhang Ping'an said, Chengzhe, don't look at me. I'm just an ordinary everyday worker. You are all fighters. Our gap will only get bigger in the future. As long as you don't forget me in the future. How could we? Ping'an, we are good brothers. We will prosper together. If one prospers, we all prosper. Ha ha ha. After saying goodbye to the 3 of them, Zhang Cheng took a shower and lay down on the bed. He took out his phone and opened the information sent by Captain Zhao Yangshao. Information on the 5 family occupationalists of the Night Watchmen. The first piece of information was about 2 occupationalists from the Li family. These 2 turned out to be twin siblings, Li Zhen, Li Zhao. A photo of a pale-faced teenager wearing glasses with a slightly fierce look in his eyes appeared in front of Zhang Cheng. Name: Li Zhen. Family: Li family of Chang'an. School: First Middle School of Chang'an City. Age: 18. Occupation: Demon Warlock. Star level: 7 star. Level: LV10. Skills: Corrosion. Inferior demon summon a 7-star demon warlock. Zhang Cheng marveled. According to the Occupational Encyclopedia, this shadow wizard can rank among the top 100 even among all 7-star occupations. Main skills are spell attacks, summoning demons, debuff weakening, very versatile, and also has a certain melee capability. And the level has already reached Level 10, truly deserving of a family occupationalist. Looking at Li Zhen's information, Zhang Cheng was also somewhat impressed. He struggled hard, spent half a month clearing the hell-level difficulty dungeons, assisted in killing the Lord of the Dark Sun with the Night Watchmen, and his level only reached Level 10. Meanwhile, Li Zhen had also reached Level 10. Without a doubt, It was because of the full support of family resources. These large families and powerful forces had access to monster refresh resources and dungeon entrances for their family members to train. They even possessed specific information and strategies for passing through dungeons. These resources were something that ordinary occupationalists could never enjoy in their lifetimes. The second photo was of a delicate-faced girl with a somewhat cunning look in her eyes. Li Zhao, Li Zhen's sister. Name: Li Zhao. Family: Li family of Chang'an. School: First Middle School of Chang'an City. Age: 18. Occupation: Dark Priest. Star level: 7 star. Level: LV9. Skills: Fear Dark Priest. Jun Cheng said with a strange tone, "I didn't expect her to be a dark priest, somewhat similar to my occupation. Her novice skill is fear, which can cause targets to enter a state of fear and be unable to attack or move for a short period. Unfortunately, she hasn't reached Level 10 yet and hasn't learned new skills. No, there are still 3 days before the exploration. As long as she completes the rank-breaking mission, she can reach Level 10. Dark priests, rumored to be the strongest support occupationalists, they can cast numerous debuff skills on targets, and even turn a fierce tiger into a gentle kitten." Jun Cheng's interest was ignited immediately. This Li Zhao was worth looking into. The third and fourth pieces of information were about 2 individuals from the Bai family. Name: Bai Jingqi. Family: Bai family of Chang'an. School: Second Middle School of Chang'an City. Age: 18. Occupation: 100 battles knife emperor. Star level: 8 star. Level: LV10. Skills: Group vampirism suspected. Melee enhancement suspected. 100 battles knife emperor. An 8-star occupation. Jun Cheng's eyes lit up. This Bai Jingqi should be one of the 6 8-star occupationalists that Yang Xiao mentioned. I haven't heard of this occupation before, and I don't know the specific attributes and abilities. Could it be the mount type occupationalist that Yang Xiao mentioned? An 8-star mount occupationalist, truly a pillar of a team. As long as he is alive, the whole team will not be wiped out. And his skills, both suspected. It seems that the Night Watchmen are not very clear on his specific skill effects. Is this also one of the privileges of family occupationalists? The fourth, Bai Jingsheng. Name: Bai Jingsheng. Family: Bai family of Chang'an. School: Second Middle School of Chang'an City. Age: 18. Occupation: Rune Master. Star level: 7 star. Level: LV10. Skills: Freezing Rune. Trap Rune. Rune Master. Such a profession! Jun Cheng exclaimed. This Bai family is really producing talents. A Rune Master is a profession that relies on runes for combat. Offensive Thunderbolt runes, Flame runes, Supportive Swift runes, Diamond rune, Healing Spring Rain rune, etc. all fall under the Rune Master's occupational skills. The most important thing is that when a Rune Master casts a skill, they do not need to carry runes with them. They can draw runes in the air using their own mental and innate armament. It's akin to being an all-round mage, especially the 2 skills that Bai Jingsheng has learned, Freezing Rune and Trap Rune, are both control skills. Once Bai Jingsheng immobilizes the enemy, Bai Jingqi can charge in and kill the enemy. The 2 Bai family members, one melee and the other ranged. Just from looking at their occupations, it's clear that their coordination will be seamless. And the last person, he scrolled down, only to discover it had ended. Moving to another folder, he found a new set of information. Confidential, one of the 3 9-star new student occupationalists in Chang'an City occupational history 366 years. The Qin family. This new 9-star occupationalist was specially singled out by Zhao Yongxiao. Opening it up, a simple line of information appeared before him. End of this chapter. Chapter 77. The only profession in the whole summer country. Upgrade skills. Name: Qin Zhang. Origin: Qin family in Chang'an. School: Chang'an City No. 1 Middle School. Age: 18. Profession: Dragon Vein user. Fire Tribute. Star level: 9 star. Level: LV9. Skill: Dragon Transformation Dam. Dragon Vein user. Dragon Transformation. When Zheng Cheng saw the profession of this Qin family member, he cursed silently and jumped out of bed. He knew that every 9-star professional was strong, but he didn't expect that Qin Zheng, known as the number 1 of the 9 stars, was actually a Dragon Vein user. Dragon Vein user, with the blood of a divine dragon, is a professional with innate powerful talents. His new skill is dragon transformation, able to transform into a half-human, half-dragon existence, possessing exceptional melee combat abilities, as well as the innate abilities of the associated divine dragon. Among all 9-star professionals recorded in history, he could be said to be the strongest. A dragon vein user with a fire attribute, then the talent must be focused on fire. Dual cultivation of martial arts and magic. This guy, Zhun Cheng envied him a bit. Why wasn't he a dragon vein user too? From the period of the Great Calamity to the present, over 300 years, in the whole Summer Country, no, in the whole Blue Star, there are fewer than 2 hands of awakened dragon vein users. And each dragon vein user, at his weakest, is at least of epic level, or above. They have made significant contributions to the life and death of humanity. Now on the Blue Star, counting Qin Zhang, there are a total of 3 dragon vein users. The other 2 are abroad and do not belong to the Summer Country. Another point to note, the profession of dragon vein user is exclusive to the Han nationality of the Summer Country. People from other countries and races cannot awaken as a dragon vein user. In other words, those 2 dragon vein users abroad are actually also people of the Summer Country. But being abroad raises questions. And now, Qin Zhang is the only dragon vein user in the whole Summer Country. It is conceivable how much attention he will receive. On the Blue Star, people of every country, every nationality, have their unique professions. Dragon vein users of the Han nationality of the Summer Country, ghost warriors of the Sakala Country, undead monks of the White Elephant Country, Asura boxes of the Peacock Country, nuclear warriors of the Beautiful Country are such examples. Besides, there is also a profession called Dragon Descendant among the S-rank professionals. But the 2 are completely different. The dragon vein user, exclusive to the Han nationality of the Summer Country, possesses the bloodline of a divine dragon. Specific abilities aren't recorded in the book, and Zhun Cheng doesn't know either. As for the dragon descendant, they are descendants of the Western giant dragon. They excel in close combat and dragon language magic. The 2 are not to be compared. The profession of dragon descendant is mostly awakened by whites from Western countries. There are very few in the Summer Country who possess this profession. Qin family, Qin Zhang, Zhun Cheng murmured, and the pioneers that Yao Xiu mentioned. What's their relationship? At this point, he suddenly noticed another line of text below Qin Zheng's information. Impatient, hot-tempered, reckless, but also understands the big picture. Generous in nature, very popular among school students. He is currently undertaking a breakthrough mission. It is rumored that the breakthrough mission is extremely difficult, and the Qin family is expending a lot of resources to find it for him. His goal for the college entrance exam is the Imperial Capital Professional University, aiming to compete for the top scholar of the province. Besides the Qin family and Qin Zhang, Li family, Chen family, Zhun Hao Group, Chang'e Group, and other major forces are secretly supporting. Zhun Cheng closed his phone. This should be the evaluation of Qin Zhang by the Night Watchers. This person has a broader future than Yao Xiu. After all, he is from the Qin family in Chang'an, supported by countless people and valued by numerous major forces. Humph, this is what the nobility and large families are like. I wonder what the person himself is like. And the skills. Zhun Cheng continued. The data of these 5 people only records their professional skills, but the common skills they have learned are not recorded. As children of noble families, their families must have prepared suitable common skills for them long ago. Only need to level up, and they can learn these skills. Especially Qin Zhang, if he completes the breakthrough mission 3 days later, he can level up to level 10. By then, he can learn new professional skills. I wonder how strong he really is. Time to sleep. Covering his head and diving under the covers, Zhun Cheng also didn't pay too much attention to the identities and professions of these people. His skills could unexpectedly become variant for unknown reasons, especially the random dissection technique, a variant skill. As long as there are enough monster and demon corpses, he can dissect out limitless special food. His future achievements might not fall behind these people. The next day, under the guidance of several teachers, the classmates all left Whitetown and returned to Chang'an City. Only 10 days left until the joint professional exam. They needed to return to Chang'an City to prepare for the exam in 10 days. Chen Zi also followed the majority back to Chang'an City. Zhun Cheng went to the Night's Watcher base with Sai Shen to register temporarily. At the same time, he inquired about purchasing weapons from Zhao Xiu. His random dissection technique and tetanus blade required weapons like swords and knives. Weapons from the Night's Watchers were all of high quality, of course. Zhao Xiu said, "My negligence, what weapons do you guys need? Please let me know so I can try to arrange it from inside." Zhang Cheng directly said, "I need sword-type weapons, preferably with high durability." Swords? Zhao Xiu was surprised. "Aren't you a priest? Don't you need a scepter instead of a sword?" Zhang Cheng had a strange expression. "Are you sure I need a scepter?" "Alright, since you need a sword-type weapon, I just happened to have one used by me when I was, and I'll give it to you." Zhao Xiu then took out a long sword from the inventory and threw it to Zhang Cheng. The long sword was about 3 feet long, overall in green, with a sharp blade and dragon motifs on the hilt. The sword tassel was crimson, resembling a flickering spark of blood-colored flame. Zhang Cheng instinctively flicked the sword lightly, and a sharp sword cry immediately resounded. "Good sword." With a flash in his eyes, the specific attributes of this long sword appeared before him. Name: Cloud Sky Sword Bronze Grade. Durability: 1845 2000s. Type: Weapon: Sword. Equipment requirements: LV10, 15 strength points, 8 physique points. No occupation restriction. Effect: Strength +1. Additional skill 1. Toughness passive: this sword is made of refined steel, very tough, durability doubled. Additional skill 2. Armor break passive: when using this sword to attack, there is a certain chance to break through the opponent's equipment defense. Description: forged by a life professional blacksmith, a practice tool for a newly advanced top blacksmith. A gift from me? Zhang Cheng said. How can I accept this? Zhao Xiu reached out his hand. No need to return it to me. I want it. If Captain Xiu gives me something, how can I refuse? Zhang Cheng chuckled and quickly threw the sword into his dimensional ring. Zhao Xiu then turned to Cai Shen and said, Cai Shen, right? We meet again. He, Captain Zhao. Hello. Cai Shen greeted, acting like a rogue. Your profession is unique, but looking at Zhang Cheng's face, what equipment do you want? Cai Shen hesitated, glancing at Zhang Cheng, and said, Can I bring equipment too? Of course you can. We Night's Watchers have druid professionals too. But it's the first time I've met an avian druid, and there are no suitable weapons or equipment for you. Zhao Xiu said, unless we modify the specific equipment for avian druids for you. So, when you accumulate 1,000 points of merit, I will take you to the Night's Watcher blacksmith to get a custom set of equipment for you. But, you have to provide the materials yourself. And you, Zhang Cheng. Zhao Xiu continued, if you have suitable materials, the Bureau can customize weapons and equipment for you based on your level. Got it. Cai Shen quickly said. Thank you, Captain Zhao. Thank you, Captain Zhao. Captain Zhao is like my second parent. Get lost. I'm not even in a relationship. I don't have such a grown-up son like you. Cai Shen joked. Then, Captain Zhao, how about Zhang Cheng? He's a talent, knows how to treat a woman. Get out. You're all a bunch of kids. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Captain Xiu. Zhang Cheng held on to the door frame, shouting, I have one more thing to ask you. What is it? Spit it out. The anti-Black Sun Church action these days, is it still ongoing? It is. Zhao Xiu raised an eyebrow, but there are only a few mice left. Why are you asking about this? I have a scouting skill, and I want to follow the Night's Watchers in action. Zhang Cheng grinned. This way, not only can I accumulate some merits, but also improve my skill proficiency. Zhao Xiu's eyes also lit up. You've newly learned skills are indeed very effective in searching for the fallen. 3 days is enough to level up to level 3, and entering the exploration mystery might also be useful. You go out and wait. I'll have Wang Ning take you into action. Zhao Xiu decided. Bring the newbie too. He might be useful. Damn. Cai Shen instinctively said. When did I get a new nickname? Zhang Cheng. It's settled. One more thing, Cai Shen. Zhao Xiu turned to Cai Shen. These days, try if you can level up inside the Crimson Altar dungeon. As many levels as you can within 3 days, but Zhang Cheng won't go. Once your level exceeds level 10, you won't be able to enter the secret realm. Zhang Cheng and Cai Shen nodded. Understood. They were then chased out of the office by Zhao Xiu. Cai Shen then said softly, Zhang Cheng, this guy definitely holds a grudge. If impossible, Wang Ning smiled. They are classmates and will work together in the bureau. Sit down. have a drink, and have a conversation unless it's a matter of principle. Moreover, now that he has joined the Night's Watchers, he must abide by their rules. He has promised not to cause trouble for you in the future, Wang Ning. Zheng Cheng asked, "Can you tell me why you helped him?" Wang Ning also looked helpless. "His father called me. I was going to look for you guys for this, but I stopped him." His father, Wang Ning nodded. "A Night Watcher of the yellow rank in our bureau once led me. I just joined the Night Watchers, and the relationship was okay. Uncle Leon is an honest man, with over a dozen children. Only Leon Fen succeeded in awakening as a professional. They value the whole family. With Uncle Leon looking after him, he won't cause any trouble. Since he has joined the Night's Watchers, he must obey the Night's Watchers' rules. He promised not to cause trouble for you in the future." Zheng Cheng. Leon Fen suddenly spoke, and, "Sai Shen, Captain Yao Xiu had me bring you along for this search mission." Wang Ning hadn't even walked over yet but shouted, "Are you ready? If you are, then let's go." Leon Fen stopped, gritted his teeth, watching Zheng Cheng and Sai Shen, but he eventually walked over. Sai Shen was cautious. "Leon Fen, what are you doing here? Don't forget our bet." "You." Leon Fan's face changed color from pale to red, wanting to turn and leave, but he held back. Aside from the scrolls and ice attribute elixirs that they had bet with each other, there was also an agreement. The loser has to avoid the winner after encountering them. But remembering his father's instructive phone call, he gritted his teeth and walked over. Besides, the bet set between them also included returning scrolls, ice attribute elixirs, and another agreement. There was only a flash of regret before Leon Fen turned around and walked towards Zheng Cheng. Leon Fen stretched out his hand and reluctantly shook hands with Zheng Cheng. "You can rest assured. My dad talked some sense into me. I won't trouble you guys in the future. I have something to do, so goodbye." With that, he turned and hurriedly ran off. Sai Shen whispered, "Zheng Cheng, this kid is definitely holding a grudge. If it's impossible." Wang Ning smiled. "They're all boys from the same school. What grudge could they have? As long as it's not a matter of principle, just sit down and have a drink to clear things up. Besides, now that he has joined the Night's Watchers, he must adhere to the Night Watchers' rules. He has promised not to cause trouble for you in the future. Wang Ning." Zheng Cheng inquired, "Can you please explain why you helped him?" Wang Ning also shrugged. "His father called me. I was going to call you guys, but I stopped him." "His father?" "Aha." Wang Ning nodded. "An old friend of mine in the Night's Watchers. We had good relations when I first joined the Night's Watchers. Uncle Leon is an honest person. He has over a dozen children, but Leon Fen is the only one who successfully awakened as a professional. The family values him greatly. With Uncle Leon looking out for him, he won't cause any trouble. If he has already promised he won't actively cause trouble for you in the future, you can rest assured." "I understand." Zheng Cheng nodded. "Let's start the operation. My reconnaissance skill can be used every minute, lasting for 1 minute. It can investigate the situation within 100 meters, and I can discover any target with enmity towards me in advance." "Good. Let's move." Zheng Cheng readily agreed, mainly because of the central radar life monitoring technique function. In his detection survey, the light representing Leon Fen was light green. This indicated that Leon Fen has truly let go of the vendetta and turned from foe to friend to himself. As for the reason, Zheng Cheng could only guess that it was related to Yao Xiu or Yao Xiu. After all, a 9-star professional was in existence that Leon Fen and his father could never offend. Following Wang Ning's lead, the three of them quickly got into the G and went to the industrial park in White Town. The industrial park is our focus of investigation, but there are 3 villages here, with dozens of factories surrounding the area. The floating population is at least several tens of thousands of people. It's hard to identify them all. Check it out for yourself. See if you can investigate. I'll try. Zheng Cheng took a deep breath and immediately activated the central radar life monitoring technique. Soon, a 3D map appeared in his mind. Within a radius of 100 meters from himself, the situation and living targets had appeared in his mind. The nearest were Sai Shen and Wang Ning, both represented by green dots. The surrounding dots were yellow, at least hundreds of them. Ordinary civilians, neutral entities. Zheng Cheng opened his eyes and said, "I can investigate, but we need to move forward slowly. With a level 1 scouting skill, the range is only 100 meters. "Good." Wang Ning nodded, started the vehicle, and began to circle the industrial park. And so, Zheng Cheng, Sai Shen, and Wang Ning follow in the industrial park of Whitetown throughout the day. Every minute, he used the central radar life monitoring technique, and now with mental attributes still at 34 points, he could maintain scouting actively for half an hour. Every half hour, he needed to rest for 10 minutes and slowly recover spirit using a clarity potion. After 7 or 8 hours of scouting, Zheng Cheng's central radar life monitoring technique had already reached Leave 2 on the first day. The scouting range had also reached 300 meters away. As the day turned dark, Wang Ning also had a disappointed look. There's nothing here. It seems like the people from the Black Sun Church have all disappeared. Wang Ning shrugged. Let's go back. I'll treat you all to dinner. Wait a minute, Zheng Cheng suddenly said. There's a situation. In his mind, the central radar life monitoring technique displayed a flickering crimson dot of light. Wang Ning immediately asked, "What's the situation? Did you find the people from the Black Sun Church?" Not clear. Zheng Cheng shook his head, but the red dot of light, it signifies hostility towards us. Whether it's the Black Sun Church or other organizations of the fallen, we can't let it go. Wang Ning made a quick decision. I'll report this to the captain and have them surrounded. Good. End of this chapter. Chapter 78 New Features. Do you qualify to team up with us? The hostile personnel discovered by Zheng Cheng were surrounded by other Night Watch members following behind. In no time, they were captured. Zheng Cheng also earned a contribution point. As for his identity and why he was hiding here, that had nothing to do with him. The next day, continue patrolling. After the central radar life monitoring technique was upgraded to Leave 2, the detection range surged to 300 meters. This way, his monitoring speed became faster. He successfully expelled 3 consecutive vocational professionals who were hostile to the Night Watch. Until the afternoon of the 3rd day, after using the central radar life monitoring technique continuously, his proficiency was finally full. The central radar life monitoring technique successfully upgraded to LV3. Central radar life monitoring technique Leave 3. Variant skill, consume spiritual power. Centered on oneself, can detect the presence of any life form within a certain distance 500 meters. The more spiritual power consumed, the wider the monitoring range. Monitoring methods include but are not limited to heart rate, breathing, blood pressure, pulse, body temperature, brain waves, spiritual fluctuations, breath fluctuations, etc., and can form a simple life map in the mind. You have activated the LV3 feature of the central radar life monitoring technique. Feature 1. Automatic navigation. As long as the target name is set, the central radar life monitoring technique will arrange and guide you the route with the least obstruction, shortest distance, and fewest enemies. This effect varies with the position of the practitioner. When looking for a specific target, practitioners should follow the automatic navigation for the best results. Zheng Cheng subconsciously widened his eyes after seeing the LV3 feature of the central radar life monitoring technique. Automatic navigation. This thing is definitely not a mapping function, right? It can automatically generate navigation routes. How cool is that? After thinking for a moment, Zheng Cheng directly set the name Zhao Yongxiao. A faint green path appeared on the central radar life monitoring technique map. Target exceeds the monitoring range. Please follow the navigation route. In other words, following this faint green path, I can find Captain Yongxiao. Wow. Amazing technique. Zheng Cheng's eyes lit up, quickly figuring out how to use this skill. The main missions in exploration sites often involve finding certain things. Zheng Cheng speculated, does this mean that with the central radar life monitoring technique, exploring the sites will be like our backyard for me? While others are aimlessly searching for targets, I just need to follow the navigation route. The specifics will have to wait until I explore the site. Outside Whitetown, a jeep was speeding along. The speed was extremely fast, kicking up a dust cloud behind the vehicle. Inside the car sat 3 men and 1 woman, all vocational professionals preparing to participate in the secret realm, Whitetown. The Lee family and the Bai family. The driver was dressed in a black tracksuit, slender in stature, with a fair complexion and a gentle look in his eyes. He wore golden-rimmed glasses. A young man from the Lee family, Li Zhen. Besides him, a city belle in an ultra-short skirt was sitting. Her slim and long legs were resting on the car window, shining brightly under the sun. She was painting her nails, the crimson color resembling pearls. She wore a white striped short-sleeved top, showcasing fair arms. With short hair and sunglasses, she exuded youthful vigor. Xiao, put your feet down. Li Zhen frowned. You're blocking the rearview mirror, TSK. So what if I block it?